So here what is the question here is just write a loop for a factorial of any number. The factorial symbol is means the exclamatory symbol means the multiply all the whole number from the chosen down. So what means like I want to calculate the factorial of the 5 or like that. So I can take a input from the user or directly I can assign any number and I can just find a factorial of the particular number. To find a factorial of the number I'll just put a question mark over here like factorial of number. So this is the problem statement. So I'll just tell, first of all I'll just tell num is equal to some, I want to find a factorial of the 5. So I'll just assign a value number is equal to 5. Then we know what are the factorial of the 0 is 1 and the factorial of 1 is 1. Then rest all the numbers we need to multiply with the, like from that number to the till 1. I need to find the particular sum of it, then I need to show the result. So the factorial of 1 is 1 and the factorial of 0 is also 1. So first I'll assign a value of factorial here. Factorial is equal to 1. So I'll just assign a value of the factorial to 1. Then I'll just check a condition first. If the number is less than 0. So if the number is less than 0, I'll just tell the factorial of the number is not exist. So the factorial of the number is exist only for the positive numbers. So I'll just tell if the number is less than 0, I'll just tell print. So I'll just tell like no, factorial doesn't exist. Factorial does not exist. I'll just tell this particular condition. So else I need to check one more condition. Like I need to check three conditions now. First I need to check whether the number is negative or not, whether the number is 1 or 0, whether the number is greater than 1. So I'll just use a elif statement over here. So I'll just tell if the number is equal to 0. The number is equal to 0. I'll just tell the factorial of 0 is what? 1. Okay, factorial of 0 is 1. So I'll just tell like this. So then if this condition fails, it will go into the else condition. So here I'll just run a for loop. Just so I need to do a mathematical calculation now. What are the factorial of the 3 factorial is 3 into 2 factorial. What is the factorial of 2? 2 into 1. That is the output. So here I'll just use a function, that for loop I'll just run for I in range of, so I want to start from the 1. I don't want to start with the 0. So I'll just specifying explicitly for I in range of 1 comma. So the number I want to go till 5. So if I want to go till 5, I need to tell num plus 1 here. Num plus 1. That means it will be 1 comma 6. That means it will start from 1 and it will go till what? 5 or 6. Num plus 1.
5, sir.
5. Okay, so this is why I'm just specifying num plus 1 over here. Then I'll just put an exclamatory here. So then I need to calculate the formula. So I'll just tell what are the factorial, the original factorial. So I'll just tell factorial is equal to, so I'll just multiply with this particular default factorial first, and I need to multiply with what? This particular I value, because first it will take 1, then it will take 2, 3, 4 like that. So it will take like this. So factorial of I here, not 1, factorial of I. So then, so once all the for loop runs, so I need to print it after the for loop. I don't want to print again and again at the result. The result I need to print at a time. So I'll just tell print statement, I'll just use print. I'll just tell again, use f strings here. So I'll just tell the factorial of the particular number. So you can assign with the int of input. I'll use the int of input here. So I'll just tell, so int of input. So int of input, I'll just tell enter number slash new line. So it can be any number over here. So I'll just tell num here. So I'll just tell the factorial of number is, so the original, after running the for loop, the final value will be stored inside this particular factorial. So I'll just pass this particular number over here, the factorial variable. I'll just pass it here. So I'll just copy and I'll just paste it. Okay, so this will be the logic for finding a factorial. Now if I run this particular program, see I'm getting enter a number. If I enter 5, you can see the factorial of 5 is 120. I'm getting a proper output. So again I'll just run once again. So it is asking again enter the number. If I enter 10 factorial, the factorial of the 10 is this much, the number I am getting 362880. Okay, so this is a program. So this is the original logic written by the particular persons, like Maximo will be using the same logics. Like if you want to find a Fibonacci series or Fibonacci and series of the numbers, so we have different logic for that one. So for the factorial we have this logic, just we need to multiply with the this one. This is a particular, just this is a two lines of logic, nothing else. When the number is 0, it will print. So what if I give number is equal to 1 here? So if I just enter, so the enter the number 1, if I give enter of 1 is, so you can see I'm getting 1 also. 1 factorial is 1 itself. Okay, then it will take 1 to 2, that means only one time the factorial will run, that is I value it will be 1, 1 into the factorial will be what, I. So 1 into 1, 1, only one time for loop will run, and the final result is getting over here. So if I specify 5, it will enter 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So like that the particular logic will work. So this will be the logic for the finding a factorial of number. So then so I think the thing is so much enough for the for loops and all. So we have seen a number of problems. So even the particular star printing also I have shown you. So now let's move on to the functions now. So we have seen so many times of for loops and while loops for problems. So we'll see for the functions. So now I'll just comment out this particular line. So we'll see for the functions. So I have explained you the functions concepts. So again I'll just tell you. So what is the functions here is, functions we start with the keyword that is def. So we use a def keyword for finding a to specifying a particular function. So def is a keyword. So inside a JavaScript we'll use a directly function, we'll use direct function, like this we'll use a function. So that like this we call as a, in the JavaScript we'll use a function, fun functions. So in the Python we will be specifying with the keyword that is def. Def is a keyword to find to just declare a function, and def, and we need to give a pass a function name. So here it will be a function name. So it will be a function name, and it can be, it will be an argument here, and it will be the what, body of the functions, body of the function. So this will be there. So the def is a keyword, and this is a function name. These all the arguments will be passing it, and it will be the body of the function whatever we will be adding. So this will be the syntax for writing a functions. So we'll write a one simple functions now. So I want to calculate. So I will just tell def. So suppose I want to add a two number. So I'll just tell add. So I can just tell add 1. So this is some of the keywords are there. I think add is a keyword or not, I don't know. So once again, so I'll just use a add here. So here I'll just tell something like print. I'll just tell hello, how are you? Okay, so I want to run this particular add function. I'll just tell greet. So I want to print this particular greet functions. So see, if I just save this particular program, if I run the program, I am not getting any output. I am not getting any output, you can see. So this is a previous output. If I just cancel everything, so nothing I have. If I just press Control and backtick in the Visual Studio Code, the terminal will get open. So I want to print this particular def greet. So if I see, if I just run this program, the particular program is not getting, it is running, but I am not getting anything. So what is the meaning of that one is, so until and unless we won't call the function is not going to run. So it is the use of functions. And why we are using functions, because we have, like, suppose if we have large programs, like in a single, like the particular task we have, multitasking we have, like I want to do some 7 to 10 tasks, so that all tasks I cannot write it into a single program with assigning a variables and all. It might be, like I just want to use some of the 2 or 3 functions from that program, like I might not be using like all the 10 functions in that. Then if I run the program without using a functions concepts, it will be taking a more run time over there, and the time is also getting waste over there, and it might be like mismatch with the variables and all. So for the purpose we will be going to the concepts of functions. That means we divide a particular code into the pieces, like whichever the function is necessary, that particular function, that particular logic will put it into one separate function. Then we will, if we want, we will just call the function to run that one. So now if I want to call this particular function, so I'll just tell greet. So I'll just tell greet here. If I just tell greet, if I run the program, now see, I am getting hello, how are you. I am getting output as a hello, how are you, because I am calling the function. So because of this, the particular just function is getting called. Suppose if I just specify this greet above, so see, the function is below, the function is below now. Now the function is below. I am calling the function here. The grid is getting called here. At the top I am just getting called. So now see if I run the program. So I am getting a name grid is not defined. So you can see I am getting error, name error, because the particular Python program, before writing a function, before calling the function, that particular function should be above the particular line of code. So the def grid function is there where at the line 920 is there, but I am calling the function at the line 17 itself. That means I have not declared the function. Before declaring, I am just calling the function. That means I said you the Python will be line by line executions. It will see from the starting and it will go till end. So obviously this thing should be at the last. Whenever I call, it should be at the last. So if I run the program, I am getting hello, how are you? So now if I can just pass anything, if I just tell str, if I just pass a argument as a str now. So if I run, so you can see again I am getting error, like it is telling me greet missing one requirement argument, that is str. So I can just pass here hello. I can just tell pass my name here. So I can just pass now. So that means this particular parameter will be taking over to this particular str. You can see I am getting output hello, how are you. It is optional, you want to print it or you want to leave it, it's your choice. It is optional. But when you pass a argument inside a grid function, like any argument, any parameters, if you are passing it, that same number of parameters you need to pass it when you are calling the particular function. So so it is going over here. So even I can pass like hello, how are you. I can just tell str here. I can just pass the particular string value also. I can just pass the string value to this particular print statement. If I just save it, if I run now, see I am getting hello, how are you, Anis. So like this I can pass a number of arguments this particular by using this particular grid functions. Okay, and each function will return something that returns will see with the program will calculate one thing. So this is the syntax, like how to run the particular function, how to call the function, and how to pass a parameters to the functions. I can pass a number of parameters here. I can pass here, I can just tell age is equal to, I can pass one more argument. I can just tell, or else I can just tell gender is equal to, so I'll just tell male. So I can just tell like this. So if I run this program, see again I am getting one more error, that is a grid got unexpected argument, that is gender, because I am not passing it here. I can just pass here G, I'll just tell pass G. So I can just pass this particular G here also. I can just tell, I'll just put a comma, I'll just tell pass G. So here see I am just passing two arguments here. I am just passing the same parameters here. So it can be any name, so it is not necessary you need to give it same anything like same names and like that. So it is just something, just a variable, whatever the value will be there, it will just store it here, and whatever the value I have assigned it here, it will store it into the G, and it will just pass the value inside a print statement. So if I run this program, so again I am getting an error. What is the error? So I'll just delete it. So I'll just save this one. So gender is equal to male. So if I just tell gender, so I can just tell, I'll just use a f strings. So I'll just use a f string here, f and the particular string. So here I need to pass what, str, then I'll just pass the gender here, gender. Okay, so I'll just save like this. So if I run, so you can see I'm getting hello, how are you, male. So I'm getting a value directly, the particular value whatever is there, it is just storing into this particular variable, and it is just storing here. So if I specify, if I remove r here, so I have assigned here gender. If I remove here gender, so let me see whether I'll get output or not. I'll just remove r from this gender. So if I run, so you can see I am getting a unexpected argument gender, because I have already declared a particular variable name here. So then I need to use it the same variable name over here also. I need to use same variable name whenever I am passing it. Okay, you can see I am getting a output hello, how are you, like this. So this is how we can pass the number of variables, like we can pass the values like from the greetings, like if you want to print any greetings or any function, you can pass any values over there. Okay, so like this we can do. So if I will do like this, if I just use a print statement here, so I will just use like this. So I'll just tell print the particular greet function. So if I just print the particular greet function, so when I am calling this particular function is running, this particular print is getting executed. So again if I do one more print, what the value will be there, you can see here it will be a none value. So you can see, so where is it, I have given, okay, I need to pass again the values. So whenever I am passing again, I need to pass the values here. So I can just pass like this also. So I can just tell like this, just two names. So see, I'm just passing two values, Anis and Mel. So it will just take it over here and it will just print it. So you can see I'm getting hello, how are you? The particular is str is taking my name, then gender is taking the male. So again this particular function is called one time. So then again you can see here, again if I just use print greet of again this one, again the get function is getting called inside a print statement. So again the whatever the value is there, again it is getting printed hello, how are you, Anis and Mel. So at last I am getting a none here because I am using a print statement. If I remove the print statement, the particular none value will be it will just it don't come. So if I run, you can see it will run two times, the none is not getting it because I have removed the print statement. So even you can use such kinds of things. So these all about the functions, like how to pass the particular functions values to the particular argument. So I'll just see with example, any example I am just searching it here. So let me see. So we have a return values also here. So return values and all those things. So we'll see how to calculate additions and subtractions by using the particular functions. So I'll just comment out this particular line. So we'll see how to calculate the functions, and we'll see how to what is the return values and what exactly the return values will be doing it. So I'll just comment out this particular line. So here, so I'll just tell write a function calculation such that it can accept two variable and calculate the addition and subtraction of them, and also it must return the both addition subtraction in a single return call. So when I call a single call, like when I call a particular calculation function, it should return both the values, like addition value as well as a subtraction value, it should return it. So I'll see here, so I'll just tell function def is equal to, so it is like calculation, it is there, so calculation, so definition of the calculation. So I'll need to pass what I want to calculate for two numbers. So obviously the parameters will be 2. So a comma b, I'll be specifying a comma b. So when this particular function runs, I can use a return functions. So you can see if I just use a return function, return a plus b, again I can return a number of things here. I can return a minus b also, I can return a star b also, like it's your choice how many you want, you can print it by putting comma. So I will return two things, so return a plus b and a minus b value. So once this happens, so when this returns, so I'll just tell I need to call the function, I'll just tell result is equal to, so I'll just call calculation, I'll just call the particular function. So I'll just tell, so I need to pass a two values, a comma b is there, I need to pass the values here. If I just pass 50 comma 30, so I'm just passing a two values here. So if I run this program, so see here, if I run this program, I'm not getting anything, so I need to just cancel it. So I'll just save once again everything. So again if I run the program, so you can see nothing, I'm not getting any output because the function is the particular it is getting called, but I am not printing the particular result. So I'll just print what is the result here. So if I just print the result, so whatever it is stored, see if I return, I'm getting a 80 comma 20, that means 50 plus 30 is 80, and the particular value is inside the result. So if I see what is the type of this particular result, what is the type of this particular result, so if I see the type of the particular result, it will be a class tuple. You can see it is getting a class tuple because I am getting inside a tuple value, I cannot change the return values. So that means the values are getting written here, so whatever the value is there, it is getting written. So a plus b and a comma b, it is so if I want to get particular addition value itself, even I can just get a addition value itself. So what I can tell, so I want to just pass two arguments, like I can just pass separately the addition value as well as a subtraction value. You can see you can just pass like this. So whatever the value is getting, I am getting inside a tuple, that is 80 comma 20. So the first index value is what, it is addition, and the second value whatever I am returning, it is a what, subtraction. So I'll just tell here whatever the addition values are there, so whatever the addition values are there, just store it one more, and order the subtraction. So so if I am just telling subtractions 1 and addition 1, I am just passing two variables. So that means the first value whatever 80 is there, it will be storing into a particular thing addition, and whatever the subtract value is there, it will be stored into a variable, that is f sub str. So I can just tell print one more time, print So I'll just tell use f strings. I'll just tell add of two number is, so I can just tell particular addition here. So same way I can just use one more add of to the subtraction, subtraction of two number is, so what is that, if sub str. So I'll just copy this sub str and I'll just paste this one. So if I run this program now, so you can see I'm getting res is not defined, so this is not defined. Okay, fine. So I'll just comment this line. So see, if I run this program, I'm getting output. The addition of two number is 80 and the subtraction of two number is 20. That means the particular value whatever is there, I am just storing into like this particular fashion. So even I can just pass the result. I can just pass result of 1 and a result of, I can just use the indexing concept and I can get the values also by using it. If I just, before it was result is equal to calculation of 50 comma 80, so it was like that before. So if I want to get particular single value, I can access by using a indexing position. So even we can get like this. That means it is returning the values. So the particular, see here how it is happening means this doesn't work. So the line will start working from here. So it is something I have defined a two variable, that is addition and subtraction is equal to. So here directly I am using a, so it is not a inbuilt function. See, it is not any inbuilt function. This is a user defined function. So I say yesterday notes I have sent you, I have written in clearly over there. So we have two types of functions, user defined functions and a inbuilt functions. So inbuilt functions are what? Sort, reverse, upper, lower, so capitalize, find, reverse. So all those are the inbuilt functions which someone already have written it. So this calculation is user defined. So I am defining a new function here. That's, I am writing it. I am writing the particular logic for it. So that means this will be the user defined functions. So inside that I am just passing it two arguments here, calculation 50 comma 30. So it will go to this particular function. It is returning the value. That means function is happening and it is returning to the program. So when I am printing, it is just printing into that particular program itself. When I am returning means it is giving the value, whatever the output value is there, it is throwing out of the program, that is throwing out of the function. So this particular function is here, but I am printing the, I can print the value over here. Why? Because I am returning the value from the calculation function, that is a plus b and a minus b. I am returning the values from here. So that is why that I can print over here. So that is why it is returning the values. So where I can print the particular values of the particular function variables and all those things. So this is will be the about the printing the particular things here. So now see, I shown you about the particular how to pass a arguments, that all the same implemented the one is there problem like create a function show employee in such a way that it should accept the employee name and a salary and display the both, and it should display both. If the salary is missing in the function, assign default value as 9000 to the salary. So that telling, so I need to print the particular name and a salary of the employee. Suppose salary, if you forgot to pass the value of a salary while calling the function, default salary, what default salary it should print as a 9000 rupees. So that is very simple program, nothing else. So before only I have shown you where, so this is the, so if I tell you here, so this is the greeting and gender is equal to male. So if I just forgot to call the gender also, the default value it will be taking as a male itself. So that will be the thing. So I'll just show you that also. So I'll just comment out this particular function. So then I'll just write these programs. I'll just tell def show employee. So this will be the particular function name. So here I need to pass two things. So first I can just pass a name and I need to pass a salary. So salary should be a default, it seems, when it is not getting passed. So I just tell sal is equal to, so the default salary I'll just keep it as 10,000 I'm just keeping as a default salary, and even I can pass the age is equal to, so age is equal to, no need of age, just I'll just pass the name and salary. So the function is show employee name, and here I am passing a name, and the salary value I am directly passing the value to 10,000, that is the default I am just passing it. So I'll just tell print, I'll just tell use f strings, name is the particular name I need to get. Inside here I need to write it, the name is this one, and salary is that I need to just pass the SAL here, SAL salary. I'm just passing this one, name is name and the salary is salary. So this should return it. So then now I'll just call the function. So I'll just tell show employee, show employee. So I'll just pass what, I'll just pass I'll just tell pass pardu here. So if I just tell like this, so see I'm just not giving a second argument. So if I just run this function, So can see the particular output I am getting here. The name is Pardu and the salary is what? 10,000. I am getting the particular salary is what? 10,000 because I am just explicit the default value it is taking as 10,000, even though if I am not passing over here in the while calling a function, well, the particular function will take two parameters obviously, but first parameter is I am passing it, but the second parameter I am not passing, but here I have specified default value to 1000 here. So the like this, if I specify like this, it will print like that. If I just specify one more time, I'll just call the function. So I'll just tell the particular salary is 9,000. So what will print now? If I run this program, see,
So I want to print three members at a time, sir.
huh?
Three members at a time, sir. I want to print three numbers at a time, sir.
Three members at a time, three numbers salary. So run a for loop three
For loop,
times. Run the particular for loop
for loop,
three
yes,
times.
sir.
Okay. So this is also I am explaining you the concept. Okay, I'm not writing program here. Just I am explaining you what is the default value it will take when you are not passing the arguments here. Okay. So if you want to pass three numbers, just run a for loop three times. Okay. You can give the name here also. You can just tell three, like enter a for loop here. So enter a name, enter the name, just pass the salary over. So I'll just show you here. See, where is it? So I'll just run a for loop for I in range of three times. So when I am passing a range of three times, I need to take a what name, and I need to take name is equal to and a salary is equal to. I'll just tell input of it. So I'll just tell input. So I'll just tell enter name. So I'll just enter the name here. So same I'll just tell int of input here because it is a salary. Int of input, enter salary. Enter the salary. So I am getting a name and salary. So I need to call this particular show employee function here. So I'll just save it this one. So I'll just tell show employee. So I want to pass what name comma salary. So I want to pass this particular value. So name and a salary. So while passing the function. So if I run this function, so let's cancel this one. So I'll just run it. So you can see it is asking me enter the name. I'll just tell my name here. So I'll just enter salary as 10,000. So see the particular thing is it is not printed. So I think I need to print it outside, or so it is not printing. Why? Okay, I can see it is printing. Name is Anis and the salary is 1000. So I'm getting a default one. So again, if I just tell one more, if I just tell Krishna here, so it is asking the salary. If I enter 5,000 as a salary, for like 5,000, you can see the salary is getting 5,000 itself. It is not taking a default value as 10,000. So again, if I just tell enter the name, if I just tell so if I just tell one more person name, if I just tell Pardu itself, so I am not giving any salary. I am just entering enter. So it means it is I need to handle with a try and except block here. So it is telling me the particular salary is not defined because when I am calling a function it is fine, but here when I am just specifying the sal here, so that means the empty value cannot be taken over here. So and because I am running in a for loop, so it is I am just passing the variables here, that is name comma sal salary. So that means I need to pass two argument here when I am writing a for loop. So it can be handled by using try and block conditions like that. So and that's to understand when the, so this is how we can print in 3 or 100 users. If you have, you can just take it the inputs and you can just pass the values here. So basically when we have one or two arguments, we'll be using this particular concepts in the function, like passing the values. When I'm having a number of things, like I want to add thousands of users, like thousands of things I need to add or update, I'll be using a concepts of args and kwargs. So args and kwargs, that is args and kwargs concept. So I'll just explain you that concept. So there we can, without passing any argument, directly I can print it. That means I'll be store it into some of the list or a dictionaries. That particular values I'll be just passing as a arguments inside the functions. So that will be seeing now. So this is how you need to understand just one thing. When I'm just calling a function. So if I see I'm just calling a name and a salary here. So if I just let's remove this one. So if I just tell here the name, I am just passing it. Just I am not passing any salary. So I just tell yeah, okay. So but I am having it to argument. If I just pass it, the default value it will be taking as whatever the specified here, salary is equal to 100. When I am specifying explicitly, like 5,000, then whatever the value is given to the function, that will be taken. It will neglect the default value of salary 10,000. See, I am getting the name is ARK and the salary is 5,000. So this is what the concept I was about to explain you. So this is about the things where the default values will be taken. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we can create the functions inside a functions also, like not like only one function can be there here. So inside also we can have function def. So inside a function I can have one more function. So it is a program like create a inner function to calculate the addition in the following way. Create a outer function which will accept a two parameters, the value a comma b, and create a inner function create a inner function inside a outer function that will calculate the addition of a comma b, and the last of the outer function will add 5 into the particular addition and return the output. Okay, they are telling, just basically they are telling me like I need to create a function. So inside a function I need to create one more function, so where inside that particular function the addition function will happen, and I can call the function inside a particular function also, then I need to print the result. So it's something like this. So if I just comment out this line, so that is a just understand, just inside a function there is a one more function that we are writing about for the two functions now. So it is something like def outer function. So def for outer fun. So this is a outer function. So inside outer function I need to have one more function, that is a def inner function. Inner function. So I need to that link, I need to have something like this. So then I need to return the values, I need to print it. So first the first equal I need to call the outer function before. So I'll just write the function. So first I'll just call the outer function here. So what I can tell here is I want to print the result, right? So I'll just tell result is equal to, so I will just call the outer function value. So in the outer function what I need to, so obviously I said to I will be using a camel case. So this one we need to practice from now itself. When I am writing a functions, well, first letter should be small and the second main important letter should be capital. So that is a camel case. So result is equal to outer fun, capital outer fun. So here I'll just pass the values here. I can just pass any value. I can just pass 5 comma 10. So the two values is getting passed to this particular function, that is the outer function. So the values I'll be storing into the a comma b. So the 5 will be stored into a variable a, and the 10 value will be stored into a variable that is b. So when this particular function happens, if I just enter it, so what I need to do here is, so they have done square is equal to a double start. So they are doing exponentials. So and they are doing a square of the number. So if I just do the square is equal to square of the 5, I want to do the square for the 5 means, so 5 value is getting stored into where variable a. So I need to tell a, I need to use a 2 stars with multiply with the what 2 value, that is exponential of 5 square. So if I want to 5 square means a double star 2 is nothing but a 5 square will be taken over here. So a double star 2. So that's this they are the whatever the square value is there, they are storing into a variable that is square, that is fine. So then again inner functions what they are doing here is they are passing the values a comma b. So again they are passing inner function a comma b. So let it be like this. So if I just enter now, so here I will just tell return the particular value, that is 5 plus 10. So I'll just return the value. So return a plus b. So that is the 5 plus 10, it should get written. So again they have said in the console that I need to calculate, I need to append again 5 value inside, then I need to append the final result. So 5 plus 10 it will be 15. Again I need to add 5 value, then the result I want to print it as, so result I want to print it as what 20. I want to get the output as 20 now. So again I need to append the 5 value. So what I will do here is, so here I will call the function. So see function how it will run means, first step will, so this is the function, so that is not running when until and unless I won't call, it doesn't going to work. So here result is equal to outer fun 5 comma 10. The function is getting called now, the function is getting called. So this particular function it will see in the program, it will call, it doesn't go inside this function, it will call the function, it will see, it will pass 5 value to a, it will pass 10 value to b, and it will just square the value of a, and it doesn't go inside this particular function, it won't be going inside this particular function. Understand this one, until and unless I won't call the function, this function is not going to run. So now what I'll do here is I will call the function. So I'll just tell I want to add the numbers. To add a number I will call this particular function name. So I'll just tell inner function, call this particular inner function. So see the indentations where I am writing, I am not writing here, I am not writing here, so I am writing outside this function. So see outside of this particular inner function I am writing this particular piece of code. So I'll tell add is equal to inner function. So I'll just tell inner function. So here I'll pass, so I want to pass the value here. So what is the value I need to pass? So I want to pass the value a comma b. So same value I need to pass it. So I'll just pass all the value to a comma b here. So inner function a comma b will be taken 5 comma 10, 5 to a and 10 to b, and this particular function will get called and return, it will return a plus b here. So it will return a plus b. So then finally whatever the function is value is written, that will be storing into the whatever the value will be there. So it is a 5 plus 10, it will be stored into a add. So see, I will just tell print, I'll just use f strings here. So I'll just tell inner function retu or returned this value. So what is the value returned? It is returned the particular add value. So whatever the addition is there, it returned me the value inside this function. So after this one, I'll just return the final value to this particular result. So again I'll just tell return or etu or return. So final value is what? It is storing into a variable add. So I'll just return add. I'll just append that particular value to 5. Then the final result will be written outside of the function. The value will be 5 plus 10 to 15, 15 plus 5, 20. 20 will result outside the function. Then it will store it into a variable that is a result. And I will be just printing a result. Let's see if I just I'll just delete this function. I'll just run this particular program. See here, what is the output? I am getting it. See here, I am getting a 20 as a output. So where is it? So see, it is the output. So see here how the program runs here is, first it doesn't care about this what is the function is written, it won't be going to care it. So here at the 49th line it will see result is equal to outer function, that is 5 comma 10. That means two parameter I am passing, I am calling a outer function. So the function outer function will get called. Now the calling is happening here. So it will just call this function outer fun. So here we have a comma b. So the square value is there. So no need of multiplying with the square value also. There is no necessary. If I want to print it, I can print it. So if I say, if I just tell print, I'll just tell step 1. So I'll just tell print step 1. So see, the step 1 will be performing. This particular step 1 will perform print. So just for your understanding purpose, I am just doing this one. So then it will be step 2. See, it will be a step 2. So first it will print like, so I'll just remove this square, no need the unnecessary things. So see, outer function will go, print is step 1, it will just print step 1, the step 1 will get printed here. Then it doesn't go to this particular function, it will just return step 2. So it will return this for step 2. Then here there is a add is equal to inner function a comma b, it will get called here. So when this is called, then here it will come to step 3. I'll just tell print step 3 here. So it will be the step 3. So then it will return the value. So after returning the value, so it will be the step 4 here. Print step 4. This will be the step 4. Then final value what it will return. So after step 4 it will return the inner function, return this particular value. So after the step 4 this particular thing will get printed. So it will return the add a plus b and it will print the final result. See, if I just run this program again, so see, I am getting what? Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. So see, accordingly I am getting printed. So first how the function is happening here is, see, this is the output I am getting. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Inner function return this value 15 and the output final result is 20. So see here, it is outer function is getting called. So outer function is coming inside this particular call function, the value, and it is just printing the step 1. So that is step 1 is getting printed here. Now see, it is not going inside this step 3 function, that is which is the inner function of this outer function. So it is the inner function, it is not going inside this inner function, it is printing the step 2. It is neglecting this particular function. I said you, until and unless we are not calling a function, it is not going to print it. So it is just calling this particular function step 2. So the step 2 is getting called. Now see, it is not printing a step 4, it is not going to step 4 after this performing this line. So here add is equal to inner function a comma b. That means it is calling the one more function, that is inner function. So it is calling inner function, it is just searching with this function, it is just searching it whether I have the function or not. So it will just check for def inner function a comma b. So then it is printing the step 3 and whatever the final result value is, it is stepping out of the value, like it will add the value 5 comma 10 to 15 and it will just pass to this variable, that is add. So it will just storing the output value to add. So then the step 1 will get printed. Then as it is, I don't have any function below, then this particular line will get printed. Inner function return this value, that is add, that is 15. Again it is just returning with the value, that is adding again the value 5. then the result is getting stored inside this particular value. Whatever the return values it is just storing here, then it is just printing the particular result. So this is how the function, outer function and inner function will work. Understood till here? Understood, right? How the things is happening.
Yes, sir.
So Hemavati, Tejaswani, okay. Krishna, understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So see, this all things will be there inside the function. So this is all the function. Nothing else is there inside the functions. Like just we are passing a value and we are just printing the values. So whichever the programs still we have done now. So we have done a number of programs. Like without using a functions, we have used the just if else conditions. We have done factorial of a numbers, and we have seen how to. So what are the, I don't remember, like how to print the stars, how to print the upper star, how to print the natural numbers, and how to, like how to iterate the values from the list, and all those things, everything can be done. Just we need to specify function and need to call it. Same logic we'll be writing inside a functions. So all the things we can do it by using a functions. So after the functions, I'll tell you the next topics. So see, if I just keep solving problems and it 100% I cannot cover it. So see, already it is a 22. The next month end I need to complete along with the Django. So Django only it will take around 20 hours to complete it. So still we have major advanced topics in Python. So we have a number of things. We have args, we have cos, and we have how to model functions. We have how to import the Python files into other files. So how to add a packages, how to add our modules. So many things we have left out. So just if we solve the problems like normal problems, and it is not going to cover it. So I'll explain you the all the concept. The main agenda is to explain all the Python topics, like whatever there inside a Python, like whatever the, let it be anything. Like we have enumerate functions, we have doc strings, we have what is join functions, map functions, filter functions, and what is the use of using name inside a main, and how to import the function. What is so many things we have left out, advanced things, and what are the main we have object oriented programming, that is the Opps concepts in Python, that is the classes and all. So many things is there to complete. So I'll just explain you all the concepts with small programs, like 2 or 3 examples. Then I'll just keep moving further, like explaining other topics. Okay. So once all the things completed, if we get any, like before 30th, if we get any time, we can solve the problems. So that is first only I'm just telling right now. So I'll just tell you 2 or 3 problems with each concept. I cannot tell like 10-15 problems in a single topic. If I do like that, it will take more than 3 months, 4 months to cover all this Python thing. So we have shortage of time, so we need to follow it along with that one. Okay, main thing, you need to understand the concept. If you understand the concept, doesn't matter which program you want to write it, you can write it easily. So this is about the functions. So if I'll just tell about the args and cogs, so I'll just tell about the args args and kwargs cogs. So this is about the args and cogs. So notes I'll send you. So till functions I have sent you the notes. I have written clearly over there. Let's copy it. So in this example, I'll just copy this one. I'll just comment this line and comment. So see, I have a string and a gender. So I'll just pass like this. I'll just remove this one also. So I have like this, like I have a greet str gender, so that hello, how are you, str and gender, it is there. Fine. Suppose I want to pass a number. So in the future I want to pass age also. I want to pass the age here, and I want to pass designation. If I just tell what are the password is engineering, and if I just pass any which is the year, if I just tell 2020, and if I want to have a number of things, like if I have a number of things to pass here. So when I am passing like this, if I just run this program, see, if I run this program, I am taking grid is taking just 2 positional arguments, but you will have given 6 here. It is telling me I have given a 6 positional argument here. So it is telling me like I cannot do like this. When I am passing a values to a particular function, when I am passing a particular values to a function, I need to pass same particular types of parameter inside the calling function also. So that is the demerit here. So that means I need to pass again and again. I need to pass here, I need to tell what is the age, then I need to tell what I need to pass, what is the designation, designation and all. So it will be little bit hectic, and it will be, the code will be more, and this is not a good way to do like that. So for one or two particular thing is fine. So one or two particular problems is fine, but we cannot pass it for if I am having a number of things to pass, I cannot do it. So arg is a short form used for the arguments. Okay, so we'll use the concepts of arg and kwargs, args and kwargs. So first I will tell you about the args. So I'll just remove this particular function. So what is args is? Args is a unpack argument. In case we start args before, I will just use the asterisk symbol, then I will just write a args. So it will be like this, star args. So it is the args. So I can use a double star, I can use a small star also. So I'll use a small star or a double star. So args will be in this particular fashion. It could be a list or a tuple. So basically, whatever the things we are passing it, it will take accept everything as a list, or it can be like it will accept as a tuple, and we can make it as a list also. So like you can pass a number of different positional arguments over here. So we have this one, will start with the asterisk. So if I have a number of other arguments to pass, at that time we'll be using a star star kwargs. So this is the args and kwargs. So it will be like this. So see here, it will be like this, single args and a double star kwargs. So this is a things which will be passing inside a functions. So let's see with the example properly, like how to pass everything inside a particular particular example. So what I'll do here is, so first I'll tell you example with the arg. So I'll just tell you the difference. So I'll just tell fun argument. So I'll just tell like this, if we are fun args arguments. So I'll just tell I can pass normal arguments also. Like normal argument defaultly I can just pass it, or else simply I can just use a star args args. So I'll just tell simply star args args. So I'm not passing anything, I'm just using a star args. So I'll just run this one. So it will be like, so now let it be like this. So now I'll just use a pass function here. So I'll use a pass function, like we'll write a logic afterward. Suppose we have a number of things to, like I have a names, like I want to print a number of names. So I want to print like all the 5 people names, I want to print it by using this particular function. So that I'll just tell function, so fun function names. So I can just tell funargs function arguments. So I'll just pass all the arguments. I'll just pass the arguments. I'll just tell pass the arguments. I'll just pass my name. Then I'll just pass Pardu name. So here I'll just pass one more, Krishna. So I'll just tell one more is the Tejaswidi. So I don't know spellings. Just check it. So then Hema. So I want to pass like this, and I need to pass Venkatesh name. So see, I am just passing everything here directly, comma Venkatesh. So I am just passing 6 names over here. See, I am not specifying anything. I am just telling, just I want to what, I am just passing a particular argument. args I am just passing, just I am not passing anything, just I am passing the particular names with this args. It will just automatically, it will take the number of arguments. Then after passing like this, so what I need to do here is I need to print all the items. So I'll just write a logic here. So what I'll write a logic, so I will use a for loop here. So I'll use a for loop. So I'll just tell I'll just tell for I in, so for I in where, so for I in args. So it is a variable, so it can be any name. So it should start with a star. So the default name we'll be using in the programming args itself. So I'll just keep it as it is. Even you can tell arguments like names, args name, args list, anything you can give it. So I'll just show you that also later. So now I am using a for loop, then I'll just use the instance and I'll just print the particular value of I. So see, if I just run this program, so see, I am getting all the values without passing any arguments. I am just using a args args. See, I am getting all the values here. So see, I am getting a sort Anish, I am getting Pardu, Krishna, Tejaswidi, Hema, Venkatesh. So that means all the values I am getting passed. When I am calling the particular argument function, I am not, see here before in the before argument, see, if I am passing 2 values, I wanted to give 2 values here. But here I am just using a single concept, that is args. So by using this for loop, I am just printing all the values from this argument. That means all the things it will be taking. If I see, if I just print what is the type of this particular arg, print the type of this args args. So if I just print what is the type of this particular arg, if I run this program, so see, I am getting a class tuple. I am getting class tuple. The particular value which it is taking, that is everything it is taking in the form of a tuple. It is just taking the value tuple because it is in the function. So obviously the function return value before also I showed you here, whatever the function will be getting passed, that will be in the form of a tuple. Even here it is getting a class of, it is a taking class is equal to tuple. So here it is about the normal thing. So even I can pass any values here, like if I want to pass like normal arguments also I can pass. I can just pass a normal argument. I can just tell normal argument, let it be, I will just name it as a normal argument here. So see, if I run the program, if I am just passing one more argument also I can just pass it. So where it is, I am getting a class tuple, so normal is getting printed. So if I just print normal here, so print normal, no or mal normal, so I won't be getting any value here. If I run this program, so see I am getting a class tuple, so nothing is there, so it is not printing anything. I can pass it, that means I am just telling like I can pass any argument. If I just tell normal is equal to 2, so you can see I am getting, where is it, so I'll just stop this program again, I'll just run it. So it is getting class tuple, again it is just running this one, it is not printing to value. Okay, I think so I need to pass extra, like I can just tell like that. So like I can just tell, so here I'll just tell normal is equal to, if I just tell this is normal value, this is normal value, so normal is getting stored, and I can just pass like this. So if I just run this one, so even though I am not getting here, if I just pass the particular value of a normal comma, so see I am getting this is a normal value. That means whatever the values I want to pass explicitly, even I can pass that particular explicitly value. Along with that I can pass whatever the arguments is there, whatever the extra arguments I am just passing into that. Just like if I have any dictionary, whether if I have a list, so I'll show you with the example with the list and dictionaries also now. So the just example, just I am giving a static values over here, just I am giving a name, so I am just printing it. So this is the function, this is a things which where we can pass the args and things. So cars will see, so here it should be in the same syntax. If I suppose if I just control D again, if I just comment out this line, so suppose I am just passing first if I pass normal value, so if I just pass normal value, and if I just pass normal here, no or mal normal, so first I am passing a args, then I am passing the normal value. So let's see what will be the output. So I am getting a argument, or the first argument missing one required argument, that is normal. So here even if I just change it here, cut, and if I just change it here, so normal, if I just do like this, if I run the program, see I am getting error here. That means I cannot pass like this. First it should be a normal value according to the Python programming syntax. For the args it should be a, just it can be a argument, just it can be a argument without any other parameters. If I am specifying any normal values I am passing, like a normal function how it was passing before, then it should be a first that particular normal value I need to pass it at the starting, like how I have shown here. First that I need to pass, and next I need to pass what arguments, that I need to pass args. So then that will be the syntax. If I am passing first arguments, then I am passing the argument that in this next parameter. If I am passing a normal, that is not a proper syntax, I will be getting a error here. So this thing you need to notice. So this I'll just put it a comment line. So this is a perfect way to write about the args and kwargs. So now we'll see about the, like we'll see one args program, and along with the normal it should be there, again it should be a kwargs also. So two things I want to store now. So like what I'll do here is I'll write a one program here, like in here you will understand full completely. So what I'll specify here is, I'll just write a, or else I'll just tell, before writing a program I'll tell I have some of the key value pairs, and I have a names, and I have a particular normal letter. These three things I want to pass it inside a function by using a args and kwargs concept. So here now you will understand everything properly. So I'll just tell names is equal to, first I'll take a names, so names is equal to, so this thing everything I'll just take it inside a list itself. So whatever the names is there, I'll just take it everything inside a list. So what are the names, so same names I'll just take it, so all the names I'll just put it inside a list. So see I'm just putting name Anish, Pardu, Krishna, Tejaswini and Hema and Venkatesh, everything inside a list. So I'm just passing the values inside a list. So then I'll use one dictionaries concept also. So I'll just tell normal, I can just tell a normal paragraph. So normal, I'll just tell or else I can just tell I'll just tell greetings. So I'll just tell Python programming batch. So I can just tell Python programming batch. So I can just tell greeting, or else I can just tell title. I can just give title here, TITLE title. So Python programming batch. So these are all the names I am passing. I want to pass a title is
Sir, title is a keyword, sir. Predefined keyword.
okay.
Inbuilt.
Okay, so then I need to give a just TIT. I'll just tell titles. I'll give off. Okay. So I can give like this title underscore. Okay. So name I am passing, and title of RIA. I'll just tell title RIA. So title RIA, that is a Python programming batch. So names I have passed, and RIA, this is a title I am passing it. So for the kwargs, so this I'll just pass it as a args args. I said you about the kwargs also. So let's see what is kwargs, that one. So that I'll just for that one I'll just tell this, I'll just name it as a kwargs itself. So KW. So here I want to pass a particular dictionary value. So what is the dictionary values I want to pass? So first I'll tell. So I'll just tell my name here. So if I just tell, I'll just give key value pair. So I'll just tell developer. So I'll just put a comma. So then again I'll just give one more for parser. I'll just give it PARDHO. So what are you, bro? Developer or what?
Full stack, sir. Full stack.
Okay, no, data scientist. You are data scientist.
Sir, not interested, sir.
Okay, in future let's see what, nothing can happen. So then I'll just tell Krishna. So Krishna. So what do you are, Krishna? I'll just pass the names here like this. So I'll give him as a like what I can just tell tester. So that he will be the tester. So then I'll just give it for Tejaswini. So if I just tell her, I'll just tell programmer. So again I'll just give it the one more value here. So say I'm just passing the value. So just see how the things will happen. So Hema, I'll just give it as coder. Then Venkatesh, I'll give it as what I can give. So he will be skipping the class, right? I'll just tell skipper. So always he'll be skipping classes.
Yes,
So
sir.
then I'll just close this particular dictionary. So I'm just opening, I'm just I have given a key and value pairs. So names I have given, title I have given, here I have given a kwargs. So now this all the things is done. Now I need to pass all the values at a time. By giving a 3 arguments, I need to pass all the arguments. So what I'll tell here is, so the function I'll just tell the function for args, and so I'll just tell func function. So what I can give, function func only I'll use. Okay. So functions of arg and kwarg kwargs, args and kwargs. So this is the function name I have given. So I'm calling a function. So for calling a function, I said you first I need to pass the normal value, that is a normal default value, that is normal is title RIA. So this is the normal title RIA I am just passing as a first argument. Then second I need to pass what, args. So for the args, so I am just passing names here. So here, and for the kwargs I'll just pass it kwargs here. Okay, so I'm just passing 3 value. So I said you, when I'm using a arguments, it should start with a single star. When I'm using a kwargs, it should be a double star. Okay, it is not like you need to use args and kwargs only. You can give it any name. The matter is what, star. If you are giving a single star, it is taking a args. If you are giving a double star, it will be taking as a kwargs. Okay, so here I am passing it 2 values, names and kwargs. So when I am passing it, so here the function I need to write it. So when this particular function will run, so obviously I have just passed the value to the function, but the function is not written yet. So I will write a function here. So I'll write a function of what, this is the function name. I'll just copy the function name. I'll just tell def with the function name. So here I need to pass arguments. So I can just pass normally. I'll just tell, I can give anything directly. Okay, title RIA is there, right? So I can just it is not mandatory you need to give this itself. I can give whatever I wish. So I'll just tell normal value. I'll just specify normal here. So first one is what, args, args args, and next one is what, kwargs, k w. So I'll use like this, r sign kwargs. So here I'll just remove this one. I removed 2 stars. So I need to keep only a single star here. So here args and kwargs. So I am just passing the to augment. See, I'm passing names here, but kw here, but I can pass like this also, args arguments and kwargs. So this is the concept I'm explaining it. In Python, it is named that they have given a fashion name as a args and kwargs. So now three values will be getting here. So now how to iterate the particular values? So see how to iterate the particular value. So first I'll just print what is the normal value. So what is the normal value there? I'll just print it normal. So I'll just print the normal value. Then I'll just tell print a new line /n. Just give the gap one line. So I'll just tell print new line. So then I need to print whatever the values is there inside a names. So first I'll just tell for loop I'll apply for name for n in what. So wait, for one in what? In the arguments, I need to pass this same as it is. So whatever you have given name, you cannot write for n in names here. So names is getting passed here, but it is changed, the particular variable is args. So I need to tell for n in args. So for name in args, I'll just tell print. I'll use a f string. Name is the particular n value. So the n value I'll just pass it. Then all the names value will get printed. Later if I want to add anything, just simply I need to update the particular list. So obviously the names, if I want to, in the real time, if I tell you, all the values will be stored into the databases. So if I just update into the database, automatic when the function runs, it should get printed. Dynamically it is passing. So see, if I just pass any other one more value here, dynamically it will pass it here. So it is not mandatory like I need to specify arguments here, I need to pass one more argument, I need to print it like that. So because of this, the args and kwargs are more famous. This is advanced topic, okay? So they won't ask you about the normal functions, they will ask you about the args and kwargs itself in the interview if you go. So like this. So now I want to print all the items of the dictionaries. So now I want to print all the dictionaries like a key and value pair. So at that time I am using concept of what? Kwargs. So I'll just tell for, so I want to print the particular what, again name, comma, and designation. I want to print the name and designation in where? In kwargs. So in kwargs I want to print. So I'll just use like this. So then I'll just tell print the particular f string I'll just use. So f string I'll just use. So first I need to pass what? Name. The name, so I'll just tell is the particular value. So it should be Anis is developer, like that, is value. So the value is what? I am just passing as a DESC description. So I'll just pass as a DESC description. So it will be something like this. So see, if I have written this program now. So if I run the program, so it is telling too many values are unpacked. Too many values to unpack, expected 2. So what is here is happening, too many values are also in the kwargs. So kw is on kw args kwargs is fine. So name and key and values only. So I will just tell kwargs dot items. I want to get it items, items items. So I'll just use this particular functions. So all the items I want to get it. So if I run the value, see, I'm getting a output. So because I am passing a dictionary, so I am using a dot items here. So you saw dot items, dot keys, and dot values inside that. So here it is getting the output values. If I just delete this one, so see, understand the program first. I have name, I have a title, I have a many like a key and value pairs. I want to pass this value in the function by using a args and kwargs. So I'm just calling the function, I'm giving a title ria. So whatever the title is there, and here I am passing arguments, here I am just passing a kwargs. So args and kwargs. So here it is taking all the arguments. It will have used with the args with the single star and the kwargs with the double star. So here I am just printing a normal function. So normal is nothing but whatever the normal value is there here. So normal value will be taken as a title ria. So title ria will be taken as a normal here. So I can give it normal name as it is. I can give it title ria here itself. I can give title ria here itself. That is also fine. So just I wanted to tell you about advanced thing. So even you can use like this. So I have used another variable name normal. So your args I have used, kwargs I have used. Even you can use args anything. So if I just tell args anis. So if I use here also kwargs anis. So when I am using like this, it should be a args anis here, and it should be a kwargs anes. So if I run this one, you can see I will be getting a same output here. See. So I am getting a same output itself. So I am not getting any other extra things over here. I am getting a same output itself. So what is the thing here is you need to give whatever the value, whatever the variables you are specifying, same variables you need to pass it when inside a for loops. So here see, I have given a names, here I have given a kw, so that it will now convert it into this particular new value. So better if you are getting like doubts, keep it same value. So when you are keeping names, keep it names here itself. When you are keeping kw, keep it kw here itself, your choice. So now I want to print a name. So after printing, I want to come into the new line. So I'll just tell print. So I'll just tell go to the new line. I'll just tell now kw arg cox will print. Okay. So here it will in the new line. I'll just tell now args ox will print. So I just for the understanding. So I'll just writing now. So now I'll just cancel the terminal. So if I run the program now, see if the program is getting run now. So now see how it is getting. Now first it is printing Python programming batch. So Python programming batch is getting printed. The Python programming batch whatever is there, it is just printing. It is just taking a tet normal and it is printed. So then it is like now args will print. Now it is saying name is Anis, name is Pardu, name is Krishna, Tejaswini, Hema, Venkatesh. So all the names is getting printed. That means this particular for loop is getting run. So in the arguments it is taking n as an instance and it is printing all those things. So once all the thing is getting, it is going into the new line. Now cox will print. So you can see now cox will get printed. So again, so name and description, the key value pairs in the dictionary. So it is obviously it is a dictionary, so I am giving dot items. So I am using a name and key. So you see Anis, so the name is description, that means it should come Anis is developer, Padu is data scientist, like that. Then suppose in future if I want to add one more name, so I can add it here. I can just tell add one more new name. If I just add it here, so I can just tell ark. So if I just tell ark, if I just tell one more web developer, so if I just tell web devel, so if I run the program, see, so I need to, if I run the program, see ark is web developer, that means dynamically the particular function is taking all the values. So same thing if I wanted to do inside this particular functions, it will be a very hectic and it will be a very long one. I need to update everywhere. I need to update in the arguments. I need to update inside while passing a parameters, all those things. So in the arguments instance, I can pass anything. I can pass list, I can pass tuple, I can pass dictionary, anything. The updated values I can pass. I can add a description, new values, anything I can pass it. So this is a concepts of about arguments and cox. Understood?
The major difference between
Okay, now see about the time concept also. So basically if I want to just print first I need to import a particular module, that is time. So I'll just tell import the particular time. So this is a if I want to get a time, so this is a module where I can import the particular time. In a Python it can be tracked like a built-in libraries. We call this time as a built-in libraries. Like it allows us to all the clock required for the various purpose, and we can handle any of the things, like if I want to get the today's time or a month, everything I can use. So we have a function that is a time function, which it will return the seconds of the time that will elapse since the Unix epoch. Like time functions we have, and we have a number of functions. We'll see with the example now. So I have imported a time here. So if I want to just print the particular seconds, so if I want to just print the seconds, I'll just tell time function. So I'll just run this particular time function. If I just print the particular, I'll just tell seconds. So if I just tell seconds comma seconds, so I'll just tell this is the seconds. So if I just run this program, I'll get a accurate seconds. You see, so where is it? I'm not getting. So you can see I'm getting seconds is equal to 16190654300. The accurate second it is not printing just 1 2 3 here, it is printing the accurate second. If I run again, the value will be different here. So see here, so the before it was 5434, now it is 5449, the value is getting changed. So it is accurate. To print accurate times in second, I can just print like this. So if I want to print in the ASCII time, so if I just tell time dot, so in using this particular thing I can use a ASCII time. So ASCII time zone. So if I just print like this, I'll be getting a, see if I run the program, so stop it again. If I run the program, see I'm getting the particular this one, so I need to print it. So I'll just tell print time dot ASCII time. So print time dot ASCII time. See I'm getting Thursday April 9, so I'm getting perfect value here. So this is how we can print the particular time. So even I can use that particular sleep function. If I just tell if I want to sleep it, so I want to print after, I want to print the first second, so I need to print after 5 seconds. I'll just tell time dot sleep. So in the time, in this particular time module we have one more sleep function. So I'll tell I want to sleep for 5 seconds. So if I just specify 5 here, so see if I just stop the program, now see if I run the program, first I will print the second. So see I got the seconds here. So program is still running. After 5 seconds I will get Thursday April 22. So this is how I can use the time.sleep function to sleep the particular program. I can just specify 10 also. I can specify 10 seconds. See here. So I'll just tell program in sleep here. Print. So print the program is in sleep. In sleep mode. So I'll just tell, for understanding purpose, I'm just using in the programming in sleep mode. So now after that, after 10 seconds it should be a program in is not in sleep mode. So now it will print the value. So if I run the program, see seconds is printed. So program is in sleep mode now. So program is in sleep mode. So see after correct 10 seconds I will get a output. See program is not in sleep mode, I am getting a output value. So it means I have a inbuilt function of a sleep. So it is a very nice sleep method. So while creating a games, while creating the other things, it will I can use this particular module, that is a sleep module. So this is one.
Hours are giving hours.
What hours?
Seconds in place of seconds.
Okay, seconds. No, hours we don't have. Hours we don't have. So I can print one more. Like I just syntax I am telling. So one more syntax you have. I'll just tell you. So seconds is this one. So if I want to print just a normal, I'll just tell time dot localhost. Also we have local time. So in the local time I can pass a month and second. I can see I am having something just here. It is for seconds. So here I can have see. So the optional is this one. And here we have tm month, tm Monday, tm hours, and tm second also we have. So if I just want to have a, so if I just tell scc seconds, so let me see. So if I just want to print, so print print time not local time second. So I'll see hours also. If I run this one, so name error sec is not defined. So the scc is not defined. So here I need to, we cannot use like this. So if I just tell time dot local time here, so I need to pass the particular argument itself. So if I just want tm sec, so tm sec is also not defined. So if I just tell local time, time dot local time, so you can see I am getting like this. So I am getting all the things inside this particular tuple. So tm here 2021 4 22 29 and a minute, tm second. So I am getting everything here. So how to, so it is getting in the time structure time. So all the things it is getting in the structure, year, month, Monday, like 22 hour, minute, seconds, days, and all those things I am getting it. So even you can use like this. So how to target, how to get this each value, I don't know how to get it. So I think I need to pass just a value here. So if I just tell tm month, I am not getting, before I checked. So if I just run this one, so name tm month is not defined. So if I just give it like this, so integer is required. So I think, so it is something like inbuilt method will be there. I'll just see tomorrow. I'll just tell you tomorrow how to extract this particular value. So this is how we can pass like this. Okay. And even if I have to check the particular, like how many times the particular for loop is run, how many I can check the particular runtime error. So like to run a for loop, how much time it took, and to run a particular while loop, how much time it took, I can just tell like that also. So just I will write one program for it. So we'll see how much whether the for loop will run fast, whether the while loop will run fast. So first I need to import the particular time. So first I will take what is the particular seconds. So I want to check with the seconds. So I'll uncomment this one. So I'll just name it this as the initial. So initial second. So I want to minus with the particular now second and with the starting time value. So that I can get a accurate seconds like. So the initial is equal to time dot time. So I am just initializing. First I will do it for while loop. So I'll just tell one. I will just tell j is equal to 0. Start from 0, and I want to run a while loop. So while loop I want to run while j is less than 50. I want to run 50 times 50 counter. So I'll just tell print run madi. So I'll just tell sir run while loop. So I'm just printing run the while loop. So then after this one, what I want to do, I want to increment the value, j value. So yeah, j is equal to j plus 1. So I'll just increment the j value. So here I'll just print like this. So once it is done, so what I'll just tell print. So print, now I'll just check whether, so I'll just tell while loop
Time.
while loop ran in this many seconds I need to tell. So what I need to tell? So here I'll just tell. So what is the thing? So first I need to tell time function. So what is the current time? So when the before starting this program, this particular value will be stored inside a initial value, right? So now after running this program, I want to check with the current value minus when it started. So when it started, before it started, in a fraction of second the program will start. Before that I run this particular time function. It will be storing into a initial value. So it will be stored here, initial time minus initial. So I'll just minus with that particular value. So I'll just I can just append like seconds. So in this seconds the particular this ran. So I need to tell like this. So same way I will use it for the for loop. This is for the for loop, sorry, for the while loop. So now for the for loop I will tell. So for the for loop, what I'll tell again, I'll just tell for I in range of 50. I want to run 50
1
times.
comma
Okay, you can start with a 0 itself, no problem. So I want to print this is for loop. So I'll just tell this is a for loop. So again I need to tell.
for loop is faster.
Uh,
For loop is faster, I think.
let's see. So actually for accurate we won't get like this. Actually what I want to do, I want to run this one. I want to check any runtime error, means same program I need to run one 50 times or 100 times. Run 100 times same program. Then take a average of a time of that one. Whatever the time you will get, take a average of it. Then accurate one will get it. So one is normally. So if you want to get it very accurate one, you need to run account at least 10-50 times. So same program. Take a average of that particular value and pending. So see, while loop ran in. So this is a while loop. Here it is a for loop. So same for loop ran in this many seconds I need to take it. So but here I need to, but it is not, it should not take this particular value, it should take different value, right? So that means if I am using this time minus initial, so same value it will take before the value. So I want after the for loop, so I'll just tell initial 1. So I want to minus with initial 1 here. Okay, so after for loop it should take the time, not it is before the time 1. So that is what I want to tell. So if I run the program, see, I got a output. So see, fractions of second will happen. See, running a while loop, it is a while loop ran in 0.030 seconds, and here see it take for loop ran in 0.04. That means which is took more time. These are while
For
loop,
is more.
for loop taking more time. While loop is ran in a very short time. So this is how we can check like which is the program is taking more time and all those things. Okay, so this is about the time things. So this is how we can use it. So this is a notes yesterday I had shared you. So we'll see what is virtual environments, and we'll see what is enumerate functions and import functions, and what is this if name is equal to main, and we'll see how to run the particular files, and have shared you the map function, filter function, and square function, reduce functions, and what are the Python decorators. So along with the examples we'll see all the topics today. So see, first of all, what is virtual environment? Virtual environment is like a newborn baby. Like now we have, so here you see I can run the program here. Suppose if I install Django, and I can create a Django project directly over here. So because the particular Django, if I install, the Django will be installed where? Inside this particular laptop it will get installed inside this particular operating system. So wherever, wherever I want, I can access it. Suppose I can just open, if I just open a word command prompt here. So if I just open command prompt, so if I just tell what is the Python version, if I just tell Django here, if I just enter Django, it is telling me recognize as an internal. Or else if I just tell git, so if I tell git here, so it is giving me all the versions here, what are the availabilities of the git is there, everything it is telling. If I enter here some like Heroku, so Heroku is also one thing, like you'll see in the Django what is Heroku. So already it is installed inside the operating system, so where I am getting all the commands over here. That means it is accessing all the files from the laptop itself, like it is from the operating system. It is taking care of, it is searching all the path, all the C drive, E drive, everywhere it is just searching it, and it is giving me the output. So then same way, if I do it into the activating, after activating the virtual environments, I won't be able to see that particular output. So why particular virtual environment came into the picture here is, now the Python version is what, 3.9. so in that, if suppose I am working with a big project, like assume like you are creating any project, like you are creating a Jarvis, like whatever you command it should do it. So for that it will you need to install a number of modules, like you need to install audio libraries, you need to install the modules like pillow modules, you need to install like some of the libraries modules you need to install. So for that particular module it will be a particular version of it. So later, so what the daily the Python will be getting updated. So same way, if you are not activated a virtual environment, like suppose you today you did that particular project, all the modules you have installed and you are running the particular project and it is working fine. So after 1 year, again you will open the same project. So if you run the project, it might run, it might not run, because the particular module should have get updated. So deletion updations will be happening on always in the libraries, so it will be updated. So because of little bit inconsistency, the particular project might not run, because it might get model not found, you may get errors like this particular thing is not working and this is not installed, that is not installed, even though it was working fine before 1 year. So after 1 year it is not working it. So to avoid that particular inconsistency, we will be coming with a project concepts of a virtual environment. So in future, if you create any project, if you create any website, if you create any like Python applications, any desktop applications, everything you will be developing by using a virtual environment itself. So virtual environment is something like you create one environment. It is not connected with any of your other folders, it won't connected with your any operating system, it doesn't connect anything, just it will take a Python part, everything it will. When you activate a virtual environment, Python will be newly installed in that one, and if you want any extra modules, you need to install in that particular environment itself, and it is not related with any other C drive or E drive. So I'll tell you with example. So before this one, we need to install what? Virtual environment. So just you need to open the command prompt, you need to enter pip install virtual env. So you know what is pip? Pip is a package manager of a Python where we can install libraries modules. So it is a command pip install virtual env. If I enter this command, the virtual environment will get installed into our laptop. So it will get installed. So same thing, whatever the commands you are running over here, you can run over here also. You can even, this is also a command prompt, you can see it is taking a command prompt. You can open a PowerShell, you can, if you have a Git, you can open a Git bash, and a number of terminals I have. So use it normal, the command prompt itself. So if I just enter here, so you can see I am getting downloading virtual env. So you can see I am getting the particular thing is getting installed, successfully installed the particular virtual environment. So virtual environment, it is downloaded as 20.4.4. so you can see I am getting the particular virtual environment. So if I just tell virtual env, enter, so this is a module you need to install into your laptop. So after this one, we can use this particular virtual environment. You can see I'm getting all the commands, so I can just find the version of it. I can so this many copies I have not downloaded, a number of things we have related to this virtual environment. So now I have installed the virtual environment. So now after installing the virtual environment, now I'll just create one particular folder. So what I'll do here is I'll just create a virtual one folder. You can see I have this many folders inside my Visual Studio Code. So what is this? I have a PyCatch I have here. So 1 second. So if I just open this one, so I have this functions over here. So I have the VS Code things. So I'll just delete these two stuffs. So I'll just delete it two folder I don't want. So now what I'll do here is I have just a day one folder here. So yesterday what are the topics we have seen, that is there. Now what I'll do here is I'll create one new more folder. I'll just create it on, I'll just make it as day 2. So or else I'll just tell it as virtual. Okay, the particular folder name I have given it as a virtual. Now I want to develop a project inside this particular virtual folder itself. Now I want to develop a project inside this virtual folder. Suppose I want to install the pandas, I want to install it. So let's see how to do that one. So what I need to do here is, first, which is the folder you want to make it as a virtual environment. First you need to come inside that particular folder. So I'll just tell cd. So cd is a command. So if I just tell dirs here, dirs, so dir, so you can see if I just enter a dir, so I'm getting all the folders I have. So these are all the directories I have inside the Python. So inside this folder, so I have a day one folder and I have one more folder, that is virtual folder. So now I want to come inside this virtual folder. So what I'll do here is I'll just enter cd virtual. So I am coming inside a virtual directory folder here. So now if I enter, so you can see I am inside a virtual folder here. So sorry. So see, if I just enter cd virtual, so cd virtual means I am inside a virtual folder now. So I am inside this particular virtual folder. So when you can see, there is nothing inside this particular virtual folder. So this is for the virtual environment. Now I'll activate this particular folder as virtual environment. So what I need to do here is I need to just tell virtual env. So what I need to just tell virtual env. I'll just give the space and I'll just give a dot. So if I just give a dot and enter, so at that time now this folder will be created as a virtual environment folder. So you can see here, now see all the folders automatically I got. Before it was a empty folder inside the virtual environment. Now I got ellipse and I got a scripts and git ignore ppnv. So inside a scripts I have a number of Python files, a number of things has been created. So all the thing is getting created inside the virtual environment. So this is how I can create a virtual environment. So once I create a virtual, you can see I got a things like created the virtual environment. The particular Python it took as a 3.9.4. So now see if I just come back here, now if I just now I need to activate this folder. So I want to activate this virtual environment. Same thing I have specified inside here. So see, first I need to install pip install virtual env, then I need to create a folder. So any folder you can create it of your choice. Now then I need to open a command prompt or else a virtual terminal. Then I need to give the command virtual env dot, so it will be active created, the script files will get created. Now I need to activate that particular folder. To work on this, first I need to activate, then I can run this folder. So now see, so if I just tell now I need to activate, so this is a command that is dot. So see the particular folder here. So now see I have the folder in this particular fashion. E drive, I have advanced ria python and a virtual folder. I have this kind of stuffs now. So now I need to activate it. So let's tell dot slash scripts slash activate, enter. So now see the particular virtual folder is getting in this particular fashion. That means the virtual folder is got activated. Now I have activated this particular virtual environment. So now I will create one new file. I'll just make it as file1.py. So file q.py. So there is a Python file inside a virtual environment. So whenever I want to run this Python file, I need to activate the Python file, then I need to run this particular things here. So now see, now it is a newly born baby. So it is asking me to select the interpreter. So I'll just select the Python 9.4 as an interpreter. So it is selected the particular interpreter here. So now see, so here if I just enter, so I can install the modules now. So whatever the modules you want I can install. So see, if I just enter pip install, so I'll just tell pip install Django. So if I just tell this particular thing itself, pip install Django. So if I enter this command, so Django will get installed where inside the virtual environment it will get installed. So I'll show you that also where it is getting installed and how we can run it. So see, it is just checking for the files here, antivirus. So it will just install the Django inside this particular stuffs. So you can see it is collecting the Django, the 7.9 MB. It is just collecting all the packages. So whatever the things is needed inside the Django. Even though my Django is installed inside my laptop, so it is already installed inside my command terminal, but it is not caring like whichever the what Django you have installed inside your this one, it is not getting cared. So it is just telling me it. I said you before itself, it is like a newborn baby. You need to install all the modules, whatever you want to read, you need to install it. So when we create a Django project, I will create it into this same particular fashion itself. So now see, I got the particular things now. So now if I just come back in the command prompt, so I'll just show you the major difference. So inside the command prompt, so this is not related to any virtual environment. If I just tell pip freeze, so if I enter this pip freeze, see these many libraries I have installed inside my laptop. So what are the libraries? So see these many libraries I have installed. I have app directory, I have a beautiful soap, I have a file logs, Flask I have there, I have NumPy, Pandas, Python, request, Selenium I have, and I have the Django is there. So Django, So Django is uninstalled, I think. So fine. So these many models I have installed inside my laptop. So when I'm giving a pip freeze command, so it is looking all the modules whichever is installed inside this laptop. Now same thing, I'll just cancel it. Now if I just do freeze here, if I just tell pip freeze, where I am doing freeze, I am doing freeze inside my virtual environment. So if I just enter a pip freeze, you can see I am getting only the modules which is installed right now. So I had installed a Django. So along with Django, PyTZ, SQL Pass and ASGIRF has been modules has been installed along with this one. So this modules is installed now. So it is not caring which is the modules installed inside the laptop. So if I can install pandas, I can just tell pip install pandas. So if I install the pandas library, so pandas has been installed. So you can see it is getting installed, the particular pandas is getting installed. So you can see it is a 13.7 MB. So if I just enter again, so you can see it is successfully installed. Now if I do again pip freeze, so now see the pandas also has been stored inside this particular freeze. So these all the modules I can put it inside one requirement.txt file. I'll just tell pip freeze greater than symbol requirement.txt file, requ requirements.txt file. So if I enter this one, you can see all the modules will be stored in inside one requirement.txt file. You can see all the modules got been stored. So why it is useful here is, so I'll just come into the main point now. So why it is useful here is, so when you do a project, when you share it to your clients and all, you need to install inside their laptop. You cannot tell and say install pandas, install Django, install request, install Selenium, install beautiful soup and all. So what you need to do here is, you need to make like this. So once the project is running fine, you need to enter a command pip freeze greater than symbol requirement.txt file. So then all the modules required to run this project will be stored into this particular file, that is requirement.txt. So if you share the project to them, so just they will see the requirement.txt file, they'll just tell pip install -r requirement.txt file. So all the modules will get installed and they can peacefully they can run the project. So that is where it is coming into the picture. And along with them, so after you open, after 1 year you open, after 100 years you open, the project will run fine, because it is inside a virtual environment. It is not carrying the whichever the latest modules has been came into the community, like whichever the latest libraries has came, it doesn't care. So whatever the pre-installed libraries and modules you have done inside the virtual environment, only it will take that thing inside the picture. So that is where I can, this is will come into the picture. So I can just import here, I can just tell import. So I can say import pandas as pd. So I can run this one. If I just run this particular file also, so see if I just run this particular file also, I am not getting any output, but the thing is getting, that means pandas is installed as a pd. I am just taking it. So this is why the all the things is working fine. So if any errors, I can just seeing inside this particular stuff itself. So this is where the particular things will get into the stuffs. So this is about the virtual environment. Okay, any doubts? If you have a related virtual environment, you can ask me. Any doubts related to the virtual environment? So this is a virtual environment. Any doubts? Yeah.
Skips to lips to how to farm. So
No, that is that is not use, that is not for running and all things. It is like environment, like it automatically it will create the files. When you create a virtual environment, it will, whatever the Python is there, all the libraries modules will put it inside this particular script. You can see all about the Python is there. Okay.
yes.
So we don't need to think about that. What are the files, like a number? Just it is like, it is whatever the Python is there, it is just recreating that Python and it is putting inside the script folder. That's it. That's all. So this is about the virtual environment. So same way Django, if you create, will develop a project inside a virtual environment itself. So this I'll just delete it. So this folder will be very large MB. You can see if I just see the properties, it is 150 MB here size. So I'll just delete this particular. So it is just a deleted. So the particular file is deleted. So I'll just come back here to the folder. Now I'll just make it as day2 folder. So next the particular topic is what? So inside this folder, so enumerate functions. Okay, so enumerate functions is a built-in functions. It provide index, data structure, element iteration through the easier and simpler. So you know, like we can extract all the items from the list by using a code. So just we can same enumerate also will does the same thing, but we can reduce the particular code, and we can make the particular code more readability and all those things. The syntax of the enumerate functions will be like enumerate, and here it is iterable, and here I can give the particular from where it should start, like from which index position it should start. So I can use this particular syntax inside the function, the enumerate function. So when we calling a simple enumerate function, we have to provide two parameters. So that is, first one is what is the thing I need to iterate is, that means I need to pass a list here. So like which particular list I need to pass it. Whether see here I am just passing this particular list, this I need to pass it as a first argument, and here I defaultly I can make it as I can just pass second argument, like give the particular index position to a 0 or like that. So when you are calling simple enumeration, you need to provide these two attributes I need to pass. So normally first is a list, and second it is a indexing position I need to pass it. So same way, this is an example. So this is a list enumerating using the first list. So normally it is just using it. So I am just using a my list concept. So normally I am doing this. I'll just create one day 2. Inside a day 2, I'll just make it like enum.py file. So enumerate functions, I am just creating a Python file. So I'll just tell my list here. So I'll just tell my list is equal to. So I can just give any names here. So what I'll like, I can just tell any things here like. So I don't know till how much it is recorded. So I can't do anything. So see, if name is equal to main. So I have recorded the video again. It is just recording it. So I think no, you won't be getting. But I don't know from where when I press that particular button. So fine, no problem. So now see, if name is equal to name I have. So here, so what is the use of this name and main? We can restrict this. I have written some things here. You can just read this particular theory apart. So I'll explain you one with an example. This same example, I'll just take it and explain you. So what I'll do here is, so just see here. So I'll create a. I want to create a two files. One main1.py file. Then I'll create one main2.py file. So inside that, I will inject this particular code, and I'll just inject this particular code. Then I will run the code. Let's see what will be the output. Okay, so along with that okay, that will, let's see with that particular example itself. So what I need to do here is, I'll create one Python file. So I'll just tell main1.py. so this is one Python file. So I'll just cancel the terminal. So one more Python file, I'll just name it as main2.py file. So main1.py file and main2.py file. So inside a main1.py file, I'll just see what is the what particular main it will. When I run the program, whether it is taking a name, whether it is taking a main function. So if I just tell print, I'll use a print function here. So I'll just name in main. So I'll put it here from name in main. So I'll just tell first, I'll just tell for the main one function. So the particular name in main1.python file is set to. So let's see whether it is set to the name or whether it is setting to the main function. So here I'll just put a comma here. Then I'll just make it as a name. So I'll just name it as. See, this is the inbuilt function name. So this is the, see, this is thing, it is coming inside a double bracket. So this is the particular module I am printing it. So I'll just save it. The name in Python main1.py is set to name here. So now if I run the program, this one, so see the name in main1 is set to main here. So that means when I run this program, the main1.py file, if I just run the main1.py file, when I give a name here, it is taking the main function. It is just running this particular main Python terminal. Same way, now what I'll do here is I'll just create one function here. So I'll just tell create one function. So I'll create number1, and number2. So if I want what this particular function will return, number1 plus number 2. So it will just return the addition of two numbers. So I say just return the this is normal value. Now see, so I'll just show you the difference. You'll understand properly. Just keep seeing. So print the name is, so now see, so if I want to same as it is, I'll just give one more time. So I want to print a name. So the name is name. So now see, if I just save this one, if I run, so obviously I am getting a same output. Like the name function main one is set to name is nothing but when I am run, see I am not running the main 2 function. Later after I will come again. Now I will run the main 1 function, this one from this particular file. Then need to understand what is the major difference is happening over here. Now see, here I have given, so the name is main function, the name is name function. It is just when I run this program, I am getting a proper output. The particular, like whatever I have specified, same thing I am getting, just whatever the name is there, that is changed to main function. So it means the particular Python program is running inside the main function. So this is the thing is happening. So again I'll just tell now one more, I'll just put it here in the main 1 function itself. I'll just tell if the name is equal to main. See, if name is equal to main function, this is the main concept. Now see, what I'll do here is, now I will run this add function here. So what I'll run the add function here. So now see, result is equal to add 10 comma 20. Now I want to run this particular function. Then I want to print just what I want to print. I will just use the result. I'll just tell the result is printing inside name and main block. So here I'll just pass the result value. So just see the understand, you'll understand properly, don't worry. So now see, this is just thing now. So now see, now if I run the program, now if I run this program, whatever the output is there, everything is running. So it is first printing name is main, that is set to main function. You can see I got output name in main one dot is set to main function. Again I got this part, then this function is not called, so it is neglecting. Now it is printing this one, so that is printing here. You can see the name is a main function. So here you can see where is it, the name is in name1.py file set to 2. So where is it? So I'll just cancel. Now again I will run it. Now see, I am getting the first line is printing inside my terminal here, and the second line is getting printed here and here. Now see, if the name is equal to main function, so this is a main function. The particular function I am running, when I run this one, you see whenever I specify variable name, it is taking a main function. Then it is, this condition is getting satisfied. That means the name is main. That means the whatever the name value is there, that is main function. That main is name. So that means I can print this particular if block. That means this condition is getting true when I run this particular Python file, that is main1.py file. When I run this main1.py file, this particular condition is getting true. So because of that, this it is going inside the if block and it is running this particular function call. So result is equal to add 10 comma 20. So this is just, it is calling this add function and it is returning the value, and whatever the return value is there, it is just getting printed inside the print statement. The result is printing inside a name and main block, that is 30. The 10 plus 20 is 30. So this is working. Okay, so that means this particular Python file is completely, it is working now. So this is the one thing. Now coming back to the, now we need to see the differences. Now see, I can, when I want to print anything, just if I want to print anything from the main one, I can neglect this value. I can neglect this running. I can neglect by running this particular function. Before you saw, when I was printing a, when I was importing a function, all the how many functions were there inside the things, everything was getting printed. So to avoid that one, the concept came of the name is equal to main function, that before printing it, I will check whether I am inside a main function or whether I am inside a another function. So it is the concept here. So now see, in the main.2, in the main2.py file, so what I'll just do here is, I'll just import main1. So now I am importing the main1 file. Now see the difference, nothing is there. So when I am importing the main2, so before you saw, when I am importing, everything was running from the main. So now see, the only this two line will get run here, only these two things will run. The name is equal to main1 is set to name, and this one it will just run. It doesn't work this one. Now see the output. So the import main1. So if I run the program, see the output. What is the output here? So 1 second. See the output. I'm getting the name is equal to main1.py is set to main1. That means before what it was a name. Before see, now it is main1. I'm getting when I'm running a main2 file, it is a main1 here. See carefully. When I run this same file, now see the output. See, name is in the main1.py is set to main. So that means when I'm running a original file, it is setting to main function. When I am running another Python file where I have imported a function, that means that will be a just main one, that will just take the particular Python file name. It is taking a Python file name here. When I am running a main2.py file, when I am running a original file, it is taking the particular file as a name main. So as it is a main, so it is going inside this if condition, the name is equal to main, and it is just printing the value here. Same thing in the main2. See again, if I just cancel again, if I run, I am not printing the output. Here you can see just the 2 lines is getting printed. So the first line is getting printed, the name in the main1 is set to main1 because a Python file name it is taking. Second, it is not printing this, so it is not going inside the function call. So because it is not has been called. Same thing, see, if the print the name is a main, so again if I print the name is name, so it is not printing a main here, it is printing a main1. That means Python file name it is printing. So now as it is not a main, as the particular condition is getting failed, the particular condition is not getting worked here. You can see it is not going inside the things, so it is not printing this value. So when I run this file, then it is printing the function is getting called, the result function is getting called, this particular function is getting called, and this function is getting run, and I am printing the output. When I am running just a Python file, it is neglecting what all the functions I have. So same way I can neglect a number of functions here. So same thing, see, if I'll just so this is one thing. So if I want one more thing, suppose I have one more function. So see, if I have the def, if I have what is the function, if I have a greet function itself, think I have a greet function, it will take str. So I'll just tell print, so I'll just use a string hello the particular str. So see, I have these 2 functions now. So now I have a 2 functions now, hello greet str. So this particular function also I don't want. Now see, if I call this one, so if I just tell greet anes hello anes, it will print hello anes, it will print. See, now I'm getting just 2 lines here. Name is a main1 inside 1 to main2, name is in main2. Now if I run this just a single file, so see, if I run this particular file, so now see, if I run this file, I'm getting 2 output here. What is the output? So what is the output I'm getting? Just see. So see, I'm getting a 2 output. So what is the thing? I'm printing this particular one line. The name in the main1 is main1 because it is not a main function, so it is just giving the Python file name here as a main1 when I'm running this to my main2.py file. Same, it is very neglected, the thing is getting printed again, the name1 is main1. Now see, I have called the greeting function before the main function. Before the main function I called it, so it is printing the things. So I don't want to print now without commenting. I don't want to print this greeting now. So what I can do here is, I'll just cut this one, I'll just put inside here, inside a main condition. So when I put this particular condition, so see, if I run the program now, hello anis won't be getting it. So see, if I run the program, I am not getting a hello anis over here because it is inside a main function. That means it is not giving the access to run this particular function because the condition is not getting satisfied. So that is the major difference between this one and this one. I can print anything here. If I just tell print, I can just tell I am inside main2 py file. I can give like this. So now see, I'll be creating another. So I am inside a main2.py. First it will just go, first import main1. So whatever the functions I have given the access, it will just run this 2 print statement. The 2 print statement has been run over here. Then it is seeing whatever the next line I have added, it is just printing like this. But it is not giving access to run this greet function and a add function over here. So this is the major difference by using a main function. By using a name is equal to main function, I can avoid printing any other functions. Like I can avoid like whichever the functions I want, I can print it. So which I don't want, I'll just put simply inside a main function. That means it not give access to run this other files. So this is a major difference. Understood? So it is a little bit complicated to understand, but I have tried my best to explain you. So if you have any doubt, you can ask me again. I will explain you with another example also. Understood or not?
Once again repeat, sir.
Okay. So who said Emma? Okay, Tejaswini, you?
Okay, sir.
Okay, Pardo,
Confusion, sir.
full confusion, no? Okay, so see,
Yes, sir.
let's tell. Okay, we'll keep like this different. So this is confusion, right? Fine. So I'll create one more Python file. So what I can do here is I'll just tell file1 dot py. So file1 dot py is not there. Okay, then again I'll just name it as file2 dot py file. So I have two files now. So in the file I have two functions here. So I'll just tell greetings. So here it will take a argument as a name. So I'll just tell print. I'll just tell good morning. Good morning. It will take the two values, that is str, it will take the particular, it will take. So one more function is, this is a one function, and I have def. So greetings I have, so I can just tell one more function. What is a function? So I'll just tell corona only I'll take. So I'll just tell str also argument. So I'll just tell print. I'll just use f string. So second wave is started, be careful, and I'll just pass the particular str here. So I have a two functions here. So I have a two functions here. So now see, I'll just call the function. So I'll just tell greetings, I'll call greetings. So here I'll just tell good morning. If I just kill good morning Rahul, so one more function. So for the corona I'll just tell, so what I can tell, so if I can make be careful, so I can just tell be careful Rohan. I'll just tell Rohan. So this is normal, this is how it will work. If I run the program of a file1.py, so if I'll just see same, what is the thing is, I'll get the output here. So good morning Rahul, it will print, and second wave is started, be careful. So it will be like this. So I'll just print, before this one I'll just tell print function. I'll just tell I am inside file 1. So I'll just tell I am inside a file 1 here. So see, if I run the program, first it will tell I am inside a file 1, and there are two functions now. So now what I want here is, so I don't want to run this, I want to print I am inside a file 1. So I am inside a file 2, I want to print. So here I'll just tell print. So I'll just tell I am inside file 2. So I'm inside a file 2, Python file. So if I run the program, this one, see, I'm getting only output as I am inside file 2. So if I import file 1, so if I import a file 1, if I run the program, see what is the output I am getting it. I am getting output as I am inside a file 2, fine. Then I am inside a file, and I have imported a file 1. All the thing is getting printed, that is so it is printing I am inside a file 1. Then it is greeting, it is good morning Rahul, it is printing, and it is printing second wave is started, be careful Rohan. So it is printing all the things. So this is what I have shown you inside a function also, while explaining you the import function. Same thing I have explained you. So this is a thing like how it is. Now what I want here is, I don't want to print these two things. I don't want to print the particular functions here. I don't want to run this function. When I run this Python file to, see, when I am running this file 2, I am getting the particular file 1 function is also getting printed, the file 2 function is also getting printed, because the function is getting called here. So I don't want to run these two functions when I run this file 2. So that is the things. So what I can do here is, to avoid that things, same thing what I'll put it here is, I'll just cut this one. So same thing, I'll just tell if name is equal to main. So when I use this if name is equal to main function, so if I just call this function, see, if I call this function, so now see, I'll be getting, when I run this file 2, it will be like I am inside a file 2, it will get printed. When I am importing a file 1, it will just print I am inside a file 1, and so it two functions won't run. Just see the difference. Now I'll just save it. I'll also save this one. So now see, if I run the program, see, I'm getting just two things. So that's first I am getting I am inside a file 2, then it is going to the file 1, it is just printing I am inside a file 1. As this is not a main file. This is not a main file. File 2 is not a main file, it is just a normal file. So when I am running this one, this will be the main file. So see, when I am running this file, I'll get all the output. I'm inside a file 1, and I'm getting good morning Rahul, good morning, second wave of the second wave is started, be careful. So all the function is getting run when I am running this file1.py file. Obviously this is a main file, so it is getting printed. Now second file is just a normal file, Python file, just I am importing a file 1. But when I am importing, it won't act as a main file, it doesn't act as a main file. So that to avoid printing such functions, I can put that particular functions inside a if name is equal to main functions. This condition will get fail. So just whatever the above things will there, that is only get printed. See, if I run the program, I am not getting, I can just avoid running these two functions. That is a greet function and a corona function is getting avoided. I am getting a output, just I am inside a file 2, then it is going here, it is just printing I am inside a file 1. So this everything is getting neglected. Got it? So this is the thing is happening here. Same thing I have said you here also. So but here I explained you with the main and name. So directly I specified whether I am inside a main function or a name function. So here I have said you with the example. So this is how the things will working there. Now understood? So here you see separator dot join I am just doing here is, so I am using a join function. So that was we are using a join. So here we are using a join functions. So for what I need to join it, so I need to join with this particular my list. So when I print the output, so when I just open, like if I just print the particular output, so whatever the names will be there, the comma will be get appended here. You can see the things will be getting as a comma here. So the comma is getting appended at the things. So whatever, if you want to, like whatever you want, like you want a comma, you want a forward slash or a semicolon or whatever you like, just assign it into a variable. By using a join functions, you can just append that particular separator value with the particular list over here. So if I just print the output, we'll get like this. So if I, same thing if I do it for the dictionaries here. So same thing if I want to do it for the dictionary. So see what I am doing here is, so there is a my dictionary, the variable value. So here I have given as a name and ARK here, and here age and 21. So I have given a key and value, like the key is name and value is ARK, and here the key is age and value is 21. So again what I am doing here is, for separator I am just assigning a value as a separate. So what I am using, just I am using underscore and separate with a underscore. So if I just print separator dot join of my dict, so I want to just join with this particular dictionary. When I join with the my dictionary value, what it will do here is, so it will just get the key value here. So whatever the keys are there, so this is a key and this is a value. So here what are the keys in my dictionary? The name is a key and a age is a key. So we have a two keys, name and age. So the name and age will be appended at the last, and whatever the separator value will be there, it will separated by over here. So by using a join operator, we can say that we cannot join the values. So whatever the values will be there from the dictionary, I cannot directly join with the particular value. Just I can join the particular key values with whatever the separator you are doing it. So if you want to just put underscore or a comma, if I just put a comma over here, name comma age I will be getting. So I have written a whole separate thing, so I will be getting this kind of a output. So we will see with the coding part. So just see the understand the theory things. So this is how the join works with the coming in the dictionaries part. So in the list it will be just normally whatever the things that will just append it. So in the dictionary only the key values will be get appended with the particular separator value whatever you will be giving by using a join functions. So that is just a inbuilt function over here. So see, join only works of the same data types. Join only works of the same data, same type of a data as in the list or a dictionary or a string variable. So suppose, so see, if we have a variable here, what are the things, what are you need to notice one thing. In a list I have just assigned a string values here,
String.
not the particular integer values and over here. So same here in the dictionaries I have assigned only normally like I have appended the key and value pairs here, not added any list or normally like I have not added any list over here like that. So here, so see, if I in this example there is a integer and
Integer.
there is a string and there is a
String
list.
list.
So then if I try to use a join function for this particular kind of variables, I will be getting a error. So it will tell that it will just looking for the starting index variable. So when it is a if the data type of the one is a what integer, so it will expect all other things in the list should be a part of integer itself. It should not be any string values over there. Okay, so here if I just run this particular function, I will be getting a output because it will be error expected int value. So it will be telling me like, so it is a starting variable is a integer, so I want to expect all the things in the list should be a integer value, then only I can use a join functions to this particular things. So this is all about the join function. So this is a normally inbuilt function, so it can be useful when like whenever if we when like it is not like all the values what all the topics you need to use while coding. So it's upon the requirement, whenever the requirements comes we can use this particular join functions. Like if I want to separate the values with the like I want to append it with the commas and all those stuff, so at that time I can just use the join functions when all the things in the variable is of the same data types. So then coming back to the map function here. So if I just tell you about the map function, so map function executes certainly it is only upon the list map based on the particular list. So it executes certain instructions or functionality provided to it every item of an iterable. So basically map functions will be used with the list and the lambda functions. Like if you have a program to execute like a big programs like 7 to 8 lines, so that all the things can be run with the just using a single 2 lines or 3 lines of program, because list we will be using along with the list. So whenever I use a map function, this will be the same syntax. So what will the syntax? The map will be the keyword and the map will be applied to the list, and the first things will be a function, and whatever the iterable values, that is the iterable things like is a items of the particular list, like that. So here it is a function, so this is the syntax of the map functions. So if let's see with the example, you'll understand clearly. So see here, so what is the thing here is 1, 2 and 3. The items are 1, 2 and 3, like it is a list. So what I am doing here, I am applying a map function. What I want here is I want to multiply all the values of the list. I want to make it as a cube. So if you want to make it as a square, you can do so whatever the value. So I am in this example, it has been done for the particular cube values. So like 1 cube, 2 cube and 3 cube. 2 cube is 8, 3 cube is 27. So I need to use by using a map function, I want to do it like that. So what I'll do here is, so item is 1, 2, 3. So if you want a number of things, you can assign it. So I'm using a map function. So I said, so map, before the map we need to use it as a list. I want to convert all the things first with the list, and I need to apply a map function. So list map function. So here you see what is the two things here in the syntax, that is a function and a iterable value. So first I want to apply a function. You can write directly, like you can call the function, any function. If you have def function, you can call it like that, or I can use a lambda functions here. So basically map functions are basically used with the lambda function itself, maximum time. So here in the lambda function, we'll understand clearly with the lambda function. So what this particular code will do and what this item will be do. So item is nothing a iterable value. So item is nothing but a iterable. So I want like from which I need to iterate it. So I want to iterate all the values, like 1 I need to iterate first, then I need to iterate 2 value, then I need to iterate a 3 value here. So basically first 1 will get passed over here, so and 2 will get passed and 3 will get passed. So all the list will get passed in the item here. So what it will do here is, so I am applying a lambda function. So lambda is a, you know, it is an inbuilt function, so let is a functions. So what I am doing here is, so x I am giving a, so whenever I give a value of a x, so like first whenever I give a value of a x, that I need to multiply with the cube. So that is a double star with the 3 means 1 cube, 2 cube and 3 cube, like that it will be. So 1 double star 3, then it will be a 2 double star 3, and it will be a 4 double stars 3. So first how it works means 1 will be passed at the value at x. So it is mean here it is a thing where the 1 will get passed. So 1 will get passed over here, 1 cube. So whenever 1 cube is there, what I need to return? I need to return the particular value to the x, and this value I want to store it into a variable a. So 1 will get stored. So next again from the item 2 will get iterate. So 2 will be getting passed here. So not here, not at the left hand side, at the right hand side 2 will get passed. So with this particular x, so here it will get passed 2 value. So 2 will get passed again 2 power cube, and whatever the value is there, 8 will get stored. Again 3 will get passed 3 power 3 power exponential of 3, 27 I'll be getting output. So until all the items are iterated from the list, until that this particular lambda functions will work. So it is a lambda function is a use of that particular thing itself. So whatever you pass the value, it will return a particular value, and that particular value we can store it with the list. Same thing we can use without using a map function also. If you use a without map function by just using a normal our calculation like creating a def functions, so even you can do it. But this is a Pythonic way of using the particular things. Like whenever you if you join as any Python developer, like something, if they give web programs, the professional people will be ready. They won't use normal if condition, else condition, normal functions they would do. So basically they will try to create a code in a very short manner, so by using in a Pythonic way. So this will be the particular professional way of writing like this. Even you can do it using a for loop if statement like that, but the code will get lengthy over here. You know how to do it. If you want to, if I say you, I have a list, make it as a triple cube, you may not be used like that. You may use a different method to get a output. So same way we can like this is a, like we can use a map function. It will be very easy to use it. So in this particular we have this kind of functions. So same way here you can see. So if I want to, so I have one more example here. So I have a two functions here. So what is the function here is, so square I have a cube. I want to return a square and I want to return a cube whenever the square is run and the cube is run. So I have a two functions. Okay, so def is a keyword to create a function. So square function I have and I have a cube function. So when I run these two functions, so what I am doing, the two functions I am just storing into a list. So I have created a one variable that is a functions, and I have stored the function name square in a list. So even I have stored the cube inside a list, the square and as well as a cube. The two functions I have stored it inside a list. It is not just I am storing a string values here. I am storing a functions inside my the particular variable name is a
Name, function name.
functions. Okay, these are our functions. Two is not a square or a string or integer value, it is just a functions. So and then I have given some numbers 2 3 5 6. So these are the numbers I am storing into one variables. So now what I want to do here is, so see the output what I am getting, 4 8 9 27 25 26 36 21. That means the value of its the two value, if I just pass the two value should pass into the square and it should return 2 2s are 4, and again it should pass with the cube 2 2s are 4 4 2s are 8, 2 comma 8. I need to return the two values and I want to store it into the function. So like that. So again if I just pass the 3 value, 3 3 is 9, again 3 into 3 into 3 27, 9 comma 27, same thing I am getting output. So that thing I want to do it. So that is the thing I want to get a output. That means here just I am just passing a lambda function for a single function. So then I'm passing for the defined function over here. So for what here doing is, so here the for I in my num. So what I am doing, I am using a for loop for this particular numbers to iterate all the values 2 comma 3 comma 5 comma 6. To iterate all the values I am using a for loop here. So after using a for loop, I am using a map function with the lambda. So what I am doing is, so list, I said you before, whenever I use a lambda function it should be a list. So sorry, whenever I use a map function predefined it should be a list, and this will be the same syntax for all the things. So here what I am doing here is, so here lambda is equal to, see here x comma x of 5. First you need to see what is the right hand side things. You should not see, whenever you see the lambda function, don't think what is x here. First of all, don't think. So first you need to see the code for the right hand side. So this is the function happening. After the particular function performs, it will look onto this and then it will store it into the x value. That is the thing will happen. So what here the thing is happening here is, so see for I in num value, so list lambda function x comma x. So what first I need to see here is, I need to see at the right hand side, like which is the, what is the list I am passing it here, like what are the values you are passing it. Even directly you can pass any values, directly you can open a list and you can pass, but I am just passing a functions. So inside functions means I am passing a square value, then I am just passing a cube. That means two functions I am passing, the square and a cube function. When it is look onto the square, it don't see this square, it will see for this particular function, that is what it is getting written. So it will just see for the particular square value as well as a cube value. It will just see for this two function. The first one it is see for the square, and the second it will see for the cube. So first what I need to see it, what is I here. So I means I am applying for loop for this my num particular list. So first 2 will get passed to the I. Now I value will become first for the first iteration I will become 2. So x of 2. So I value will be passed as a 2. The 2 value will be passed to this particular square function. So the functions, whenever I'm passing a function, the 2 value will get passed over here. It will return 2 2s of 4. Again, functions means I'm passing for this particular thing. So here we have two things. It is a form of a list. Here we have a two functions. First it will see for the square, it will pass 2 value first, 2 2s of 4. For the cube it will pass 2 value, 2 2s of 4, 4 2s are 8. So first iteration I will be returning it. So the first 4 comma 8 will be printed in the form of a list. Okay, because the functions are in the form of a list, it will just returning in the form of a list over here. So again for loop will run for the 3 will get passed. Again see x of 3. So 3 is nothing a what, parameter argument I am passing for the particular function. So for this particular function 3 is will be the argument for this particular x function. So again the functions will see for the square and cube. So here it will be passing the 3 value, 3 3 is 9 and 3 3 3, that is 27. Same thing will be form for the till 6 till I value becomes 6. Same iteration will perform for this particular two functions, that is for the square and a cube. If you have if you want to add one more function, like here I have added a square and cube. If you want to do it for triangle, rectangle, like that, so even you can define the rectangle and you can pass here. At the time of passing, you will be getting the output value of this like this. So same thing if I wanted to do with the, if I using this map function, I can easily reduce a very like lengthy code. I can do it into the very small thing, and in a professional way I can do it. So same way if I have if I want to, normally if I do it, so for each and every function I need to run a for loop, then I need to run a for loop, I need to create a function, then I need to print the output. So each things. So suppose in future if I want to add for the triangle, rectangle, and whatever the things like circle, so just you will define a function for it and will just pass inside a function. So automatically the lambda, this for loop will apply for all the functions whatever you are passing, because I have passed as a function here. So when I pass as a function, whatever the functions you have defined inside a particular variable, that is a functions, so all the functions will run it. So this will create a very lengthy small code, and you can easily like it will be in the very good way, like very professional way, you can print all the outputs. So this is the use of using a map functions. So how the map functions you need to understand, just for the map we will be using with the list. So here we have a syntax, we can pass a function and whatever the iterable values. So here is a, I am passing the function here. So here iterable values is also a functions for me. So I can pass normally the values directly. Even in the values I can just pass the particular, this is a iterable items, so where I am iterating the values. So inside iterable I have what functions I have. So what are the predefined functions? So that predefined functions, so I am just passing as a function, so that normally values, and I am iterating all the things over here. We will see with the we'll just run this all the codes. We'll see, we will get the same output over here. So again I will revise over there once again. So next, come back into the filter function. So what will be the filter function will do? A filter function is a Python test specific user defined condition for a functions, and returns a iterable for elements and values that satisfy the conditions or other in the return true. So see, we'll see the example. So what are the filter syntax will be in this particular fashion. Map means same as it is function and iterable. So see, map is also a function and iterable. So even filter is also the same thing. For what is the thing is getting changed here is just the keyword is getting changed. There we have a map, here we have a filter. Filter means, they basically understand, filter means I'm filtering something I am filtering from, something I am filtering from the values or whatever the output values or functions, just I am just getting filtering. So for here we have a syntax like functions we have, and we have a iterable. So if I tell you, so if I see the example here, so here we have a values a is equal to, they have a list, and even I have a list over here, two lists I have a and b. So what I am doing is I am filtering, what I am filtering here is whether this particular values is present inside a. When the values are present, just print it in this particular fashion. Even I can use one more thing, if a b in a, like I can use what we call as membership operator, something we call like that, right? So even by using that also I can do. By like if you don't want to do like this, but I want to use inbuilt functions, means we have a, for that we have a filter function. So whenever I use a filter function, even the filter function will apply for what, list itself. Even the map function will apply for list, even the filter function will apply for the list itself. So here, so I'm applying a list, and what I'm using a lambda functions and the iterable value. So here you see, this is a function. So this is a function, I am just passing it. So what I am telling here is, so whenever I pass the x value, in a comma b, I want to pass all the values to the x. So whenever I pass the particular value, it should be in the a as well as b. So this is what I am, this is what the code is telling me. So whatever, if I pass a value 1 and 2, so if I just pass the 1 value, it will check whether sorry, if I just pass the 2 value, it should check in the a value whether it is there or not. If it's there, store it into the c. If it's not there, simply neglect it. So first it will check for the 2 is present in the list. Yeah, it is there, it will store it into a list. So it is I have given as a list, so I'm printing all the values in the form of a list here. So because it is a list, I'm applying things for the list itself, so all the things will get applied for the list value. So here 2 is getting printed. Again 5 will check, even the 5 is also present in a way, so 5 will pass as a b. It will check whether 5 in a is there. Yeah, it is there. So then membership operator 5 in a, that is the thing we have used here. So 5 is present, 5 will get stored. Yeah.
Membership operators only display true and false conditions only, sir.
No, member. It is in operator is membership or what? Even I forgot. I'll just see. So
Membership operators,
yeah, in is
Nottingham
a
membership.
membership operator. It will return true when you print as a true. It will return. So here I
True
am not
or false, but
printing. So here I am not printing it. I am just comparing it here. Okay. Print, if I use a print statement, it will return true or false. I am not doing a print statement. I have not used print statement here. Okay. I'm just checking it. I'm just checking whether it is present or not. If it's true, the value will get stored. Again, x in a,
okay,
that
sir.
means true. Yeah, it means true condition is evolving. Then the whatever the value is there, that will store it into a list over here. Okay. If I just print it, it will tell true, but I am not printing it. I am just checking condition. If the condition is true, then it should store it into a variable that is c. Okay. So then same way for
Okay, sir.
0 is not present, then 0 is in a, it is not, that is false. When it is false condition, it doesn't do anything, it will just neglect. It is not the means it will neglect. Again 7 is not there, 3 is also not there. So it will apply for only these two things, and it will just whatever the things is there, you can just use it. So it is not like you need to use it with the membership operator itself. I cannot explain with all by taking all examples here. So I can just explain with the one example here. So one or two example. So I have given a two example. If you want more example, you can just try with the different examples. Like I have used a membership operator. You can use bitwise operator. You can use is not, and by using a functions also you can just use the filter function for this kind of functions. Like here I have pass. So even same thing. This is all the same thing. You can do it with this also. So all the things can be done. Just you need to understand the concept. What filter will do means just it will filter whether it is present or not. So the word itself is saying filter means it is like it is just filtering the particular two list over there. So this will be the output. And one more next example. What is the next example here is, so I'm just so what here I have given here is def greater number, return the num is greater than 5. So it is a function. If it's true, it will whenever I just print the result, whether it is greater than 5, I want to just print it. So what here I have passed here is, so I think so here we'll see with this example. So basically function, I said you, it will neglect the functions whenever, until unless the function is not getting called, it won't be seeing it. So here I have, what I have passed here is list. I have passed, I have used a filter function. So here I have used a greater function. So this is the function I am just passing it. So here I have said you in the two examples I have just used a lambda functions. Okay, I have used a lambda functions, but here I am using a normal function with the def keyword. So basically I have taught you these normally basic functions. So just I am just passing the function here. So before only I said either you can use a lambda function single line, either you can use a predefined functions, whatever you have defined it. So here I have a function that is a creator. So what it will take a value. It will take one argument that is a number. If the number is greater than 5, the particular value, if the 9 is greater, it will return 9 is greater than 5. Whether it is true, it will return the value. If it's not, it will don't return anything. So that is the function it is given here. So here I am just passing a values that is a. So what is a? So a, I think I have passed these values itself. So that is 1 2 3 4 5 6. So a is, I am passing a list here to iterate all the items. So print the result. What it will do here is, first it will filter for all the list, it will filter for all the things. So all the list value it will get filtered. So here I have a 1 2 3 4 5 6. So I have 1 2 3 4 5 6 values. 6 values will get
1 is less than 5, there is nothing.
no things, it will just result will be empty. So again it will check for the 2 3 4 5. So even 5 is not greater than 5, it fails the condition. Then it will see for the value, last value is a 6. If you have 7 also, it will see for the 7 also. So I have given as a 6 still here. So 6 is greater than 6, it will just pass the 6 value to the number, and 6 is greater than 5, it is true, the value will get, the num will get returned. So whatever the num value will be get, that will return, and it will store it into the result, and the output value will be 6 here. Okay, so this will be the things will happen in the filter function. Even I said to you, like, main thing why I was given this kind of example for you here is, so in the before examples I have used just a lambda functions. So here I am just using a normal function. So this is a predefined functions. So whichever the functions is there, that I am just passing it here. So here it is a directly lambda functions. So directly functions I am assigning it. So this is how you can see. So you need to understand just one thing: what is the syntax of this and what for what it will be used. So here will be a function, here it will be the iterable things. Okay, so any doubts, Hema, Tejaswini, about a filter and a join
Okay.
function, map function? So these are the three very important functions. And coming back to the next, radius functions. So we have a reduce function is nothing here. So just reduce itself, the word is telling reduce. So reduce function applies a function to every item iterable and gives back a single value as a resultant. So it will just apply for a function and it will return the single value which we import. Here we have a functools. Yeah, functools we have. So functools is a library. So where I can import a reduce function. So from where the reduce function is getting here is from this particular library, that is a functools. So see, from functools I am importing the reduce function. So directly we cannot use a reduce function. It is a module of this particular library. It is a module of this. It is just a function for this particular module, that is functools. So I said you in the previous classes how to import, how the from will use. So we have imported operating system. We have imported the different files from the other Python files to the current files. So here from functools I am importing what? Reduce function. So in the reduce we have in this particular kind of syntax. So reduce, and here we have same for all the things, even the join function, even the map function, filter function, same as it is. We have a function and we have a iterable things. So what is here it is but the keyword is getting changed and the functionality is getting changed here. So what is the reduce function basically does? So see here, so here I have something like I am importing a reduce function. So I am using a is equal to reduce. So same as it is I am applying a lambda functions. So here I am just passing a iterable values. So basically here you see, here directly a is getting stored 1 2 3 4 5 6. I am passing a here. Okay, so already stored value I am passing directly. So here what I am doing, I don't have any predefined variables, directly I am passing a list here. So even you can do like this also. So before I said this, this is what I have done here. So here reduce function, what here doing here is, so lambda x comma y. So whenever I pass the two values, if I just pass it two values from the list, it should multiply that particular two values. If I just pass 1 comma 2, it should multiply 1 comma 2. So it should be in the format of x comma y itself. So it will be like, first it will take 1 comma 2. So 1 comma 2 here it will pass 1 star 2. So what is the 1 star 2? 2 itself. 2 will get stored in a way. So again 2 comma 3 comma 4 will be there. Again 2 comma 3. It will pass 2 comma 3 as a xy value. 2 3 is a 6. So 6 will be in the list. So 6 comma 4 will be there at the last. So 6 comma 4 will be again at the x it will pass 6 and y it will pass 4, and the particular return value will be x star x comma y, sorry x asterisk y. So it means 6 into 4, 6 4s are 24. So what I am doing is, so whatever the values I am passing, so this is a function, this is a what is the use, what I am doing is I am reducing all the things, whatever the thing is there. Like if I have a number of, suppose I have 1 to 100 values, I want to multiply all the values and I want to make it like I want to multiply two values and I want to make it as a plus, so between the two values. So the output will be getting in this particular fashion. Even if I have a 100 variables or 1000, in a single line I can do it without using any for loop, without using any if conditions, without writing any logic, just using a lambda function. Also, so because of that wise lambda functions are introduced. It is very easy. So if you understand properly lambda functions, it is very, there is no need of writing a like this functions. There is no need of writing these functions for small things. So for the big things, obviously we cannot use a lambda functions, like it will be very complicated. Like for just to multiply two values, to find a prime numbers, to find a natural numbers, to multiply whether the thing is getting multiplied or not, like to find a tables, all the things can be done with a single line, that is a lambda function itself. So all the small things we can use it for the lambda functions, and I can use it. So basically reduce function is what? It is just reducing the code, all the things, and reduce function is a what functions of a module, that is a functools, where I can use it and I can apply a function and I can iterate the values. Okay, it is not mean like you need to use only for this one. Even the reduce function you can apply for this also, even you can apply for this also. So but the logic will get changed. Just try and see it. So for the different examples, so this is the reduce functions will be doing it. So next, so Python decorators. So decorators are the very important topics. So coming like after this topic, I will be directly, so after this one we will be saying with the object oriented programming concepts, like where all we will be dealing with the classes and the objects. So all the things will be dealing with the classes and the objects. So this is where the Python decorators or the topics where it has been used in the classes also. So you need to understand decorator. Just see the what is the thing over here. So I'll just explain you what are the things it will do. So decorator is basically start with the at the rate symbol. Okay, so whatever the functions, and above the function it will be used. So suppose I want to make this particular function as a decorator, so I want to use a at keyword,
So it might be a static, it might be like we have so many decorators things. Like here, what is the decorator I have seen, I have used here is so I have used it at ark, like whatever I want I can just use it. So ark is a function, so this function I am using as a decorator here. So I'll just explain you. So what I am saying here, we can pass our function to the decorator as a argument, thus define a function and pass it into as a decorator. So we can simply use a @ symbol before the function we would like to use as a decorator. That is what I said. If you want to use the function as a decorator, you need to use a @ symbol above it. So here you see, I have a function here. So a function inside a function. So one is a ark, one is a megh, and where it is a function, it is taking the function as an argument. That means it is taking func. Func means this is the function it is getting take inside. So here even I have function inside a function. I have a two function with a name ark and make. So here when this particular function runs, so the make function is executing. Again the func is getting called. Again after execution, after the function is executed, and I have printed two things. I am just returning this particular value. So whatever the value is, just I am returning this function. So basically the function won't get started from here until unless I don't call the function, it not getting called. So let's keep as it is with this example. So here you see I have used a decorator here @ark and def hash. I have hash function is executing. Now what I am doing here is I am just calling a function. So see, don't neglect this all the thing. So whatever the thing I have just defined it. Even I have defined a two functions here, and I have defined a decorator @ark. So this is a decorator. So two functions with one decorator. Now the program will start from this particular line. Okay, it doesn't execute these all the lines. Whenever I run the function, hash function will get executed. When this function is executed, so it will search where is the hash. So it will basically it will see, yeah, hash is this particular functions. But this function get won't call. There it should see in the output what it is printing. Make function is getting executed. That means this particular function is getting executed. Even unless I am calling a hash function. That means in the normal understanding you would have think hash function will be getting executed, but this function won't get executed because I have used a decorators here the function name. I have used a decorator here, so it will first look into the decorator. So decorator will look into the ark function. So it will see the function. It will just see ark function. It will see the function value. It doesn't. It will take an argument as a function. This one first it will whatever the value will be there. It will get executed. The make function will get executed. You can see this thing will get executed. Once the function is get executed, it doesn't print after function is executed. It will see func of c. So it will see the func of c. So basically func of c means this is a argument. I am whatever the function is there as a argument I am just passing, right? Like func of c means just it is a argument here, nothing is there. So it will print make function is getting executed. Again here I have passed the argument func of c. Again it will come out of the loop. It will just print the hash function. Hash function is getting executed. You can see hash function is getting executed will get printed. Again it will go back to this one. So after running this argument, because it is coming from the argument, because this is the thing, it is just coming over here. So first it will run this particular hash function. Whatever the thing is getting here, it will get printed over here. So at the last, whatever the print statement will be there, it will get executed. After the function is getting executed. So after function is getting executed, it will just print it. So this is how the decorators will be used. So what is in the what the particular overall thing here is, so whenever I use a decorator, before running the particular below function, it will see for the decorator functions. So whatever the decorator function will be there, it will get run first. So after that, whatever the argument will be passed function, that means hash function is a argument here. Okay, it will be as a fun key. So it will just pass as a this particular function will get run. Then after that, whatever the thing is get below the function, it will get executed and it will just return the function back. So this is how the use of a decorator. So I have one more example here. So here you see. So one more way to define the function. So even I can use like this. So see, one more way I can use it. So this is a one way. So this is a one way using like this. If you don't want this one more way, we can use the same output I will be getting. The one more way is what? Def ark and a def make and body of the function. So same like I have just used a hashtag. That means all the things you write it over here. So again I have one more function def and a body of a function, same as it is these two functions, but I am not using a decorator here. See, @ark I am not using it. @ark I am not using. But what I am doing here is for the hash body I am just passing a decorator. So ark in the bracket I'm just passing the hertz value. So it is a one more way, and I'm just calling the functions. So if you want, you can use this particular line of code if you want to use as a decorator, else simply use it at the rate symbol and the particular function name for which you want to use it as a decorator. So basically I'll be recommending you to use this kind of things at the rate ark symbol. Okay, so like it is a function name, not like ark only it should be there. It can be anything, so any function it can be. So it is not a valid way. It is a, even if you use same output we will be getting. I'll show you. So even will be getting same output, but this is a relevant way of using a decorators at the rate symbol with the ark. Okay, so this is the things we have to execute. Understood? Decorators. So basically,
Sir,
yeah.
I did not understand, like, what is the use of the decorators, sir?
So decorator, let's see something when when you are rating a function. So if I just show you this one. So basically in the object oriented programming we'll be using it. So I'll show you. See, I'm using a class function. At the class method I am using. See, at the decorator class method I am using. So it will be basically when I teach you the object oriented programming, it will consist. See, I am using a decorator. So basically something like before calling any functions, I want to call any other functions. That means I can use a function. See, before executing these functions, before execution of this, like I want to execute this function. Before this, I will check whether which function I need to execute. So it will check by using a decorator. I can call that particular function names, and I can iterate the first all those values. Then I can pass the functions at the last. So at that time the decorators will be used. So you can see I have a static method, even it is a decorator, and a class method. So and one more thing, if I just show you. So see, it is a constructor. So then so see, at the rate, wherever I use a at the rate symbol, it will be treated as a decorator. So we'll see. I will clearly will understand with this one. So first, I wanted to explain you at the decorator means at the rate symbol with the functions names, and we have inbuilt decorators also, like class method and a static, and directly we can define with the decorator. Basically, it will be used in the object-oriented programming. So when we create a classes and a objects, so the using once the class is getting created, once the class created, you can create 100 objects of using a same class without repeating a code. So what is the use of the object oriented programming is we should not repeat ourselves. We should not repeat ourselves. That means we should not repeat the code. So see here, if I show you here with the example, a normal example, if I show you in the Opps one, I'll teach you tomorrow this one. So see here, okay, here no need. So here I have a one class name I have given as a besties, like my best friends. So I have a two friends. If I just pass the two values, automatically it will create the objects. I am not repeating myself. If I want to create a 100 friends list, just I need to pass it. When I print it, all the data will get, same functions will apply, same initialization will happen for all of it. So because class is a one head class and it is an instance of the particular class, so this is all my instance, so whatever the things I am passing instance. So this I will tell you neatly with the object oriented. I have written a very, like I have, see, these many things I need to teach you. So I have a object oriented programming starting from the Opps 1 to Opps 16. So these many concepts I have, so many things I'll teach you this one, object oriented programming. Along with that, still I'm just working still, like what are the left out top, like what are the very most important topics, like everything I'll be covering in the Python. So whatever is there, so around it might be around 10 to 15 Python files I'll be creating it, so that all the things I'll teach you. So once it is done, Python will get completed. Nothing will be else left with the Python. So main thing in the Python is object-oriented programming. So if you understand object-oriented programming, everything will be very easy. So these are all the basic concepts. So whatever I have taught you till now, it all the basic concept itself. So same thing we can use it with the classes and objects. Main thing object-oriented programming. So even this is a very, if meme is equal to meme, even this is a very good topic, advanced topic itself. So you'll understand, we'll see one name, like even the same topics will be used with the object oriented programming. So we'll see with all the examples over there. So fine. So decorators are basically nothing. That's just if I want to call a function, before that I'll just check the checking whether I need to, if I have a decorator, what I need to run before running this particular function. That's it, nothing else. Okay.
Okay.
So these are the things. Let's work with the coding part. So if I just tell first about the separator join function, right? Join.py. So don't use a join.py file. Just use it join.py. Okay. Join is an inbuilt module. I cannot use a same name for creating it. So what is the thing here is join function. So basically I had a list over there, right? So if I just tell my list is equal to, so if I just give the values like Pardu, if I just do 1 to 1 and Tejaswini and Hema, so if I just give it two values, three values, I'm just giving it here. So for what I want to do is I want to apply a separator. I want to make it so if I just give a separator value, what I want to do it, I want to make it as a pipe symbol. I'll use a pipe symbol now. So then I want to print it by using this one join function. I'll just tell whatever the separator I have created, separator dot join function. For what I need to join it, I want to join it for the my list. So if I run the program, so see, I am getting output like this. So I am getting a Pardu, Tejaswini and Hema. It is not a list. Now see, if I just store it into one separate thing, if I just store it into the A, so if I just print what is the type of it, print the type of A, then print the value of A. So if I run the output, see, I am getting a class string. That means whatever the values is there, it is getting changed with the string value. So it is not like it is taking a list as a like whatever the thing it is just taking, whatever the output value will be there, it is using what it is because the starting value is a string, it is converting all the values inside a string. So if it was an integer, the class will be a integer value. So first if I just given a 1 2 3 here, then the class would have get a integer value, because I said you the data type should be the same with the list. So see, I am using a pipe symbol here, so I am getting a pipe symbol value as the output. Pipe Pardu, pipe symbol Tejaswini and a Hema. So this is the thing I am getting for the list. So same thing if I want to do it for the dictionary. So I'll just comment out. If I just tell my dict is equal to, so if I just tell A is equal to A to 1 value, I'll just pass, and if I just pass B to 2 value, so 2 values I have just passed, then separator I'll need to use. So separator I'll just use that as like something, I'll just use SCP. Okay, I'm using like this as a separator. Then I'll just print separator dot join function. For what I want to do it for my dict. So before I said what will be the output, only the key value will get joined, it won't see the values. So see, A separator B. If I have one more, C is equal to 3. So sorry, so C to 3 value, so it will be a C, A separator, B separator, C. So I am just using a separator after the A value. So again separator will get added, appended in the output. Again you can see B will be added, again in the separator will be added. So I said you only the keys can be used as a join operator. You cannot use a numbers here. The numbers we cannot iterate it. So I'm using a join function.
Values is not possible.
No, values are not possible. Only the key values we can do it in the join function. Okay. For this is for the dictionaries. So same thing. So if I just tell you with the one more output like error 1. So I have A is equal to, so 1 I have, and I have a AR, and I have one more list here, 1 comma 2. So I have three things inside a variable. Now if I use a separator, I'll use a separator is equal to, so I want a comma over here, separator is equal to comma. So if I want to print A dot join, so I want to join, sorry, separator dot join, separator dot join, so I want to join with the variable A. So see, I'll be getting a error here. So because I have a different data types inside here. So if I see, so I'm getting sequence item 0 expected str instance int found here. So I'm getting a error here. So that means I can use it only with the same data types. I cannot use with a different data types if already it is inside a listing. Okay, so this will be the things for the join operators. So then I'll just comment out this particular line. So this is about the join. So then I will just tell you about the map function here, map.py, map.py functions. So here in the maps, so same as it is examples I will take whatever I have given in the notes. So I have 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 values I will be giving it. So here I'll just use A is equal to, so I said you list of map. So always whenever you use map, the predefined should be what, list 1. So here map of, now I'll use a lambda function. So lambda see, it is giving me the suggestions. So whenever I use a function, it should be a function and it should be a callable, and the second value what it should be iterable. It can iterate the particular values. It is only giving me the suggestions inside this one. So here you see lambda. So list of lambda. So what I want here is I want to multiply, I want to make it a cube. So I want to make it a cube value. First, if I pass one value and I'll put a comma for which I need to pass it. I want to do it for this particular items. I want to do it for this particular items. So whatever the items is, one it will pass, it should make it 1 cube 3. Whatever the value will be there, it should store it to that this particular variable, that is x. That is what I am doing it. So same thing it should apply for all the values. All the items it should apply. If I run the output, you can see I'm getting error like must have at least 2 arguments. So lambda is getting passed here, and so it is just opening here, and this is opening here. What is the error here? Okay, so this thing I need to give it inside the function. Okay, okay, here I need to give it inside one more, inside a brackets I need to give it lambda function. Okay, that is all the error. So then if I open this particular thing, this is open closing here, and I need to close one more here. Okay, so it will run now. So you can see I'm getting output 1, 8, 27 and 64. So it is a lambda function. So that means whatever I am passing item, it should do this particular calculation, and it should store it into one variable, that is x, and it should store it into in the form of a list. So first value will be stored inside a list. A will be a list. So if I just print type of it, you know, it will be what? What is the type of A?
Integers.
Not integer, list, because it is coming in the list. See here I am typecasting here, list. Map is used with the list, typecasted with the list here. So whatever the values will be there, it will in the form of a class list itself. Okay, so this is one. Now one more the particular square and the function one. So if I just tell def sq square, so I'm using a square value, so I'll use in the full name itself, square. So I'll just pass a self argument as a. So what it should return? It should return a star a. This will be the output of it. Again one more function I'll use for what? Square and cube. Cube I'll just use it as a here. Same argument I need to pass. So it should return what? A star a. Okay. So it will be the for the cube. So this is the two functions. So same as it is, I'll use it now. So I'll just tell I have a variable name as a func. So I have a functions here. So I'll just pass the square and cube here. So I'm just passing the functions here. So now what I'll do, a is equal to, now I'll apply a list function for the map. I'll use a map function. So here I need to use a, again I'll open a bracket, I'll use a lambda function, lambda lambda. So this lambda, what it will take? So it will take a argument. It will just take a x of for the function. So whatever x is a function, so x is a function, I'll just pass the value here. So I'll just pass a something like I value. So here, and I'll just put a comma. So sorry, here not here, comma. So then I need to pass for what? I need to pass for this particular functions. I want to pass for this particular functions. So then I need to, I cannot then I need to, what is I here? So I is nothing, like I need to pass a numbers, right? So directly I cannot give a I. So for that purpose, I will just put all the things inside a for loop. For I in num. So this num for loop. So here num I need to define before. So I'll just tell num is equal to, I want to do it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here I will be iterated this from this particular number. So this whatever the function is there, I'll cut it, I'll put inside the for loop. So here, so for I num I will get passed here. So whatever the I want to just pass the I value to the particular function. I want to pass a I value here, I value here. Second I want to pass I value again. So for the second iteration I value will become 2. Third iteration I value will become 3. Fourth, like that. So let's remove one comma here. So then, so whatever the values I will be get, I need to store it. So for where I need to store, I'll just store it into a x variable. So I'm just store it into variable x. It can be anything, x or y or anything. So I'm just store it into the x variable. So func is nothing but this is the func value. All the things is fine. So then after all the things is good, I'll just print it. So once the value is getting iterated, I want to print the values of a. So if I run the function, you can see I'm getting an output here. So see, I'm getting map function, map.po function. So I'm getting 1, 1, 4, 8, 3 comma 3 is 9, 4 comma 4 is 16, and 25 to 125. So like this I can do it. So if I have one more function, suppose I am using for a what I can use, pi r square. Okay, if I just use for a circle, so just understand. So here I'll just pass 3.14 pi r square. R will be a value itself. So here I'll just pass it as a circle also here. So if I just pass one more value, it is a circle. So see, if I run the output, you can see I'm getting 3 values here. So square, cube, circle. I am getting 1, 1, 3.14, 12.56. This is I'm getting this value, I'm getting this value. Okay, so this is how, just see, creating a function and passing into a variable. That's it. No need of any doing. Same lambda, our lambda function will take care of it. Whatever the function I have defined it will take care, and it will just pass the values sequentially. So this is how the particular what map function will work. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So next again day 3. So then one next was it was filter dot pr. So here I'll just cancel it. So same as it is. So filter is nothing, same as it is. If I just tell a is equal to, so I had use a membership operators here. So if I just tell 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5 comma 9 comma 8. So again I'll just use one more variable, b is equal to. So here, so I'll use 2 comma 5 comma 6 4. So I'll just 3 things. So I'll just tell c is equal to, same as it is, same thing, list with map. There was map, there was a join, and here it will be a what, filter. So again inside a filter I'll just pass one more lambda function. So here I'll just tell lambda lambda lambda. So here just I want to check whether x in a, whether the x in a value is there or not. Again I'll just put a comma. So for what I need to iterate, I need to check it for what, b value. So iterable value will be what, b. So this will be the b. Whether x in y, if the x in y, whatever the return value will be there, that store it into a x. Okay, this is how you need to code it. Just don't copy everything. So first see, like this you need to do it. So first I want to check what, whether the particular x is there inside a, x is a variable where I am just iterating it in a, whether x is there inside a. So what is x? So for the x I need to pass what, b value to iterate it. Whatever the b value will be there, it will pass to the x. So b in a, 2 in a, true means yeah, it will return true. When the return, it will return in true, I want to store it. So where I want to store it, I want to store it into the same variable, that is x. So this is how you need to do it. If I just print the particular c value, if I run, see I'm getting 2 comma 5 comma 4. Okay, so this is how the value I'm getting, 2 comma 5 comma 4. So same way,
So identity operators. We can do identity operators.
anything you can
You
use.
not.
Yeah,
is
is not, is also I can use. If I use x is a, say I'm getting a empty because it is not a, 2 is not a, 5 is not a. So x is not a means b is not equal to this particular value. So if I just use it, this one, same value here, I said you before itself. See I'm getting again empty value. So it is not, because what is happening here is x is a, what a will, whether it is same or not, it will check. I think it is returning emptily, but I am getting a value. But see, you can use anything here. Okay, not like we need to use in operator. If I just tell, if I use a not in keyword now, so again I am getting a empty list because 2 is not in list, it is a false. Again 5 is not in list, it is a false. 4 is not in list, it is false, because what, it is present inside my a value. So then it is returning. If I just interchange this one, so what I can interchange the value. Suppose if I make it this is as a, this is as a, so it is as a b. Now see the value will, I'll be getting a values here. So if I just see I'm getting a values. That means whatever the not there things in the list. So a is b. So see I'm getting 1398. That is in the a value 1398 is not present. So I'm returning this particular value. Okay. So you can use with the any other operators like what are the things is there. You can use even you can use membership. Even you can use any as and like you can use a comparison operator like percentage symbol, whether it is a modular, whether it is dividing from the prime number or not, like that. All the things you can use. Try with many examples. Okay. So syntax will be same. Syntax will be same. Just the particular function and whatever the values you are passing, only that will be the different. That's it. Syntax will be the same for this one. Okay. So same one more thing was like def. So now using a def keyword, def I have a greater. So I'll just use like this, greater num. So I have a greater num as a function. So here it will take argument as a n. So here I'll use what I want to return whatever the n value is greater than 2 or 3. So I want to return all the values which is greater than 3. So I will apply the function. So whatever the result is there is equal to, so what I need to use a list of, so map no filter and greater num. So I'm just passing a function. See here, I'm just passing a directly lambda. Lambda is what? Lambda is also a function. Even def is also a function. Lambda is also a function. It is a short functions and it is a normal functions, which is a predefined functions. So greater num, I am just passing first one argument. I am just passing a greater num functions, and I want to pass for which I need to iterate it. So I will iterate for this particular value. So I will iterate for this b value. So I'll just pass the b variable here, b. So if I just print the particular result, see, I will be getting all the values greater than 3. I am getting 4, 5, 9, 8. So 4, 5, 9, 8. So whatever the value is greater than 3, that is getting returned. So 4, 5, 9, 8. So this is the filter function. This is the one way and this is also one way. So it is using a lambda function. It is using a normal functions. So normal functions means predefined function, whichever I have defined. So whatever you want, you can define it. Like if you want to, if you want to print the greetings, so many things are there. So many programs we have done in the starting basic programs. So all those programs you can apply in this particular things. Okay. So this is the about it. This is about a filter functions. And next coming we have a two things, that is a reduce and a decorators. So we'll see with the things here itself. So here then one more we have what, reduce function. So I'll just tell reduce.py file. So it is about a reduce.py file. So same. So I said you before, we have a from func tools. I will just import reduce function. I am importing a reduce function from our func tool library. So same, I'll just use if I have a is equal to some list. So suppose I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 values in the variable. So what I'll just tell a is equal to, so I'll just tell b is equal to. So now I want to use it reduce function. So directly I can use it as a reduce function. So reduce, I'm using a reduce function. So that means I have imported here. So that is nothing but this particular reduce. So after reduce, I want to pass the lambda function. I'll just pass a lambda function here. So what I need to do here is I want to pass a two values. So what I want to do here is I want to multiply all the values here. I want to multiply all the values. I want to print the particular sum of this all the value. So for that, what is the value here is, so I'll just tell I want to multiply first. So I want to multiply 1 into 2. So 1 into 2, I'll just pass it as x into y. I want to multiply 1 comma 2. For what I need to do it? I need to do it for this particular list A. So this is a list, that is A. I want to do it for this particular list A. Then I want to close it is getting okay, it is closed properly. So then whatever the value I'll be getting it, so that value I want to store it into what? I want to store it into a x. Okay, so I want to just store it into a x value. So again, then I need to iterate the next value also. So that value will be, I want to iterate 3. First it will multiply 1 into 2. 1 into 2 is 2. 2 will get stored into x. Then I want to get 3 value as a next argument. So I'll just put a comma y. I want to iterate 3 value also. Same way it will apply for all the values. So first it will then 1 into 2, 2 comma 3, then 2 3 is 6, 6 comma 4, 6 4 is 24, 24 comma 5, 24 into 5 how much? I don't know. That particular value with this 6 and that particular value, and I will be get a final result. If I just print the particular b value, see, I'm getting a 720 here. Okay, if I just make it a list, if I just store it in, if I want to store it into a list, I can use a list here. So I am getting the int object is not iterable. So basically I cannot use with the list. I need to use a like this itself. I cannot typecast into a list. So after printing I can typecast it. Okay, so this is one thing. So just I checked for myself. So it is not printing it. Okay, if I want to convert into the list, I can make the particular list of b. int object is not iterable. So it is not giving a typecasting also. Okay, but it will be some their syntax, so you can't do anything. So you can see I'm getting 720 here. Okay, understood? So how the value, how this particular lambda function is working, x comma y and the colon x to y. Understood this, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is only
Yes,
only
sir.
thing you need to understand, nothing else. Only this, how the lambda functions we need to understand. So then reduce function is done like this. So same thing you can do it for any other programs. So see what are the programs with the reduce function. We have a Google Baba, right? So whatever we want we'll get over there. So many examples we'll get, try with all the examples. So then coming back to the decorators. So let's open here, I'll just make it as a deco.py, decorators, decorator dot py. So I am giving wantedly the spelling mistake. I don't want to get errors when running it. So it might be any inbuilt functions I might not know. So here I'll create one function. I'll just tell def. So I'll just tell ria. So I have a ria institute. So inside a ria institute, what I have the people here. I have students. So I'll just tell def. So here I'll just tell Python batch. I have Python batch. So I have two things, ria inside the ria functions. I am creating one more function, that is a Python batch. So inside a Python batch, what I have, print. I'll just tell so we have a students there. So I'll just tell pardu is, so what I can tell,
Goodbye.
no
Goodbye.
no pardu is
Sir, bad bye.
so def Python. Okay, I'll just tell pardu comes first for class, so something like this I'll just tell. So this is one thing. So then again what I'll do here is I want to pass one argument here. So what is the argument? I'll just tell I want to pass f. So I'll just tell f. F is the argument I want to pass. So I will just run that particular function. After this line get executed, what are the argument is that I want to execute that particular function. I want to execute that fu function. So I'll just tell func function itself, so that it will be big. So I want to execute this particular functions. So then after this comes, so I'll just tell print, I'll just tell Venkatesh comes last. I'll just like this. So Venkatesh, I'll just tell like this. So these two things I want to do it. So before that I want to execute one more functions. So one more function I want to execute. So what is this fun function? So if I want okay, I will like one more function. So that's I'll just tell def. So I'll just tell so what I can tell one more function name, I can give it as a Python batch g. So I'm using a Python batch g as this one. So here I'll just tell, I'll use the two functions here. So I'll just tell one more functions. So I'll just tell what Hema and Tejaswini comes second. So I'll just tell something like this. So two values is there. So this is the one function I have given, normal, like just for understanding purpose. So then if I run this for I'll just call the function now. So I'll just call the function Python py Python batch g. I'm just calling the function. So when I call the function, what will be the output? So see what will be the output. What will be the output for this one? Tell me.
Hema and Tejaswini comes second.
Okay, this will
Hema
be the okay. So this is I am getting this one. Okay, first it is coming, but it is not. I'm just not calling this function. So now, if I use a decorator here, so what I'll use? I will use a decorator here. So I'll use a decorator @ symbol decorator. So I want to use decorator for what? Ria. I want to make it decorator as a ria. Okay, I'll use a decorator as a ria. Now see, if I run the program, so I'll take ria takes 0 positional argument, but 1 is given. So here, one argument I am giving it. Whenever I call a function, the particular Python batch will be taken as a argument here. Got it? So when I run this ria, whenever I call this function, it will go to @ the ria, and whatever the below function will be there, that will be taken as a argument, as a first argument. So here I have given, I am calling a function as a function batch here, but this is wrong. I want to call it here. So I need to call here, I need to call it here. This particular function I need to call it here. So then I'll be, this particular error will get. That means I'm just passing this Python batch as a function argument. When this function argument runs, this particular output will get printed. So if I just run here, so see again, what is this? Python g is not callable. So what is the So Python batch G I am calling here. I am just calling a function. So here Python, what is it? Where I am getting at the line number 10. So let's cancel it. So if I run again, okay, I want to return. I didn't return the function. So because of this, I am getting output. So I want to return what? Return the particular Python batch. Okay, I want to return the function because it is not returning it, so it is not going back to the function to get the output. So if I see now, I'll be getting error, properly output I'll get. So you can say I'm getting a output here. So it is pardo is coming first. The pardo is coming first for the class, so it is getting printed. So how it is getting printed? So first the Python batch is getting called. So before calling it, it is seeing the decorator at the area. So it is coming inside area and it is taking this Python batch as a function argument here, and it will just coming in, it is just coming one more inside the function. So it is returning what? Returning a Python batch function. So it will returning this particular Python batch. The Python batch will get executed. That means pardo is comes first, the particular function is getting done. Again the particular Venkatesh comes last. It will print after this Python batch is getting executed because the function is getting called before this one. So if I do like this, if I just call this particular function here,
Sir,
so if I just call this one, see
Venkatesh,
Venkatesh
Venkatesh comes last. Why is not printing, sir?
printing, no, see here Venkatesh is comes
Last
last.
printed. Okay,
Okay,
sir.
here it's
Okay,
coming here. So wherever I call the function, this means this function is nothing but this particular function I am getting
Can you
called.
repeat again, sir?
Okay, let's repeat once again. So for better understanding, what I need to do here is I want to import time. I'll just import one module. So import time. Okay, I'm using a time function, importing the time. So first what I want here is, so first it will get print pardo. I'll just tell print, I'll just tell starting. So I'll use a time.sleep function, time.sleep. So I want to sleep it for 3 seconds. So after this second, so then after the pardo, after this particular function print, I will use one more time.sleep for 5 seconds. Will print. Okay, now see. So see now, visible, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, see how the program runs means, so basically neglect all those things whatever is there inside above. First I'm just calling a function that is Python batch G. So I'm just calling this Python batch G. G is nothing but girls. So because I am given a Python batch girls, so I'm just calling this particular function. So it will look onto this program. So it will look to the program, it will see the Python batch G. That means Python batch girls, it will look onto this one. So before that I have used a decorator, that is a @ symbol, decorators I have used. So that means it don't go inside this function, it doesn't go inside this function. First it will execute the ria function, so whatever the ria function name I have passed, so ria it will go here. In the ria, whatever the function I have specified here, that will be taken as an argument here. So if I just Python batch G I am passing, so I am just passing, I am giving a different name, no problem. So I am giving a func as an argument. That means I am passing this particular function to here as an argument. So here argument I am just passing it. Again, when I run this function, what I am getting written. So it won't go this part. It doesn't go inside this function until and unless I am not calling a function. It is not going it. So when this function runs, see the indentations. If I enter it, I am getting indentation here. Okay, so I am returning the value here. I am not returning this particular return function is not for this particular function. This particular return function is for a ria function. So return Python batch. So it will return to the Python batch. Again it will return back, it will search for the return Python batch. So our Python batch is where? It is here. So when the Python batch is here, it will just print starting. So after 3 seconds, it will print pardo is come first for the class. It will just print like this. So again, the one more function is got called here, that is func func is got called. What is the func here? I said you this particular Python batch is going as an argument to this particular function. So whenever this comes function call, it will come back to the outside. It will search for the func function. It will come back to the function. It will see that within the decorator the function is getting called. So function is nothing but this Python batch. I said you the starting itself. It is going in the form of an argument. So whenever this particular function, I am just calling a function here. So when I call this one, the Hema and Tejaswini comes, second will get printed. So again after that, still I have to execute this 3 line. Again after running this function, whatever the value is there, it will get executed. It will print, the final lines will print after 5 seconds. It will wait for 5 seconds, then Venkatesh comes last, I will be getting printed. So if the output, if I just run the output, so see, if I just run program, see, I am getting starting. So after 3 seconds, Pardu comes first for the class, Hema and Tejaswini will come for the second. The final will run print after 5 seconds. See, after 5 seconds, the Venkatesh comes last. Venkatesh comes last is getting printed. Okay, got it?
Sir, FANC func is a variable, sir, with an argument.
Funky is nothing but an argument. See, this is funky is this one.
But why
Python
are
batch.
calling, sir?
I am calling so that I want to return back to the function, then I want to call this particular function. So for that I am just passing. If I just give it without argument, so if I just remove this function, if I just remove this one, see.
For this come first, after that, why are you using, sir? After
Which one tell?
for the statement is there, sir. After we are using func.
After function, what I am using? Nothing. Just I am printing.
So before that one, FANC brackets.
After this one, I have these 3 lines.
Yes, sir.
It is
Without
printing. No?
using, we can.
Yeah, without
Yes,
using you can print. No need of doing this one also. If I just run this, if I just run like this, so see. So see, first Hema and Tejaswini comes from, because whenever Ria is there, Ria will go for this function and it will return to the Python batch. Python batch will get executed. So inside a Python batch, I have a function that is a func. It is a func is an argument. So it is not that is nothing but this particular thing. That is nothing but this is particular argument is this particular function.
FANC is the argument, sir. Argument. Why you are calling arguments, sir? FANC.
FANC is because see, if I just tell you, if I just comment out, if I'm not passing FANC here. I'm using a decorator. So when I use a decorator, obviously
Yes,
I need to pass a function of this particular below function. If I just pass a Python batch here, if I just tell a Python batch, and if I just tell a Python batch G, see, starting I'm getting. So Pardu and final line will print after 5 seconds. Venkatesh will come. No, don't get confused. So before I use a different name, that doesn't matter. So now you know, see. So I'm using the same Python batch itself. So whatever the decorator function name is there, just I'm passing as a argument for the Ria, so that I want to come back again and I want to print it. Okay. So again I want to call this Python batch function. See, I'm just calling the Python batch here. So basically what I said, Ria decorators is used before, like some functions you need to call before. So first it will run this function. First it will run this function. Then after that it will run this function. After running this function, again it will run the Python batch 3. So Python batch 3 is called first here. But in a program, when execution time, it is running at the 3rd position. So when I call this function, it will look for the decorator. First this function will get executed. Ria function will get executed. It will return that Python batch. Again Python batch will get executed. At the time of execution, 3rd time I am calling I am calling in the middle, that is Python batch G. I am calling it. So this particular Python batch G will get called.
In place of Ria decorators, directly we are giving Python batch.
Okay, in the directly. If I remove this one, normal, just it will print this one. Nothing will go. It will just tell Hema and Tejaswini comes first. It doesn't go here because I am not calling this particular function itself. Okay. If I just call here one more time, if I just call Ria. So when I call a Ria, I need to give one argument as a Python batch G. So I want to give one argument here. So when I call a Ria, I want to give this argument here. I cannot give a empty because it will take argument. So see, I am getting a Python batch G. What I am getting output. So if I cancel, if I run the program. So Hema and Tejaswini comes one. This is getting executed. And if I just tell Ria, if I call a Ria function, Python batch G will get called. So it will just return the Python batch. So it is not printing, right? So why it is not Python? Okay, I need to tell Python batch. So name of Python batch is not defined. What is this? Python Python Ria. Okay. So before it is not calling because it is inside this particular function. So if I just tell a Ria function here, So even I'll get error because it is missing the Python batch G. So if I just want to pass Python batch G, so as how I called over here. So if I want to call like this, I can't give like this. I need to give like empty argument. So now see, I'll get a output. So see, him and Tejaswini comes first. So Ria will get executed. So once it is executed, it is just returning it. It is when it is returning, it is not getting called this particular Python batch. If I just call like this Python batch, so now see, I am getting output. Okay. So Python batch means I am getting all the outputs here. So when I need to call the like this function, I'm just not I need to give variable. Okay, when I'm using a decorator, I can use that kind of stuff. If I can, when I'm using a decorators, I can just directly call the Python batch, because still already like almost one more function is there executed, it will just that is why we are using a decorators. Like if I want to call a number of functions. Okay, it is not like you need to have a RIA itself. We can create a number of other functions also. I'll just
Yes,
remove this one. See, first understand how code is working. Just understand. It is just
Sir, please explain with another example, sir.
another example. So, so another example means
I'm pretty confused.
okay, wait. I'll just cancel this one. So what I can give another example means okay, let's tell def keyword. So if I want to print the particular sum of two number, okay, let's okay. So I'll use a sum here. So I'll use a average. So average. So inside average, I'll just tell normal for normal only I'll just use. So in this particular function, what do you have? I have a is equal to 5. I have a b is equal to 10. I'll just tell c is equal to a plus b divided by 2. So I have these two function, normal function. So I have these two things. Then I want to just print the particular f things. Average is c value.
C.
Average is c. So then it will return the c value. Okay, I'll just return this particular c value here. So now what I want to do here is I want to create one more function, def. I want to tell deco. Okay, I want to just tell decorator. So I will just tell print. I'll just tell I am a decorator. I am a decorator function. So I am a decorator function. So before that, I want to call out average function. Average functions. So now see, if I print, if I just call a deco function, if I just call this particular function deco, if I run, so I'm getting average text 0 positional argument, because whenever I'm using a decorator, I need to pass what? I need to pass this decorator as an argument here. Got it?
A comma.
So it is a mandatory, we need to, whenever I use a decorator, I need to pass the below function as an argument to the particular function which I am calling it. So I'll call a decorator as a argument here. So deco I am just calling it. So a deco I am just calling, I am just sending this argument. So here after printing, like after printing or before printing, it's your choice. Now I'll just call this function deco. I'll call the function deco. That means I am inside a decorator function. So then after printing a deco, I want to print I am outside a decorator function. So if I did a normal simple example, see, I am getting float object is not callable. So what I am getting here, so a comma b, so here I need to pass any argument, no, right? I'll just a plus b itself, I'll just give a plus b. We'll just make it as a sum.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's see. Again I'll get int object is not, so it is telling average is not defined. Okay, so it is a sums sums. I'll just tell sum is c. So I am getting again int object is not callable. So why I am getting like that? So here I have passed just a normal functions. So a is equal to 5, b is equal to 5, it is telling int object is not callable. Okay, I'll just remove this, no need of anything. I'll just tell sum is 10. Name c is not defined. Why it is getting int object is not callable? Oh, int object is not callable at the decorator 32 in 32 length. So when I pass a decorator function, when I run this function, it will just see for the SUM sums and it will go as a deco. It will just should run only this particular thing, but I don't know why it is not printing it. So here what I have done here is so I pass a RIA here, the Python badge I am just passing here, and some is there, I am just passing this deco, and inside a function I have created one more function, that is a Python badge, return Python badge. So okay, I need to return deco here, that is a mistake. So return deco, now it will come, I think. So see, I am getting a output now. Okay, so even I can do it the same. Sum is I can just tell a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 10. The sum is a plus b, a plus b. So now see, I am getting, what here is happening here is deco is getting called. So when the deco is getting called, it will just show for the, it is a deco function above I have as a decorator. So at the rate sums, it will go to the sums function. So as this one deco will be taken as a argument, it is mandatory to give the argument as a, whatever the function name will be there, you need to pass that function as a argument to the particular decorator function. So for the decorator function is a sums and it is a function argument. So here I am passing two things. So sum is getting a plus b, so sum is 15, I am getting sum is 15 as a output. So when this is done, I am calling a decorator. So decorator is getting called now. So decorator is getting called. So it will come to this decorator function. It will print I am a decorator function. You can see I am a decorator function. It is getting printed. So once it is getting printed, so I have a number of line again to run here. So again it will print what? Print I am outside decorator function. See, I am outside a decorator function. It is getting printed. So again what? I am returning again deco. So again when the deco is written, so the function will come out of the loop. Again the decorator function will run. Again it will print I am a decorator function at the last. Okay, so this is how the functions will work. So it is just calling the function, nothing here. Why, I don't know why you are confusing here. So what is there to confuse here? I don't understand. So it is just, I said you, when the decorator is called, it will first call the decorator function. Along with that, below function name is taken as an argument, and it will execute the function. Whenever again
The return function.
Huh?
Return function only calculations is there. We are using return function.
So return
why are we
function,
using
why, see, before it was getting int object is not callable like that. So when I have used as a function in decorator, so in the decorator I need to return it. So if I just remove this one, if I don't call the function, at the last I will be getting output. See, I am getting like this. So like first it will print like this. Again it will print this one. I am outside a decorator function. See, then I am returning a deco, means it is just coming back again it is running the decorator function. It is returning the function. So whatever the function is run, again it is returning back. That's it, the use of this one. So if I just don't return this decorator, it is giving me the error. See, if it is giving me the error, type none type object is not callable. That means it is not taking a decorator functions. When I am calling a function, it should take the function and it should return it back. So for that purpose, I am using this as a return decorator. So if you want to print some values, so I said you in the previous classes, return functions. So when I want to pass the value outside the functions, I want to store it, then I want to return that particular value. Printing is just it is printing, it is not storing anywhere. Returning means it is giving back the value, whatever you are passing it is giving for you back. So see here, a decorator function you are calling, it is giving back the decorator function. So again at the last, it is giving me the decorator function. Whatever there inside the decorator function, it is giving back to me. I am a decorator function. So this one I can store it anywhere like that.
Okay.
It is returning means it is giving back you back, like it is returning you back. Okay, so return means you can see normal word itself, normal English word. Returning means it's something it is getting returned. So if you are given, it will return you like that. If you given someone 10 rupee, he will return you back, right, like that. Return you back means it will be there with you. If you don't return, it will be just there with him itself. Then it is not returning anything. Same way functions also, each and functions will return something. So next, whatever the functions will write, always we'll return all the values over there. Okay, understood, Hema and
Okay,
Tejaswini?
sir.
This one?
Yes, 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 sir.
Okay, fine. So this is about the decorators. So from the next class, we'll see with the object-oriented programming. So I'll start with the object-oriented programming from tomorrow. So I have all the examples like oops one. See, this will be all the things like it will about all the classes and normal classes. I'll tell what is the thing like what is the these are all the constructors and how to print it, how to get the object, how to get object introspections, what are the classes method, what are the polymorphism, inheritance, multiple inheritance, single level inheritance, and multiple inheritance, multi-level inheritance, and along with that public private polymorphism and super and overriding, how to override and super the classes, and diamond problems, and we'll see operating overloader and dunder methods. So then we'll see the what are these abstract classes inside a Python programming, and setters and getters property, object introspections. So try except else finally divisible by like how these all the functions try except and finally conditions will work, and iterations iterable, what is the iteration, and the function over catching it, and for else loop, how to use a else state else in the for loops and all those stuff, and the list comprehensions, dictionary comprehensions, sets, and all those things. Okay, well, I'll just still there are 15 concepts. It is inside my book. I'll just write it over there and I'll explain it. Okay, I'll
Okay.
teach you with a different example, not with this example. I'll teach you with the different examples. We'll take our names itself and we'll see with the examples. When we take our name, so why I use here decorators? Why I've used our names here, your name. So it will be inside your mind. If I use someone else's name, it won't be inside the name. Okay.
We'll see the object-oriented programming from today's session. So I have share you the notes in the morning. So we'll see this like starting stuff. So what is the object-oriented program is nothing like it's based on the classes and the objects. So everything it will be on the based on the classes and the object itself. So if we same thing if we try to, it is not like we cannot do by using the functions concepts and all other topics which we have learned. Even we can do, but it won't be in the professional way, but it will be like more lengthy code will be taken, and we need to repeat all the things like whatever the things already has been written, we need to repeat all those functions to print all the like things over there. But in the object oriented programming, everything will be based on the class itself. So it is like a do not repeat yourself, like it is like a try concept. We basically we call it as a try is nothing but do not repeat yourself. So that means if I have a, I'll just write a one function in the class. Suppose I want to run that particular function for the 1,000 people. So what it will be done, I'll just create a 1,000 objects for it. Just I will pass the values to it. I don't keep on sit for all the things. I won't be creating like a number of classes. Only in one class I will create 100 objects. So that 100 objects can be anything, like 100 people can be there, anything. By using by I can iterate all the objects. I can iterate the objects and I can apply the oops concept to the particular classes here. So here, so see what are the thing, a class is a collection of objects. So what is the class is just a collections of a object. And what is the object is an instance of that particular class. So by using a object, I can iterate all the values from the classes, like I can iterate the functions from the classes. I can iterate the particular variable from the classes. There are a number of what rules we have, so that we need to follow same rules for iterate the objects, to iterate the particular functions from the classes, and all those things. You will be okay with when I teach you the examples. You will be familiar over that. So yeah, see, so a class is a collection of object, and object is defined as an instance of class possessing attribute. So along with this, we have instances, and in the classes we have a constructors, we have a methods, we have abstractions, we have inheritance over here. So in the object-oriented programming, we have these many things over here. Like what are the main important things? We have instances, we have a constructors, we have a methods. Inside the methods, we have a number of things: classic method and class method. Here the abstractions we have. So how to abstract a method overloading and all those things. In the inheritance, we have single level inheritance, multi-level inheritance, multiple inheritance. So these all the things of the all the concepts of the object-oriented programming. So yeah, first we'll start with the class itself. So yeah, So here in the class, so basically how the class can be defined, we'll be creating a class in such a manner. So class is the class, we will be using a keyword as class itself, and this is my class is nothing but a the particular class name. So always the class name should start with a capital letter, and here I have just used a pass letter. Here will be the body of the class here. And one of the things here you can see, classes are not like a function, so we do not have to use a keyword defined to create a new class. Instead we use a keyword class along with the name of the class. So it is not a functions. So functions are different and classes are different. Inside a classes we'll define a functions. So classes is like a head of the thing. So you can see we use a keyword as a class and a class name as a particular whatever you like, you can give it as a class name, but the starting letter should, the class name should be a capital. Always it is a good habit to use that one. So then, so also we do not call a class and the whole, instead we use an object to access the different attributes. So what I am saying here is, suppose I want to create a object for this particular classes, I won't call whole class, I'll just call the attribute. By using attribute I can access all the variables from the class. So here you can see creating how we can create a object. Suppose I want to create a object for this particular class. So I have a class, my class, and pass something. So here I want to create a attribute for this one. So I'll just tell object1 is equal to, so I'll just call this particular class my class. So I'll just tell my class, and with any like zero arguments. When I give like this, the object will get created for this particular class. So same way I want to get another object for the same class. So I will just tell object2 is equal to my class. Again I'll just call the particular class, then object2 will get created. This is how we can create an object for this particular class, like a normally, without any functions, without any logic over there. So we will be seeing with the logic itself. So we have a three important point for the objects. So state with the represented by the attributes of the object which reflect the properties of an object, the method of the object which represents the behavior and the object, and the response objects with other objects, and identifies which the unique name to the object so that object can interact with the other object. So what I am saying here is, so for this object we have unique rules, like the object will be have a unique ID for it. So object is a instance of the class, this is an instance of this particular class. So we have a number of unique things here. So we will be having a unique ID, for the unique ID we will be having it, and we'll be having a unique what we call unique dictionary we will be having for this particular class. Whenever I print a object, I'll be getting a object location. So if I want to print complete detail of this particular project, I can use a dict keyword. I'll be telling you what is dict keyword. So I can see all the attributes of the particular object, and we have it reflects all the properties of these classes, and same properties will be applied for this object 1, and the same properties will be applied for this object 2. Suppose if I create a 100 object for a class, same properties will be given for all the objects, but it will be a different ID. It will be a unique primary key in the sense. So then, if I tell you with the example, suppose I have this example. So I have a class friends. I have given the class name as a friend. I'm just passing it. I'm not writing any logic to it. So then what I'm doing is I am creating a two objects. So I have think I have a two friends, that is a Meghana and Harshit. So I'll be creating a two objects. So that is I'll be creating a makes and is equal to friends, that this objects got created, and Harsh is equal to friends. The second object got created. Suppose I want to assign the values to it. So how I can assign the values? So what I'll do here is I can use the dot operators. In the object oriented, we always the dot operator will be used for assign the values. So even in the constructors, even in the inheritance, all those things will be having a dot operator. So see, makes got created here. So if I suppose I want to give the name for him, her. So makes dot name I'll give. So this will be the attribute mine. So the name will get a attribute, and makes dot object. For this object, I am using a dot operator, and I am defining I am just writing whatever the value of Meghana I am giving upon none. Suppose I have one more friend, that is a Harsh. So I am giving a Harsh as a variable name. So I want to give him a name. So I'll just tell Harsh dot name is equal to Harshit. Then Harshit will be assigned to this particular object. So then I can write a number of things, not like only name you can give. You can write name, age, hobbies, so whatever you like. By using a dot operator to that particular object, you can assign all the values. So here makes dot hobby I have given. So hobbies I have assigned it. Same way here, so I'm assigning a hobbies for him also. So I'm writing like this. So it can be anything. It can be a string, it can be a list, it can be a dictionary, whatever you feel you can give it. Okay, it is not like, see here I have given a string. Here I have used a list here. So in the list I have added the hobbies. So it can be dictionary, sets, anything you can give it. It's your choice. Then suppose I want to print the whatever the assigned values there. So I'll just tell whatever the makes dot name I have assigned. So I'll be as printing like this and like this. So if I just print a Harsh here, so I'll be getting a object. See, in the output makes dot name is Meghana. Here name Meghana is getting printed. In the Harsh dot name, the Harshit is there. The Harshit is got getting printed here. Same way, if I just print the particular print Harsh here, so you can see I'm getting a main friends object is at that particular thing. So this is how the object like class will work. So I'll just tell you with the example here itself. So I'll just tell class. Suppose I have a same thing. I'll use. So I'll just tell friends. So I'm not giving anything. So here I'm not using any stuff like I am not using any arguments. Like in the sense I'm not giving any self argument or any parameters. I'm defining a class name here. So I won't want anything. I'll just create a class here. Suppose what I'll do here is, suppose I'll take example of Tejaswini. So Tejaswini, I'll just use a Tej is equal to. So I'll just tell friends. So I'll just create an object of that. So Tej is got then Tej will get created as an object. So next I'll just tell Hema is equal to. I'm just creating a object. So you can see I'm just created. And if I just print the particular Tej, and if I same thing I want to print it as a Hema here. So see if I run the program, see what I'm getting object. So it is nothing but an object, main friends object at this particular memory location. It is created the object. That is this is one object, and this is also like an object. Now I can assign anything to it. I can just tell I'll just tell Tej dot name. I want to assign her name as a Tejaswini. So like this. So I can just tell one more Tej dot. So like I can just tell gender is equal to female. Whatever you like, you can just assign the values. I will just tell a Tej dot. So what else I can just tell age equal to something like 22 or 23. I don't know. Same for the Hema also I can give. Hema dot name is equal to Hema, and sorry. So Hema dot gender is equal to female. So I'll just tell again one more Hema dot age is equal to 22. So I'll be giving like this. So I have assigned the values for all those things. So I have assigned all the values here. So I can print it out. So if I just print like this, I'll be getting an object. Same way if I want to print, I want to print the Tej dot name. I want to print her name, and again I want to print her gender, comma. Again I want to print age. So if I just same thing, I want to do it for also. I'll just tell CMA. So here HEMA. So if I just do it same as it is, if I run the program, you can see I'm getting output here. So that is like an object, like it is everything, it is based on the object. So I'm just operating Tej is an object now. So Tej is nothing like object. I'm using a dot operator. I'm assigning the variables, all the values I have assigned, like name I have assigned, gender I have assigned, and age I have assigned. If you want 100 things, you can assign like that. So it is fine, but it is just a normal, like normally I'm just teaching you so how the class will work, how the object will be there. But later we'll be passing as an argument to the class by using a constructor. I'll be calling it. So this is a basic example for the classes and objects. So created a class by using class name. I have created an object Teja and Emma, so that two names are created, just an object name. So for that particular object, I am assigning a variables, name, gender, anything. So whatever you feel, you can just assign it. And if you want to access the particular things, you can access in this particular fashion. Okay, got it? At that time, yeah, for that we need to define a functions. I'll use that one. I'll tell you. Okay. So this is just then we'll create a functions here. So just I'll pass here all the values I'll get it. I'll print. Okay, step by step we'll go it. So this is how the normal like Opps concept. The starting like basic concept is class and object. Just to understand, class is created like that and object is created. So for the object, if I want to assign anything, I can assign in this particular fashion. This is only a normal way, not a professional way. Just it a normal way. Okay. So then coming back to the next, let's make it as one more oops2.pf. So next oops2.py file. So is a normal thing. So next comes another instances classes. So we have a next the concept is the instances classes. So instance is a variable for which the value of a variable is different for every instance. So that is instance of nothing but this is itself. So for the object, so this is an object. The Tej is an object. For here I'll just pass the values here. That will be one instance, and if I pass here value, that will be the another instance. That just here values. I'll be passing to this particular class. So here later we'll write a functions to it. So where is it? Yeah. So classes, when a program starts, so basically instance, what happens means instance, when object is created with the use of a new keyword, instance variables are created. What here the sentence you're telling is, whenever I create an object, whenever the object is get created, the instance will be created for that particular object, and are created they destroy when the object get destroyed. Suppose if I destroy this particular page, so if I just destroy this particular friends, so now see if I run the program, see I'm getting error that is telling me page is not defined because the object is not get created, because object, when the object is not there, I cannot use the page as an instance to extract the particular variables here. Okay, so this is why I'm getting a error there. So this means, so even you can see, you might have think what is the use of giving like this. Simply if I have used this is like page.name is equal to Tejaswini, if I just print it, I would have get the output. It won't get. I show you the error now. So you saw the error how I was getting here. Like you can see here, the name page is not defined. It will see whenever I use this kind of fashion, page.hema, it is not a variable name. So variable name I cannot give like this. Special characters are not allowed for the variable names. Okay, that is one you need to keep it in mind. So it is a object. So it is what here has been said. So same way. So what here is object reference dot variable name. So see how will be the syntax, object reference dot variable name. So object reference is hema is a object reference, and name is a variable here that will be used for what will be the instance variable. Coming back to the class variable, when a program starts, states variable are created and destroy when the program starts. So it's telling me when the when a program starts, static variables are created and destroys when the program gets started. So suppose if I create any variables inside this class, when I run it will be taken normally statically. When the program starts, it doesn't store that particular value inside the variable, like inside that particular variables or any memory location. It will just destroy it. So that is what it is telling, and it can be accessed by using class name dot variable name. So I have used a, here you can see I have used a hema dot age. If I have anything here, suppose if I have a is equal to 10, so I can see if I just print the particular, so I'll just tell friends. Friends is nothing but this one. Friends is just a class name. I want to access a variable a, so I can just tell friends dot a. I can use like this. So if I run the program, you can see I'm getting the value 10. So this is what it is, accessing the values of a. This is accessing the values of the objects. It is accessing the values from the class. So that is a nothing like a class. This is all the instances. Okay, that is what the differences I have said. This is the thing I have written over here. Okay, so then we'll see the example. The same thing I have written here. You can see I have a number of things I have written it next. Okay, fine. So we'll see with this particular example. So basically what the thing here I have written here is, there is a program that is a same program like for friends. So here friends star I have given the variable, and the value of the star I have given as 5. So then I created a two objects, that is a makes and hush, the two objects I have created for the friends. Then what I have assigned a name for them. So Meghana is a name, and here Harshit I have assigned a name for him. So age I have defined 20, and his name age I have defined as 21. So then I'm just printing the names. So this is normal thing, it will just print it. So here what I have said here is, so this is a Harshit stars. So suppose, see what is the difference here is, I have not given any star here. So makes dot name I have defined, and I have defined a age. I have not defined a stars, like how many stars I want to give to this particular person, like for her and him. So but in the class I have defined a star over, that is I have given as a 5. But if I want to print, if I just print makes dot star here, you can see hush dot star makes dot star. I have not defined it. I have not defined it here. So makes dot star also I have not defined anything. Nothing I have defined. If I just I'll just copy this example. So this same thing I'll just paste it inside here. So here see. So if I just keep like this as it is, one. So see, I'll just tell something like, if I just give a stars here, I'll just tell stars is equal to 5. So I'll be giving a stars is equal to 5 here. So here I'll just let it be same as it is. If I just tell stars, I will use the F string here. I'll just tell this is a class stars. So I want to put this thing inside a F strings. Okay. So if I print the value, you obviously know what will be the value. So you can see I'm getting this kind of value. Tejaswini 12, this is about thing it is printing. It is printing. This is a class star of 5. But same thing, if I give it like this, so I will just remove this one, two things. So same thing, if I want to, suppose if I just print like this, what will be the output? See, if I just print like this, I'll just tell this is Tejaswini stars. So what will be the output for here? So this is should be, I'll just make it as so I won't be using friends dot star. I'll use tej dot star here. So see, I'll use like this. So I'll just tell tej dot stars star. So here I have not defined the value. What output I will be getting here if I run the program for this particular line. So I have not defined the particular stars, whether it going to take the particular class value or it will throw the error. Yeah, it will take the value. Obviously, it will take the value. You can see, run it is taking the value here. So that is a like you can see this is a class star. So here it is printed. So this is a class star 5. This is a Tejas with stars 5. Even this is a. So if I want to give it one more, that is a Hema. Hema stars is Hema dot stars I have given. So it has not defined. What then it is means the variable whichever not defined for the object. If it's defined inside a classes, that particular values it will be going to take whenever the particular functions runs here. Okay, you can see it is getting a output of this particular same thing. So it is taking a little time. You can see I'm getting a output. This is a class star, this is a Tejaswini star, and this is a Hema star. So that is what I have said here. This is what the thing is getting fair. And one more thing I said to you about the dict. So if I just use this particular dict concept, so see here, if I just tell print the particular Hema dot dict. So this is a function dict. If I use this particular dict function, and is it audible? So see here, if I just use a Hema.dict here, if I just use this kind of stuff, if I just run the program, so let's stop this one. Now if I run the program, you can see I'm getting whatever the attributes have been given for the Hema, I'm getting this one. That means, so I have given a attributes name is equal to name and gender and a age. So it is getting a name, gender and a age. I'm getting 3 attributes over here. Same thing if I do it for friends. If I do it for same thing, it will be print for the just also. If I do it for particular thing, so Hema.dict I have given. If I give for this particular friends, if I just use it for this same thing, if I use it for friend dot dict. If I use it for this particular friends dot dict, if I run the program, you can see I'm getting all so many things here. I'm getting the module, I'm getting whichever the main is there, I'm getting the stars, even I'm getting the stars here, dictionary attributes and friends objects. Along with that, so many things I'm getting here. You can see the stars. You can see I'm getting a number of things here. I'm getting the attribute week of friends object and document type none, anything or something and all I'm getting it here. So that means that is a class. So we have a dict means if it will get all the whatever the availabilities of the attributes given. So if I just want to see what are the attributes I have given for the object, so Tejaswini and Hema are the 2 objects here. So if I want to print their object, like whatever the things has been assigned, I can use a keyword that is dict. So if I just use a dict keyword, I'll be getting same thing. I can use it for Tejaswini also. If I just tell I have given EG Tej as, if I run the program, you can see I'll be getting whatever the attributes I have given here. That is a here. This is the stuff that is a, but star is not getting printed. So if I print as a tej dot stars, it is giving me the 5 value, but that particular star value has not assigned to this particular person. You can see the star value has been not printed even in this particular set, even in this particular set. So suppose I want to give the values, update the value. So what I'll do here is, so now, so what I'll do here is, so I have assigned the values in the same example. Yeah, I have assigned in the edit the same example itself. So see if I just do it now. So if I just tell what are the stage stars are there, just make it to, if I just tell I want to make the star values to 10, same values after updating it. Now if I want to print it, so now what value will be the get here is, you can see if it's not there, it will take the particular value whichever assigned for this particular class. When you have defined the particular stars to the particular object, then I have defined it here. You can see tej dot stars I have given as a 10. Now the updated value, the whichever the value you have updated, that going to take, and even this value will be updated into the dictionaries here. So if I run the program, you can see I'm getting an output here. Like this is a class star is 5, and Tejaswini star before updating is what, 5, and the Hema star is 5. Again, the dict is whatever the attributes are there, name, here like gender and female, all those things I'm getting printed. But then after I updated the 10 value to this particular object, then this is the Tejaswini star. If I just use this line, you can see I'm getting Tejaswini star is 10. It is not taking as 5 because I have updated. So if I just print the particular dictionary values, you can see the particular dictionary values, even the stars is also got updated here. Stars dot, like the particular is a key and is a value, key and value has been updated. So this is friends dot dict means, you saw I showed you before all the attributes I am getting over here. Okay, so this is how the things will work. So then, so same thing, just the extra thing was just it was a thing whether I can access the variables or, so it will be very easy for now. So if I tell you about, if I go with the 5-7 videos of the Opps, it will be very confusing. So just understand properly how the variable, like small thing also matters most. Later in the functions I cannot directly change the values. I need to use a class method, I need to use a CLS method and all, then only I can change the values. It don't give me the permissions. So at that time it will be little bit confusing. So now, so this will be the stuff. So next, what other thing is there here is, so same thing I have written here. So next, coming back to the main important concept, it is a method, self and a init constructors. So what is method? Method is nothing, just a function. So whatever the functions we have seen, so we can call this particular thing as a method. So if I just open any function, so we have this function. So grid is a function here. So if I just same function, if I pass it inside a class, that will be the method for me. Okay, so if I just pass outside the particular functions, that will be the normal functions, inbuilt functions. But same thing, this function if I use inside this particular class, if I just copy this function, if I use inside this particular class, if I just use this same thing inside the class, so that will be the method. So this will be the method for this, what will be the method for Tej and Hema. So Tej and Hema are the two objects. By using these two objects, I can run this particular function. So that will be the method. So basically, you need to understand just what are the inside the classes, what are the def keyword functions you will be defining it. That will be the class methods. Methods are nothing but a functions here. So that is what I have written here. You can see the method is just like a functions. Like purpose of method. What is the purpose of the method? Is used to show all the details related to the object. So basically, as I do, this is the object. If I write any function, it is a, what is the purpose means, if I want, if I run the particular functions, all the data I need to show it to the person. So before Tejaswini was telling how I can print all the data. So by using a method, by using just the object, I can access the particular method and I can print whatever the data details of the particular person is given, like along with all the details. So for that one, I need to pass as a self argument. So for to print like this, I need to call a self, I need to create a constructor for the particular classes. So how can be created, how it can be created? You can see here the self keyword is used to method to refer the instance of the current class. We are using the self keyword is passed as a parameter explicitly every time we defined a method. Basically, self is nothing like a self argument. So whenever I want to access the particular data, whenever I want to access the particular person's data, I won't be passing in this such way. I'll just pass same values here, here I'll pass. When I pass the values here inside the argument, inside the like open braces, so that value will be passed to this particular classes whichever I have editing it. So there it will take as a self argument. Self dot name will be taken as a Tejaswini, self dot gender will be taken as a female, and self dot age will be taken as a 22. That will pass dynamically to the particular class. So then I can run particular function and I can access that particular class. This is just a normal way to define a thing, but a professional way we need to define it by using a constructor and a self init method itself. So that is what I will be using from now. So how it will be like, it will be given as a self argument. So what is the init here? Init is also a collection of a constructor. Init is nothing. Init is a constructor. Just understand what is a constructor. The initialization of the particular function is a init method. So here we will pass whatever the values will be passed from the object, the classes, that will be passed to the first, it will pass to the constructor. So that constructor will create a particular variables and it will store the values. Then that particular values I can access throughout any other functions inside the class. So if I tell you it will be the use of the init. So constructor in the Python is used to assign a values to the variables. You can see it is used to assign the values to the variables or a data members of the class. So this line is important. It will assign the values of a values to the variable for what? For members of the class. I'm not telling it will assign outside the members of the class. This is all the members itself. It is not assigning values to it. It will assign the values to the class variables. Okay, so that by using a init method. So that is the use of here. So you can say it will be defined by using this particular fashion. So here the def is a function name, it is a function, and init is a method. Like it is a constructor, init is a method argument, or optional we can define it, pass in a number of arguments. So you can keep it as empty. Even if you want to keep it, if you want to pass an argument, we can pass inside a init method as a self argument. Like suppose I want to give the name, age and all, so I need to pass inside the init method, self comma name comma age, like that. So that I can self dot name is equal to whatever the value you are passing, you can give it here, and it will pass to the self dot name, like that. So the first argument refers to the current object which binds into the instance of init method. So basically whenever I use a constructor method, the first particular function will be the init method, and whatever the arguments will be passing it will be taken as a first argument. Like if you pass friends Hema comma 21 comma female, the Hema will be go to the first argument, and 21 will be taken as a second argument, and the third argument will be taken as a third argument. It won't enter mismatch over here. It will bind particular first argument to the first argument itself. So that is what the thing will happen. So see, this will be the good example for that. So everything I'll be telling you about the besties example itself. I don't know, I don't got any other examples into mind. It will be inside your mind, little bit tricky it will be there. So what to do means, when you are practicing it, take your best friend's name and print it like that. So it will be inside your mind if you won't forget it. So you can see lot of the differences I'll be getting it. So now see, so what here I have given as example here is, so I have given same class besties as a class name, and stars I have given as a file. But here I have created a constructor. Here I have created a constructor. Here I have created one more function. Here I have created one more function. Suppose now I want to, don't think about this one first. So first I have created a class bestie. I have passed some logic I have written it here. Now what I am doing here is, I won't be using a dot operators. Like I am not using adi dot name, adi dot age, adi dot hobbies, like that. So here just what I am telling here is, adi is equal to, so it is he's my friend Aditya, and he's my besties. So I have given a class is equal to besties. Then I am passing some arguments. That is a name, Aditya I have passed, 21 is a age I have passed, and so next cool I have given, here medium short I have given, watching movies I have given. Like 1 2 3 4 5 argument I have given it. So what it takes means, it will go to the besties class, and it will see for the constructor. It will look for the constructor. So I have passed the parameter, it will look for the constructor. So the constructor has been created here. So def init constructor has been created. Self is a default argument. So first I have given a name, age, look, b height, and a hobby. So whatever the values is there, Aditya will be taken inside a b name, that is a b name, and whatever the 21 I have given, it will be taken to the b age, and look, height, hobbies. That is, look is a, like I have given cool, height is medium short, hobbies are watching movies. I have given the 5 arguments here, and I have created a 5 parameters. Okay, so self will be the self argument here. So now inside a constructor, I will store the values. Now I will store the value. Before I was doing like this, adi dot name, adi dot adi dot name, adi dot age, adi dot like whatever the height, adi dot hobbies. I was doing like this before. So but now I am using just a single method, just a single constructor. So just I will be given, whenever I get a 5 arguments, whenever I get 5 arguments of any object, it is not only for Aditya, it is for Harshit also, it is for 100 names also. So if you give 100 names with the 5 arguments, it will be taken all 100 objects and it will just run only this particular single function itself. For what is the benefit here is, so Adi and Harsh, I can just create only one thing, but I don't want to write Adi dot her name, Adi dot like this, like keep on, like I don't want to, I won't be repeating the code. Just the same code will apply for same this particular function will apply for all the names. So here self dot name I have given, the b name means b name will get passed. So Aditya will be passed here. So from here it will pass here and it will store it into the self dot name. It will just store it as a name, and same for the age, look, height and hobby. So all the things, all the parameters, whatever I am getting from the constructor, that I will be stored into the self. So this will be the just for the constructor purpose. This is the function for constructor. So now the constructor has been created. Now I can access all the values of the constructor. Now see, I'll write one more function to print all the data. Like I want to get all the data, whatever the data has been passed. So I'm writing one function inside a class, that is a def bestie details. I want to print all the details of the friend. So I have given as a bestie details self. So here I'm returning some values here. So what is the returning I'm returning here is like my bestie name is self dot name. So whatever the name I have given as self dot name, new line, age is the self dot age, and look is the self dot look, and again height is the self dot height. Again the height is like hobbies are the self dot hobbies. I want to give the stars also. I'll just tell number of stars I have given as a self dot star. So I'm not using just a star here. So you can see one difference. I'm not using just star. I'm using a self dot star. Even though I have not defined it, it will take this particular variable value here. So this will be the things. Now see, if I want to print the data, so print, if I just tell Adi dot name, see if I just use same thing, it will be getting a name of the person. So you can see I'm getting Aditya here. So same, if I just tell Adi dot bestie details, so I want to print his details, means I'll just run this particular function. So Adi, I will just tell whichever the object Adi dot bestie details. Bestie details means it will look inside a class. It will look for the particular functions. This particular function is there. It will take a self argument, whatever the self instructor argument it will take. Whatever the values is being passed while creating an object, all the values will be passed to this particular return function, and I will be getting a output over here. So same thing will be happen for one more person also. So like this. So let's see with the example. Let's try with it. So let's tell here oops.3 3.py file. So I created a file. So here what I'll do here is I'll just cancel the stuff. I'll just create a class first. I'll just tell create a class. So what I can tell here is a class name. So if I can take example of okay, let's take example of employee. I have an employee class. Here what I'll just create a constructor. I'll just create a constructor in it. It will take what? Self argument. So basically it will take name, it will take. So I'll just tell employee name, emp name. So I'll take a emp name is there. So I have a emp name, employee name, then employee salary, SALA salary, and employee designation. So I have three things, or else I can just tell employee role. Okay, employee role I have given it. So then I'll just enter the store. So I'll just use a company name here. I'll just tell company. So company is equal to, I'll just tell some company name. I'll just tell AI Robotica Services Private Limited. So this is a company. So inside this company, this is the employee of it. I want to create a object. So I given like this. So now I will take a self as argument. Self dot employee. I'll just tell self dot name. So whatever the employee name is there, I'll just tell. So for the employee name, I want to pass this employee name. Same for self dot then salary, right? Salary is a our salary is equal to, I want to pass a employee salary, whatever I'm getting from the whenever the constructor is defined. So again for the self dot role, I want to give the role now. Self dot role is equal to, so I'll let the emp role, whichever the role I'm getting from the stuff. So I want to do it like the same thing. So this is the constructor. Now what I want to do here is I want to print. For printing the details, I'll just tell emp details. I'll just tell employee details. So I'm just telling employee details here. So here what it will take. So if I just open a like this, Even it will take a self as a argument here. So it will take or not. So I forgot the syntax. So it is not like you need to behead all the syntax, okay? So even even you are a human beings will forget. Just we need to understand. So it will take a self argument. So here after taking a self argument, I can return something. I'll just return. I'll return as a string. So I'll just tell companies. I'll just tell self from the self from this particular class self instructor. Just find the variable that is company. I'll just tell self dot company. In the new line, I want to tell employees the particular employee name. Here I need to print. So I need to use a self. So I'm using a self here, not just a name. Self dot name. Then I'll just put a new line. Then here I'll just tell next what are the salary. Salary is self dot salary. Self dot salary. Then I'll just tell slash new line. So here role. So I want to tell role is the self dot role. See, f string is very like how I can do it with the f string. Same thing if I use with the operator that is a plus and plus operator, it will be very difficult. So it will be created confusions while creating it. So I'll just tell self dot role. Okay, I have created a two roles here. So these are all the things I have written it now. So now I want to as the name I want to print the data in a very easy manner. So now say I have created a class, I created a constructor for it, and I have created one function for this particular class. Now what I will do here, so I want to take Tejaswini first. So I'll just tell Tej is equal to, so she is one object, so she is an employee. She is an employee now. She is an employee of the particular company Aerobatica. Now I'll just pass her name here. I'll just pass her name Tejaswini. So I'm just passing a name. Then I want to pass what salary. So I'll just pass a salary of 50,000. So salary I have passed. Then employee role. So I'll just tell software engineer. I'll just tell software engineer. So this is the one attribute. So same way for I want to make it for Hema also. I'll just tell Hema. I'll just tell Tejaswini. So here I want to give for Pardu. So one more I'll give it as Venkatesh. So the four people are there. So four people I want to print the data easily in the just writing a single line. So I'll just change the names here. I'll just tell Hema. So I'll just keep its salary as 60,000. So same let it be the software engineer. So I'll just tell his name. So I'll just make it like let it be 50. So here I'll just make Venkatesh. So I'll just keep it as some 70,000. All the roles are same here. So let it be the roles, let it be same itself. So if I just change any software engineer, if I just tell here hardware engineer, so I just tell here just a engineer. So here I'll just tell mechanical engineer something. So I've changed all the values. So now see if I want to print the data. So just I have assigned the values. I have just created an object. Now once I run this program, see if I run the program, I won't be getting any error. All the thing is working fine. But objects got created. So 4 object has been created now. So when the function run, object will create it for the employee. Object got created. Now I will print. So I want to print just a. I want to print Tejaswini. So if I just print the Tejaswini, I'll just get what? I'll just get an object here. You can see main employee is it is in the main function. And employee our particular object is at this particular memory location. Now I want to print Tejaswini dot. I want to just print her name. So if I just print Tejaswini dot name, see I am getting a value as a Tejaswini here. So same thing I want to print Tejaswini dot salary, same I want to print it as role. I want to print all the 3 things here. So now see if I run the program, I'm getting all the values. Tejaswini I'm getting a 5,000 as a salary, 50,000 as a salary, and a software engineer. So I can see before compared to this particular programs, compared to these 2 things. So here I need to have defined like this, and I need to print it like this. For all the things I need to define like this. But here in this program, see the difference. Just I am creating an employee. I'm just passing the value. Automatically it is creating a constructor inside the init method. Tejaswini will pass to the employee name. Salary will pass to here. Designation role will pass to here, and whatever the passed value will be there, it will take as a self argument, and it will be stored it inside a company, that is a class employee instance will be get created. Okay, now if I want to print this particular employee details, so I want to print the employee details. So I'll just tell print. I want to just tell. So if I just tell like this, Tejaswini, so whatever the Tejaswini object is there, so this Tejaswini object can take all the stuff from the employee class because she is a instance of this particular class. He has all the rights to go with the all the functions like that. So if I just tell employee details here, so if I tell Tejaswini dot employee details, so I'm just running this particular. And if I run the function, you can see I'm not getting anything, but I want to print it. Print. I want to get Tejaswini dot employee details. So I want to get her full details in a single line without using this line. I want to get in a single line. So if I run the program, you can see I'm getting output here. So you can see I'm getting Tejaswini 500 the salary, 5,000 is a 50,000 is a salary and a software engineer. So that is nothing but this particular print statement. So after this one, I'll just give a new line here. Print. I'll just tell a new line. So it will be easy. So now see if I run the program. So you can see the Tejaswini 50,000 salary and role is engineer. So see employee details if I run, I'm getting company is Aerobotica Services, so employee is a Tejaswini, salary is 50,000 and role is a software engineer. So that means what? This particular function is getting run. This function is getting employee details means automatically it will take as a self argument for the particular object. So once the object is created, all the values will be stored inside the particular object. Now I need to iterate the object. So if I want to iterate the object, whatever the object name I have given, by using that particular object name, I can iterate all the values. Same thing I can do it for rest three people here. So I can just tell employee details if I want to get a hema.employee details, and if I want to get a pardu.employee details. Same thing if I want to get a Venkatesh dot employee details. So see, if I run the program, I can easily in just a 4 lines of code, I can get all the data here. So see, all the data is coming from the object. It is coming from the Tejaswini objects. So where is it? So one more thing I forward. So see, if I just run the program, you can see I'm getting perfect output here. So first that I can get a object of the employee of a just person. It is just a printing. Normally it is whatever the value is there. So if I want to run this particular functions, the particular employee details, so I can say I can just get by using a single function, that is employee details. If I whatever I have passed it here, so whatever I have passed here, so employee details, hema is a object and employee details is a functions of the particular class object. So that particular function will apply for all the objects. So you can see it is applying for all the objects and it is getting me the output value. All the data is getting printed inside my output console. Understood how the things will work? Okay, Hema, any doubt? Okay. So this is how the things will work it. So next, we have a method of a class methods. So now see what is the class method here. So this is stuff. So class method is in the Python. So class methods, we have same thing. Class method, so class everything. Now you know about the class. Now you know about what is the objects will be going to do, and you know about the constructor. Now for the constructor, we need to define it. This is mandatory. Whenever you use it, whenever you are passing like this values, mandatory is what? Constructor is mandatory to define it. If you are not defining a constructor, this particular functions you cannot use it. If you are used also, it is not, you won't be getting a perfect output over there. You won't be getting as a self argument. Like whenever you create a constructor, this particular init method should be defined. So basically, init method itself is called as a constructor. Okay. So even later, if I want to come the change the company, so here I can pass the company name value also. If I pass the value, if I just pass the argument here, it won't look onto this particular variable outside the function. It will take the value whichever you have passed from here. Just try with that while practicing. So then coming back to this particular concept, class method in the Python. So here we have a class method, my class @ here. I said you about the decorators in the yesterday's class. See, I have used a decorator here. @ is nothing but a decorator, but this is a decorator of the class method here. So here, what is the use of it? So basically, what is the use of it is you'll see with the examples now. So just see here. So here is a at the class method, and if my functions CLS and arguments have passed, so here same normally the one function I have passed, but above I have used as a at the rate symbol with the class method. So what it's going to do here is my function is a function name, you know, and that need to convert it into the class method. So whenever I define at the rate symbol with the class method as a keyword above the function name, so that will be treated as what? That will be taken as the particular, that will be converted as a class method. Particular function method will be converted as a class method, and it will return at the rate class method returns the class method for the particular function. So we'll see the example. So see, at the rate is a decorator. Yesterday I said you about the at the rate. Wherever I use at the rate and whatever the name I will be giving it, that will be the decorator. So it is a decorator of the method, class method. It is not a decorator of the function. So yesterday I shown you for the function. So this is for the class methods. The decorator for the class method. It is a built-in functions in Python. It can be applied to any method of the class, and we can change the value it also. So even I can change the value of it. So I given some differences for the class method and the static method. Just go on to it. So it will take a start like it will take a argument. CLS is something is there. CLS is nothing but a class. So CLS will be taken as a self argument whenever I use a at the rate symbol with a class method. So it is a mandatory. It is a must for the class method whenever I define it. So static method, there is no such restrictions, and with the help of the class method we can change or alter any variable value. I can by using this method I can change or alter any variable value, but with the static we cannot change the values of a method. So and here we can only use a inside the class with this particular class method. Whatever this particular class methods are there, this can be only used inside a class. Okay, so if I want to use outside the class, I need to use what? Decorators with functions. Yesterday I have shown you. So decorator function. So this is the decorator function. So I think I have thing here, day 3. So see, this is the outside the function. This is outside. This is the outside the class I am using. It is not inside any classes here. I have not any concepts of classes. It is a outside the classes. Okay, this is the normally thing. So whenever I'm using a class method as a decorator, that should be inside the class itself. This is a outside the class one. This is for the functions. So whenever I say for the class methods, it will be inside the class itself. So it will be the thing. So it is example. Same examples. So we'll go to this. So what I'll do here is I'll just create a oops 4.py file. pps oops 4.py file. So I'll copy all the concepts from the 3. So I want to give you the code, so I am just creating a separate files. So easily it will be easy for you. So I'll just paste like this. So here I'll remove some more data. I'll just keep one details here. See here I have a 4 people data here, so let it be 4, no problem for me. So now see, I have a the same thing. You understand this one, so you know that all the things. So what is the difference here? So see, same constructor I have defined it. The constructor is there, so the particular constructor has been defined for the particular object, and even the particular data has been written here. So same thing, the particular data has been written. So it is other example, but this is an exact example, but the meaning is same. And now I have defined a class method here. So I've given a class method. It is given as a change stars. So it will take a class method and it will take a new star as an argument, and it will take in this particular fashion. So let me see. I want to change the variable name here. So see, it is a, so basically in the theory I have said you. So it is used to change the variable name. So here I want to change the particular. Before I shown you how to change the variables in the object ones, how we have changed the variable. Suppose in the oops 2, I want to change the value of a star. So directly I given here tej.star is equal to 10. But same thing how you will be doing for this particular concept. So suppose I want to change the company name here. So I cannot pass directly here. I can pass, that is the one way, but by using a normal like a classic way, suppose I want to change the particular variable value. So how I can do, but that I can do with the use of a class method. That I can be used as a class method. So here I'll just tell. So I'll just tell this class method. So I'll just use a class method. I'll just give a function name as, I can just tell change company. So I want to change the company. I'll just tell change company. So I'll just use a change company here. So I'll just tell. So whenever I use a change company, whenever I use a class method, what was the stuff I said? I want to give a CLS as a argument here. So along with the CLS I have given as a argument here. You can see CLS is a mandatory, you need to give it. Here is a function name. So here I want to give a variable name. What is the variable name? I'll just tell something like I want to change the company name. So I'll just tell new company. I'll just tell new company. I'll be giving like this. New company I have given as a new company. So then, so what I have given here is by using a CLS. So what are the CLS I have defined class? That particular I can use that particular class and I can use the particular star. Stars is nothing but this particular stars. But if I want to change this particular company name, I need to use company here. So I'll just tell CLS dot so CLS dot company. So I can say I'm getting a suggestions here company. So whatever this particular class company, whenever I call this one, I want to change the particular company to the what whichever the new company I am passing as an argument for this particular function. I want to change it here. Whatever the new argument, new company name I am giving it here. So that new company name should be passed to the old company value. So old company I am telling. So from this particular class, I have a variable that is company. So that access it, change the value to the new company value, whichever I have defined it. Same thing I have set it over here. So where here. So you can see I have given here as a new star. Now see what are the now if I just change the particular value. So here I have given as a names, everything I have given. So now I want to change the company name. So I want to change the company name. So here I want to change the company name of Tejaswini here. So what I'll do here is, so first before it will be like this. So I'll just print. I'll just after changing. After changing. After change of company. Something I'm just telling after change of the company. So now see what I'll do here is. So I want to pass the particular value now. So I'll just tell change company. So sorry. So what is that? Tejaswini is a object. For that particular object, I want to apply this particular function. So what is the function name? That is a change company. So change company. So change company, I'm just passing it. So for her, I'll be giving a company name as. So if I just tell company like she is working, if I just tell Ria Institute. Ria Institute. So I don't know spelling. So I given like this. Now if I print the particular Tejaswini details. Tejaswini dot. Now I am trying to print. I want to print her data, whether it gets changed or not. Let me see. So I want to print her data. So run the function. So now see, it got changed here. So think, yeah, it got changed. So now I will just put it inside the new line here. So new line I have given. So now see, I am passing a variable name here. So I am passing a variable. First it will be printing the after data after changing. So I want to print something like this. So I'll just tell something like star star star. So now see, if I run the program. So when I run the program. So first example, see the first it is printing whatever the values, what all the things will get printed here. We have seen in the third Python file. So after changing the value, so now see I am doing Tejaswini.change company. I am running this particular change company function for this class. Here I want to pass one. It will say a class will be taken as a self argument. New company is nothing but whatever the new company you are passing it here. New company is Ria Institute. So Ria Institute will be given as a here. And from this class, whatever the company name is there, it will get changed to the new company value. So that means Ria Institute will get changed. Now if I try to print this particular employee details, that means the Tejaswini.employee details. So it will be returning all the value, but here the self.company, it won't be taking this particular aerobotica services. Whatever the new value you have changed, that will be taken as a here. You can see. So here is the output. So I'll just run it. So I can just tell Python. So even I can run this like this. So Python Opps 4.py. So it is in the Ria Institute. Okay, see insta cd day 4. So see, I can run like this also program. So see, I am getting an output here. So before changing the value, company is Aerobotica Services Private Limited, employees Tejaswini, salaries 50,000, role is software engineer. After the change of the company, so now see, company name is Ria Institute, employees Tejaswini, salaries 50,000, and role is software engineer. So this is how you can change the variable value by using a class method, by using this kind of a class methods inside our function, that is a class functions. Same thing I can do it. Same thing if I want to do it for one more person. So suppose I want to do it for the Hema also. So what I can do here is same thing. I'll just tell Hema. So for the Hema, I want to change the company name to some exposes. Exposes. I'll just tell TCS here. TCS. So I want to change the company to this one. So here if I just print the HEMA details, so after the new line, so when you can see when that particular company name will get. If I run the program, you can see I'm getting here. So before Tejaswini's company is you can see I'm getting a change. After the change of the company is TCS, employee is Tejaswini. So for what it got changed. So here I need to change it. So you can see all the data is getting coming up. After change of the company is reinstituted for the Tejaswini. So after the HEMA got changed, so it is a company is a TCS for the particular HEMA, and salary is a 60,000 and role is a hardware engineer. Okay, so you can see by using this kind of steps, I can change the particular values for the. I can just change the values, the variable values for the particular employee, like whatever the objects are there, I can change it. So even like it is not like only I can change it for this particular stuff. This is a outside of the variables. I am just changing it. Okay. For inside, it is not, there is no sense of changing it. If I want to change inside the stars, whatever the salary and employee is there for the particular class stars, directly I want to change it from here. There is no use of writing a function separately for it. If you want to change it, whatever you want to change, just whenever you are passing a, whenever you are creating an object at a time of self, you can change the values here. Okay, this is for the outside variable. This is outside the variables, outside the functions variables. So in this particular fashion, I can change the particular variable. Understood?
We have seen how to create a classes and how to create a objects of that one, and along with that we have seen like how to access the particular variables from the classes inside the terminal. Then along with that we have seen how to create a constructor for the particular class, and how to create a functions for it, and how to get the particular all the values from the classes dynamically. So as you can say here, I have given your example itself. So how to access all the things I have said you in the yesterday's class. And along with that we have seen the decorators of the class method. So we have I said you about what is class method and the static methods in the yesterday's class. So along with that we have seen how to print all the things and how to change the particular variables from the class, and just that particular variable how I can print it for the particular employee. So you can see 4 employees are there. If I want to change any for anyone like any other company or anything, so I can just use this particular class method and I can change from the classes. So class method is always used inside the particular class itself. So in this today's session we'll see how the split method will work, and along with that we'll see how what is the static methods, then abstractions and encapsulation, and single level inheritance, and along with the multi-level inheritance and multiple inheritance. I have not written, I will write and I will share you later. So I'll just teach you the concepts. So now, so this split function, you can see nothing. Split function is something like it will just whatever the thing is there inside the string, that particular thing it will just convert that particular string into the list. Suppose if I just I'll make it one new file here, oops.py. So I have this particular Python file. If I just give a is equal to something like that, so if I just tell Ria Institute, okay, I have this particular stuff inside the a variable. So if I want this thing into the, I will just tell b is equal to a dots, I'll just use a split function. So I'll just use a split function. So you can see here I have used this particular kind of syntax, just a split function. You can give a comma, whatever you want, you can just split it by that particular thing. So I'll just split it by like this. If I just tell print b, if I run the function, you can see I'm getting empty separator. So I need to give a comma. You can see I'm getting all the thing inside the particular list.
This is same as a join function.
Yeah, join function is joining. Join is like little bit like kind of that is like same itself, but split function is like, suppose I have like this, suppose I have like this, like this I have.
Yes,
So like this something I have means I can just by using like I can just search for this particular slash things, and I can just print like whatever however I can just remove this one and I can print in the particular indexing fashion. So this I'll show you with the classes, with the class slash message now. So this is the split function will work. You can see everything is coming in the list. Okay, so like this how I can do it. If I have just like a comma here, if I have a comma here, if I run the function, so you can see I'm getting like this. Okay, Ria is coming separately and the institute is getting separately. So suppose if I have like this slash, and if I have just slash abc, so if I have like this, So if I want to split it by slash. So if I run the function, you can see I'm getting all the things inside the list. Ria is coming separately in the list, and the institute is coming separately, and the ABC is coming separately in the list. So this is how the split functions will work. Okay, just it will split whatever the value you are finding in the particular variable. So then let's comment out. So next what I have said here is let's take a previous example itself. So here I have used a one class method. So you can see I have used one split method over here, like how to split the things. Suppose I have like this a particular stuffs. So where I can so I'll just take one example here first. So I'll just copy the same example here. So I'll just copy it and I'll just paste it inside the oops5.py. Okay, so you can see I have added the same program, so nothing is there. Yesterday I have the same copy. There is an employee class, so where I have a company of this particular stuffs. It is an instructor where I have like a constructor which I have instructed. Then I have employee details where if I just print this employee details, all the data will be get printed, like company is this particular company, and what is the name of the employee, what is the name of the salary of the employee, what is the role of the employee. So I have a class method over here, so where I want to change the particular company name. So it is a, suppose it is a company name, I want to change it with the new company name. So here CLS is a class, it takes a self argument, and here is a we need to pass which is the company name. I need to pass it here. So new company will get passed over here, and I can change the particular class company over here. Suppose I have a four employees like Tejaswini, Hema, and Parthu and Venkatesh. So you have their own name, salaries, and your role. Suppose I want to print his Tejaswini detail, I'll just print it like this. And suppose I want to print all the details, I'll just run this particular employee detail function. So it will return all the output here. You can see if I just run the function, I am getting all the output here. So you can see. See Tejaswini 5,000, 50,000, and software engineer. Company is Air Robotica. Employees Tejaswini. Salary is 50,000, 50,000, and role is software engineer. Suppose after changing the company name, I'll change the company name here. You can see after changing the company name, I'm changing the company name to Ria Institute. So for now I want to print the data after changing the particular data. Now see if the particular company name is getting as a Ria Institute when I just print the employee details. For Tejaswini I have changed it, so the particular employee details is getting changed for Tejaswini itself, so not for other employees. Okay, now if I just print the Hema.employee details, but the Hema employee will be the same itself. You can see company is TCS, so I am changing one more company name to TCS, so the TCS is getting printed over here. So this is how I can change the particular variables. Now let's use the split function and print it. So here I'll just create one more class here. So here I'll just use one more class method. So here I want to just pass a message here. So simply like a thing like I want to pass a message, same as it is I want to pass a message. So suppose I want to just pass, I am just creating one more class method over here. So now I want to just change, I want to pass something like something I want to pass a greet method or something like that. So I'll just use whenever I use a class method, as I do, the self argument is a CLS, I need to use compulsory. So I'll just use a CLS here, I'll just put a comma. So now what I want to pass, something I want to pass a greeting here. So I'll just think like I want to pass a greeting for that particular class. So what I'll do here is I'll just enter like this. So I want to return something like if I want to have, so greeting is a particular stuff, so it should come from where? It should come from the particular it should come from the particular here it should come from here. So now what I'll do here is I'll just comment out this all the line. So what I want to do here is I'll just create one particular stuffs, like if I want to create like Rohan, so I want to, so Rohan is a employee, so I want to give his a employee class. So I'm just giving a employee class, I'm creating a employee class. I am just creating an object for the Rohan employee. So here what I will pass here is I will just pass something like this. So for just I can just pass some, I can just tell for employee I want to pass a greet message, so I want to pass this particular message. So I'll just copy this message and I'll just paste it over here. So for here I need to pass it. So from this particular employee class I want to pass the message for this particular object, that is Rohan. So here I'll just pass something like this. So I can pass something like if I just tell Rohan, ROHAN Rohan. So then I will just tell, I will use a split functions here. So I will just tell what are the things you have here. So name I have salary and role, right? So Rohan, and the salary is 15,000, and I'll just put a comma. So then I can tell role is can just tell developer. So I have three things here. So Rohan and 1500 and a developer is a role. So then, so this I need to pass it for the particular employee. So what I will do here is, so it will just take the particular this thing. So if I want to come back here, so here is a message. So here I need to pass all the arguments, like what are the arguments I want to tell. So the particular whatever the thing is, I am just passing it. It will be in the form of the argument. So Rohan 15,000 and a developer will be going to this particular message method, and it will take greeting as a argument. So here I need to write a function for it. I'll just tell one context. So variable name is a context. So I'll use a split function here. I'll just tell whatever the greetings I have, whatever I'm getting the greetings, this is the greetings whatever I'm getting from the person. For I'll just tell dot, I'll use a split function here, split. First I'll show you in the writing in the 4 lines, then I can just show you in the single line itself how to print it. So I want to split it by what? So I have given something like this here. So even I can give like this dash also I can give, not like this itself. I want to give it as a hyphen here. So if I want to use as a hyphen, I can use it hyphen also. So I'll just tell I want to split it by this particular hyphen. So I want to split it by this particular hyphen. So I'll just save it. So now after splitting it, I want to just print it. So let's see what is the output I'll be getting. If I just tell print context, obviously everything will be in the this stuffs. So now I want to return it. So function will return something. So I'll just return this particular. So I want to return by use, I'll just tell CLS change the particular class method to the whatever the splitted concept is there. So I'll just use a star as appending. So now I want to split it for what? So I want to split it for this particular greetings. I'll just tell sorry, I want this is a something, this is not, this is the stuffs. So this is for the single line. So I want to return just normally, I'll just tell is a class method itself. So here I want to use it like a just I can access by using a indexing position. So that I can, how I can access is this class I want to return into a braces. So here I'll just tell class context. So what are the context there? I want to get the first argument of the context. So I have the first argument. So whatever the thing is I want to print like that. Then I have the context of first argument. Then I'll just put a comma. Then I'll just tell context of second argument. So I have two things over here. So I want to return something like this. Now if I run this function, so I'm getting a closing parenthesis does not match here. So it's starting here. So I want to close this one. So now if I run the function, so I can see I'm getting all the output here. So I'm getting, see, Rohan I am getting, 15,000 I am getting, and a developer I am getting. So that I can access all the values. So now it will be assigned automatically, it will be assigned for the name, and it will be automatically, it will be assigned for the particular other stuffs. So you can see if I just tell print here, if I just tell print Rohan dot name. So I want to print Rohan dot name. Again I want to print Rohan dot salary. Then I want to print Rohan dot, so what next was the role. So now so you can see it will access accordingly. So you can see it is accessing accordingly. It is printing Rohan, it is getting 15,000, it is getting, and developer is getting. So this is how I can use a one more method like a split functions. I can use inside this particular functions like this. So it is a class method. So it will take whatever the arguments we are passing, it will take as that particular thing as a argument, and it is a subclass of this particular class. This is also the subfunctions or methods of this particular class. So it will be having all this method. You can see I'm using it, just I have not defined any name for it. I have not defined anything here. Name, I have not defined a name here. I have not defined a salary for this particular employee. I have not defined anything like a role for it stuffs. But I have given just a class. When I give a class, it will see the instructor. It will see 3 arguments must be passed for this particular employee. 3 arguments must pass. So I am passing the 3 arguments. Just I am passing the 3 arguments here. I am not saying I have a name, I have a stuff. So I am just passing the 3 arguments. So what our program does here is automatically it will see the constructor and it will take in the proper fashion. First one it will take as a name, second one it will take as a salary, and third one it will take as a role. So same thing here it is happening. So here it is a method of this, but is a class method of this particular class. So greetings, I am passing the greetings, that's fine, but it will be taken as is in this particular fashion itself. It should be in this particular fashion. So whatever you are passing the 3 arguments, it should be something like this. So same way, if I don't want to use this 3 lines, I can just print it into a single line also. So I'll just comment out. So you can see I'll print same thing inside a single line. So I have a return function, so I'll just tell return CLS. So before I was writing, right, that is the same thing. So I'll just tell, I'll use a star operator. So I want to tell greetings, so that greetings dot split function directly I can use split split function, split split. Then I want to split it by what? I want to split it by colon. That's it. So if I run the program, so you can see I am getting a same output here. I am getting Rohan, I am getting a 15,000 salary, I am getting a developer here. So you can see this is the single line command. So here I am, I can just write in this kind of fashion. So if I am just want to print it something like that. Okay, so this is how I can just do like that. So then
Sam,
yeah,
hyphen is not output in output. Hyphen is not show Sam.
iPhone is not showing. That is why I am using a split function. Why I am using split function? I want to split it all the stuffs by using this particular splitting means split it by something like like suppose we will stand in a line like we will stand in a height wise like that. Same way it will see it for the hyphen here. So you can, it not should be hyphen, anything it can be. As I do before for the slash, it can be anything. So that is a just that is a our what we can, that is a one key. So where I can match with that particular key and I can divide the particular text. Okay, so because that is the that is a key, just like a split function is used for that itself, just to find that particular stuff whatever you are giving inside a like a parameter, and it will just divide the particular values and it will return all the same thing. So all the example is same itself. Yeah,
So you mean to tell that that should be present in the
yeah.
string which you are
yeah
using?
and it should be present. If I see, if that's not present, if I just use it like this, so for an I'll write an error here. You can see, so I'm saying int missing a 2 require position empty and salary and role. So before that I am getting an error here. You can see I'm getting a line number 24 here. It is telling me it is you are splitting for the hyphen, but you have given here as a slash. I could not find a hyphen over there. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So this is about the normal same thing. Just it is a split function. So same class itself I have used. So same thing. So why I wanted to tell here is, so if it is not like only you can use same functions like that. We have seen so many things here. We have seen the files concept. We have seen the enumeration concepts like this all. And all those things we can implement inside the Opps. So it is not like I can use it whenever I like. So when it is requirement, that time we can use all the concepts inside your classes. All the like whatever the dot concepts are there, you can use the for loops, you can use the if statements, whatever you feel you can use it here. Okay. So we'll see with the example. We will create one after all the things. We'll create one 3-4 projects, big projects, like creating a library management system like that. So where we'll see all those things will come over there. So then coming back to the next, that is a static method. So this is all the class method. You know what is the class method now. So same thing, class static methods we have. So I'll just even same thing for the static itself, nothing is big. So I'll just tell oops 6.py file. So same thing, I'll just copy from the 5 to 6. So here I'll just remove some of the details here. So you can see I'm getting all the output properly. So okay, so I'll just cancel it. So see what is the static method. Static method is just yesterday on the day I said you in the previous PDF I have written the definition for it, static. So we can access normally, but class method we need to access by using the class itself. Static methods we can access directly. There is no such like permission for the static method. So same thing, same for the same example. What I'll just define here is I'll just define at static method. So static method is a completely not related to anything. So if I just tell that a static method, and if I just use a greet, so suppose I want to greet, so I want to print like the particular name is the best or employee is the best like that. So here you can see if I can just pass the particular, I can just access the particular from the, even I can use a class name. I can use a class name to access the particular. I can just use a class name to access the particular function of a greet, and even I can access by using a objects also. So same thing, I can access by anything. I can just pass the whatever value I have, whatever the value I want, I can just pass it for the particular function, and I can just print all those things. So here what is the difference here is, so you see here, so here I am passing the greeting, but the greeting is having a 3 stuffs itself. So if I see here, so greeting I am just passing it. So in the greetings I am passing 3 arguments itself, Rohan for 15,000 and developer. Along with that, whenever I am creating a object, even I am passing Tejaswini 50,000 software engineer, I am passing 3 arguments itself, because our constructor will look for the 3 arguments, that is a name, a salary and a role. I cannot even it is a returning the particular functions, but I am not I cannot pass from here. If I want to pass just a name, just I want to pass a Venkatesh from here, then I want to run particular function. So suppose I have some particular function, I want to just pass a Venkatesh name from here, from the terminal, from this particular program, and that particular function should run. At that time we can use a static methods. Static methods means it will just it don't care for anything, like how many argument you are passing, like how many constructors I have built over above, like how many attributes are there inside the constructor. It doesn't care about that. So it will static means static, so whatever I'll say, it will just pass it and it will just return the particular value. So same thing I'll just pass here. So if I just write a one method, I'll just use a static method. So I need to use a static method over here. So same, the static method, I need to give one particular function name. So here I'll just tell something like I have passed the message above. So if I just tell what I can say, employee. So I can just tell one message. It's like I can just tell greeting here. So I'll just tell greet. So I want to pass the particular greet method for the particular function. So here what it will take one particular string value. So I can just tell string string value, it will take here. So inside the greet, so inside the greet it will take particular string value or a name. I can just tell it as a name itself. So why to confuse? So I want to just pass the name for this particular greet function as an argument. So I should just, it will print. I'll just use a print function. So I want to print what? So I want to print what are the name I am getting it. So see one thing here, I am not using a self dot here. So self dot name here I was printing, but it means it is coming from the constructor. It is going for the constructor and it is printing over here. So here I'll just directly pass a normal functions. So normal function, it is nothing more, but it is inside the static method. So I'll tell name is the best employee. So I can just something I'm just telling. So now name is the best employee, it will be get printed here. So same thing if I want to print. Now I want to just pass the name. So see here, so I have this many details. Suppose I want to pass directly. Now I want to pass for what? So first I want to pass for the employee. So employee dot greet. So I can just run like this also, employee dot greet function. So you can see it is showing me the suggestion. So if I just open like this, it is telling me provide the particular name. So I want to pass something like Rohan. So he is a name. So again I want to pass. So I want to pass for the Hema also. So I want to pass a for the Hema. So see, Hema is also a object now. Even I can pass the particular, I can run that particular function for the Hema also. I can just tell HEMA. So if I want to pass one more, if I want to pass for the Venkatesh, so I'll just tell Venkatesh dot. So Venkatesh is the object. I want to pass the particular name here. Okay, you can see if I run the particular program now. So you can see I am getting a output. Rohan is the best employee. Even I can access this particular thing from the directly from the class. You can see I am passing from directly from the class. So I am directly taking from the class, that is a Rohan from the Rohan. So like it is taking class method, that is message. So sorry, so that is greet. So even I can pass whatever the objects I have created. Tejaswini, Hema, Pardu and Venkatesh are the 4 objects. Even I can pass the particular greet method for those particular 4 objects also. You can see I am passing for the Hema.greet Hema. So Hema is a good employee, it is getting printed. Hema is the best employee, it is getting printed. So same way I can do it for a number of objects. If you have 100 objects, you can pass that particular, you can run the particular static method for all the objects along with the particular class method with how many arguments you have specified here. So I have just a name here. So I have a name, I have other things. So suppose if I just tell something like the self dot name. If I just use self dot name, whether see, let me, it is working or not, let me see. So if I just tell self dot name, if I run like this, if I run the program, you can see I am getting self is not defined. So that is what I said you, it is not going to care about the what is the constructor I have defined above. It is just a completely, it is a static method. It is completely whatever you have designed for, like however you want. If you are passing 100 arguments, you can pass directly by putting comma, or you can use a args and cost concept over here. So it is your wish. So but it is not going to take care about the constructor. It is not going to take care about the constructor, like it should be a name, it should be a salary, and it should be a role. Until and unless all these three parameters is not getting passed, I am not going to run. That is what constructor is saying for us. But static method, it is telling us you can pass a number of arguments to me, but you need to define it from the below. So whatever your arguments you are passing, so I will just look onto that arguments, I'll just print the output. That is what the static method is telling. Got it? Okay, understood, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So next, coming back to the abstraction and encapsulation. So this is all the abstraction and encapsulation itself. Nothing, there is a nothing separately for the particular stuffs. So let's remove. So now, so as I said, I have written a like just a abstraction and encapsulation. What is abstraction? Abstraction is just something like it will hide, refers to the hiding the unnecessary details, so that the focus could be only on the whole project instead of the part of the project. Separately, it is a mechanism that represent the important feature without including the implementation detail. So what is the particular abstraction means? So this is only the abstraction. So abstraction is nothing but all these things. It will just look onto the particular parts. So when I print something, like if I'll just open a small program. Okay, if I just open this particular program, so when I run this particular program, so if I just, it will see, so tejaswini.employee details. When I run this particular program, it will just look onto the particular parts. So it will just look onto the particular parts of the program. First it will see for the hem object, and it will just see for the employee details, and it will get printed. It will just abstract the particular data. It will just abstract, it will means it will just get the particular data. It doesn't care about whatever the other objects has been defined, whatever the other things has been defined, it doesn't care. So it will just focus on the particular result. So like when I print this particular, when I run this, whenever this particular line command runs, it will just focus on this particular object, and it will just focus on this particular class. It doesn't care about the any other parts of the program. It doesn't care. So whatever the thing is that it is defined, but it don't care. So it will just see for the Tejaswini object, I will just see for the employee details stuff. So that is what here I have written. So it will just focus on the particular only on the particular details, not on the whole product. It doesn't care about the whole product. Okay, it is in the implementation details. So example, if I take example of a bike, so we have a tire, engine, and brakes, seats, everything we have. So all this combined to make a bike. So all these concepts will be combined to make a name, which is an abstractions. So all the data, like whatever the things is there, and just getting that particular values. So it is all our, it is a class is a employee, but all the things is our parts, all our things is our tools. So these are all the tools of this particular class. So all the tools, so together we call it as an abstractions. So that is what we is Opps concept. So abstraction is nothing but, so these what are the examples we have seen till now. So these are all about the abstractions and encapsulation concept itself. So all the classes is based on the abstractions and encapsulation. Abstractions is something like this. Just understand this particular one example. Take a bike, we have so many parts. So to combine together, all the things will get together. We call it as a abstractions. So we can just focus on the particular product, not on the implementation details. So I am using a class, I am using all those things. I am not focusing on the implementation. Like I just want a results. I'm just focusing on the product. So it is a result. So it is nothing but a abstractions. So then encapsulation. Encapsulation is hiding the underlayer when working with the classes and handling the sensitive data, global access to all the variables used in the program. So it will just see, yeah, a number of things. We have a classes, inside the classes something a program will be going to run, and in the init function we have something like it has its own particular functionality. It has its own particular functionality, but I am not using this particular init function. I am not defining any init function over here, but I have defined inside the particular class, but it has its own roles and responsibility. We don't go into that, and we don't see what it is doing it. Just we see what is our product, what is our output, for what output I am just focusing. Just I will focus on that. Some parts of the programs will be there, we don't care about that. So it is what it is telling. Encapsulation something like we are hiding underlayer when working with the classes. So classes will work whenever I run the program, I will be getting a output, but it will run, all those things will run background, but we don't see inside our terminal. So can we see the output, like stuff, how it is working inside a terminal? No. So just we'll see whatever the printed details and whatever the written values, whatever the output values, that we'll see inside our terminal. But we don't see the how the working procedure, how it is going to the other layers, how it is going to the init layer, and how it is going all those stuffs, and how the employee object is getting created inside a layer. So we are not taking care about that. So just we'll see about a sensitive data over like that, it will just hidden all from the outside to secure the data. So example, if we take here capsule in which the medicine is encapsulated. So we have a tablet, say capsules, in just we'll eat the tablet, we don't care about what is the medicine is there inside, so it will perform its own functionality over like. So encapsulation, encapsulate, and so encapsulation, you can see encapsulate, capsulate means everything is capsulated, so everything inside the capsule. So we are just focusing on our output data, we are not caring about what is the stuff is there, and if it's there it will use, or else it will just skip it. Suppose you are eating a mango, so inside a mango we have something we call, I don't know what we call for that, or we'll just eat above part, and inside layer you'll just neglect it and you'll throw outside. You don't care what is that and how it is made, everything you don't care about that. What you will be seeing is, you'll just see whether the taste is good or not, just if it's good you'll eat and throw it the particular inside part. So same thing here is a encapsulation, just to see whatever the, like, just you will use of it, but you don't care how it has been developed and how it is can be used, or what is the use of that one, you don't care about it. That is encapsulated. So because it is, everything is encapsulated in the fundamental concepts of Opps, and encapsulation takes away all the worry. So it does take all the worry, just give you the product that he required. Abstraction focus on working of the object. So you can see where abstraction will focus how it will be working it. Encapsulation means it will just give the product results, like whatever the result, whether it is good or bad, whether you are getting errors or not, like that. So and rest all the program functioning parts, it will just don't care. So whenever it, whatever the parts of the program it should use, it will just use that particular parts. Other things it will just neglect it, and it will just it doesn't care about the other parts. Okay, so that is was about the abstraction and encapsulation. So we have seen till now, so these many stuff, so Opps 1 to Opps 6. So these all the abstraction and encaps based on the abstraction and encapsulation itself. But just we focus on the product, we don't focus on the implementation details, and we won't focus what are the things or how the thing is getting run inside the stuffs, and we won't be able to see what are the hidden layers working part. So this is if I tell you about the hidden, this is the one best example. Init is a constructor, but it will work backgroundly, it will doesn't show us any output from here. Okay, so it is about all about the encapsulation and abstraction. Okay, got it? Got it right? Like what is encapsulation and abstraction? Got it or not?
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible, not audible.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll go to the next concept, that is Opps 7.py. So now we'll see about the inheritance. So what are the inheritance? Single level inheritance, multi-level inheritance, and multiple inheritance. Okay, so here I have not written the note for it, so but I have written for the single inheritance definitions. I'll just tell you. So see, single level inheritance is something. Inheritance is the ability to define a new class's child, that is modified version of existing class parent. So here I have till now we have seen only the single classes, only one classes we have seen till now. You can see I have just used a single class employee. I have only one class. Inside a one class I have a number of functions defined over there, but I don't have any like much details like that, like two classes I don't have. So basically in the single level inheritance, to understand a single level inheritance, I will just I will create two classes. So first class will be something like, I will use some examples. So like suppose I have a friends, so inside the friends I have two types, like best friends I have, and I have one some like a close friends also we have. So if I take the two friends, so if I just close friends also is our best friends itself, and best friends is the normal friends, just understand like that. So two classes will be there. So if I have two classes, like here it is take normal explanation. So here class I have a parent, I have a class is equal to child. So if I just give the parent child classes, so whatever the functionalities of the parents is defined, suppose I have three functions, three methods inside a parents, all these three methods will be implied to this particular child also. Okay, but child method doesn't imply to parent, but parent methods will imply to child. That is a single level inheritance. I'm inheriting all the properties of the parents to the child. So it is nothing but a inheritance. So I am just inheriting all the data. So inheritance is ability to define a new class. We are dividing a new child class, that is modified version of the existing class of a parent. So it will be a new class, and it can be modified of the particular above class, that is a parent class. So whichever I am passing as a argument. So you can see parent class is one of that is giving access to its method or properties to the child or a derived class. So all the properties from the parent classes, it will be given access to the child. All the things it is giving to back to the child. So even the child can run all the methods of the parents, but parents cannot run the child method. That is one thing. It will read from the starting to down. It don't go from below to top. So your child class is one of the inheriting methods and properties from the parents class. That is what I have said. So all the properties of the parents can be inherited by what? Child. So we have two classes, parent and child. So when I am using as a base class as a parent, so all the properties of the parents can be utilized by the child. What are the advantages of the inheritance? It will promotes the code reusability. It will promote the code reusability. Suppose I have one function from the parent. I don't want to define one more time inside the child also if I want to use. So I can just inherit the particular parent class inside this particular class, and I can run that particular method or a function from the parents inside my child class. So it is all the things. It doesn't promote a code reusability and make program most efficient, and we can add more feature to our already built classes without modifying or changing its functionality. So we can add a number of this is what you can understand. We can add more functions, features to the particular class, so whichever we have built, without modifying or changing it, and provide the representation of the real world relationships. So it can be used for the real world relations, like parent child relationships. Like we have binary trees over there. So when binary trees, so it is a completely data structure concepts, binary trees and all. So where it will be the problem solving statement will be very much complicated. So those things can be easily work with the classes. So we can just create a program for those particular functions like binary tree, like DFS, BFS, breadth-first search. All those concepts is there inside a data structure. So if I want a program, I can use the classes concepts. So because in there it will be interrelated to the parent and the child nodes will be having a parents node. All those things will be having, that will be interrelated over here. So let's see example for the single level inheritance now. So we'll see example for the inheritance. So single level inheritance, suppose I have a class. So I'll just use a class is equal to, so I have something like besties. So I have something like best friends, think like I have a besties. So I'll just give it as a class name as a besties. So I have this particular class. I'll just use a pass here. So I have one more thing, class. What is the class I have? So I'll just tell class I have a close friends. So I'll just name it as a close friends. So I have the close friends, but this particular close friends has all the properties of besties. So I can just use like this besties as a close friends. So even I'll just put it as a pass here. So don't want to return the errors here. So I have a two classes here. So after giving a two classes, and I can now all the properties of the besties will be taken as a close friends also. So okay, so like this the things will happen. So now I'll write some of the stuff. So what I want to pass here is, so I'll create one object. So suppose I can just tell something like, I'll just use my friend's name itself. I have a Aditya. So I'll just tell Adi as an object name for him. So I'll tell he is the best friend. He is in the bestie class. We have our friends have their own classes, right? So some will be like normal friend, and someone will be best friends, and some people will be the close friends, like that. So he's his own object. So I'm giving the class. I'm just giving a categories in the besties. So I'll just give he's a bestie. So I'll give his name. Suppose I want to give his name. So I'll just tell Aditya here. So I am giving his name. So he's 21-year-old, and what I can just give, and I'll just tell how he's looking. So he looks so cool. I'll just tell he looks cool. And one more thing. So next thought, I can just tell what is the, I can just see what is the particular height of the particular what is the height is. I'll just tell he's a medium short. I'll just tell medium itself, if the height is medium. So then I can just tell what is the particular hobbies of him. What is the hobbies of him? So I'll just his hobbies is, so okay, his so what I can tell, his hobbies is eating. Okay, I'll just tell he'll be eating it. So I am just passing all those states. So I'll just create a objects. So these are all things I want to create a objects. I want to pass these many things to this particular person, that is a Aditya. So now I want to create a constructor for this one. Then I can just print all the data of the particular person. So I can see after printing it. So I'll just come back to the basis here. So I'll write a code for it. So I'll just zoom a little bit. So now what is the stuffs here? So even I want to give what is the particular star. So I'll just tell one stars is equal to 5. I'm just defining then statically the stars value I'm giving it here. So now, so same thing when I said you, so what is the first thing you need to do whenever you create a classes, whenever you're passing steps, always mandatory is you need to create a constructor for the particular class. So I want to create a constructor, so I'll just use a def keyword. So def init, so init is a constructor, so a constructor will be built. So inside the stuffs, so after the creating constructor, the first argument it will take as a what? Self argument it will take. Self means the particular whatever the values are given, the self values will be taken as a first argument. So then I want to pass as a name. So I want to pass a name first, that what is the age, then what is the look, so how it's look. So then I'll just tell medium I have given for the height, HEIGHT height. So then I have given a hobby. So I have a hobby. So name, age, look, height and hobby. So I have the four examples for four attributes I am passing from here, and it will just pass for the constructor first. So once it is passed, now I want to save it as a constructor. I'll just tell self self dot name and self dot age and self dot look. I'll just tell self dot height, HEIGHT height. So again self dot hobby. So I want to store all these details. So I want to store all the stuffs here. So I want to store it here and here, here, here. So I want to store it like this. So what is the stuffs will have? So what are the name I am passing from the Aditya is passing from the classes and creating an object. When I create an object, the Aditya will be passed to the name here, and that particular name will get passed where? It will pass to the particular self dot name. Same way age 21 will be passed to this particular age, and this particular age will get passed to this particular age, and look will pass to the look here, and height will be passing for the height attribute, and the hobby will be getting passed to this hobby attributes. So this is what the things will happen. Now I have created the constructor successfully. So whenever you do, you need to create a constructor. That is a mandatory whenever you create a classes, so when you are passing such kinds of values. So once the constructor is done, so it is just a constructor. It will just take a self argument and it will store it inside their particular fashion. So it is basically encapsulated. So encapsulated is a hidden layer, so we don't care what it is doing, but we need to define it. That's it. So once it is defined, now I can pass a number of functions. So if I want to print the details, so I'll just pass, so def, I want to print the particular details. So I'll just tell bestie details. I can just tell like this, bestie details. So bestie details. So I can just tell, so here what it will take, obviously the self arguments I need to pass it. So all the self arguments it will take from the constructor. So from the constructor it will take all the self arguments. So then I can just return something. I can just tell return. I will use a f string concepts here. I want to just tell my bestie name is, so I can just tell particular self dot name, and I'll just tell new line. I'll just come back to new line, and age is, so can give you can give good examples, but I am getting these things inside my environment, so the same thing I'll just use it. So I'll just tell a new line. So again I'll tell look is self dot look. So again I'll just put it into the new line. So next, what is the height? Height is the particular self dot height. So again last one, so I want to give the hobby. Hobbies are, so self dot hobby, HOBBY hobby. So then along with that I want to give the number of stars. So I want to give the number of stars also. So how I can give? So I'll just tell like this. So I'll just tell new line. So even I can just pass it as a self argument here. So I can just tell number of stars. Number of stars I'm giving as a self dot star, SELF self dot STR stars. So I'm just giving like a star, self dot star I'm just giving. So I can just return this particular bestie details here. So now I have passed it here. So now if I just, it's a normal thing, you know, before only I have said you how to do this, all those stuffs. So now I want to just print out of the values here, details of the particular. So I want to just print the particular Adi dot. So I want to print, so you can say I'm getting all the stuff. If I just tell B bestie details, so if I just tell a bestie details over here, if I run the particular function, So you can see I'm getting bound method, I'm just getting a bound method, I'm just getting the object of the particular details. So I'm just getting a object, but I'm not getting an output. So why I'm not getting output? I want to run the function as a self argument. It will take argument as a self, so I don't need to pass it here. So here I need to open the braces. So if I just give like that, it will just print the object. When I print like this, I can see I'm getting all the objects here. Like name is, my bestie name is Aditya, and age is 21, and look is the cool, and height is a medium, and hobbies are eating, and number of stars are 5. So it is a normally I am just normal classes encapsulation and abstraction method I have used here. So now what is the use of next class? So now coming back to the next class concepts. So now I want to tell in the next close friend concept. So I'll just use same as it is, like I'll use same stuffs. So same instructor, I'll just define it inside the particular stuffs also. What I'll do here is, so here bestie details is done. So same I'll just copy here. So I'll just copy same from the class here, and I'll just pass it here. So here what I'll tell here is, so stars I have. So here the stars I'll just make it as a infinity star. So I want to give those, let me see whether the indentations are correct. Yeah, correct. So here I'll just give the star. So stars I'll give it as a infinity stars. Infinity. So a number of stars I'm giving. And here, even here I need to define what? Here even I need to define what? Name, age, looks, height, and hobby. Even I can need to define. But I said you about the code reusability. So suppose I want to add one more stuffs here. So I have a name, age, look, height, hobby. Even I have here also name, age, look, and height, hobby. But I want to add one more attributes, like what are his likes. So suppose he likes and dislikes. So I'll just tell likes. One more attribute I'm just passing it. Here also I'll just use one more attribute. I'll just tell like is likes is equal to like is likes. So whatever the getting from the object. So what is the use of this one? I said you before, the concept is for code reusability, but I am not reusing the code. Constructor I am defined again one more time. I am using constructor again one more time. So that I will be telling you we have something, one more concept after single, multiple level inheritance and a multi-level. So I have one more concept, a method overriding. Okay, we have a concept of method overriding. At the time I won't use like this. I don't define one more time the constructor. So directly I will get data from here. So we are going in the step by step. So we'll go with the step by step itself. Now we'll use normal concept itself. No need to get confused now. So that is a method overriding, we call that one. So now we'll see about just about the single level inheritance. So I have created a class besties, I have created a class close friends. I am just accessing all the attributes from here. So I am written this particular function. So likes and dislikes. So not what I'll just tell is same thing. I want to print one more stuff. So I'll just tell def of close friends details. So what is a close friend details? So I'll just make it as a capital. So as a close friend detail. So what it will take? Even it will take normally the self argument it will take. So here I'll just copy all this same written. I'll just copy all the stuffs over here. So I want to return something like this. So I'll just tell return it. So I'll just tell my close friend name. I'll just use the close friend here. Close friend name is this one and all those stuffs. Along with that, what I need to do here is, so I'll just tell likes also. I want to print the particular like value also. I'll just tell in the new line, I'll just tell likes self dot particular like self self dot likes likes. So this particular things I'll be printing it. So now I have created two classes, that is close friends and a bestie classes. Now you can see how I can access this particular. If I just pass the values from here, I can just print these particular details. So all the details I can all the, like what are the functions I have defined. Here is a one function, here is a functions. So here I have given as a bestie details. Can I access by using a close friend? If I give the class as a close friend for the particular person, can I access the particular bestie details or not? Let me see here. So let's see whether I can do it or not. So what I will do here is, so here I will just give one more object for the particular person. So here Adi I have. Suppose if I give one more friend, like I have one more friend, I'll just tell Amruta. So I'll just tell Ammu here. So like here, so I'll just tell here. Now I'll give the class of the close friend. So I'll just use the class of the close friend here. So I have a close friend class I'm giving for her. So I'll just make it as a am. So I'm giving as a am here. Am is equal to close friends. So now I want to pass all the attributes. So I'll just pass all the attributes. I'll just tell I'll give for the Amruta here. She is my friend, and I'll just give the age is equal to 21. And if I just give what is the next argument, age, look. So look, I can just where is it here? So I'll just tell look is a pretty. So then next what is the things, height and hobbies. So height I'll just tell as medium short, and what are the hobbies. So hobbies I can just make it as what I can say, cooking, COOC, cooking, and I can just tell singing. Okay, I'll just give it two things. So what are the likes? So I can just what she likes. I can just tell what are the likes is I can just say likes pastry, pastry, pastry. So this all I am just passing it. So I am passing all the arguments. You can see I am 1 2 3 4 5 6. So 1 2 3 4 5 and 6. Sixth argument I have passed it here. So see I am just I have added like as you cooking, cooking and singing here. SING singing and cooking inside a double quotes. I am not passing here. I am not giving like this. Okay, it means it will be different. So whatever the thing is defined into a double quote, it will be like this. So once I have passed like this, so even you can pass a list also. You can pass like this list also, no problem. So I can just pass like that in the form of a list. Cooking and singing I can pass like this. So then, so when I pass like this, I need to pass something like this. So here I need to pass like this, not like that. So like this. So cooking and singing. I can pass the list also, and I can pass the dictionary is your wish. So I have passed like this. Now I want to print. So the object will get printed. So object will get printed if I just tell am. So whatever the object you have created, dot. If I use a dot, you can see I can access the bestie details also. I can run this particular bestie details. Along with that, I can use close friend details. So if I run the program, so you can see I am getting output. So what is the stuff you can see here? So you can see I am using a single, I have created a single object. am is a single object, close friends, but I want to print her particular first. It is a Adi. Adi is just a, I'll just print above here. So after here, so after this is a above, this is a first class. I'll just tell, so print, I'll just tell print, print, print second class. So something I have given as this, or else I'll just turn it off giving like this. So I'll just give like this. Okay, and after this one I want to print something like this after this one. So just it will create a new line. So I'll just print a new line here, /n. So I'll just save it. Now see, if I run the program, you can see first what it is, how the output I am getting it. So first I am getting my bestie name is Aditya. Why I am getting like this? So you can see, so anything problem? Class at, okay, I'll just finish last concept, no problem. 1 hour only I am taking. So for a few days I'll take 1 hour. So once I'm all right already, so I'll just take 2 hours and I'll finish it in this month. So next see, so just see the output. Everything single level inheritance is done. So next we'll see about the multiple in the next class itself. So now see, I have a bestie is Aditya 21, cool, medium and eating, and close friend is like this. This one I have passed. 2 objects I have created it. So when I print the bestie Aditya.bestie details, so it will go on to the Adi is created for the class what? Besties. So Adi is created for the class besties. So besties it will go above here and it will look onto the bestie details. So I am printing the bestie details. When I print like this, it will return this one. My bestie name is this one and all those stuffs it will just print it. Now second object you see, second object I have created for the second class. Second class, that is a close friend, and besties is a sub base class of our second class. So even what is the meaning of this means, I can when I create a object for the close friend. So am is a object for the close friend. I am passing all the attribute, but here it is a one extra attribute. So when I print the bestie details, so whether I can print this particular details or not, yeah, I can print. Why? Because our close friend is inherited by what? Besties. So it is a parent class and it is a child class. So even I can run this bestie details function also. You can see when I run am.bestie details, but am is a object of this class, but I am running the function of this above class, that is a single level inherited. So when I do like that, you can see I am getting the output here. You can see my bestie name is Amruta, age is 21, looks pretty, height is a medium short, hobbies are this one, and number of stars are infinity. But even though I passed one more error, I have passed the what? I have passed 6 arguments here, that is along with the pastry, but the 6th argument is not present, but the all 5 arguments is present, that it is printing all the 5 arguments. But what is the use of what is, because means it is printing all this, it is whatever the data you want, it is taking all the data over here. It is a constructor, when it is a constructor, so how many data has been taken as from the constructor, it will just print all those stuffs. So that means when I create objects for the next class, even I can run above class functions also, which is inherited, which is the parent class functions, methods, all I can run by using a close friend method. So along with the close friend method, so you can see I can just print close friend details also. Obviously I created a class for the close friend, and this is a close friend details is a method of this particular class. So I have given here am is equal to close friend. So I have created an object for this. Directly I have created an object for it. It will taken as an object. So in the new line I have to tell am dot close friend details. So now I am printing, I want to run this particular close friend details. So obviously all the data has been passed. Now then it will return this kind of stuff. So it will return all the name, and along with this likes as pastry. You can see likes is pastry. So you can see at the last likes pastry, even that is printing, but the likes is pastry, it is not printing over here. So now whether can I access, let me see, can I access this stuff, self dot stars, number of stars, can I access or not? Let me see. So it is a stars is coming from the bestie, so whether I can access or not, let me see here.
I
So
think the stars is coming infinity in the above output, sir. Like for bestie details,
Oh,
the
okay.
stars is infinity.
okay, it is coming, star is infinity. Why it is taking means, okay, I have given stars, okay, I have given already, sorry, I have given, so I'll remove one second. So why it is given means, see here, I have given a star is a infinity. When I have passed the variable stars as infinity in the second class, first it will look onto that particular class whether it is present or not. When it is present, the particular stars, it will print. Suppose if it's not present, if I comment, then it will look onto this particular stars. If you can see, now it will be getting as a 5. So you can see number of star is 5. Okay, okay, first it will see whether it is present in the same class or not. If it's present, it will take that value. If it's not present, it will search for the parent class. Okay, so that is all the thing. So one more thing I will tell you. Now see, this is a bestie. Can I run this particular function? So now I have created a Adi as a bestie details. So Adi, I have created a object for the besties. For this I created an object for the besties. Can I run Adi dot close friend details? Can I run this one? So suppose what I am telling is this one. So if can I run the like the print Adi, so Adi is a object dot, now I don't want to run this bestie details. So Adi is a object of this particular class. I want to run this particular close friend details. So can I run or not? Adi dot, so I want to run this particular function. So I want to run this one. Can I run?
No, it will get an error, right?
Yeah, it will get error. Why? Because it is
It
not
is a-
accessing. No,
Uh,
it is not accessing any base class, but it is accessing the classes. So it has all the rights of using all this function. This particular parent class doesn't have right to access the child class methods. That is what I wanted to say. That's it. So see, if I run and show, I'm getting error here. So bestie object has no attribute close friend details because it is not accessing, obviously. Okay, so that will be the so that's how we can think that we will be seeing in the multi-level inheritance and multiple inheritance stuffs. So it is a comment, so it is an error. So let's write a comment here. We can't access the child classes methods in parent function, parent class. Okay, so multiple level, I have created a class, I have created a variable that is a stars is equal to 5. Then I have created a constructor, so I have a 5 arguments over here. So I am just passing all the arguments value to the constructor whenever it is called. So we'll just copy and
Sir,
just paste it. Yeah,
Stars are related to arguments. Stars are giving 5. Then we can take 5 arguments.
no, not like that. It is just a variable name. You can give anything here.
Variable,
It is just a variable name. It is not
Okay.
not connected to here. So this is coming whenever I create an object. See here, whenever I create an object like this, Aditya 21 cool medium and this one, this is a class I am calling. Adi is an object. So once I call this class, it will look onto this bestie class. It will see the constructor, all the arguments, whether these arguments are equal to this argument or not. Okay, it will first check that one. If it's fine, it will create a constructor for that particular object, and I can run any functions of the constructor, of that particular constructor. So when I create a Adi as a object, I can run bestie details function for this particular object whenever I have created. You can see, sorry, Adi dot bestie details. Same way, we cannot run this particular Adi. I have created a Adi besties as a single. I have just created a object for the besties class. I have not created for the close friends. So when I create for I have not created for the close friend. So when I created a Adi as an object, I can just run only this one function, I can just run only this one function. I can access this particular variable. I can tell besties dot stars, it will print 5. If I tell adi dot bestie details, it will return this particular stuff. But I cannot return this close friend function. I cannot run this particular function for this particular object, because besties is a class. I have not accessed any stuff, so method overriding I have not done for it. But if I create a, so you can see I have created one close friend as a object. This is a close friend object. am is a one object for what, for which class? So we have two classes, besties and close friend. So that is a object of the close friend, but in a argument I have given as a besties. So that means it will access all the functions of this particular class. Along with that, it will access all the functions of method of this particular class. So if I just tell am dot bestie details, so see am dot bestie details, as it is a close friends object, I don't have any bestie details over here, but I have inherited one besties class. In that I have a bestie details, so that I can run this particular function, because this particular class is inherited by this particular class. Okay, so then along with that I can run this close friends details also for this particular object, am object. So am is an object. I can run this function. Even along with that I can run this particular function, but I cannot run close friend. I cannot run this particular functions for this particular Adi object, because he is a class of just a besties. He is just a class of this one. I am not inheriting any classes over here. It is just a starting class, so I can only run a single function. So that is the concept was the inheritance stuff. So same thing, I'll tell you about the multiple inheritance. So let's see what will be the difference over here. We'll see once we run the program. So I have created a constructor here. So then what else will be there? So we have a bestie details itself. So I'll just copy from here itself. So I have this particular function. I'll just copy and I'll just paste it. Same thing here. So I have this particular stuffs. I hope everything is fine here. So stars I have given 10. Okay, so this one will be the one function. So I have created one class. I have one function that is a bestie details. So along with that, suppose I want to have one more classes. I want to create one more class. That I'll just create one more class by name. So I can just have. So I'll just create one more class. So before I was inheriting, first what I will do, I'll just create two class. Then I will inherit those two classes into one more class. So now I have created one bestie class. So when I can create one more, so what I can create is the memories. I can create it. Capital letter is M, memories. So I have one more class, that is a memories class. So here what it will take means, so what I can define here is, so I can write any memory of our stuff. So I can just tell I have a place, that is I can just give it as a Bangalore, Karnataka. Okay, so this is one variable I am defining it. Don't think like the star, if I give 10 means I need to give 10 it is just a variable, nothing else. It is related to this one. So here I have a place is equal to Bangalore, Karnataka. So I need to define one constructor, as I said. So whenever I create a cat, I will just create a constructor mandatory. So here what it will take, self as argument, it will take CLS self, comma. So I can just tell what are the, suppose I think I am going to some place, so to eat something. So that was a good memory for us. So what I tell is I went with my best friend to some like I can say some restaurant, we ate and we came back. So that was a good memory, I can say something like that. So here what I'll tell here is, so for that what are the arguments I can tell, I will just give the place name where we have went, and I'll just tell whatever the things we ate, that I can name it as items. Then how was the taste of that particular restaurant, I can just give it as a taste here. So anything you can give, so it's your choice. So then, so same as it is, I need to do it like the self dot. So what was the place name? Place name was the place name whichever I am getting from the stuffs. So again that self dot items, what are the things we ate, so that I will just get it from the argument. So along with that self dot taste, so whether it was good or bad I can just define it by this one. So along with that, so I created a constructor. Now I want to print the particular details. So I want to print the particular details. So I'll just tell def dot, so I want to print the memories, what are the stuffs we had. So I'll just tell print print memory. So I am just giving a function name as print memories. So what it will take as an argument, so it will take a instructor as a constructor as an argument. So that will be the what, that will be the self itself, that will be the self itself. So then, so I created a print memories here, so that will take as a self as an argument. So then what I can do is I need to return. So I'll just return whenever I just call this function, I want to return it. So I'll just tell first f string. So I'll just want to start with a new line. So I'll just tell we went to, so where we went to some place. So that place is nothing but this particular place. So I'll just tell, as it is taking self as argument, I need to tell from this self means from this particular constructor, this class, I want to take a variable name that is place. Then I'll just tell we went to this particular place, and so it is, so I can just tell restaurant name is this particular place name. So what was it, this one? So what it was, a self dot place name. So again one more new line. So what are the next items? We ate these many items. So what I'll just send it from the, I will just send it as a form of a list. I'll just send like that items. So then what I can tell, last one, we ate this one, and the taste was so that a particular things can come with a self dot taste. So these many stuffs it will return it. So these are the, this will be the string that will return by the our print memories function. This all the stuffs will print it. So now I have created two classes now. So I have created two classes. So now I want to use a multiple inheritance concept now. So I have two classes. Now I have to inherit the particular two classes stuff. So I can inherit that one. So what I can do here is, so I'll just create one more class that will be that will inherit our two classes, that is a particular besties, and along with this particular memories it will inherit the two classes. Now what I'll do here is, suppose you think, what we did that day means, we have a best friend, two friends, we went to the restaurant, and while coming we did bike racing. So think like we did a bike racing on the highway. So what I'll just name it as that particular class name as racing. So I'll just tell racing as a class name. So there I want to give two classes now. So before you saw just I was inheriting a single class. Now I will be inheriting a two classes, that is a bestie as a class, and second class I will inherit as a memories. So I have a bestie and I have a memory. So two classes I am getting inherited from this particular class. So I have inherited the two classes now. So I said we did a racing. So where we did, I'll just give the place name. Place is equal to, so I'll tell some Hebron flyover. Okay, or I can just tell Hebron highway. So I can just tell NS highway. So I'm just giving this one. So the place name where we did a racing is this one. So then I'll just create one function. So normally I'll just create a function. I'll just tell def. So it will just tell racing function. I'll just create the function. It will take self as an argument. If I just return it, so what I'll just tell print. I'll just tell print the particular. I'll just tell f. So I'll just start with the new line. So I'll just tell while coming back we had a racing at, so I'll just tell self dot place. So in this particular place we had this particular racing. So I have created this particular line. So then I'll just tell new line here, one more new line I'll just add it, so that when printing I should get in the new line. So I have created two classes, that is a besties and a memories. Along with that I have created one more class, that is a racing class. So now I can access this particular classes from this particular class. So this the two classes is inherited. It means multiple classes is inherited with a one more class, that is a racing. So we have some other our logic inside that particular function classes. So now I want to create a object. Let me see how to print all the objects, like how the relations will be there. Now I'll create a objects. So I'll just tell, so suppose think I can just give one example. I can just tell Rohan. So Rohan is an object. So I'll give the bestie as a class for him. So I'm just creating a object for this particular class, that is besties. So I created a Rohan class of a object besties. So what I need to pass, I want to pass these all the arguments I need to pass it for that particular person. So what I'll do here is I'll just tell so I'll just tell his name, so that is a Rohan, and next what is it is a age. So that is here itself it is showing me the suggestion. So I'll just tell age is 25. Then along with that, look, he is awesome. So then along with that I need to tell height. So height is something I'll just tell he is a tall person. So then I need to give it
in a single quotes, not like this. Awesome. And all. So next it is a hobbies. Hobbies is sleeping. So this is one object I created. So Rohan object I just created now. So now what I need to do, I'll just create one more memories of that particular person. I'll create one memories. So what is the memory he has done? So what I'll just here is, I'll just create one more object, that is a Rohan memories. Rohan memories is what? I'll just tell memories as a class. So I'll just give the class name as memories. So whatever his memories he had. So what I'll just tell, from here what I need to pass, I need to just pass the 3, that is a 3 arguments I need to pass. Suppose we think we went to the corner house. So we have a corner house where we will get ice cream. Here it will be nice. So what are the items we ate? So we ate a dessert. So the dessert ice cream. So in the corner house we'll get some dessert, that is ice cream, that will be very amazing. So then place name I given, and whatever the items we ate, this is the item we ate, and how the taste was, what I can tell, it was very tasty. It was awesome. Okay, so I have passed the 2 arguments. I have just created a class for object for this particular class. So we have place also over here. So here I have given a place. Yeah. So then once I created this one, so then what I need to create? So I want to create one more that is a racing. So I'll just tell Rohan race. So I'll just giving a variable name as like this. So for now I want to create a class for it. I'll just create a class racing. So here, so you can see when I click onto the racing, what I'm getting the suggestion you can see. So what is the difference here? So when I am giving a racing as a class, when I have opened a process, so it is taking the particular first, whatever the classes, the first argument you have passed as a memory, it is taking the particular, it is taking all the objects of this particular bestie classes. So when I give as a racing bestie and a memories, as I have given it 2 classes as this one, but it will look onto the first, it will look onto the bestie class itself. It doesn't look onto the memories. It won't look onto the class memories objects. It like whatever the functions has been written, it doesn't care about it. So it will just care about a bestie class. So that is why it is just showing. You can see if I just open the racing classes, it is overriding inside, like you can see method b name, bh, blook it. I am getting like that, but I am not getting a suggestions of any of the racings here. So now what I will do here is, so what I can do here is in the race, so what I have given, so I have a, so I have just a NS highway here. So then I have a just these things I have. So when I create a racing as a class name, so what I can do here is I'll just pass any, like I'll just pass the arguments. I'll just pass this same argument. Whatever I have here, I'll just pass this argument for the racing. So see, I am using this class, but I am giving all the values of a constructor here, b name, bh, blook, bheight, and head, because the first argument I have specified as a bestie. Same thing if I specify as a memories here, so it will be taken as like that. So we'll see what will be the output. So I have given as a sleeping. So here, along with that I can just tell along with this sleeping and dancing. So it is coming inside a racing. So along with that I can print, I can run this particular function also. So basically what I did here is I created a 3 classes, that is a class bestie, class memories, and class racing. So for 3 classes I have created a 3 objects, that is Rohan is one object, Rohan memories is one object, and Rohan race is one object. It is 3 different objects for the 3 different classes. When I this is a bestie classes, I have passed all the arguments, and the memories I have passed all the arguments. Coming with, while coming back to the multiple inheritance, so we have a racing. So here you have a bestie along with the memories. As I have given the first class as a bestie, it will take all the attributes of the class bestie to this particular racing class, and I can pass those particular values to the same class. So like whatever I have passed it to the bestie, so by using racing I can pass same arguments to this particular class also. So now if I want to print it, so let's say if we print 3 things I have done now. So then I want to print the details. So I want to print, first I want to print like this, so it should be in the like this. I want to print it something. So along with that I want to print what? First I will print the particular Rohan's details. So let's tell Rohan's dot. So first I want to print, so I can see I can have these many stuff. So I want to, if I just tell Rohan, so for the Rohan I can just print, because Rohan is a bestie class, so just I can print his particular details itself. I cannot inherit these 2 classes to this particular bestie class. So because Rohan is a
object of a class bestie. So he is just my best friend. I am not giving, I don't had any memories with him, I don't had any racing stuffs with him. So these two classes doesn't affect for this particular class. So because there is no argument is passed. Same way, when I create an object for the memories, I have created an object for the memory. This particular class, this particular object, the Rohan memories, is a object of this particular class. It is only for this particular class itself. It is not related to any of our program class. So then why? Because I am not inheriting anything. Because if I inherit like this, if I give it as a bestie, then it will be I can read his particular details also. That means I am giving a access of a bestie class to this particular memory class, but I am not giving it. So then it will be the single. It will be just overriding this particular memory, this particular functions itself. It doesn't care. When I coming back to the racing, it will be the subclasses of this other class. Even it will be taken as this particular class also. Even I can give it this particular class. I can just run all the details of that particular class also. That is nothing but our multiple level inheritance. So if I just tell Rohan dot, so if I say Rohan is as a bestie class, so I can just override this particular one method. I can just print his bestie details. So let's tell Rohan dot bestie details. So I need to open the function. So when I run this function, so you can see I'm getting my bestie name is Rohan, age is 25, look is awesome, height is tall, hobbies are sleeping, and number of stars are 10. So because this is a function, it is getting run. So this is the particular function, it is getting run. The bestie detail, only this particular function is getting run. Suppose if I try to print the print memories, I will be getting error. You can see, I'll show you. If I want to print same thing, Rohan dot print memories. If I run the program, it will give the error for me. So it is giving me the error. Bestie objects has no attribute, print memories. That means in the class I don't have any attributes or a function for the print memories like that. It is just telling me. So now I want to print Rohan memories of print memories. So I want to print Rohan memories as a print. As a Rohan memories is a class of a memory. So this is a memories. So I want to print this particular function. I can print the same function. So this all I have taught, just a double thing I have just doing it here. So now see, we went to Bangalore, Karnataka. That is a restaurant, name is Corner House. We ate a dessert ice cream and the taste was amazing. So it was, I am getting all this stuff. So what is the thing it is happening is, this is just running this particular function. So I want to give slash in here. So it is just printing this particular functions. Now coming back to the main part, that is our concept of multiple level inheritance. I have two classes I have printed normally. This already you know, the previous sessions I have said you. So now coming back to the next object, that is a Rohan race. So now I want to print a Rohan race. So I want to just tell Rohan race. So if I just run like this Rohan race function, if I run, what I will be the getting output? Let's see. So I am just getting an error here. Racing object is not callable. Racing object is not callable. I am getting it. That means this particular function, it is not callable. So for what I need, for how I can just tell is Rohan race dot. So see, if I want to print Rohan race, so the Rohan is a class of this particular object, but I want to print this these details. I want to print bestie details. So I'll just tell Rohan dot where is it here? So bestie details. So if I run this program, so you can see I am getting a object. I am getting a output here. So I can just print a new line here. So I'll just comment these two lines. So if I just run this one program, so you can see I am getting a output. That means I am just telling Rohan dot bestie details. So here you see, for the Rohan race, I have specified Rohan and 25 awesome and tall. So these are the arguments. I am just passing it. I am passing this argument, but this argument is not there inside this particular class. You can see here in the class racing, I don't have anything. I have just a normal some function I have given. So it will just print like this. If I call that function, that is normal. But I don't have any, like I have not given like a constructor. I have not given any constructor here, like this constructor. So like this constructor I have not given. So now what I have given means, when I use like this as a, because I am inheriting a bestie class, I am inheriting this particular bestie class. So as I inherited the particular bestie class, I can just inherit all the functions of this particular class. So I have this many, like I have this one method inside this class bestie. Suppose I want to print the bestie details. So I have just given what? I am just calling a like Rohan racing. So I have given the arguments here. I have given the arguments for what, which class? I have given the argument for this particular class, but Same way, if I try to do for this particular class, let me see. If I want to try to do for this class, I want to do for the memories class. So as I have given as a bestie and a memory, so I have given it two classes. So first class I have inherited. First class data I have inherited. I have just passed here. I am getting a output properly. Like I can just print the details. So same, I'll just put one more line. I'll just put this line as a comment. So now I want to give this data. As I have given as a bestie and a memory. So now I want to give same data for this stuff. So I'll just tell I want to pass this particular data to this particular class now. So here first one is done. So second one I'll just try to do it. So if I try to do like this, corner house, sorry. So see, I'll be getting error here, you can see. So I have given like this. So now before I did what? I wanted to print the bestie details. So I passed this argument to the constructor. Now I want to print this particular memories data. So now I am passing this argument, the place name, item and taste. So basically I am just passing the particular place name and the item what we ate, and the particular taste was awesome. For whom I am passing? I am passing for the particular person, that is a racing. So for this, yes, so here. So I am just passing the particular data to this, for whom I am passing for the Rohan race for this particular class. I am passing this argument. 3 arguments I am passing. First I passed for the first class, now I am passing for the second class. Same if I try to print now, what will be the output? You can see I am getting error that is telling me missing the 2 requirement positional argument, that is a b height and b object. That means whichever the class is the first, it will first look onto that particular class itself. So it doesn't care about the second class, it is looking for the particular class. When the 2 arguments are same, we can print it. So at that time what we need to do here is, at that time I need to do it like this. So I'll just put a comment line here. So at that time what I need to do here is, first I need to print for the memories class, then I want to print it for the bestie class like this. So now if I run this like this, so you can see racing object has a no attribute name. So where is the memory? So memory is there. So place name, item and taste. So which is the object I am getting? Okay. Place name is there. So anything I have left, items is done, taste is done. So everything is perfect. So why I am getting like this? Okay, I want to run this particular function. So I want to run this particular, when I run this class memory function, I need to run this print memories functions here. So I'll just comment this particular line also, uncomment this line. So now I want to print what? This particular details, print memories. If I run the program, so you can see I'm getting a output. We went to the NS Highway, restaurant name was a corner house, and we ate a desert ice cream, and the taste was awesome. So this is how I can use a multiple. Whenever I use a multiple inheritance, whichever the class you want to access it, first class you need to mention like it. I don't know why they given as a second class for the namesake. So already even I was getting, even I have a like a doubt for that particular person, like what is the use of even we can use for same concept. According to me, I can use it same concept by using a single level inheritance also. So I don't know why simply them they are given as a multiple inheritance, because just they are passing just a one more class as a second argument. So if they want to print means I need to interchange the first, whatever the class second is there, first I need to interchange with the first one, then only I can print like that. So that was the stuff. So I'll just uncomment it like this. I'll just I want to give you the code, so I'll keep like it itself. I'll just put it inside a comment line. So I'll just comment this line. I'll just uncomment this particular line, Rohan.bestie details. So I'll just like this, Rohan.print memories and Rohan.bestie details.
Sir,
Yeah.
in print statement, inside again why we use print memories reference?
So which one? So this one you are telling?
No sir, below.
So here.
Print statement. No sir.
Print statement.
Last.
Okay, Rohan.print memory means because see if I just tell Rohan race.print print memories. So for this one I had given, which I have commented. For this one I have written this one. So Rohan.print memories means, so I am doing for the racing, I am passing this particular arguments. So it is for the, so when I want to print the data of the class memories, then I need to give the print memories, because I want to run this particular function. As I am just passing a 3 arguments, only 3 arguments should be passed over here. So here I am passing a 5 arguments. When I run this bestie details, 5 arguments will get passed. So before that was already we are getting the error. Before I was running the bestie details function, it was having only the 3 arguments over here. It was telling me b hobby and b self star is not defined when I run before one. But I can run this particular function also. So you saw when I am running this particular function, when I run this particular, when I was running the function for the class memories. But before I run I was running this particular function, I was not getting any error, because as I have a bestie details also, I have a bestie memories also. So if I have one more, if I just see like this, if I just create one more function, I'll just tell def, I'll just tell message, message. So what I'll just tell is, I'll just tell like this, print. So I'll just tell hello world. So I have one function, normal function, that is message. Suppose now I want to print this particular message also by using what? By using this particular class. By using this class, I want to print this particular function too. So I can just print like this. So this one I'll just put it here. I'll just cut this one. So now I'll just put it here. I'll just put it here. So I have normal function, that is a print message I have, that will do what? It will just reprint the hello world. So this will the stuff it will do. So I can just tell return hello world. So return hello world. Okay, so I'll just tell like this. So now see, one more thing I want to show. So first I'll run what is the stuff I'm getting output. So missing 2 positional argument, be head and be hobby. So I'll just comment this one. So I want to print, so I am passing the second argument, so I need to comment this one. So I will just uncomment this particular line. So I want to print the first bestie detail. So rohan.bestie detail. That means, so for this particular rohan, I want to just print the normal bestie details. So I'll just print that one. Second line, I'll just print as it is, and I'll tell rohan memories.print memories. So print memories is there, function, yeah, it is there, and the normal arguments, everything is passed. Even I can print this particular function also. So I'll just print like this. So next I want to print for the rohan race object. So rohan race is the object. For the rohan race, as I have given the first class as a besties, so I can run this particular function for that particular function for the particular person. So I'll just tell rohan bestie details. So same way, so I can just know one more thing. So if I just run this one, rohan race.print memories, rohan race.print memories. So these functions I cannot run because the particular arguments has not given perfectly, so that it doesn't work. So I can just run this particular function. Let me see. If I just tell rohan race, so rohan race dot message. So if I just run this one, so I am getting a error, that is 0 of that arguments, the positional argument, but 1 is given. So rohan dot message. So I think if I just tell rohan race, I'll just tell one argument here. So I think it should be taken as a self argument, self comma name. So let's tell hello world. I'll use as a string. I'll just tell hello, the particulars. I'll just tell name here. So you can see I'm getting hello on this. Now it is perfectly, it is coming. No, see what is the stuff is happening here is. So I am just printing for the rohan race. I have given the racing is a class, so where I can inherit all the properties of a besties, and along with the class I can inherit all the properties of this one. Even I can inherit all the properties of this particular class only when all the particular parameters are matching it. When the parameter doesn't match, I'll be getting error. So like that. So starting itself, it will look onto this particular first class, whichever the class you have given. So whichever the class as a bestie I have given, I can inherit that particular constructor for that particular class. But from the second class, so memories I have given as a second class, but I cannot access the particular constructor for that particular class. Only I can access some of the functions which I can pass dynamically as values. Like if the particular parameters are passing, I can pass it. So that is why first what I did, I printed this particular constructor, then I printed this particular class. So that means I have printed two stuffs. So that is what I have done here. So you can see rohan memories dot print memories. So sorry, this one, the rohan race dot bestie details. So rohan race is nothing but a object. Rohan race is nothing but a object of this class racing. So where I am printing this first of all, I am just printing this bestie details. I got the output. Along with that, I am saying rohan race dot message. So I want to print from another class the particular function, particular method I want to print. Like suppose I have this method, I want to print this particular method. So this particular method I'm just passing a parameter. So the particular parameter is get passed over here. So where here, and the particular output I got it. Now along with that, even I can run this particular method also, because as the racing has even I can access this method, this class, a particular constructor. From the memories I can access the particular methods. Along with that I can access this particular method also. So I can just tell, if I just tell racing, if I just call one more function, so Rohan race dot racing, I'll just tell something like this. So Rohan race dot racing, RASING racing. So I want to call what? I want to call this particular racing function. Sorry, it is in the capital. So let's tell Rohan dot racing. If I run this particular function, so you can see I'm getting an object for that particular class, but I want to print the particular stuff, so I need to give it into the double quotes like this. So you can see I'm getting, while coming we had a race at the NS highway and it is returning the none value. So why it is returning none here is, so it is returning none something because I have written a print statement. I want to return it, so I'll just tell return. If I just tell return, it will just return the particular stuff whatever it is there. So if I save, if I run, so invalid syntax, where is invalid syntax?
Return spelling wrong, sir.
Okay, return spelling. So if I run this one, so you can see I'm getting perfect output. So all the data I'm getting. First time printing, I'm just forgot about all the stuff. So which is just, I'll just focus on this particular one thing, Rohan race. So this you know, normally these two things you know. So I'll just comment these two lines. So mainly focused on this particular line. So this was the main concept, main class object below. So this is the main. So for this Rohan race only I want to apply all three classes functions. So I'll just print it like this. Whatever the stuff is there, I'll just print like this, and I'll just print like this. Okay, see, first I am printing the best details. That means I have inherited, first understand. So see, one more item I'll just tell normally, like what is the thing going on here, listen carefully. So I have a two classes. Don't think whatever what inside is there, just forget about that. So I have a two class. This is first class and this is a second class and this is a third class. So in this particular third class I am accessing starting first two classes. That is a bestie class I am accessing the memory class. So the two classes name I have written bestie and a memory. Two classes I am inheriting it. So along with that, in this particular class I have written one normal function, that is just a normal static function I have wrote. Now suppose I want to print this particular data. So as I have given as a first class as a bestie, so whichever the first class you will be giving, so that particular constructor you can call, but you look only for that particular constructor itself. So what I know, I want to print that particular data. I want to print this particular bestie details now. So first what I need to do here is, first I will tell here is Rohan race. I am giving Rohan race as an object name. So I am creating a class. I am just I want to create a class racing. I have given. So now as I have given as a bestie as a first class, I need to pass these many values for the particular object. I want to pass these many values, that is name, age, look, height and hobbies. So why you may have question why I cannot pass this value, because as I have whichever the class will be specifying at the starting, only that particular class values you need to pass, that is the constructor values you need to pass it. So because of that I have passed Rohan 25 awesome tall and stuff. I have passed all the 5 arguments now. So when I pass the 5 arguments, now I can tell Rohan dot bestie details. When I tell Rohan dot bestie details, this particular functions will run, as this is inherited by this particular classes. So now from the second class, as the particular number of argument is not getting as a number of argument is not same as this particular argument, so I can not print it. So if it's same if I want to access the same classes in this particular class, I can inherit it like that. But suppose I want to run some different function from the another class. I want to run this particular function, that is a def message, from this particular memories class. So as I have given as a second argument as a memories, so along with, so that I can access any of the other methods. So what I am doing is, so I am telling Rohan dot message, that is I am passing the name. So it will take the name as the argument here and it will tell hello the particular name. So along with that you can see I have accessed the method of the second class and the particular first class constructor I have accessed. So along with that, if I want to access this particular function, that is a racing, so as it is a class of this particular racing itself, So a number of method, whatever the method I have inside this particular class, I can access it. So I am telling Rohan race dot racing. So because Rohan race is a object of the class racing, so I can access this particular constructor. I can access all the method of the memories. Even along with it, I can access same class memory, like same class methods also. So I'm just telling a particular racing method I want to call it. I'm just telling Rohan race dot racing. So when I print like this, so all the output I'm getting like this. So you can see all the things I'm getting it. So I'm getting, first of all, I'm getting what all the stuffs is there. So where is it? I'll just delete 1 second. Now I want to print it. So first it will take bestie details. So whatever the it is coming from the class bestie, then it is coming from the class memories, that is a hello unit, that is a message function it is getting run, and it is coming from the last class, that is a class racing. While coming back, we had a racing at NS7. So these are all the 3 classes functions I can run by using a multi-level inheritance. Okay, so this is what the multiple inheritance will tell.
Sir,
Yeah.
so we can't inherit both the classes at a time.
No, we cannot
Then
inherit.
What is the use of multiple inheritance?
So what is the use of it? That is what I can access this particular classes. So see, that is what I have given one example. That is for to explain that only I have written one normal example, like normal method I
But you
defined.
can do it in
No, we cannot do it as single level inheritance. When the single level inheritance, if I do, so as I have, if I access the, I need to access such kind of things. So I need to access like this. Besties, I want to access it. So I want to access like it, but I am not using this particular concepts here. I am not accessing these classes in this particular class. But I am accessing what? I am accessing here. 2 classes I am accessing in a single class. So if I just show you in the Opps 7, so see here I am
Then
accessing
you
here.
can't use, like you can't use the other print details.
No, I cannot use the print memories. I cannot use because only constructor it will look for the starting stuffs itself. So that is only whichever the class you will be specifying first. So before even I have shown you here also memories. If I use as memories, I need to pass same arguments. Then only it will print this one. So whichever the first it will tell, it will take the constructor of that particular class. Second means it will just take the methods. Okay.
What if we want to use that constructor? Then we have to change the.
We need to change the particular positions of the particular classes. So whichever you want to inherit. Okay. So it was one is a solution for that one. So this is about the multiple inheritance, and we have one more multi-level inheritance. We have multi-level inheritance. So where we can, I'll show a normal example. It is very easy, nothing to, that not much complicated than this. Okay, understood? So I don't know how much you have understood. So I tried my best to explain. So just I'll record the video, right? Just see 1, 2, 3 times, you'll understand properly. So see and type it. So when you type, you will only understand properly. And interchange like this. So see, I have interchanged the value. Try to print all the data, whichever it is printing. Try to give the different arguments here. So if I just give the same argument, whether it is printing or not, check it. So this is about the multiple inheritance. So next, coming back to the multi-level inheritance. So Opps 9.py. So Opps 9.py. So I'll just take one small example. I don't take any complicated example in this. So I have this like this example, let it be like this. So now we'll see about the multi-level inheritance. So if I just show you, okay, first I'll explain, then I'll show you the theory part. Multi-level inheritance. Okay. So in the multi-level inheritance, we'll see what the, so suppose what we'll do here is we'll create some 4 classes, and we'll try to inherit all the classes, like we can print all the, like whether like classes from the above classes. So we'll see with the example. So I'll just take one example. So what I can tell, so I'll tell some of the friends names. So I have I'm in the 4th year engineering, right? So I have 4 years of experience in my engineering. I'll just print it like who were the friends in my first year, and who were in the 2nd year, and who were left in the 3rd year, and who are left in the final year. So we'll see whether if he is a friend from the first year, whether he is in the from 4th year, I can access this or not. So I cannot have any examples. I'll just give like this example. So I don't know. I'll just tell first year, FIRST, first year. So I have a first year. So I have a class first year. So I'll just tell I have some friends. So I'll just tell friends. For friends as a variable name, I'm just creating it. So suppose I'll just give 3 names itself, not more than that. Suppose I have some of the friends in the actually first friends I got as some Aishwarya. She was the first friend in my engineering. Then I got Harshit. So he's the second friend of mine. So I have some Abhinand. some names I am giving it. So then who was next? So I'll just make an so 4 names I have given. So I have more there, so just I'm giving some starting 4 names here. So these are the 4 friends I had inside my particular first friend. So I will just tell def I want to print the particular detail. So I'll just tell besto 1. So I'm giving as a besto 1. So I'll just tell besto 1. So from the first year I am just giving like this. So I'll just tell print best. I'll just tell print bf1. So best friends of the first year. So I'm just giving one to remember that he is the first year. So what it will take here is it will take the first as an argument. So self argument they will take it. So I'm not creating any constructor here, simply complicate it. So I'll just tell print. I'll just tell f. So what I can just tell so self dot. Let's see from this particular self. Take the self argument and take the particular variable here. So I want to just pass this particular variable here. So I'll just copy and I'll just pass it here. So I'll just tell they were friends in the first year. They were I'll just tell they were my friends in first year. So I'll just tell like this. So this is one class. So same way I want to make it 4 classes. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm taking as a 4 classes like this. So 1. So I'll just change the stuffs here. 2. Okay. So here it is the first year. I want to just tell he's a second. Now I am in the second year. So as the second year, what it will do? Second year will access what? It will access the first year also. First year it will access in the second year. So here I have some friends. So but here in the second year I had some other friends like in the some second year. So first year I am accessing it. So even here I have given as a we'll just tell friends 1 here. I'll just make it as a friends of the first year. I'll make it as like this, friends of first year, like this. So I'll just tell friends of the second year. So I'll just tell friends of the second year. So from the second year she got wicket and he is left, and even he is left, even he's got wicket. So he is left, and one more I'll just add one more, Aditya. So I got 3 friends as a second year, as a in the second year. So these were the second year. So I'll just tell print bf2. So this is a different function, printing the particular function name is different here. And same friends too, I'll want to tell you that they were the friends too. These were my friends inside my second year. So then they were friends in the second year. CC going to second year. So I'll just save like this. So then from the third year, now I want to give it this name as a third year. THIRD third year. So here I will be accessing what? I'll be accessing just a second year over here. So I'll just access the particular second year. Multi-level means that is what? Multi-level. In the level was I can just take it a single argument. Even if you pass the double thing, it will be the multiple inheritance. Multi-level means just give the single arguments over here. So for the particular stuff. So when I give as a second year, it will take as a first year argument also, second year argument also. So basically will be mostly will be used as a single level inheritance or a multi-level inheritance. Multiple will be using very rarely. So in the third year students, I'll just tell friends 3. Friends 3. I'll get as a friends 3. So in this particular friend, so I'll just tell the same names I'll copy in the third year, like this. So 3 friends. So I'll give one more name here. So I'll just tell one more name as Amruta. Okay. So I have in the same friends inside my third year friends also, but one more friend I have added. So here it will be the print bf3. It is a details of the third year friends. And I'll just tell friends 3 I want to print it here. So whatever the values I have passed, I want to print like this. They are the friends in my third year. So I'll just print like this. So coming back to the last, that is a fourth year. FURTH fourth year. So here I want to take the class name as a THIRD third year. So I want to take this particular class argument. I'm just passing it here. So now see, so friends of 4. So I'll just tell friend 4. So I want these many names. I'll just print like same as it is. So one more friend, I'll just add it. So for whom I can add, I can just add Anika here. So these were the final friends of my fourth year student. These many. So they were. So let's see who were till like how I can access all the data. So whether I can use this class, I can access whether above functions or not. Let me see. So it is for the fourth year. So here it is for the friends of 4. And here it is for the they were friends in my fourth year. FOURTH, fourth year. So these were the three stuffs I have created. I have created these many stuffs now. So I have created a 4 class. So it is inheriting by one. It is has the inheritance concept is overriding it. First year all the things will come here. When you give it as for the second year, along with the second year, first year students also I can access it. Second year students also I can access it. If I give in the third year, second year if I give, so along with these two things I can access it over here. So in the final fourth year, if I want to access all the above values, I can access by using this particular object itself. So now what I'll just tell is I'll create a objects now. Normal objects I'll just create it now. So see how I'll just create a objects. So I want to create a objects now. So how I'll just create? So normally I'll just tell FIRST first. I'll give as a first itself. So for the first I'll create a object for the first year. So I'm just creating a object for the first. So by using a first, what I can access? So if I just tell print FIRST first is a object dot. So what I can access here? So I can access this particular print BF1. So I can just tell print BF1. First I'll just tell I want to print the particular friends one. Then I want to print what? First dot PR and print BF1 functions I want to run it. So if I run the function, you can see I'm getting a output here. That is, I'm getting first of all like whichever the data is there, that is a, so print dot friends one is nothing but this one, friends one, the particular variable. I'm just printing the variable. So everything I am getting in the form of a list. Same way I am getting all the stuffs inside the list here. So I'm getting all the stuffs inside the list here. So you can see. So then what I did here is I am just calling this particular function. So as I have given as a print statement, so it is returning the none. So if you don't want to print the none, just rechange it with the return value. So later you can do it with the return. So return means it will just return the value. It doesn't print, it doesn't give the none value when I return it. So now it is same thing, it is printing the Aishwarya, Harshit, like Abhinan, Meghana, they were my friends in the first year. It is getting printed. So this is the for the first year stuff. So I'll just comment this one. So next I want to do it for the second. So while coming in the second, let me see I can access with the first one or not. So let's tell. So I want to create a object for the second year now. So I want to create a object for the second year student. So for the second year friends. Now I'll just tell print the particular second dot. So you can see I can print BF1 also. Along with that I can print BF2 also. Print second dot print BF friends 2. So I want to print the data. So now what I want to do here is I am creating a object. So as the screen is a little bit less, so you need to see here. So now I am creating an object for the second year. Can I access the particular access from the front year? So I can by using this object can access this particular variable friends ones, can access this particular friends too. Yeah, I can access by using a multi-level inheritance. See if I just run the program, I can access the two values here. So I am getting a bound method first year path BF1 and BF2. Okay, I want to print like this. So I want to run like this function. So like this function I need to run it. So along with that I want to print one more stuff. So let's tell print second dot friends one. I want to print this one. Then I want to print a new line /n. So in the new line I want to print same print the particular from the second object. I want to print what? Friends 2. So I want to print first friends 1 details, then I want to print they were friends in my first year, and second friends I want to print the values of the second like who were the friends in the second year, then I want to print the values of this particular persons. So now I'll do it if I just run the program. If I run the program, so you can just so if I just press Ctrl Z, so I'll just cancel this one. So if I just run the program, so you can see I'm getting first one Aishwarya, Harshit, Abhinan, Meghana, they were friends in the first year and it is returning the none. So it is coming in the new line and it is printing the second like who were the friends in my second year. So along with that it is running this particular function that Harshit, Aditya, Meghana, they were friends in the second year. So these are the two functions it is getting run. So what I wanted to say here is I have created a object for this what second year, but I can using that particular object I can access all the values from here. I can access all the functions from this particular class also. Even I can access all the values from this particular class. Even I can access all the values from this particular class also. Now coming for the fourth year, I'll just tell you for the fourth year directly. So third one you just try it. For the third, same as it is, just try for all 2 and 3. So all the 3 values it should get take. So coming for the final, I'll just make it as a final year. Final year student. Final is equal to, I'll give the 4th year as a class. I'll give as a 4th year as a class. So I have created an object for the 4th year. So once I create an object for the 4th year, so this is a final is a object, final object, final obj. Final obj is my object. So by using this object, I can access anything from the all the classes. As I have given as a 3rd year itself, if I given as a 3rd year, in the 3rd year I have a 2nd year also. It will take all the attributes of this one. It will see the argument 2nd year. Even it will take all the arguments of this one. From the 2nd year, there is a one more attribute as a self argument. It is a 1st year class. So that means even 1st year class also will get taken. So in the 1st year class, I don't have anything. Even if suppose if I had some other classes here, which is defined already, even it will be taken all the variables functions of this particular class also. So that is what I wanted to tell you. So this is how we can use the concepts of multi-level inheritance. I just save it. So I can access all the, if I given as a 4th year as a 3rd year, it will take all the classes of this one. If it checks the parameters like arguments, I have a class, any argument has a class, even it will take that particular class functions and a method from here. Even here I have one more class, that is a 1st year, even it will take all the data from here also. So it is what doing, it is what other stuff is there. So here 4th year is an object. You can see it. If I want to print anything, if I just tell print final obj dot, if I just see, I am getting all the suggestions. I can access friends 2, I can access friends 3, I can access friend 4. So but why I am not getting friends 1 here? Let me see. So even I can access the friends 1. So you can see. So I'll access all the classes. I want to access friends 2, 3, and I want to print all the 4. So along with that, I want to print all the functions. So let's tell final year object dot bf1, that is I want to print this particular functions 1, 2, 3, 4. So I want to print the particular 2nd class function also. Then I want to print the particular 3rd class function also. Then I want to print the bf4 function also. So if I run the program, you can see all the values I will be getting it. I won't be getting any error. So you can see I am getting all the stuff. So there were this is a list of the 1st year, and this is a list of the 2nd year, and this is a list of the 3rd year, and it is a list of the 4th year variable. And first function is getting run. Aishwarya, Harshita, they were friends in my 1st year, and it is returning none. And it is done, they were friends in the 2nd year, and it is again it is returning none. And all the values, like these were the friends in my 3rd year, it is returning they were my friends in the 3rd year, and it is returning the none value. And it is all the names of the 4th year students, and it is telling they were the friends in the 4th year, and it is returning the none value. That means the multiple level inheritance is working fine. That means all the classes, whichever I have inherited, I can access all the attributes and methods of this particular class. What I want you to do here is, you want to apply the same thing for the constructor. Create a constructor, any constructor, small constructor. Try to print whether I can access it or not. You need to tell me. So I want to answer from you. I want you to try with this one. So I'll ask in the next class. No, from next to next class I'll ask you about this one. I want you the solution for it. So what you want to do means, you need to create a constructor like this. You need to create a constructor. You take any example, but the constructor should be there in all the classes. Okay, in all the classes the constructor should be there. Let it be the same or let it be the different, I don't know, but it should be there. And you need to print like this. Like you need to, whether you can access or not, I wanted you to see. You can access all the data. So it is just a normal functions, I'm returning it normal for the better understanding. You want to try with the constructor, like how I taught for the multiple inheritance. You need to apply same thing for here, but here there is a single level itself, but here is a single level I am accessing it. But you need to create with the constructor. By using constructor, let me know whether you can access the constructor values if you pass from here or not. That I wanted you from you guys. So answer is I will little, you can access all the constructor from this multi-level inheritance. Multi-level inheritance, you can access all the constructor. If you have 4 constructor, you can access all the 4 constructor by using just a single object. Like final object I have created, but you need to pass the particular number of arguments. You need to give the same arguments. If there is the same arguments, you need to pass. You need to take care of the arguments like which you are passing it. It is not like you are passing 2 arguments in here and 3 arguments from here, and you can access like it cannot be done like that. To overcome that one, we have a next concepts. We'll have that concept like super and overriding classes. So we have a one method super. That concept I will teach you in the next class. That is how to use a super method and how to avoid using the constructor. Once I created a constructor, what is the point of creating again like this? So I said if I have already this one, I want to inherit same stuff here. I don't want to create same again. I don't want to write same thing in the next class also. If it's same, just I will use what? I will use a super method. When I use a super method, all these things will be taken over here. That I will show you in the next class how can that is done. Okay, but you understood, right? The multi-level inheritance, how easy it is, nothing else here. So just using this one, you can access all the classes, functions, variables, everything. You can access it. Got it?
Yes. What is the use of constructor, sir?
Constructor, what is the use of constructor means? So you can pass the argument here. See here in the 9th, I'm just running the functions. I'm just running the functions here. See, just running the function. I'm not passing any values, anything here. So if I want to pass the values, I want to use the concept of constructor. So I want to say here, I am passing the values. I'm passing the values. I'm passing the relation, number of things I'm passing for whom? For this particular class, for this object. That means it will be passed over here. So before returning it, it will pass that particular values here. So all the values will get passed and it will return. If I wanted to, once it is passed, the constructor will get created. And if I want to print the details, I can print that particular details. But only one thing, what? This particular number of arguments should be equal to this particular number of argument which you are passing. If you are not passing, if you forgot to pass one thing, you will get an error over there. Like a particular B hobby is not get. I didn't get a value for B hobby, like that. So what is the use means? Constructor means. So see, just I created one constructor here. So I am passing 3 arguments here. I can pass this value, I can pass here. So now I have only one person, Rohan. Suppose I want to pass the 100 persons values. So just I need to pass the values. So once I pass the value, automatically our constructor will take care and it will print the data for that particular object. So now is a Rohan is one object. Suppose I want to create your object, Pardu and Venkatesh, Hema, Tejaswini, 4 objects. So I have done
Args
that.
and kwargs is there, so we are using that one also.
Args and pass that we are using for here. So that you can get here. So same concept you can use it here also. Args and cos, self, comma, args and cos you can use here. Okay. So for when you can use that one, when you want to, what? When you will be using args and cos. So think here yourself.
Number of things.
Whenever I am passing the number of values differently. So when I am passing different values here. So that time you can use the concepts of args and cos. You can try with us. Args and cos you can try. So that time you can pass a number of argument. Automatically our constructor will take care of that one. So like, so where is it? Here. So if you are giving Rohan only these 3 values will give. Here you will give 5 values, here you will give 6 values. That can be handled when you are using a args and cos. That means it will pass particular values whichever you are passing, only that many values it will pass to the constructor. It won't throw error, I think. Try with that one, okay? Even I will try today. Try with the args and cos, like constructor, try with the args and cos. Anyone? So you can see if I just give a is equal to 10 value and b is equal to 12, that means this particular values can be accessed throughout the program. Like any values can be accessed. Like there is no any restrictions, like I cannot access the value of a, I cannot access the value of b. But same way, if you are going with the that is a normally public, we call it as. So next one we have the protected, and one more we have the private. So I will just make one class. If I just make one class, I'll just name the particular class name as a family. So if I just make a class name as a family, so in this I'll just give the particular stuff, like I will just give number of peoples. So if I just make it as, so suppose the number of peoples in our families, it might be 4. So I'll just name like this. So that means the 4 value is a public. So it will be like public. So I'll just maintain like, so I'll just give the asterisk like this one. I'll just make it as public. So this particular value is a public value. So next, if I want to make a value as a protected, so I need to start with the underscore. So one underscore means the particular variable name, it will be treated as protected. If I just tell siblings, if I just give the siblings as 2, so I'll just name this, the siblings value is a 2. That means the particular siblings, that means whenever I give a starting underscore, it will be the particular protected stuff. So it will treat as like protected. I can just give asterisk symbol. So sorry, I'll just tell shift, this is a protected. So this value will be protected. And next, if I want to make the particular value, like it should be a private, like no classes can be accessed it. So siblings means it is a protected value, but these values can be accessed within any of the class. In the subclasses, if I create one more class, if I just tell class 2, so in this, if I just inherit the family, that means I can access this particular variables when in this particular class also. But same thing, if I give the particular variable as a private, to give a private variable I need to start with the 2 underscore. 2 underscore means the particular value will be private. So if I just tell sun, so if I just tell sun is equal to 1, okay, so I'm just giving sun is equal to 1, that means the particular value will be private. This value will be treated as a private value. I'll just name it as a private. So this value will be private. So now what I'll do here is, so I have just created a class and I have just given a 3 variables. So first one is a public, second one is a protected, and third one value is private. Let's see whether I can access or not. So first, after creating a class, I need to create a object now. So I'll just create an object. So this, you know, just I'll just give the object name as A. So or else I'll just name it as obj1 family. So I'm just creating a one object for this particular class, that is family. So once I create an object, so now if I just tell print particular, if I just access from the object 1 dot, so if I just tell object number of peoples, and I'll just name it one more, I want to access the siblings. So if I just tell siblings, so if I just tell one more, if I just name it as son, so if I just tell son, so you can see it is taking underscore. Okay, I need to give like this. Okay, fine. So if I just run the program, so you can see I'm getting error here. So if I just show you the output, so see here, so first one I got 4 because, so I'll just minimize it. So you can see now the number of people I have printed first one from the object 1, I am getting value as a 4, I am getting it. But again sibling 2, so as I said, I can access the value of the protected value also in the classes or as well as the subclasses only within the program. Like if I want to access this particular value from another different program, means I won't be getting the output. So I need to first access the class, then I need to access the particular variable here. So same thing for the sun. See, so it is sun is a private value. So like similarly the public and protected will be the most similar, like 90%. Only little bit incorrections it will give, like to access it. Like the person will be knowing if I want to make a value protected, he can just for the better understanding, like for protecting purpose, he can give with the small underscore starting. So that means it will treat as a protected. For the private, so you can see obj.1.sun, I am getting an error here. Like what is the error means, they are saying me like I cannot give you the output value of the sun because it is a private value. So if I want to access the output, if I want to access the value of the private variable, so I need to use the syntax something like this. First I need to start with the small underscore, then I need to give the class name. The class name is family, then the family, and followed with the 2 underscore with the sun. So if I just run the program now, so you can see now I am getting a output 4, 2 and 1. So this is about the private, public and protected. So just simply they have given one syntax. Like normal means normal variable names are a public itself, and if I start with the 1 underscores, it will be the protected value. If I start with the 2 underscore with the variable name, it will be treated as a private value within the class. And if I want to access, means I can access by creating an object, but especially for the private variables I need to use this kind of syntax. So I need to access with the object dot operator. First I need to use a single underscore, then followed by the class name. The class name is family, I'm adding like, then again the variable name followed by with the class name. You can see 2 underscore and sun. So this is how I can access the public private values. Understood? Understood, right? So normally everything will be the public. If you want to make particular stuffs as a private, even protected also same as a public itself. But no in any other program we are not accessing any other different variables from other program. But main things comes under the sun, like which is the private value. So to access the private value, we will be having such kind of syntax. So you can see for the public and protected, same syntax only we are using to get the output. But just for the private values, I need to use this kind of syntax. Like no other classes can be easily they can access. So we need when we are accessing the value, we need to follow this kind of syntax. Like we'll understand, like if I have some privacy, so that I don't want to pass it. So at that time I will be getting to know easily I cannot access this value because I have made it as a private for my understanding. So if it's convenient, if I want to pass, I'll use this syntax and pass. So directly I won't be passing. If I pass also, I won't be getting the value. Okay. Okay, next we'll go with the super over and the overriding method in the classes. So I'll just name it as a oops 10 here, oops 11. So in the Opps 11, so we'll discuss about super method and overriding method. Overriding. So super and the overriding method. So we can apply any same thing we'll apply for this kind of classes itself. Like we have multiple inheritance. So how to overload this particular classes in this particular class. What is mean by super overriding? Super means, I'll tell you, super means just we are inheriting the parent class. Super means we are inheriting the parent class, that's it. Overriding means, so after inheriting the if I have a two class, so one class, if I have a one class A and if I have a class B, suppose if I say the class B is the class B is overridden, then means the class A functionalities doesn't work with the class B. Only the class B functionalities will work. Class A functionality doesn't work because class B has been overwritten. So suppose if you have written something like one page of note, if you scratch and overwrite it, that means whatever you have scratched, that doesn't value. So whatever you have written in the new notes, only that particular words will value. So that we call it as a overriding, like we are overriding something. So in this we will see with an example. So for this example I can just tell one, so I'll just tell. So what example I can give here is, okay, so I'll just give a normal example. I'll just tell on the class secret. Okay, so I'll just name the class name as secret. So one class I have created. So here I'll just tell one secret. So I'll just tell one message. So I'll just tell, I can just tell one message. I can just tell this is a secret message. Okay, so I'll just name it as a variable name as a message itself. So I can just remove one A from here. I think it will be any keyword, so I don't want to get error. So I'll just tell one message is equal to this is a secret message. So once I have created a secret message, so what I'll do here is I'll create one constructor. So I'll just create one constructor def. So to create a constructor, we need to use a def init. So that only this thing I need to use. So self init. So here it will take as a self argument. So I'll just remove this one. So self init. So here I'll just name something, just a single step. So I'll just tell self dot title. So I'll just give the title name as, so what I can give it is a secret title. So something I have given. So I have created one class. In this class I am just passing one message. I'm saying this is a secret message. So I'm initializing a constructor here. I'm creating a constructor for this class. I have given self dot title is equal to secret title. So this much I have given it. So I'll just tell one more, self dot instance, instance is equal to, so I'll just tell secret instance. So it is a secret instance. So two values I have given. So it is title and instance, secret title and secret instance, the particular value. So once I have given this one, so I'll create one more class. So I'll just create one more class. I'll just create a class B. So I'll just name it as a class B itself. Okay, so I'll just name it as a class B. So in this class B, I will inherit this particular secret class. So this, just we are inheriting the secret class. So I'm inheriting this particular secret class. So once I'm inherited this one, so what I want to do here is I want to give one more message here. So same as it is, I'll just give. So I'll just tell this first message, I'll just copy, I'll just paste it here. So I'll just tell this is a, so in this case I'll just tell this is a secret message. In this tell I'll just tell this is a class B message. Okay, this is a class B message. So once I have given this one, so again I'll initialize the constructor. So I'll just initialize the constructor. So I'll just tell init so I'll just click onto this particular init. So in this one you can see automatically it has been taken. Whenever I take this one super method, you can see automatically it's taking, because it is inheriting this, it is just inheriting the parent class. So that is a secret class. If I just remove, so first I'll just remove it, I don't want. So later I'll show you the error, then I'll inherit and I'll just show you the output. So what I did now here is I created a class, the class name is secret, I have passed a variable, I have constructed a constructor here. So then I am created a class B, and I have created, I'm inheriting a class secret. Then I'm just giving one more same variable as a secret itself. So I'm just changing the value to this is a class B message. So once I do this one, so what I want to do here is same as it is, I will want to do it. So I'll just copy these two lines of code. So just I'm overriding it. So let's see after overriding which value I can access is in my program. So I'll just tell this is a class B title. class B title. So I'll just tell CLASS class B instance. So I'm just making like this, and so I'm just changing the stuff. So it is a secret. So better than secret, I can just give a class A. So I'll just give a class A itself. So message, let it, this is a I'll just make it as class A message, and I'll just tell class A title, and I'll just maintain class B instance, sorry, class A instance. Okay, so let's in the class name. So this is the stuff. So we have created a one class A and class B. I'm inheriting the class A into the class B. So now I want to use the concepts of super, and I want to override the method. So what I'm doing here is, so once I do like this, so suppose I want to print the particular stuff now. So I want to print, first I will print, then I'll use the concepts of inheritance. So what I'll do here is, I'll create a object for the two classes. So I will just create an object for the class A, and I'll just create an object for the class B. So what I'll do here is, so I'll just do like this. So what I'll do here is, I want to create a instance. So I'll just make it as a A. So for the class A, I'll create an object name as A itself. So I want to create an object for this class A. So I need to just call the class A function like this. That's it. So for the class B, I'll just name it as a B as an object name. Then I'll just create a object for the class B. So I created an object for the class A. Then I have created an object for the class B. Two things I have done now. So once I have done, so I will just print the particular. So I want to print A dot. So from this A dot, I want to print the particular message. So I want to print A dot message. Then I want to print A dot. So what I can just print A dot title. So whatever the title I have. So then I want to print A dot instance. So if I just do like this, so obviously you know the output you'll be getting normally. So it will be like, this is a class A message, it will get when I am printing the message. So if I want to print the title, I am getting a class A title. So if I just tell A dot instance, I am getting class A instance. Same way, so this is, you know, so this is a normal one. So I'll just comment this one. So you can see I am getting output, but I want something now else. So what I'll do here is, I want to print the particular. So from the B, so I want to print, I am printing for the class B. So let's see whether I will be getting these values or whether I am be getting this kind of values here. So if I just tell print B dot, if I just tell B dot message, so same I'll just make it as B dot message, comma B dot instance, comma B dot title. B dot title. So if I run the program, so you can see I'm getting, this is a class B and the message class B and the instance class B title, class B title, class B instance and class B message. So normally I'm getting this kind of stuff. So now I want to use the concepts of overriding methods now. So what I'll do here is, so I'll call this particular class now. So see here, so in this particular class B, what I'll do here is, I'll call the super method. So where I want to call the super method, first I will call the super method here. I'll just call the super method here. So what I'll just tell is super, so I'll just tell super inherit the class. So if I want to print, when I use a object B here, so B dot message means if I want to get this first message or whether this message, so how I can handle means I can use the super method. So I'll just super dot init. So super dot init. So now see, when I call this super method, it will inherit the parent class. Then what it will do means it will give the values of the parent class. The particular class method will get overridden. So then I'll just show you the output now. So you can see super dot init. So I have called this particular message now. So now see, same value if I just print it. So you can see I'm getting same value. So this is a class B I'm getting. If I just tell B dot message, if I just tell B dot message, this is a class B message I'm getting. This is a class B message. You can see I'm getting in the output. But if I tell same with the same instance, if I tell B dot instance, so B dot instance means B is a object of class B, but the class B instance name is what? Class B instance. But you can see I'm getting what I'm also sorry. So for next what I have given here is B dot instance, right? So you can see for the instance I have given as a class B instance, but here I am not getting the class B instance here, but I am getting this one class A instance. You can see I'm getting class A instance. And again, if I just tell B dot title, So you can see B is an object of a class B. So class B title name is a class B title, but I am not getting a class B title in my output. I am getting a class A output. That means the particular class constructor variables has been overridden with the class A. So all the title, that is title along with the instance, it has been overridden with the class A. Suppose if I don't have an instance in the class B, suppose think like I don't have a, so I am getting output class A instance. It is inheriting from the parent class. Suppose if I not have in my class A, so if I run the program, you can see, so where is it? So sorry. Okay, you can see if I just if I just comment this particular line of code, again I will just exit and I'll just run the program. So now see, if it's not there in the title, first what our program does means, when I print b dot title, if I just print b dot title, it will check, when I use a super method, first it will check whether the instance, the particular variable title is there inside the class A or not. So I can see in the class A I have commented, that means the title has been not defined. So then what our program does means, then it will come to with own class, then it will come to this the class second class, so whichever the object has been created, then it will check whether the instance is present from my particular class or not. When it is present, it will just give you the output as a class B title. You can see class B title is getting printed. So because it is not present in the parent class even after overriding it. So if it's present, what it will do? So if it's present, what it will do? It will just give you the output. You can see the class A title. So before, now it is present inside a class A. So it is getting this kind of value. Okay, so this is how I can get. Same way, I'll just comment out, I'll just remove this one. So again, I want to print in a single line. I'll just print a dot message, comma, a dot instance, comma, a dot title. So I'll just save it. So a dot message, a dot instance, and a dot title. So now you can see, if everything will come in the single line. Now you can see this is a class A, message class A, and instance class A title, same as it is I'm getting. So as I have inherited the method, so it is first looking onto the class A constructor whether the title name is present or a title and instance is present. If it's present, it is overriding this particular method. Same way, if I use this, I'll just cut this one. So I'll just use here starting only, I will just call the constructor. Now if I use, so what will be the output? So when I'm calling this kind of stuff first, then it will call the instructor, it will inherit the concept, but first it is not inheriting now. So sorry, this is not overriding, it is overridden now. Now the particular values has been overridden to self dot title is class A title, then self dot instance will be the class A instance. It has been overridden, but again I am changing the values. So now see the thing, again I am changing the particular self value. Self value dot title is class B title, and self dot instance will be the class B instance. So what it will do means, it will check the particular value of the classes. Now you can see the output here. So when I'm printing b dot message, b dot instance, b dot title of the class B, so whatever the values of the class B is there, that is value only getting printed. This is a class B message, class B instance, and the class B title is present. So this is how the things work. You can, wherever the positioning you will do of the super method, so according to that the value will get printed. If you call the super method at the last, the particular parent class values it will take first, it will prefer first. If you are calling at the starting itself, it will prefer even it will take the parent class as a first, but after you are overriding the method here, you are overriding the methods here. So when you are overriding the particular methods, so whichever the overridden value will be there, that will be taken in the output. Suppose if it's not there here, if I run the program, so now see, if nothing is there from the class B overridden, now what it will take means, it will take the values of the class A itself. You can see class A title and the class B instance, it is taking the class A instance and the class A title itself. So because when you are overriding a method, so you can so suppose what I'll do now I am, because of using a super dot init, the super method, then it is taking the values of here. Suppose even if it's not there, even if it was not there, so even if it was not there, if I just pass this particular constructor, so what will be the error? You can see I'll be getting an error, the attribute error, B object has no attribute instance. Even though the particular single inheritance concept has been used here, the class A is been inherited by the class B. So So you can see the B doesn't have the instances. So because the B dot instance is not there and B dot title is not there. If I give A dot instance and A dot title, I'll be getting a value. But the class object B is created for the class B. By using this particular object, I couldn't inherit any properties of the class A. To inherit all the properties of the parent class, that is A, that time I need to use the concepts of super init method. So when I use a super init method, easily I can access the particular values from the parent class by calling the super.init method. So this is how the particular super.init methods will work. First, it will give the priority for the parent class. So if it's present, it will take that particular value. If it's not present, it will take the values of the particular class. So now see, I'll just give like this. So here I will remove the class title. So I'll just remove the class title. So I'll just comment this line of code also, that I don't want to get that. Now see, so what the output should print here. So here print b.message. B.message means this particular message only will get b.message is getting printed. Okay, so this will print. So suppose if it's not there, if I run the program, so you can see this is a class A. So this is a class A message. Even the message is not there. If it's not there, it will take the value of the class A message. Okay, even this thing you need to know. So I'll just save this one. Let's see how the output will get. So b.message means normally B is a object of class B. The message, whatever the thing is there inside the message, it will get printed here. Then next b.instance. So it will B is a object of the class B. So it will look for the instance. So before looking on to the instance, it will look whether the super.init method has been called or not. So if it is called, so it will take the value of this particular instance value itself. It will take the value of this particular instance. So again it will self.instance has been declared again. So then whatever the value it has been inherited from the class A, again it will change it. So again, next if I just tell b.title, suppose I want to comment this one. I don't want to comment that. I want to comment this one. So let's keep this one as it is. So now I want to print b.title. So B is an object of a class B. So B will come. So it will check whether the title is there or not. It is not there. So it is not there. First it will run this function. It will override the method. This particular class method will be overridden in this particular class. So it will just change the self.title name will be the class A title now. So again, nothing again I have not changed the value of the title. So just I have changed the value of the instance. The class B instance will be print first. Then I have not changed the value of the self title. So same whatever the parent class value will be there, the self.title class A title, it will be inherited over here and same value will be printed over here. So if I run the program, you can see, so b.message means the whatever the message is there, it is getting printed. This is a class B message. And again next, what was it? b.instance. So obviously the instance, first I have called the overriding method, then again I have changed. So whatever the new value has been changed, it is taking that particular value in my output. It is telling me class B instance itself. So then again b.title. So in this particular class B, I don't have the title. So this I have commented. So it is, then it will check with the super method whether it is present or not. Yeah, it is present. It will take the value, the class A as a class A title. The class A title will be stored. Again, I have not done any changes. I have not changed the value of the class title. So the class A title is getting printed over here. So if it's there, what it will do? It will override the method and it will just print the class B stuff itself. So so if I just call this constructor, if I just call this super constructor after, first I will declare, then I will call this super.init method. Then if I call, all these two values will be overridden to this particular class A value. Now see, if I just run the program, it is overridden with the new, it is overridden with the class A value, the whatever the title name and the instance is there, it is just printing like this. So first it will print this particular message itself, then it is printing the class A instance and the class A title, because I have overridden the method of the class A. So this is about the super and the overriding methods in the object oriented programming in this particular Python. Okay, so super method is very easy. Just we are accessing the parent class, like whichever the parent class will be there given in the parameter, that particular class will get inherited, and along with that it will override the particular class. That's all will happening over here. So wherever, if you are specifying at the last, the particular this class A value will get overrated with the class B. If you are inheriting the particular, if you are overriding the class at the starting itself, then it doesn't matter. It will just take this particular class stuff itself. So if you are changing it, if it's not there, it will look onto the class A, then it will print the particular values. Got it? Understood, right? So what all can be inherited from the parent class with the objects of child class without using super. So we cannot inherit it. We cannot inherit it anything. I cannot inherit it from the classes. See here. So that is what the thing is here. So if I just do like this, so a dot title b dot instance is done now. So if I say like, if I just comment this one, so b dot message, b dot instance, and b dot title. So it is like that. So if I am not using a class super init method here, if I just not using any super init method, if I run the program, so you can see I am getting all the values of a class B. I am getting only the values of the class B here because I am printing the class B. Same way, by using a B object, you have created a B for the object for the class B. You have used this kind of stuff. You have created a B object for the class B. So if you are printing the values only with, if you are not using a super init method, only you can access the values of class B itself from this particular object. So if you want, from using this same object B, if you want to inherit the values from the parent class, whichever you are accessing, then 100% you need to use the super over method. So it depends how you are using it. If you are using at the end, it will take these values. If you are not using, if you are using at the top value, it will override this, or you will take this particular kind values itself. Okay. By using a object A, I am not printing the values here. So you can, this is main thing. By using a class A object, I am not printing anything from here. So A is a object of class A, but while printing it, I am not using a stuff anywhere over here. Only the object B only I am using it. By using this B object only, I am accessing the class A values and the class B values by using a super and overriding method. Okay. So this is what the use, and this is one use. And second one use is, first it depend upon wherever you have declared, it will check if it's present from the class B, it will print the values. If it's not present, it will look onto the class A value, and it will, if it's there, it will print it. If it's not there, it will give the error like that. So if you are not using a super init method, these two particular concepts you cannot print it. By using a single object, you cannot access all the values from the class A and the class B. Okay, that too the particular constructor values. Then what is the main use of inheriting? Then what is the main use of inheriting if you can't access it? So inheritance, see, this is if I just open one single level inheritance concept here. So just compare with this example with that particular example. So where I have done the single level inheritance. So it is a multiple level inheritance, and this is a okay, this is the single level inheritance example. Now see, so I see here, I have what I have done. This is a very big example actually. So I have one class here and I have a class B. So what I can do here is I can access the particular functions. I can access the particular functions when I'm inheriting the single level inheritance. Just I can access the particular functions. But I have given the same thing I have declared here also. Same thing I have declared here also. But some extra attributes I am accessing it. So same way I have one more functions here. So same thing. So now see, I have created a single object here. So I have created a single object. I have created one object for the class besties. So this is a object for the class besties, and one more object I have created for the close friends. So close friends object also I have been created. One is for the besties class and one is for the close friend object. But when I am printing it, so if I just tell am.bestie details, so am.bestie details means, so am.bestie, am is a class of this one. It don't have the bestie details, but it will print this particular values. But same thing, if you want to override the method, don't want to print this one. I want to print. Suppose I want to print the particular bestie. Same. Suppose if I have this one. So if I have a dev.bestie details in this same class. So I have one more stuff. If I want to have this one, so I have like this. Suppose think I have like this. So let's. So see now, if I have like this in this particular class. So let's comment this one. Suppose I have this kind of classes. Suppose I have two functions. I have two functions, a bestie details here also I have, and I have here also. But if you want to access the above first one, if you want to access this particular bestie functions inside the terminal, if you want to print that particular kind of stuff, you cannot do that, because it will first look onto this particular it will look onto the, if it is inherited, but it will print this particular stuff itself. But if you want to print the class close friends function itself, then with the same object, this is the main concept, with the am object only you want to print it. So that time you need to use the concepts of super over method. But creating a different objects of a different class, you can inherit. That is not the issue. That is, you can inherit. But with a single object, you want to access all the functions. You need to access all the functions according to your wish. That means if you want to access the class besties functions, means you want to access only this, means you need to use such kind of method. First you need to access this, means you need to use a super method at the last. If you want to access this particular class function, the particular same function, means first means you need to use a super method. While calling it, you need to use the super method at the starting itself. You need to call here super method, you need to call. So before, like if you want to print the particular bestie detail, so there it will come into the picture. So in the single level inheritance, just we have created the two classes. Class besties I have created, and the class close friends I have created. Two classes I have created, no doubt in that one. And I'm inheriting all the concepts of this one to here. But the thing, if I want to print it, while coming in the printing stuff, like using a single object, if I create a object for the close friend, by using a single object, I want to access all the things. I want to access these functions, I want to access these values, I want to access these values also, I want to access this value also. But what is the trick here is, but I want to access the values according to my convenient, according to my wish. Like if I want to print this bestie details, I want to, like according to me, if I want to use this bestie details, I can override the method and I can print this particular stuff itself by ignoring this kind of this function. If I want to print this function, means I'll call the super init method at the starting, then I will override this particular method to this particular method. That is what the use of this particular concept, super and overriding. So that is, you can see in the word only it is saying me call the super method and override the values, override the particular value. So whatever the values will be there, just change that particular value to the overrided. Whatever the value it is there inside the class, you are overriding that particular methods. That's it. Okay. Single level inheritance, just we are accessing the values. In this overriding method, we are accessing the values. Along with the accessing, we are overriding. That means we are changing the particular value to the another value according to my convenience. If I call at the end, whatever the values will be there of the class B, it doesn't take, it will override with the class A values. If I am calling this particular if I am calling this particular super init method at the starting itself, then it will, if I after overriding the method, it will take this value. Obviously it will take this value. Then again, if I override the method, whatever override with a new value, this particular value will take into the picture. So if it's not there, it will take the values of the class A itself. But same thing doesn't apply in the concepts of inheritance. It doesn't take the values from the inheritance. Okay, so that is what the stuff will be there. Okay, so same things I have shown you this with the single level also. If I just remove this one, if I just remove this particular super init method, this is an example of this inheritance, like normal single level inheritance. So same way, if you try to get the values, suppose if I try to get the values, I'm getting the values only of this particular class B. Suppose if I don't have these values, if I don't have these variables, so if I don't have this variable, I don't want to throw the error, but I want to get the values from the class A. If I run this program, you can see I'm getting error here. Object B attribute doesn't have any instance. It is telling me you have created an object B for the class B, but you are printing B.instance and B.title. Even though I have accessed the class A, I cannot get these properties, I cannot get these values inside this class, and I cannot able to print it. So for that purpose, what we need to do, we need to call the super init method. Super init method means it will look onto this value. Even if it's not there here, if I call the super init method, it will override the values of the starting class A and the class B. It will print the particular output in the perfect manner. Class A, this is a class B message, and class A instance and the class A. It is taking this particular values, self.title and self.instance, even though it is not present in the class B, because B is a created object for the class B itself. Okay, so this is how the stuff will work. So I'll just uncomment this one. So I'll just save it. So I'll just show you the code also. So this is about the concepts of what is super and overriding method. Okay, so then I'll just tell you one more like very simple one, that one concept. So it is a nice concept. So I'll just that is a diamond problem. We call that particular concept as a diamond problem. So how to solve the diamond problem? So I'll just create some like 4 classes, and I'll show you which class will prefer more. If I just tell oops 12.py, so oops 12.py file. So I have done this one. So see the concepts of a diamond problem. So it is very nothing is there in this like mode. So I'll just tell you one very basic example itself. So suppose what I'll do here is I'll just make it one class A I'll just make. So here class A I will just make. So what I'll do here is I'll just create def. So it is a diamond problem. So I'll just give the particular diamond as a function name. It is a def diamond. So it will take a argument as a self argument it will take, and what it will print means I'll just print the statements. So I'll just print this. So I'll just tell this is a diamond of class A. So I'll just print this is a diamond of a class B. So same thing I'll override 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm overriding 4 times. So it will be what? It will be the class B. So I'll just mean this is a class B, and it is inheriting what? It is inheriting the class A. It is inheriting the class A. So even I'll just give the function name as a diamond itself, same function name. So here I'll just change this is the diamond of class B. Okay. So here I'll just name the particular class name as C. So what I'll do here is, so it is inheriting what? It is inheriting the particular class A. If I just do the inheriting, this is a class, it is inheriting the class A, but it is not inheriting this particular class B. It is inheriting the class A. I'm doing like this. So same, I'll name it as a diamond function itself. It will take self argument. I'll just name this is a class diamond of class C. Okay, save it. So here I'll just name it as a class D. So I'll just name it the class D. So here what I'll do here is, first I will inherit the class C, then one more class I will inherit. I'll just give it as a class B. So I want to inherit 2 classes here. In the class D, I want to inherit class C also, and I want to inherit the class B also. So these things I am doing it. So same function name, I'll just give it as a def diamond function itself. So it's just a diamond problem. So like we have on the concept, so I have learned, I have done this one, so I am teaching you. So def diamond. So here I'll just tell this is a diamond of class D. So let's see, while inheriting, which will be given as a more preference. If I want to inherit the object, so which particular class will be given as a more instead. So what I'll do here is, so I'll just tell A is equal to, I'll just create a constructor for A, and I'll just create a object for the class B. Then I'll just create C is equal to object for the class C. Then I'll just give D is equal to class D. I'm inheriting the 4 classes now. So what I'll do here is, so if I just call the function, I want to call D dot diamond. I want to call the D dot diamond function. So if I D dot diamond, if I just tell D dot diamond, what will be the output? So so what will be the output for this one here is, so why it is not printing it? So let's run one more time. So you can see I'm getting here output. So see, I'm getting this is a diamond of class D. So if I just call this D dot diamond, because D dot diamond means I'm getting this this is a diamond of, I am getting diamond of class D. Same thing if I just tell if I just tell C dot diamond, if I just tell C dot diamond, you can see it is telling me this is a diamond of class C. I'm getting this kind of C dot diamond means I'm getting this kind of class D. So if I just tell D dot diamond, if I just mention, so what is the output of before? This is a class diamond D. So if I just tell C dot diamond, if I just tell B dot diamond, so B dot diamond and A dot diamond and A, B, C and D dot diamond. So if I call this one, so you can see I'm getting this is a diamond of class A, and this is a diamond of class C. For the B, I'm getting this is a diamond of class B, and if I have the diamond of class C, so I'm getting all the, I'm getting according to whichever the objects I have created, I'm getting like that. But So suppose I want to print, so if I have inherited the class A here, so what I want to do here is two classes I have accessed it, then diamond I am calling this function, I am getting class D here. So if I just make it B first here, and I'll just inherit the class B at the second. So you can see I'm getting D dot diamond. If I want to access, so I will just tell, so from the D class, so I have created the, so for the D I have created the object for the class D. Suppose by using a D, if I want to access the B class, so how I can do that one means, I can just tell D dot, so if I just tell D dot so if I just give D dot diamond 2 here, so if I am inheriting the class B, right? So if I just tell diamond 1 diamond B here, if I just tell diamond B D dot diamond B, so you can see I'm just changing the function name D dot diamond B. So if I just want to call this one, if I run the program, so what is the syntax error? So you can see I can access the particular class B value also. So you can see if I just tell D dot diamond B, so diamond B means diamond B class function I want to run by but you can see here D is a instance created, D is a object created for the class B, but I'm inheriting the two classes here, like a B class I'm inheriting along with the C class. So if I inherit the B class, so I can inherit this particular function, and even the C also have inherited. If I just tell diamond C as a function name here, so if I want to access this particular function from this same class means even I can access also. If I can just tell D dot diamond C, so you can see by using, I'll just comment these two lines. So only by using a single object, whichever I have created, I'll just remove these two classes also. So you can see I have created a single object now. I don't delete, I'll just comment it. So I created only a single object, and I have created a object for this particular class B, but I can access the B class value also, I can access the C class value also, even if I have the diamond A. If I just tell diamond A, so now I can access that particular value by using a same object. I can just tell D dot diamond A, so even I can access this value. If I run the program, you can see by using a single object I can access all the functions, even with the different names, whatever the functions I have, I can access it just by using this particular class. It is inheriting from the, if I just use a class C is inheriting A class, so the A class will also get inherited, and I have given the next argument as a C, so this C class is inheriting the A class also, it is fine. Then I have given as a B class, even the B class is also inheriting the particular A class, so I can access all the functions from all the classes. If it's even the multi-level inheritance concepts has been used here, but we call this when you are using this kind of stuffs, we'll be calling this types of stuffs as a diamond problem. So just say multiple level inheritance only, nothing more. But when you are using such kind of stuffs, we named the particular community has named as a diamond problem. So diamond means diamond shape problem. So from one object I can access any of the by using one single object I can access any of the functions. It will be interconnected with each other if it's inherited from the other classes. So that is what the thing is. By using a single class itself, by using single objects, I can access all the stuff. So you can see I'm getting output. The diamond of class D for the D, and for the B it is giving the class B, and C it is giving for the class C, and for the diamond A it is giving the class A. That's it. Okay, same like a multi-level inheritance itself, nothing more, but name has been given as the diamond problem, so that from a diamond shape I can access all. So in example you can see it will be like that. So if a base 1 class, base 2 class, it is deriving all the classes into a single class. So you can see same thing, it has been given diamond shape problem. So where is it? You can see diamond shape problem. Class 1 I have, and I have a class 2, and I have a class 3, and I have class 4. So class 1 is given for the class 2, class 1 is also given for the class 3, and this all the 3 classes has been given for the class 4. You can see same problem they have used here. So you can see they have given one class 1. So it is a Python program to duplicate multiple inheritance itself. Okay, so same, no difference between multiple level inheritance with a diamond problem. So just for multiple level inheritance only we call it as a diamond problem. That's it. It is just a name given. So you can see class A can inherit, class 2 also, even the class 1 also can be inherited. Even I can inherit class 2 comma class 3. I can access all the values from all the classes. So you can see they have given the same, they have given some different example. So they have given a self argument. So you can see all the steps I am getting. If I access the class 4, if I just tell obj.m, what I am getting here, output here is in class 3 I am getting it. So why I'm getting in class 3 means class 2 and class 3 has been given, but when I'm calling this, when I created object.m, it is taking high priority for the okay, class 2 it is taken and the class 3 it is taken, but see in the class 2 I don't have the particular function of a def m. They have just given a pass function here. So again it is looking for the class 3. So in the class 3 the one more function, the function is there, the def m function is there, so it is giving the particular output like this. Same way. So same thing if I can do, if I just if I have a class C, right, I'll just do this one, same thing, I'll just pass it. So if I pass, so that I'll get the output. So see, it will be inherited and it will be given me the output. So it is telling me class D has no attribute diamond C. So diamond C I have removed, right? So I cannot give the diamond C here. So if I just tell D dot, okay, I can just tell if I don't have, if I run the program, it will be giving me the output. Okay, you can see it is giving me the 3 output because it is don't have. But if it, even if it's not having in the class, it will look for the class B. When see, if I want to access the D problem itself, if I want to access the class D, I can access it. If it's not there, it will go on to the C class and it will see with the, if it's there, it will print, or else it will not print it. So while accessing here, and it because I have given diamond C function is only not defined, so it is not printing me. So if I just tell D dot diamond B itself, if I just tell D dot diamond B, so it will print me the output of the same class. So you can see it is printing the same, the diamond class B itself. So I will just copy this example and I'll show you. We'll just copy this. So I'll just comment everything from here. Okay, so here, so there is a class 1 and there is a class 2 and there is a class 3 and a class 4. In the class 1 they have defined a function name. The self argument will be like it is a class in 1, and class 2 is they have nothing, they have given, just they have passed, but they have inherited the class 1 in the class 2. But in the class 3 what they have done, so they have inherited the class 1 in the class 3 also, but after inheriting, so m will be even here and m will be even here, but this will be given as a high priority first. So in the class 4 they have inheriting the class 2 and they have inheriting the class 3. So inheriting the class 2 and the class 3, but the class 2 don't have anything. Even if it's not having anything, it is inherited by the class 1, but it will be taken over here, it can be taken over here. But in the class 3 if we have the class 3 function, it is taking this, but it will take if I do. So then what they have done here is, so obj is equal to class 4 they have created. So they have created a object for this particular class. So if it's created an object for the particular class, class 2 is there, class 3 is there. So obj.m means what, which thing it should print. So that is the point now. If I run this program, so wait, once again I'll delete. So if I run the program, it is giving me the in class 3. It is giving in class 3. Why? Because the m function is not present in the class 2. Even though it is inherited by the class 1, it is not giving this output. It is not giving priority for this particular function because it is not present here, even though if it inheriting this class 1. In the class 3 it is there, so it is printing. Suppose if I have this one, if I just copy this one, I will just comment this one, I will just print it here. If I have this one, I will just tell same thing, I will just tell this is a class 4, which will be given as a more priority. So if I run the program, so I can say it is giving more priority for the present class. First it is checking whether the def m function is present inside my class, whether it is present or not, it is checking. So if it's not present, if it's present, it will print whatever the value will be there in this class 4. If it's not present, now suppose if it's not present, it is not present, but I'll just remove this comment now. So now the function is not present. It is checking first. If someone asks me, first I'll check with myself whether I have or not. So I don't have. So what I'll do, I have two options. I have the two options of the class 2 and the class 3. So again it is going to the class 2 here. Suppose the class 2 has the function. Suppose you think you have the function in the class 2. So I'll just paste it here. So I have the class 2 function. So here I'll just name it as a class 2 here. So I don't have the function in the class 4. I don't have it, but first argument is taken as a class 2. So whether I will get this first, now it will check for the first argument whether it is present or not. So if I run the function, so you can see it is giving me the output as a in. I am in the class 2. It is telling in class 2. That means it is found in the class 2. So I am not going to check with the class 3 because I found this in this case itself. If it's not present here also, what it will do? So it will go to the class 1 and it will see whether m function is present or not. If I run the program, you can see it is going into the where is it? So class 3 again, right? So sorry, it will go to the class 3 here. It will go to the class 3 and class 3 value will get printed. Okay, so this is the diamond problem, nothing else. Like multiple level inheritance. So it is like nothing, just a multiple level inheritance. They have named it as a diamond problem. That's it. Okay, understood? Okay. So then 3.8, right? So anything else? So next one is a concepts of operator overriding and the dunder method. It is little bit lengthy, so I'll continue in tomorrow's session, that one. Okay, because it is very you need to take an example. I will take example of employee over there. Then we have a number of inbuilt methods. Like we have a along with the constructors, we will be having a classes method, like defaults method, like a if I want to add the two values without writing any function, what are the default method? We have REPR methods, we have true division method, add method, and str methods, and all those stuff. Str, like what will be the, if nothing found, what the function should return, what the class should return. So that we call that things as a operator overriding and the dunder method. So we'll see that one in the next class. Okay, tomorrow class. So in this we'll see how to do that one. So I'll just open this one. Okay, super and overriding method we have done it. So we'll see the how to do the diamond problem also we have done, and we need to see the upper overriding and dunder method. So here I'll just say you what is the thing is going to happen here. So here is a class employee name, and inside the class employee what we have given here is number of leaves. So number of leaves I have given as 8. I have defined as a number of leaves is equal to 8. Then along with that we have constructed we have done the constructor over here. We have defined the constructor, that is the initialization we have done. So self it will argument it will take. Along with that we have defined a name and a salary and a role. So which will come from the object, from whichever the object, the name, salary and the role is coming from the objects. When creating the objects, it will initialize to this particular constructor, whatever the values you will be giving it. So along with that we have defined one more function here, def print details. So if I just print the details, it should if I just call the print details functions, it should return this particular string, that is the name is the particular name, and the salary is salary, and the role is self.role. And along with that we have added a class method. This class method I have said in the previous classes, like in the class method there is a change list. So I want to change the particular leaves here. So there is a number of leaves is what, 8. So now I want to make the, if I want to change the particular value of this particular variable, I'll be defining a class method here, and I'm just defining a class, the function name as a change list. So here it will take a CLS as a class is a first argument, and second one, so which is the new list, I am changing from the particular string. So that is the different concept. Now in this particular program we are not using this one. This is the old program which I have copied it. So if I want to change it, I can call from here and I can change the value of the new list. If I want to change it for the 10, I can change it. Then it will just take the particular class and it will update the particular value. So that will be the class method will do it. So along with that, so what is the overriding and dunder method? So what are the dunder methods over here? So these are the dunder methods. So add function is a dunder method, and true division is a dunder method, and REPR is a dunder method, and string str is a dunder method. So these all the inbuilt dunder methods. If I just show you in the new, if I open a new tab, if I just tell Python dunder methods. So dunder are the magic methods in Python. So you can see here, so we have a number of dunder methods here. So initialization is there. So you can see we have the dunder method. So the first dunder method is a REPR. I'll tell what is REPR. And along with that we have a number of dunder methods. So add dunder method we have here is also there. So only 2 dunder method they have defined. So in the documentation they have a number of dunder method, like around 7 to 8 dunder methods we have. So what it will do here is, so let's open. So what it will do here is, so here you see I have defined a add dunder method. What it will take 2 arguments. The first argument, self argument it will take, and another one more object it will take. It will take 2 arguments. That is the first argument is the particular class, whichever it is inside the class, and along with that it will take one more class. So one more object class. So and it will, what it will do, if I just do add method, I can just use the inbuilt methods as to underscore and add. And here what it will return means, it will just, I am adding the 2 particular salaries. I am adding the 2 particular salaries. You can see if I just do print emp1 dot emp2. I'll just copy this program and I'll just save it here. I'll just show you the output. So see, what I'll do here is first I will comment this particular line. So I'll just comment these 4 functions. First I will show without adding anything. So first what I do here is, so I have a class employee, number of leaves 8, and I have initialized a constructor for it, and I have defined a print details function. And even this is, I don't want this particular function also, I'll just comment it out. So I have just a constructor and I have a just print details function here. So what I'll do here is, I'll just create a two particular classes. I'll just give Rohan here. Okay. So I have a 2 classes. So I'm just creating a 2 objects of the classes, that is first for the employee class. So I'm creating a 2 objects for this class employee, where it will take name, salary, and the role. So 2 things I have done it here. Suppose now I want to add this salary and I want to add this ERK Pro Coder salary and the Rohan salary. So I want to add without doing any, just using this particular method. I want to just do this one. So I'll just comment this line and let's comment this division method. Okay. So if I run this program, what will be the output you can see here. So if I just directly add emp1 dot emp2, so what it is telling me, it is telling me unsupported operand, that is plus employee and a employee. It is the particular Python is getting disturbed. So what I should add, whether I should add the starting strings or whether I need to add a salary, whether I need to add this particular developer role, like that. So for that purpose, so we have the dunder methods in the particular stuffs. So here what it will take, this I need to add it. So I need to add inbuilt function, that is a dunder method function, 2 underscore with the add, the name is add. It will take what? It will take 2 arguments, that is a self salary and the others. Other salary means, first self salary means the first 5,000 like 50,000 it will take, and the other dot salaries means the another object. The another object is emp2. So you can see the first object is emp1 and the second object is emp2. It will take 2 objects as an argument whenever I want to add the 2 things. Along with that, inside this particular object, whether I need to add what I need to add, I need to add salary. So 50,000 is a salary. So this is the salary. So this is a salary. So that will be the self argument for the first one. So for that purpose we are telling, so whatever the first argument you are having self dot salary, I will be taking it, and another will other dot salary. Other dot salary means the another object salary. That means 50,000 plus 10. I will just a small number, I'll just add it 20 here. I'll just take a small number 20. So it will take first argument as 20 and then as a second argument. So just by using using a simple statement, it is emp1 dot emp2. When I use this one, what it will do, it will go into the class employee and it will check, first of all it will check whether the add function is defined or not. If it's defined, it will take the self argument, it will take the self argument salary and the another class salary, whichever we are passing, that is emp1 plus emp2. So if I run this program directly, I will be getting the output as 30. You can see I'm getting directly 30 as a output. 30 as a output I'm getting it. So this is how the state. So I'll just remove this emp1 employee. So let it be like this. So that will be the first stuff. Like this is the first dunder method add. That means it will take this particular salary and it will take this particular salary. If you have another number of stuff, like if you have another, like it is not mandatory that you need to add only these 2 things, like in this particular position. It will be, if you have another like this particular 20 is here at that side and this 20 will be age. So if it's age, obviously the self dot age will be there here. So at that time you need to print what? Self dot age plus other dot age. Like whatever the variable you will be defining it here, whatever the variable you will be initializing here, so that according to that particular variable initialization, the particular values it will take, and it should be the integer value or a floating point value. Okay, these 2 things is a mandatory to add. Like we cannot add 2 strings, like normally it will just append it, we can add I think, but for the adding a particular numbers, we need to give the particular variable names itself. Like if I am giving a salary as a self dot salary, same thing I need to do the self dot salary, and other dot salary is fine. So it will be the syntax for the dunder methods. So one more method. So before and suppose I want to divide it. Suppose I want to divide 10 divided by 20. Suppose I have a 2 numbers, like here as a objects of a first number and second object number. Suppose if I get a, like if I want to divide the 2 numbers, so what I can do, so we have one more dunder method, it is def true division. So true division it will do. So it will same thing, it will take what is the argument you want to do it, what is for which you want to do the multiplication. So it will, so I will be doing for the salary itself. So suppose I have one more object, so I can do it for that also. If I just have here Suppose I want to have like a developer like a name, age, and if I have something like what I can give, I can just give some number here, random number. I'll just give the random number to it, and one more number I'll just give the random number. I'll just give 2. So I have the 4 arguments, no? So if I have a 4, I need to give here. So I'll just tell num. I'll just give it as a num as a variable name, and I'll just give self dot num is equal to num. Whatever the num value will be getting it, just initialize to the self dot num. So now what I'll do here is, so I'll just divide for 2 division. I want to divide it the number value. So I'll just self dot num and other dot num. So if I just print a true division here, so now if I just do like this, so I want to multiply emp1 dot emp2. That means I want to multiply 10th value with divided by 2 value. So emp divided by emp2. If I just run this program, so you can see I'm getting as a 5.0. You can see I'm getting output as a 5.0. That means 2 divided by 10 divided by 2 is 5. So that is the thing it is taking. Automatically it is taking. Whenever you use a division operator, it will look for the true division function. Okay, and it can divide the, but what, like whichever the argument, whichever the variable name you are passing it, that particular number, that particular object variable, it will divide it and it will print you the result. So that will be for the true division. And along with we have subtraction, we have, and we have something like other things also. We have just look into the documentation, around 5-7 is there. So Python documentation dunder method. If you search for dunder method, I'll share the link. Just try for other division method. So these are the normal division. So the main thing is REPR and STR. So this is very important. So I'm teaching you Django, right? I'll just, while creating a database tables, I'll show what is the use of the f1 str, how it will return the particular string name. So this particular concept will be used in the Django while creating a database table. So these two things are very much important. So now what I'll do here is, I'll just comment out this line. So what is the def str dunder method? So def str dunder method is what? It takes a class as a str. The function name is a str, is a string, and self is a argument. So whatever the values I will be passing in, that particular values it will be taking it. So see, so if I don't have this one, so if I just suppose I don't have this one, now I want to print, just I want to print emp1. So I want to just print emp1. So if I just print the emp1, so if I run the function, you can see I'm getting a main employee object at this one. So I am returning the particular object. So if I have this particular function, what it will do means, it won't return the object, it will return this particular, the name is self.name, the salary is self.salary, and the role is self.role. So if I just save it, if I run the program now, so you can see I am getting the output as the name is ARK Pro Coder and the salary is 20 and the role is developer. So that is mean. So if I don't want to return an object, I want to return something whichever has been defined inside the star like -, like __ str and 2 _. This is a dunder method, and it will take what? It will take the self argument and it will print this particular result. Same thing I can print one more. I can just print emp2 also. That is an employee to object. So emp2, I can print employee to object also. If I just print the employee to object, you can see I'm getting the result. Like the name is ARK Pro Coder and the salary is 20 and the role is developer. And along with for the second emp2, I'm getting the name is Rohan, salary is 10 and the role is designer. So I'm getting the output, exact output I'm getting it. So if you rather than printing an object, if you want to print something like whatever has been defined inside the str, if you need to put this particular function inside your classes, automatically your Python object will detect this particular 2 string function and it will return the output. And one more thing, we have this one. So I have this REPR. So if I just overwrite this one, so REPR is function. If I just use a REPR, so whether I'll be getting this or this, let me see whether I am getting the name is self or else I'll be getting this one. So let's see what I'll be printing. If I just run the function, you can see the name is Rohan and the salary is 10 and the role is designer. That means this will be has been given as a high priority. If there is a str method, if I don't have this one, so I need to do what? If I just comment out this one, so if I just comment this one, see if I just run the function, so you can see I am getting the above one. That means if I don't have the str function star __ str with 2 _, if I don't have this str dunder method, it will look for the REPR method. If the str function is there, what it will do? It will look for what? It will just run this particular function, whatever the REPR function is there. that particular function will going to run. It will be like employee self dot name, the IRK procoder, and the employee salary self dot salary is 20, and the employee is self dot role, the developer will get printed. So whenever I print just emp1, suppose I want to print a str function. I want to print a str function. What I'll do here is I'll just save like this. So what I'll do is after this I will do something like I'll just comment out this line. So if I want to use str, so str of emp1 I want to print the str of emp1, and let's see what it will be taking. So if I run this function, so you can see the str. If I just if I want to run the str function, I can just run directly by using str over here. If I want to run the something like repr function, I need to just tell repr function. If I want to run the repr function, I need to just run this repr function like this. If I run this function, so you can see if I want to run with the repr, I need to use a inbuilt, like normally I need to use repr inside the braces. It will run the repr function, like you can see employee ARG procoder 20. Okay, so like it will be take. So suppose if I'm not defining anything, if I just use emp2, whether it take repr or str, so it will defaultly, if I don't specify any externally like str or repr, defaultly it will be taking as str itself. You can see str function only will be taking as default. If so I want to use as a repr, I need to use what repr as a, like in the before the printing the object, before that I need to use repr function. So that will be the stuff. And print emp2 means you can see the name is Rohan, salary is 10, and role is designer. That means defaultly it will be taking as the whatever the str is there, it will take. Suppose if the str is not present, what it will do, it will go for the repr and it will just print it. Suppose if it's not there, you can see it will be going for the repr function. So I will just comment these 4 lines. So I have a emp2, I don't have str function. If I just normally if I print, it will do what, it will just go to the repr function, employee self dot name, self dot salary, and self dot role. So you can see the employee Rohan 10 and designer, because I am printing this particular stuff. So this is how the particular dunder methods are there inside the Python. These are all inbuilt method. These are very useful. We will be using this one, str and repr, and add is also we can use whenever it is required. Okay. So this is how the dunder methods, and these are dunder method, a true division, repr, str, and add, and a number of functions dunder method like subtractions we also have, and we have how to do the exponentials. So all the functionalities are there. So directly without hitting any of the logic, simply you can directly call the operators. By using the operators, the method will get override and I'll be printing the result. And the repr and str, the high priority will be given for the str itself compared to repr. If the str is not found, repr will be preferred. If the str is there, it will prefer for rstr. If I want to call repr, I need to call explicitly that by using repr method with the object. So this is what the operating will be done. Understood?
So can you explain it with a different example? I not quite understand.
Okay,
like
any example can you give? Well, let's get one. So let's make it as oops 13.p1. So I'll just tell oops tool ex.p1. So any example means so I have a class employee, so any stuff which will be using as a true division and repr and str. So I'll just see with the Google with any examples. So what is the example they have used here? So they have used what taking example is only a big problem. So let's see with the other example, any example. Okay, we have a class employee. So suppose I want to, what are the like I want to have, I need to pass any of the 3 arguments, like it should take a salary number. So anything which we will be dividing is div operator, division operators we can use, and so let's name it normally. So I'll just use class here. Okay.
Like, what is the use of that dunder method?
So yeah, why is means so because see, if I directly if I divide in the tool if I show you here directly emp plus emp2, I am adding that emp1 plus emp2. Okay. So emp1 plus emp2 means what Python will understand whether I want to add it, but I am not passing any argument. You mean to add this first argument or second argument or third argument like that. Just I am specifying what emp1 plus emp2. Okay. So what it will do means if I have a dunder method like add function. Okay. Plus is nothing but add operator, right? So plus is the add operator for the add. So what our Python will do means if there is a function of dunder method like add, what it will do, it will take 2 arguments. So which for which I need to add, whether I need to add for ARK program, whether I need to add for the 20, whether I need to add for the developer, like that. So here what I have specified in the add, that is self dot salary. Salary I have added. That means salary is coming from what? This argument. That means second argument. So it will take first class self dot salary, and the other is nothing but this second class emp2. emp2 dot salary it will take. Okay, and it will take this particular stuffs and it will get added automatically. It will add. So automatically it will detect the add function from the render, and it will automatically it will add and it will print the result. Okay, if it's not there, it will give the error. Okay, like that. Suppose in the program you want to add some two numbers from the two classes, you want to add the two numbers. At that time you can use this kind of concept render method. Same for
so in the list to add some without any mentioning index, to add numbers you are going to use this render method.
And along with that we have same thing for a division. If I want to divide any two numbers, so that is what I have taken one more extra argument. Suppose I want to divide the second object number, so first object number with second object number. Okay, suppose I want to do such kind of stuff. So there we have a true division render method. So same thing it will take. So here you can see, here I have passed as a self dot salary, but here I am passing the self dot number. Even you can pass self dot salary also here, anything you can add, but it should be dividable. Okay, that should be work. So same thing you can add it. So same thing I have added, so that if I just tell print emp1 divided by emp2, I'll be get 10 divided by 2, it will take automatically. Okay, so this will be the two functions, and the main functions which will be going to use is this one, repr and str. So that means suppose I want to, any functions want to, like, see, if I just print emp1, suppose if I don't have this two function, okay, I don't have this two function, so I don't have this, I'll just comment this one, and I'll just comment this one. So see, I don't have these two functions, so just I want to print the object one, print emp1. If I run the program, you can see I'm getting an object here. So main employee object at this one, but I don't want to get the object. Something I want to return something like anytime if I print the object, I don't want to print the object, but I want to return what? str. Okay, so that thing I want to return it. So I'll just comment out this line. So if I have this particular str function, what it will do? If I run the program, see, it is giving me it is just passing the values and it is returning the particular value whatever you have added. The name is self dot name, and the salary is self dot salary, and the role is self dot role. Got it?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so see this example I will show you with the live. So I have if I have see, so in this, so I'll just log in. So if I log in, if I just open any anything which is returning object, I'll just show you. Okay, it is not any object, I think. Okay, you can see here you are getting a pop-up object 6. Okay, so see here you are getting a pop-up object 6. That means you are returning a object. I have not, creating a class, I have not written anything that time, but that means what I am trying to say, I have not defined a str over there. So if you are not defining a str, if you want to show up, that means it will print as a pop-up 6. Okay, pop-up object 6. So inside this pop-up, I have a title, I have a highlights, I have a small description, I have a link. Okay. So but if suppose I'm in but I don't want, while I am showing it, I want to just print as a title. So I don't want to show here as an object, I want to show it as a title. Okay, at that time what I can do means I can use this particular function, that is a def str. So whatever you want to return, you can return, like self.title or self.description or self. Anything. Okay, that time it will be giving as an output. See here, you can see here in the content or anything in the gallery, you can see it is taking the women entrepreneur workshop. So if I see, it is returning the title, whatever the title name is there, it is just returning over here. Got it? So that means
Okay.
I have defined this str function over there. Okay, such kind of that this concept will be used over there. Okay, in the Django I'll be telling you that concept will be coming. I'll tell you. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So this is how the render methods will be used. And same way, if I have a repr function, so if I want to have a repr, so if I don't have a str function, even I can use a repr function. Both acts like the same. Suppose you want to print for one object, you want to print repr. For another object, you want to print str, means at that time we can use these two concepts. If the str is
What
not
is APR, sir?
repr is like if the str is not found, it will take repr as a second priority, and whatever the function will be there, it will print it. So if I run the program, so you can see it is taking repr. Okay.
Yeah.
If there is a str, if the both str and repr is there, what it will prefer? It will prefer for str first. Okay. Suppose you want to get a repr for one object and str for another object. So for the first one I am using a str. Suppose for the second object I want to use a repr. So I need to tell repr of emp2. So I want to, for the employee 2, I want to return the repr function. So if I run the program, you can see the first one, it is default, it will be taking as ark proc the first one stuffs. For the second, I have specified repr, so it is taking this one, the particular second function. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, this will be the author. Understood, right?
Yeah, understood.
Okay. So next concept is Opps.in render methods and 14 pages. Okay, next is ABC, abstract methods. So what the abstract method is there means, like suppose like I'll just tell in one line. So abstract method means if you have two classes, the class shape and the class cell curve. Okay, so here there is a function name as mandatory, and here is also there is a function name as mandatory. If I just what I want to do means, if I use the abstract classes, suppose I am inheriting the shape class inside the second, that is a single level inheritance. In the class 2 circle, I am inheriting a shape one. So after inheriting it, so what it means, like if I in the first class I have used the abstract method. So that means in the abstract method for which I am applying for the function mandatory. So def mandatory self. So that means this mandatory function should be present inside the class 2 also. Okay, that is one thing. That is the mandatory stuff. Like if you are using a class abstract, so whatever the function name, for which function name you are using the abstract method, that function name should present in the both the classes. So suppose the mandatory function is present over here. So mandatory function I need to add inside the second class also. So that will be the abstract method. Only this much is the abstract method. Like suppose there is one function, that particular function should be present in all the classes, whichever it is inheriting it. So at that time I need to use a abstract method. So if I forgot to write this particular function def mandatory, but in the I have added the mandatory function name as abstract method. That means it will give the error. That means it will say me the mandatory function is not present in the second class. That particular error I will be getting it. So that means so overall, so whatever the abstract method function you will be defining it should present in the both the classes or any other classes whichever you are inheriting it. So if I just copy this program, so you can use like this in the Python in the older versions. So there is a particular syntax. This is from ABC import ABC meta abstract method. So ABC and ABC meta will be act as a same. I'll show you. So I'll just copy this whole program. So I'll just make it as oops13.py. So what is the function? What is the stuff here is so I'm importing the module. So what is I'm importing a ABC. So from ABC module I'm importing what ABC and abstract method. So these are the two inbuilt functions that is coming from the module ABC. So what I have defined? So I have defined a two class. One is a class shape and second is a class circle. So in the shape I am importing a ABC. From the ABC I am importing that ABC, that is abstract method. To load the abstract method, so we are importing a ABC inside the first class. So for where I will be using a abstract method. So for whichever the classes you will be using a abstract method, you need to import what? You need to add ABC as a first argument to the class name. So class name is a shape and ABC I am just adding over here. And I'm just using abstract method. I'm using a decorator here @ symbol abstract method. So I'm adding one function, like I'm creating one function mandatory. So it is a mandatory function. It should be present in any of the like other class wherever you inherit the shape class. So mandatory function, it will take what self argument and it will just return the 0 value. Now, and second class is a class, the class name is a circle here. So for the circle, I am inheriting what? I am inheriting the shape class inside the second class. And here I am defining one variable, that is the type is a circle and the size is equal to 0. So the particular two variable I am just defining it. So for the two variable, that type is equal to circle is a the particular variable name, and the size is equal to 0 is the second one. And then I am initializing a constructor. I am defining a constructor for it. For what I am defining, so suppose I will be adding anything from the two stuff. So see here, so self.radius, directly I am giving a value. I am not passing from here like creating an object, directly I am passing the values here. So if you are passing from here, what you need to do, you need to use such kind of concept like this. So suppose I am passing from the, while creating an object, I am passing from the, like while creating an object only I am passing the values, means at that time you will be giving a name, a salary and a role and number, like whatever you are passing from here, it will just pass here and it will store the value here. But in this particular case, I am not passing like that. Directly we have initialized the value 5 and 3.14, directly given the value, the values are being given directly. So 5 and 3.14. So it will be taken as a self values, like whenever I use a self.radius, it will take 5. Wherever I use a self.py, it will take 3.14. And second is a function. So for second function, I am defining a print area of a self. So what it will return, just it will multiply the two values, like it will just multiply the area, it will just calculate the area of a circle. It will just formula, that is what is the formula, the self.radius and self.radius pi r square, right? So pi is the value will be taken over here, and r square is the radius value, r square, r and r, the two things it will just take it. So I am just multiplying the two values, and along with that I am multiplying the pi value, that is a pi r square value formula has been evaluated in this particular function. And there is a self.mandatory function. So here is a self.mandatory function. So if I don't have this function now. So if I just don't have this function, so with the function I'll just show you after printing it. So see, self.mandatory means, I said you, if you are using a abstract method class, this particular function name should be present inside this class also. Why? Because I'm inheriting the class one. I'm inheriting the first class inside the second class. So for that purpose, I need to have this particular function, whichever has been defined as an abstract class, that particular class method should be defined inside the second class also, because I'm inheriting this particular class. That is what the overview of the abstract methods. So if here what I have done, so C is a circle. So I am just initializing a C object for this particular second class circle. If I tell C dot print area, if I just use a C or print area, it will just return this particular value. If I just tell what is the C dot type, obviously it will be the it will a C dot type. C dot type means it will just see circle is a string str. If I print C dot mandatory, let's see what will be the value it will be printing. You can see. So first of all, print C dot print area means it is printing the formula. It is just going to this print area function and it is printing all the value, like self dot radius, self dot this one, and self dot pi. It is printing the 78.5. The value will be printing it. And here C dot type. So the C dot particular type. C dot type means the particular what is the value is be there inside the type. It is just printing the circle here. So the particular just because just it is printing the variable, and I'm just printing the variable C dot type by using this object. So then C dot mandatory. So if I just use a C dot mandatory function, you can see I am getting done bro. I am getting this particular whatever the stuff is there, I am getting done bro. If I don't have this one, if I don't have this mandatory function, so if I run the program, so you can see I'm telling me can't initiate abstract class circle with the abstract method mandatory. So that what is the error it is telling me? So we have defined abstract method is a class defined self.man. You have said like there is a mandatory function inside the shape one, but you have inherited the shape class inside the class 2, but cannot initiate abstract class circle with the abstract method mandatory. That means the mandatory function I am not able to see inside my class, that is circle. That is what the error is telling me. So that is what it is telling. I cannot create an object for you because the abstract method function is not defined inside the class name, that is circle. That is what it is telling me. After if I define something like anything, it can be like, but the function name should be mandatory. That's it. Like whatever the function name you will be defining. Suppose you have something like a def secret function. If you are defining a secret function, so same secret function should be present over here. Whatever the insert is there, that is secondary, but the function name should be defined. The same function name should be defined inside the both the classes, whichever you are inheriting from the abstract classes. Okay, that is what the stuff. Now if I have this one, If I run, you can see now it is printing the done. Whatever the stuff is there, it is printing it. Got it?
What it is doing exactly, sir? I not understand.
Exactly what it is doing means, so like it is just a concept. What exactly doing is not the way. Like exactly what the main thing is there. I am having a two classes, shape and circle. It is visible?
Yeah, yeah.
See, I am having a two classes. Fine, let's zoom out. So I have this much two classes, shape and circle. Okay. Suppose you are writing a program where two classes should be present in the both the classes, same name with same name. Okay. So here what for that purpose what I will do, like if there is a mandatory, I want something to be mandatory inside the in both the classes. Okay. So for that purpose, for if you are having that kind of query, you can use this method, abstract methods. Like you need to import a ABC and abstract method stuffs. So suppose I want to make a function which is to be mandatory. For that purpose, what I'll do, first I need to import ABC, the whatever the model we have imported inside the class name. First we need to import the class name, and this is a header. This is a parent class, first class. So inside that, a function which is to be mandatory. So for that purpose only I have given the function name as mandatory. Okay, you can give anything, not like mandatory only. You can give any function name, but that particular function is what? It is a decorator of an abstract class. That means we are using a concept of abstract class. That means if I define add abstract method anywhere with above any of the function, that means that particular function should be mandatory in the both the classes. If because not the both the classes, like whichever the class you are inheriting it. Because see, shape is single level inheritance. It is inherited in the class 2. That means all the properties of class 1 will be applied in this particular class. Okay, that is what the single level inheritance will do. Along with that.
So can't we mention the same function in both the classes without mentioning abstract method?
Yeah, we can mention. We have done also, like print details can be here also, print details can be here also. But suppose to not miss any of the, suppose if you are like when you are writing a big program, suppose you might forget, like there will be one function that should be present in all the classes. If you forgot to mention it, you will be thrown as a error there. You won't be getting a proper error. You can see. So if you are not using abstract method, you won't be getting any error. If I am using abstract methods, you will be getting error. That means it will tell me error like cannot initiate the abstract class circle with the abstract method mandatory. That means you have forgot to add a mandatory function inside the circle. That is a second class. That is what it is telling. Same thing if you are not using abstract method, you won't be getting any errors. Okay, you won't be getting any error. So for like even it might be like mismatch the particular program or any errors you may get in the future. So for that purpose, to avoiding, like it is like protection. Like you can be using abstract method. I can like shape out my program whether it is perfectly I am doing or not, like that. Okay.
Okay, so the circle method, I mean class, will it use the mandatory of that function? I mean that class or this class?
It will take for this class, whichever I am printing it. I am printing. See, C is a object which is taken for the class C circle. Okay. If you want to print this particular function, you need to create an object for the first one, shape. You need to print from the class shape. If I just tell d is equal to shap shape, so I'm just initializing the object. If I just tell c dot mandatory, so sorry, d dot mandatory function. Okay, if I just run this function, it will return 0. So what is the error? Cannot initiate abstract class shape with the class method mandatory. I am getting the line number 23. So d dot shape.
Yeah.
Okay, I cannot. What is it telling me? Can't instantiate abstract class shape with abstract methodology. So mandatory. So what is this telling me? Like it is telling me like I cannot create a class name for the shape because it is abstract class. Okay, I think we cannot create a for the abstract classes we cannot create a object for the particular class. Okay, that will be one more stuff. Okay, like it is not a normal class, it is abstract class. So it is what the stuff is there. Okay, so whichever the mandatory methods are there, it will be added inside the abstract class. And so second class, like whichever the mandatory method, like suppose you have n number of functions, like if you have 5 functions, that 5 functions should be present inside that circle class. If you are inheriting that shape methods, all the 5 functions should be present inside the second class also. That is what the stuff is there. Okay, but we need to create a object for the second class itself. But for the abstract classes, we cannot create the object. That is what it is telling. Can't instantiate the abstract class with the abstract method mandatory. Okay. First of all, it is printing. It is not creating the object itself. Then printing is differently. It is not creating the object in the 23rd line itself. Okay, that is what the stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so like basically this many object oriented programming is we won't use anywhere, like maximally we won't use, only very small cases. We that took small classes, what we'll use means just only one thing we'll use, whatever the even like the str method which I said, and along with that we'll be using the multiple level inheritance or a single level inheritance. Only these two things only maximally, like as I have developed many websites, many stuff, so I'll be using only small concepts. I won't make any full complicated stuff, only single level single level inheritance, and along with that some of the like I said you the dunder methods I will be using it, like, and super method will be using it, super overriding, and these all the methods only will be using it. Okay, so this will be there inside the object oriented program. So this is all there inside the object oriented. So everything I am teaching, like whatever in the syllabus, whichever the not all like they have not added the diamond problems, they have not added the object introspections, and even I think there is no abstract method also inside the syllabus is sent. But I am teaching all the concepts, whichever everything from the object oriented. Just you need to be knowing, like if you know the concept, more than enough. So time of implementing we'll see later. In the Django we'll see how to implement it, classes and all same thing. So then so this will be for the classes. So next, what is the time is 12:15. Then setters and decorators property. So this I'll teach in the next class. So before that, object introspection. So for the object introspections also we need to have we need to know the getters and separate property. It will take around 35 minutes, 40 minutes to explain this one. Like, little bit tricky. Like we'll set the values and we'll delete the values and we'll get the properties. We'll teach you this particular setters and properties in the next class. So setters and object introspection. So with these object introspections, our object oriented program will be done. So these two concepts I'll teach tomorrow deeply, like object introspection and along with the setters and getter property. Okay, so then we have comprehensions. I will teach you what is the comprehensions. So comprehensions I will teach you. So let's in this particular stuff day 8. So let's maintain the function name as comprehensions. Comprehensions.py file. So these are all the list comprehensions we have, and we have the dictionary comprehensions, like same as a normally list and dictionary itself, but we have the comprehension, like we can reduce our code in a very small manner. So let's have this many stuffs. So see, what is the list comprehensions? So list comprehensions normally, like we'll be using just a normal thing, like we have some syntax, we need to follow that syntax. So like this particular program will be converted into just 2 lines. That is what the stuff, that is not a big thing over here. Suppose I have a empty list 1. So list 1 I have, and everything I'll just comment from the below. So I have a list 1 here. So in the list 1 I have a empty list. So what I want to do here is I want to print the values from taking from the 0 to 9, and while printing it I want to check one more condition, like whether it is divisible by 2 or not. Like when it is divisible by 2, if the remainder is 0, then I need to append that particular value, else simply I want to skip that value. So that is what I want to do. So I'll just comment this line also, and it will just append by using append function. Whatever the value will be getting, that will be appended into the empty list. Again the for loop will run till it goes to 9, and at last it will print what? List 1. If I run this particular program, you can see I'm getting 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. So same thing if I want to use with the list comprehension. So list comprehension, using a list comprehension, that means I'm compressing the particular list. That is what comprehension is meaning. So that will be a only single line value. If I just comment out this one, so what it is telling me, so same thing list 1, directly I'm using a list 1. So here what I'm telling, so already I don't have a, so what I'm telling A. So A is the second. First I want to tell for A in range. So I'm telling till take the values from where from the 0 to 10. 10 means it will take go till 9, and that particular A value will be getting it. Then what you need to do means check the condition, one more condition. If the particular A value is divided percentage with 2, whether it is percentaging with the 2, whether if it's equal to 0, when this particular condition satisfy, the A value you store it over here. It will just store the value over here. Second thing, it will take 0. First it will take as a 0, again it will take as a 0, it will take 0% 2 is 0. So the 0 value will be stored over here. Second the second iteration 1. So 1 is the 1 it will take 1%2 is equal to 0, then this particular condition is false. So again it will go to this particular for loop. Again it will take one value, again it will take two value. So two value means 2%2 is 0. The 2 will be stored over here at the a variable, and it will show. So unless the a value becomes to 9, till 9 value it will go to this particular for loop will run, and even this particular if condition will run. Once the for loop ends, the particular for loop and if condition will get stopped, and whatever the value is left out in a variable a, that will get printed. So if I just run this program, you can see I'm getting a same output 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Again I'm getting 0, 4, 2, 6, 8 for this list comprehension. That means writing the 4 lines of code is equal to writing just 2 lines of code. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is what the list comprehensions will do. So this is just a syntax, normal syntax. Like if you are having, this is like if you use this one is a normal programmer. If you are using this particular thing, means you will be treated as very professional like that. Just even while doing like as I working in, I forgot this all syntax. I don't remember any syntax. So I'll just use normally this one, this itself. But compared to this it will be little bit faster according to me, because it is just in the 2 lines of code. Time will get saved. Okay. The same thing we have for the sets also. List comprehensions is there and sets comprehensions is there. I'll just comment this one. So next is for the sets. So sets you can see. So alphabets is equal to same. So like what you have a b sets, you know, like sets means whatever the duplicate value is there, it will just remove the duplicate value, and it will print whatever the left out value. So what it will be same for a in alphabet. What I am doing, for loop we are applying, and a is the object, and in this particular list directly I am just passing this particular list here. If you don't have this one, you can just pass this one in a separate list. I can just cut this one, and I can just tell li is equal to this one, and I can just pass the li over directly here. But this also you can do. Okay, you can pass directly like this, or else you can directly pass the particular list value directly over here also. That will be your choice. So if I run this program, so you can see I'm getting B, C, A, D. If I run again C, D, A, B. So it sets what it will do me, it will take a random value. You will see one time it is printing 1. So first B, C, D, and C, D, A, B, and D, B, A, C. Like it will take any of the values from the list sets, and it will just print it. I don't know why it is. So it will taking random values. Random values means single value itself from this particular list. Okay. So that is a list command. Or else if you want to pass directly, you can pass like this. No need of writing 3 lines. Directly at the place of li, just pass it. So first A will get stored over here. Then again for loop will run if the A is present, because already I have set is a follower bracket, that means sets, it won't take duplicate value. Again it will go for the B, again C, again D, again at the D. Already D is present at the alphabet, so it doesn't take, and it will print the alphabet in this particular manner. You can see if I run this one, I am getting C, D, B, A, like that. So this is for the sets. So same way, if I use it for the dictionary, it is a normal dictionary. Suppose there is a dictionary, I want to print from 0 to 100 value. So I want to print something like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 I have. And I want to print from 0 to 1000 or 100. Along with that, I want to get in this particular fashion. Normally, I can specify like this. Like normally, I can specify in this particular fashion. Like normal dictionary, I want to have a 0 to 100 and names also 100 I want. So one way is what? Simply like a mad fellow, I can just simply write 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 till 1000 I can write and fit. So just to waste the time. So this is one method. So if I just print, you can see I'm getting all those things: 0, name 1, and 1, name 1, 2, name 2, 3, name 4, and 4, name 4. So in the Pythonic way, like you want to reduce the code, I can use the concept of dictionary comprehension. Same thing, I can use it inside a 2 lines of code, and even easily I can append how much ever I want. So this is the one way. And what is the second way is, this is the second way. So first is a list comprehension. See, if I want to have a 5 names, simply name I'll just pass. So what is the f strings concepts I have used? I is a something like the particular key value, and a second value will be what? It will be the this is a key, and this will be the value. So for the key and value, so this will be the key and value. So I is my key, f name of I is my value. So I need to pass dynamically by applying a for loop. So I'll apply a for loop inside a dictionary comprehension. For I in range, I want to run a 5 times for loop. So for loop first it will take 0. 0 will take here, and 0 will be taken as here. 1 it will take 1 here and 1 here. Again for loop will run for the second time. Second will pass here, third will pass here. Same way it will pass, and it will print the same output. If I run the program, you can see. So you can see I'm getting same output: 0, name 1, name 3, name 4, name 5. So you can see here. So by using this is this is very little bit waste of time by using this. Just by using this particular concept, I can use if I have 100,000, if I have 1,000, 1,001, I can print from starting to ending. If I want to start from 1 and I want to go till 1,000, so if I run this one, you can see. So you can see it is going, it is taking from the 1 value and it is going printing till 1,000. So you can see it is printing till 1,000. 1,000 is a key and the key value is name is equal to 1,000. So if you have 1,000 or like lakhs of things, you can just use this concept and print it in a very Pythonic way. Same thing if you are doing with a normal dictionary, it will be time lengthy and it will be little bit complicated. Writing all the stuff sitting is very waste time. So we can using the concepts of list comprehensions, I can compress my full code into very shorter code. So this will be the syntax. Okay, so first value will be like whatever the value is coming from the after evaluation, whatever the value is coming, we will store it at the first parameter, and the second parameter will be the expression for I in range. So like that. Even I can do one more. For in the for statement, I can apply one more condition. Like you can see, if condition, I can check the condition also. If I value becomes to 0, like that, and like according to like if the I value is a percentage, this one, do this like this. So you can pass for loop if statement inside a single line of code. So this will be our dictionary comprehensions. So very easy to understand. Nothing is there here. Just like how to compress the normal dictionary code into the comprehension. That is what the code is written here. So then, so what here is so let me see what I have done here. So what is the stuff here is item 1, and so for I will be taking item 1 value will be taken, for it will go from 1 to 1,000. So I can say, as I do before itself, I can use if condition also. This is here I have used. What is the condition means, if the I percentage 100, if it's multiply with the 100, if the value will become, the remainder value will become 0, only that particular value store it into the dictionary one. That is what I am saying it here. So that will be the thing I am saying it. And here, like this is a normal dictionary, I'll just cancel it. And here what I am doing means, in the dictionary to what I am doing here is, so value comma key, value and key, for key comma value in dict1 dot items. So whatever the items, I will be generating it. So for the items, so first value, for the first argument, that will be the key. That key value you store it in the place of value, and the value, the whatever the value is there, so whatever the value position is there, that you shift it to the key position. That is what, as you can see, the particular key and value has been interchanged. Key is coming in the place of what value, but the value whatever the value is there, that is key is coming in the place of key and the value is coming in the place of value itself. Correct. There is no things. So that whatever the value I am generating from the dictionary one, just I am passing in this particular fashion. Even I can pass key here and I can pass value here also, whichever, like ulta also you can do. And I am just printing the dictionary 1 and the dictionary 2. If I run this program, so you can see it is coming very lengthy program. So what is the stuff, you can see comprehensions. So first it is taking 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 700, and it is taking till where? It is taking till 10,000. 10,000 item. It is taking only the values of 100. It is not taking 100, 200, 300 like that, 1,100, 500. It is not taking the normal value, because what is, why it is coming? I have said here, the value whichever I am getting from the for loop iterating, so that should be divisible by 100, and when I divide the number with the 100, the remainder should be 0. If I divide 2% 100 means the remainder won't be 0. 100% 100 means 100 ones are 100, remainder will be the 0. So 100 is getting printed. Same way for the 200 divided by 100 means 100 2s are 200. So remainder is what? 0. So 0 is the remainder. So it is taking 200. Same way it is taking till 10,000 values. Same thing, it is getting printed. Okay, so that is what the stuff is printed over in the new line dictionary 2. So dictionary 2 means this particular function is getting 1. So value key, and this particular values I am applying for dictionary 1. So you can see. So here it will print till this will be the first dictionary, and this is second dictionary, 100, 100, 200, 300. Same thing, it is just printing, and the item is getting printed for the recording. So I'll just create a class by name. So I can give it something like person. So I'll just give the class name as person. So I'll just, I won't use any single inheritance concept, just with a normal class. So along with that, after creating a class, I'll just initialize the constructor. So whenever you take a topic of the classes, we should initialize the constructor. Always with the constructor only we will be working it. So that is, constructor is nothing but init function, that is initialization. So once it is done, so I'll just remove this one. So constructor, so what it will take the first argument as a self argument or anything. It is not mandatory you need to give it as self itself. If you are giving a, b, c at the place of self, everywhere you need to use whatever the variable you are passing over. So but defaultly the self will be taking as. So along with that, I want to take for the first persons, I need to take a first name and a last name. So I'll just take a first name and I want to take a last name of the person. So once I take this particular first name and last name, so what I need to do, I'll just tell self self dot f name is equal to first name. I'll just store it into the first name and I'll just tell self dot l name is equal to l name. So I'll just store the first name and last name. So I want to take a email, I want to get a email. So what I want to do means whatever the first name and the last name I'm getting it, I want to append this two particular first name and last name. Then I want to connect with gmail.com or anything. So I want to take a email. So for the email, what I'll do here is I'll just append this first name and last name and I'll just add at gmail.com like that. What I'll just tell, I'll just create one more new attribute. I'll just name it as self.email. So here I'll just choose a concept of f string. So I'll just tell, so whatever the f name I'm getting it, so f name, so from this particular f name dot, and I'll just make it as, I will just append with l name. So first name dot l name, and I will just mention like @ so anything you can @gmail.com. I'll just tell gmail.com. So I want to get the email. So I want for the email, I'm just appending the first name and last name. I'm just storing into a one more variable, that is self.email. So I'll just create one function to get all the data. So I'll just tell def, I'll just name it as person details. So the person details. So it will take self argument. So why I'm passing self here means so that I can get all this self attribute. So whatever the self attribute our constructor has initialized, I can access all the values from this self keyword. So it is all the self I'll be using it. So I'll just return something like I'll just return the f string over here. I'll just tell this person is, so I'll just tell this person is particular self.name, and I'll just tell here, I'll just name it as self dot, I need to give self.l name. So here I need to give f name here. So I want to just tell whenever I run this person details function, it should return this person is self first name and self last name. So now I'll just run the function. I'll just create an object. Then I will pass the setters and getters property. Let's see how to use a getters and setters property with this particular class. So first I'll just create one class name. So what I can do here is I'll just tell the object name as, I'll just give it as Indian. So Indian is an object. So I'm just creating this object for whom? For this particular person class. So here I need to pass two arguments, that is the first name and a last name. So I'll just tell, so the Indian, I'll just tell I'm a RCB supporter. I'll just name it as RCB, and second the last name I'll just give it as a supporter over here. So I'm an RCB supporter. I'm just creating an object. So first name will be the RCB and supporter. So if I run the self.email, it will be like rcb.supporter@gmail.com, something like that. So then if I just tell print, if I just use a print statement, I'll just tell Indian dot. Now I want to just print an email. So let's see what I'll be getting it. If I just print the email, if I run this program, so I can say I'm getting rcb.supporter@gmail.com. So I'm getting rcb@gmail.com. Just I'm running this particular stuff. Along with that, if I want to run this person details, so I'll just run the person details function. Normally it will be there. So I'll just tell person, so what is Indian object dot person details. I need to just run this particular function. So once I run this particular function, it will be like this person is RCB supporter. So this is what normally I know how to do this one. I have done this one. So same way, if I try to change the first name now, if I try to change the RCB to CSK, so if I try to change it now, so what I'll do here is from this particular Indian object dot, now I want to change the first name. So I'll just tell Indian dot first name is equal to, I'll just tell CSK. I want to change the particular RCB to CSK, whether I can change or not. Let's see. So once I do this one, let me see whether I can change it or not. So now if I try to print, so if I just try to print the particular Indian dot, so now I want to print the email, whether it will change or not. Let's see. You can see if I try to print Indian dot email, so whatever the values set for the object while creating a classes, it has been initialized rcb.supporter@gmail.com. Same way, now if I'm doing what? I am just changing Indian.fname. That means the RCB is the first name it is passing over here. It has initialized. Now I am trying to change the value to CSK. So now after if I print the value, you can see I am not getting changed. The CSK is not getting changed. So I am getting, you can see in the output, rcb.supporter@gmail.com. I am getting the same values over here. So I cannot set the property. So for this particular purpose, I need to do what? I need to set the particular values of the, no, I need to use the proper, I need to use the concepts of setters and getters. So how I can do here is, so I need to use the properties of, so I need to use a decorator concept. So in the decorator, I can just set a property, then I can set the particular email, and even I can delete the particular email also. Let's see now how to do that one. So here I'll use a concept of decorator. Wherever I use the @ symbol, you know, @ symbol is a decorator. So we have seen in the some 3 to 4th concept of the Opps. So @ is a decorator. So we have something like inbuilt, that is property. I need to set a property. So I'll just set a property. What I'll do here is, rather than printing for the email, rather than telling like Indian.email, so I'll just run this particular property. So once I run this property, let's, whatever the value will be passed from the terminal, so from this particular code line, that should set it. So first I'll just tell enter. So here I'll just tell @property. Now I'll just tell, I'll create a function by name email. So I'll just create a function by name email. So same, it will take a self as an argument. So now what I'll do here is, so after creating an email, now what I want to do here is, I'll just return. So I'll just tell return. So return f string, I'll just tell f string. So I'll just tell what I can say here is, directly I'll just return the particular email. So I'll just tell self dot first name, and I'll just put a dot operator here. Then again I'll just tell self dot last name, self self dot lname. So self dot last name. So then I'll just tell @gmail.com. So I'll just run this function. Now if I just run this, now I have saved the, now I have set the property to the email. So what I'll tell here is, now I'll just tell Indian.email. So if I just run this same value, now you can see I'm getting, where is the error? What is the error I'm getting? So f string, I have gone f.lname. So what is the error over here? So self dot first name and self dot last name @. So anything, what is the error I'm getting? Can't set the attribute. So it is telling me I cannot set the attribute. So why it is just telling me that? So I need to use a setters property also. I need to use, once I use a property, so I need to use a setters property. So what I need to do here is, I need to create one more stuff. So for this particular property, I need to set. So this is a property which I have defined it. So the self dot first name and self dot last name @gmail.com. Now what I need to do, so I'll just remove this gmail.com. I'll set it from this particular one more function. So I'll just mention like, so I'll just tell self dot first name and self dot last name. So now once the property is defined, now I need to set the particular properties function. So the function name is what? Email. So whatever the function name you are creating below the property decorator, I need to use the same here. So I'll just tell @email. So I'll just tell dot setter. So it is a property dot setter. So dot setter is a property. So once I use this one, so again I need to create a function name. So with the same name, I'll just tell def email. So email same for the particular function name only, I'm just setting the property name. So I'll just tell def email. So here it will take what? So it will just take the argument as self. So I'll just tell self argument, it will just take. So after taking a self argument, what I'll do here is, so I'll just tell something. I'll just tell print. So I'll just tell I'm setting a property for just displaying in the terminal. I'm just writing this particular code. So I'll just tell I'm setting the new property. I'm just telling setting the new property stuff. So after that, what I need to do here is, so now I need to pass a something. So I'm just passing a CSK here. So CSK will be what? So it is something like I'm just passing as a string to this particular email. So what I'll just here is, I'll just put a comma. So I'll just tell I am passing some string value. So I'm just tell like a string, I'm just passing it. So whatever the value I'm getting from the string, I'll just split it. So the first name I'll just split it, and I'll just split the second name. First I will split what? I'll just split the @ where is it? So here. So first I'll split this particular @ symbol. Where is it? So first I'll split everything into two parts. So I'll just split it by using the @ property. So the RCB supporter will be the one particular in the particular list, it will be one particular index, and gmail.com will be one particular index. So again, whatever the value I'll be getting for the first value, for that particular RCB.supporter, again I will split by using a dot operator. So once I split this one, I can just differentiate the first name, I can differentiate the last name, then I can differentiate @gmail.com. So for that particular purpose I am just doing it. So here, so inside this one, so I need to split it now. So first I'll split it, then I can set with the new property whichever I am getting it. So I'll just tell something like names is equal to whatever I am getting the names. So from the string, whatever I am getting from the particular like from this particular value, I'm just passing over here, and this particular value will get passed over here, string. So here I'll just choose a split function. So I'll just tell split function, you know how the split function works. So I'll just split it I'll just split it with the @ symbol. So wherever there is @ symbol, I'll just split it, and I want to store it into a 0th index. You know, this is a slicing. So I'm just passing a slicing concept over here. So I'm just splitting it. So again, I'll just split it the first name and last name. I'll just say self.fname. So whatever the self.fname and self.lname. So self.fname and self.lname, I want to split it. So from where I need to split? From this particular names I need to split it. So I'll just tell names dot split split function. I'll just use a split function over here. So here I want to split it dot operator, because I'm just passing a dot here. You can see rcb.supporter@gmail.com. So I want to split the RCB, and I need to store it into the fname. Then I need to split the supporter, and I need to store it into the last name, whatever I'm getting from the console. So then if I do, after passing it, whatever the first argument is there, I need to take it. So rcb.supporter means if it's split, RCB will be there. So whatever the 0th index value will be the RCB will get stored over here. Same way I need to do it for the last name. So here it will be the values will be same. Let's use a split function again. Split split, and even I need to split it with the dot operator. Sorry. So dot operator. So this one RCB will be the 0th index, and supporter will be at the first index. So I'll just use a first index over here. So I'll just pass the first index over here. So I'll just save it now. So once if I run this particular function, so I can see now I am getting as a CSK supporter. So this is how just I am setting the particular value. I'm just setting the particular value. Same way if I want to do it once again, if I want to change the particular value, if I want to do it so whatever the Indian.lname is there, so Indian.lname is equal to that. So I need to make CSK supporter. So here I need to use a CSK dot Chennai. I'll just name it as a Chennai, CHENNAI Chennai. So I want to change the last name to Chennai. So if I same way, if I just print Indian dot, so I need to tell Indian dot email. I'm just email is a CSK supporter it is getting. So that means this particular function it is getting run after splitting this particular value. So that means no need of writing here itself. So I need to I can just write with this particular stuff. So that means CSK is Chennai. So once I run this program, you can see. So again I will explain you see properly. So what is setting how. So see here. So first I am creating a class person. So any disturbance?
Sir, your voice is breaking.
Okay, now it is audible. So one second. Wait, I'll just connect it with the Wi-Fi. I think the mobile is got connected. Okay, now it is audible. It is audible now?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. So see here what the thing is happening over is, I'll explain you once again. So first what I did here is I created a class name as a person. So I have initialized a constructor where it will take a first name as well as a last name. So first name will set to the self.fname attribute, and lname will get set to the self.lname attribute. And for the email, so what I am doing, so whatever the first name is there and the last name, the first name and last name, I am just appending it with a dot operator here by using f strings, and I am appending @gmail.com. So this is a constructor is got created. So then what I did, I just created one function that is to print the particular person's details. So what it will return is, it will return what this person is self.first name, and this person will be the self.last name. So this will get printed. So I'll just comment this one first. I'll just comment this particular line. So what I did here is, so I just I just passed the values for the first name and last name for this particular class person. So if I just print Indian.email, if I just print Indian.email, it will return this one. So what it will return, the first name as well as last name @gmail.com. See, if I just run this particular program, so what it is returning means, it is returning what, rcb.supporter@gmail.com, because the self dot email, it is just taking it because I have set here as Indian dot email. So for this particular Indian object, whatever the email is being set, I want to print it. So it is just printing the rcb.supporter@gmail.com. So then what I have said here is print Indian dot person's details. So that means simply it will just run this particular function. So what it will return, this person is self dot f name and self dot l name. So this it is printing same as it is. You can see this is the person is RCB, the first name it is getting printed over here, and the supporter self dot l name is printing over here. So it is running this particular function. Suppose now I want to change the values. So what I want to change the value here is, so here I want to change the value of the first name. I want to change RCB to CSK now. So once I change it, Indian.fname is equal to CSK. That means I have changed the value. If I try to print the details, Indian.email, it should come what? CSK.supporter@gmail.com. That thing I need to print it. See if I just run the program, but I'm not getting that particular stuff. It is coming what? rcb.supporter@gmail.com. It is getting the same thing because it is not setting the property. Once the constructor is created, it is taking the value of the object itself. It is taking the value of the object which you are passing it, but it is not taking the value which you are passing explicitly from the line code. So for that particular for this particular reason, we are using the concepts of setters and getters. So what it will do is, first we need to initialize the property. So first I need to initialize the property. I need to create a function by name, email, anything whichever you like. So I'm just creating a email as a function name. So for this particular email, now I need to set it. So what it will return, if whenever I run the particular email function, it will return what? It will just return the first name as well as it will just return the self.lname and self.lname. It will just return whenever I try to whenever I run the particular email function. So along with that, whenever I use a property property, if I have used, I need to set it. So that is the stuff I need to do whenever I use a property decorator for the particular function. So I need to set it also. What I need to set, I need to describe now. So I'll just tell. So whatever the function name you will be giving, whether if you have given some other name, if you have given as a books, def books, so it will be books.setter, such kind of stuff. So here I have used one as an email, so I'll be using as a email.setter. That means I am setting a I am just setting the values for this particular function now. So what I am setting it, so first it will take a argument, what string it will take. So here you can see Indian.fname is equal to particular CSK. So Indian.fname value I'm just passing as a CSK. The CSK's value is getting set now. So CSK value will just pass it over here. So it will take dev.email, right? So where is the email? Indian.email, and Indian.email it will be here. So Indian.email will be here. So whenever I pass the Indian.email, so value, the latest value will get updated. For the f name it will take as a CSK, and for the last name it will take it as a supporter. So it will come over here as a string. So it will just print I am setting a property. So it will take the particular string that everything it will take, like the f name as well as l name. So it will take a f name as well as a l name @gmail.com. So it will take that particular value to the string and it will split with the symbol. So first it will split with the symbol. So this completely it will be one particular value, and gmail.com will be completely one different value. So once it is done, so again I am doing what? For the names, again I am splitting it. I am splitting with what? I am splitting with the dot operator. So here is a dot operator. You can see I have passed as a dot operator. So again this particular value is getting split for the dot operator. So dot will get split, and it will be f name will be at the 0th index and l name will be at the first index. So the 0th index value, the first name value, I am just storing. The first name value will be coming over here whenever this particular function runs. That means names dot split with the dot operator. So after splitting with the dot operator, whatever the value is at the 0th position, just store it at the self dot first name. So after whatever the values there at the first line, so whatever the value will be there at the second one, like at the first index, let's store it at the l name. So when I run this particular Indian.email function, then it will take the latest value and it will update it. It will set the value to it and it will just print me the value. You can see if I just run this program, you can see I'm getting a CSK support. I'm getting what? CSK support. That means this particular email function is getting run. So whenever I write a Indian.email, before setting a property, what value I was getting. So before setting this particular value, whatever the value was getting passed over here, fname.lname@gmail.com, whatever the value was getting it here, that I was printing inside over. You can see that was the value I was getting. rcb.supporter@gmail.com was getting at the before. So now what I am getting, So this particular value I'm getting, like email, whenever I run now Indian.email, so after the setting, it is applying this particular property, it is applying this particular function, def email function, it is getting run. So here I can give self dot, I can just name it as like this. So I can just tell dot at gmail.com. So let's tell @gmail.com. So I need to, so gmail.com. So now see, if I just run the program, I'll be getting csk.support@gmail.com. That means once I use a concepts of property, that is setters and getters. So by using that, if I use that property, I can change the values. I can change the fname value by using an object. I can change any of the values later on. So before that, even though if I change the value of this particular, before using this two concept, so you can see if I just comment this particular line, so now see, I'll be getting rcb.supporter@gmail.com itself, because even though if I change the csk value, I won't be getting a output. You can see I'm getting a rcb.supporter@gmail.com itself, even though it is not setting this particular property. To set this particular property explicitly, we need to use the concept of setters and getters. So we need to create one function name by using that particular function name .email itself. So because I'm using Indian.email, that means this particular function is getting run. So for that particular purpose, I need to set the property what it should print after setting the value. So it should print this one, first name dot last name @gmail.com. Along with that, now it will look for the what is the value has been set. For to set the value, like to change the value of the CSK. So this is the particular property I'm just using it. It will take a self as an argument. It will take self.string as an argument. That means whatever the value will be passed, it will take as a string according to the constructor. Whatever the value I'm getting it here, that value will be passed as a str. And for that particular str value, so it will just print like this is this particular property will get set, and it will just split the particular value with the @ symbol. Then it will split with the dot operator at the first position index, and the second position index will be stored in the L name. The first value will be stored at the first name. Same if I want to try to print another stuff, like if I want to print, so let's set some different values now. So what I want to do here is, now I want to change some other thing, like I want to change it that Indian. So I just change the value Indian.email. So now I want to change this complete value. So I want to change this complete value to what? I'll just change it with this one, this dot @gmail.com. So I'm just setting this particular property. So completely I'm just printing here rcb.supporter. You can see here once I print the csk.supporter, it was getting after setting this property. Now I'm changing the complete value. I'm just telling this dot @gmail.com. Now I want to print what? I want to just print after this setting this one, I want to first print the first name. What is the first name of this one? I'll just say Indian.fname. So you can see it will set the property. When I print this particular sentence, it will print this. It won't take the old values. It will take the new updated value whenever I'm printing. Again, if I just tell print .indian.lname. So if I just tell Indian.lname, so you can see it will just print the dot operator over here. So this is how I can do it. So if I just try to print now, you can see if I run the program, you can see it is setting the property now. It is just telling I am setting a property. I am setting a new property. This, so when I print this one Indian.fname, it is printing this value. It will just printing it. And again, when I am printing a last name, it is getting the dead property. You see this one, when I run this particular function where it will print this one. So it will print what? Print Indian.email. So print Indian.email, it will be like csk.supporter@gmail.com. When I'm setting a property, when I'm just setting this particular property, this dot @gmail.com to the Indian.email, it will just go to the Indian's object, or it will just run this particular function Indian.email. First it is printing what? I am setting new property. You can see it is coming over here. You can see I am setting a new property. Once it is done, once this particular line of code is worked, so whenever this particular line code works, it will go to the 15th line. It will set the particular values whatever I am setting explicitly from the console, and it will just run this particular function, full function it will just run. That is why I said you here. So that is for understanding this one, I have given one print statement so that it should print the particular stuff. It is telling me I am setting a new property. Then after setting a new property, the particular new value will be stored according to this particular logic by using a split function and splitting with the dot operator and the @ symbol. Then the value, whatever the value will be stored, it will be stored into the fname as well as a lname. So if I try to print this particular object first name, whatever the newly set value will be there created, that value I will be getting printed. Same way for the lname, it will get printed. Okay, so by using a setters and getter property, even though after creating a object I can change the value. That is what the concept is telling us. So if you are not using this kind of property, I cannot change the values of a object. So if I want to change the values of the object, I need to change it from here itself, or at renaming with the new values. Got it?
What is a property acting as, sir?
So property means it will just returning. See, if it is just returning. So if I want to print what is the email, so I want to print here. So if I just tell print the particular Indian.email, so Indian.email. So if I want to print this Indian.email, I'll be getting this particular function will run. If I just run this particular function, we can see I'm getting this dot @gmail.com. This means this is what it is working in. This is what the working in. So this is the value, whatever the value you are passing it, that is what going as a string. Okay. So okay, the first name and last name @gmail.com, whatever the value you are getting here, right? So that is passing as a string. Okay, so for that particular value itself, it is splitting it. Okay, that is coming from where? That is coming from this particular line.
Okay, so property is a default
default. No, it is a keyword. So for this particular, like for which particular function you want to set a property, you need to use @property. And whatever the function name you are using, suppose I have used as an email here. So suppose if you want to try it for other example, like you want to change it for the books or anything. So at that time, with the same name, you need to use it here, and dot operator you need to use, and you need to use a setter function.
Yeah.
Okay. Try with another example with the same name. Email, whatever the email you are using, same thing it should be there. Even here also, you can see the two function names are same. Email as well as here also email. So same way, then one more property we have, that is a delete operator. So suppose I want to delete the object now. So how I can delete the object? Actually, in the object-oriented programming, we cannot delete the object. So once it is created, we cannot delete it. But what we can do, I can set the value to none value. Okay. But whatever the value, this dot that is there, I can make it to none value. So that is what in the object-oriented we will be doing. We can't able to delete the objects by this particular properties by setting it by setters and getter, but we can make it to none values. So what I can do here is, so we have one more function that is from our Python, that is email. For this particular function, now I want to use a delete operations. So there is a deleter function. You can see I'm getting here deleter. So this is a function deleter. So for which I need to apply again same email function. So same function name I'm using it, because I'm using a getters and setters property for this particular email function itself. So same property same function name I need to use everywhere. So you can see email I'm using. Suppose if you have used books here, it will be like books.deleter like that. So now def email is there. So same obviously it will take a self argument. So no need of anything. Just I need to have a self argument over here. So what I'll do here is, so I'll just make the particular self.fname. So self.fname, I'll just make it a none value here. So again, I'll just make it as self.lname. So self.lname is equal to, I'll just make it as a none value, so that I can do it the none value. So once I do this one none value, now see, so now I will just apply this delete function over here. So where I want to delete the function. So here I'll delete it. So here itself I'll delete. After printing everything, I'll use a del. It is a function. I need to use the keyword del, that is a delete. So I want to delete what? Indian.email. So after, if I delete the Indian.email, now if I try to print it, you can see I'll be getting none.none@gmail.com. If I try to run this one, you can see after printing the value. So till here our Python program will work perfectly, but I am using a delete operator here. So del, what it will do, it will look onto the deleter function. It will go and look onto the deleter function. If it's there, it will do what? Whatever the values I have passed, it will work. If it's not there, if I run this particular function, you can see it is telling me can't delete the attribute, because there is nothing, it is not understanding what delete should do. So wherever you use a del operator, you should have a deleter function over here. So it will look to the deleter function, email.deleter function. It will set the value to the none value. So if I just try to print this one, it is telling me none.none@gmail.com. Suppose I don't want to get none.none@gmail.com. It should tell like there is no email has been set, something like that. It should print. So if I try to print, so okay, fine. If I know what I want to do is, I want to go to the first statement, like where is the email I have set it. So where is here? So I'm setting a property here. So property is here. So it is just returning this particular stuff, right? fname.lname@gmail.com. So when this particular function runs, when the Indian.email runs, if the property is none, it is just returning this particular stuff, whatever the value, whatever I am returning it. So before returning it, I'll just check one condition. So what will be the condition means, I'll just use if condition. I'll just tell if self.firstname, if the first.fname is equal to none. I'll let directly none, and I'll just use what and or anything I can use. If anyone is none, I can just use this particular condition. Like again, I need to tell self dot lname is equal to none. So I need to put it into the no need of giving like this. So I can just give none itself. Whenever this particular stuff is there, I'll just tell print. So I'll just tell print, or else I'll just return is like return. I'll just tell return. I can just use a f string for anything. I'll just tell normal like this. Email is not defined. Email is, I'll just tell email is not set. Please set using setter. I'm just telling this particular condition. Whenever this particular condition runs, it will return like email is not set, please set using setters. If I just run this, you can see when I run this particular Indian.email function, it is just printing me email is not set, please use setters and getters. So if I just set the property, if I just use Indian.fname, so if I just tell Indian.fname is equal to so anything, if I just tell, I'll just tell Rajasthan, and I'll just tell one more L name. So I'll just set it like so here I'll just name it as L name. So now I'm setting the property Indian.fname, set it to Rajasthan and set it to Royals. So Rajasthan Royals @gmail.com it should print. Now if I try to print the Indian.email here, if I try to print this particular Indian.email, so after deleting it will print like that. You can see I'm getting Rajasthan.royals @gmail.com, so that I can set the property. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is how the setters and getters properties will work. So now let's see about the object introspection, how the object introspections will work. So that is where nothing in that one, so nothing is there, just we need to understand like so we have something dirs, so that is nothing but objects introspection. So oops 15.py. So for the same properties I'll just use it. So here I'll just remove all the like I'll just remove till here. So this one I'll just remove, and I can remove this all the stuff. Okay, I'll just remove till here. So if let's see whether it is running or not. Okay, it is running now. So now what is object introspection means? So nothing here, we have something like we have object introspection. Just we can get the particular idea of the particular ID I can get with the particular, like what are the functions has been used in this program. If I want to find such type of stuff, I can use a object introspection. So basically it is something just very 2-3 lines of code itself. Suppose I want to see what are the functions are available with this particular Indian object. So what I can do here is, so I can just tell print, I'll just tell in the new line object introspection. So in the word itself it is the object introspection, like means for this particular object I am just doing the introspection, like what all the things I can do with this particular object, what all the functions are connected with this particular object. To find all those things, I can just use the dir function. I'll just tell print, I'll just use a dir function here, dir directory function. So for this directory I want to check what all the objects are available for this Indian object. If I run this particular program, you can see I'll be having here, I'm getting all this stuff. I have a class of this, I have a delete attribute, dictionary attribute, dir, doc, eq, format I have, and you can see setters attribute I have, and str has been used, and email has been used along with this f name, l name, and the person details. Like with this related to this Indian object, what all the thing is interconnected with that particular object, it is just telling me the object introspection. You can see it is telling me it is like it is setting all the object, like what all the attributes, what all the functions, what all the inbuilt functions, constructor, everything, what are the connected with this Indian object, it is just printing me that particular details. So that all I can do it. So you can see we'll be having each ID. So if I have each ID for this particular stuff, if I want to find, like if I just tell print the particular, if I just tell ID, if I just tell for this ID, I'll just tell my name here. So if I want to find the ID, I can just find the ID also. Where is it? So you can see for each and every string it will have a unique ID. For each and everything it will be have a unique ID. If I just try to print ID for this particular Indian, so what is the ID of this particular stuff? If I try to run this one, you can see I'm getting a unique ID. So for each and every object, for each and every variable, for each and every stuff, like whatever you are storing the value, you will be have a unique ID for it. Okay, so same way if I just tell something like another stuff, if I just give my name, it will be the different ID. So if I run the program, you can see it is at the 784. Again, the ID is getting changed to some other number. So it is a ID, it is been used. So when we create a objects, we'll have a ID. So ID will be used very frequently in the Django. You will be seeing it. When in today's session, I'll teach you so what I have done. Instead, I have completed a sign up and login page. So I have said you the backend part. However, Python by using if condition, how to use a try except condition. So you can see the video. You'll be able to see all those stuff. Sign up and login, log out, everything we have done. So in today's session, I'll be teaching a contact page. I'll create a own class. I'll just use a create a own class. I'll create attributes over there, and I'll use str returning concepts. So where I can I'll see what is the ID, whether ID will be there. So basically, whenever you create an object, there will be a unique ID for that particular object. Okay, so Indian is an object here. So there will be a unique ID for each and every object. So it is what the stuffs we'll be using over. So in this one, if I want to find what is the ID of the particular class or object, sorry, for the object, I can use a ID operator, and I can just print the particular ID. So this is all those things. So one more thing, we have something in the object. I can just import the inspect. So one more stuff, I can just import the inspect. So I can inspect it by using this particular condition. I can inspect with the more details. I can just tell inspect dot, I can just use a get members here. So where is it? I'm not getting suggestion. Get members. So with this inspect dot get members, I want to get all the members of this particular Indian objects. So if I see, let's differentiate what is dir will do and what will be this particular. If I run this program, you can see I'm getting everything. So here it is just giving the classes, what all the functions are available. Here you can see everything it is giving me. It is printing all the objects also, like this particular object, that particular value is being stored. You can see we have passed the Rajasthan Royals along with the even that is also it is coming here. Rajasthan Royal has been set, F name has been set to Rajasthan, again L name has set to Royals, again the person details had bound at this particular details position. That means each and every information I am getting with this particular get members by using a import function, and by using, if I just print like inspect.get members for the Indians, it is printing all the value, like what all the stuff along with the values it is printing me. So here if I just tell dir means only what are the functions available for the particular object, I am just getting that one. So if I just choose the inspect.get members from this inspect module, all the values along with whatever the values you have set at what time you are, like what at which object you have set, again if you have deleted also, it is just, it will come over here, all of things it will get. So whatever you have set the values, everything you will be getting in this particular fashion. Okay, so this can be, I don't know where it will exactly be used, but these all the things I can get it. Okay, like if I want to find all the values, like what all the things interconnected with this particular object. Okay,
So, sir, you have not created any name like Anis here, no, sir?
yeah,
You have not created anything, but how does it
this
take?
is string
Okay.
I am giving. Okay, if I give like this Anis name, then it will give that. That means it will tell what is Anis you have given. If I just run this, so it is telling me your name Anis is not, but it is a string I am giving it. Okay,
Okay.
so that is what. Okay, this Indian is, it is passing from here. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is how the things will be. So till here the object oriented program will get completed. So I think I have not left any topics with the object oriented deeply, I have said. So everything till here we have seen. So Opps 1 from here we started till Opps 15 concepts are there in the object oriented. So this all, it is very like even I'll forget. Okay, it is not like I'll also remember. So if I want to teach, I'll prepare and I'll teach. Even I see again, I'll just understand again. I'll see documentation, I'll teach. So it is like object oriented program is like that only. Like won't remember, we'll forget. It comes from practice. Main thing you need to understand, like suppose in future if you see any program in your company, they said you to learn Python and Con. If you see this things, you won't be getting fear. You will be understand. Yeah, I have seen this one. Just you need to glance, then you'll understand automatically.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
that is what the thing is there. So apart from this, they won't use any other full topic, and most of the thing they won't use object oriented itself. Many of the people they won't, like, because it is little bit complicated, so they will use only a single class, single level inheritance, maximally they will use multiple inheritance. That's it. These abstract methods, these all they won't use, but constructor they will use mandatory. So inside only what they will use this only this stuff, like where is it? So they will use constructor stuffs and they will use a single level inheritance. So this is all the maximally used in the companies also. So even if you create a project, big project, so if you know of a single level inheritance and how to create a constructor for it, so that will be that will be more than enough. So suppose if your programs are such kind, like you need to change the values, at that time you can use this side kind of property like setters, getters and all those stuff. Okay,
Oh,
So this will be the completion of the object oriented programming. So now, so let's what else, so next I'll see, I'll tell you about so this will be the day 8, right? So day 9. So here I'll just tell you with the how to, I have said you the for loop, how to use the else statement with the for loop. So that we'll see. So for else dot py. So let's mimic this, the for else dot py file, like how to use the else statement with the for loop. So it is what this is very nothing here. So these all the small topics. So suppose I have something like, if I have a list here, so I'll just tell my li. So my list I have. So I have something like a I have, and I'll just put a comma. I have a r, and I have a k, then I have something like l. So I have 4 letters inside my list over here. So here, so I'll just enter it. So here what I'll do here is I'll just run a for loop. I'll just tell for I in my list. So for I in my list, I want to what? Print the particular I value. So this is normally, it will just print the particular a, r, k, whatever there in the list, it will just print like this. So if I just use a else statement here, so else, so if I just use a else, so if I just tell print statement, I just tell something, statement executed, statement executed. So if I just run this one, so you can see along with this one, working along with this one, it will print like a statement is executed. That means even the for loop is also working, even this whatever you have added inside the else statement, even that is also working. So to avoid, so if I want to check some attributes, like whether if I use a if statement inside a for loop, so if some condition satisfy, I want to break it and I want to go into the else part. So how that can be done here is, so it will be like something like, suppose if I can give some example, if I just tell non-veg here, so non-veg is a variable name, so I can just give some value, so some things. If I'll just give some chicken over here, so chicken, and I can just tell fish, so then I'll give some mutton here. So 3 values are given, chicken, fish and mutton, so inside this particular variable non-veg. So now what I'll do here is, now I'll just apply a for loop, then I'll use a if condition here. I'll just tell for I in non-veg, so for this particular I in non-veg, so I'll just tell if the particular I value becomes to what, if the I value becomes to chicken, so or I'll just tell if the I value becomes to fish. So then what I need to do, I want to just break the condition, I want to just use a break the condition. So I want to break the condition, then it should go to the else part. So it should go to the else part. I'll just tell print item is found. I'll tell something like item is found, something like this. So that means if the I value becomes to fish, when it is iterating it, it should break and it should tell print item is found. So you can see, so I need to save it. So what is this happening? So anything if I done this, so this particular condition is not working. So once again, so I'll just comment this particular line. So I given as a non-veg is equal to chicken, fish and mutton, fine. So I have said for I in this particular non-veg, I'm just checking a condition if the particular item, whatever the I value will be there, if it's equal to fish, it should break. When I value becomes to thing, it should break. So I need to print also. I'll just print it here. So let's print I. Print the particular I value here. So it will print the chicken. Then at whenever so it will print the chicken. You can see it is just so where is it? So when I value becomes to equals to so okay fine. When I value becomes to fish, it is just printing the value, as it is just getting break. If I want to print here, if I just print it here, it will print the values. If I print it, suppose I want to print all the values, so I need to print it in this particular condition. If I run here, you can see I'm getting chicken here. First the chicken is getting printed. So then again, whenever I value becomes to fish, it is just printing this particular statement. Suppose if the condition, suppose if the fish is not there, suppose this is not there, this particular kind, suppose I don't want to print it. Suppose something is just I'm adding which is not there itself. Suppose this is a condition. Suppose I'll add something like fish is there. No, if I just tell something, what is the next so if I just tell something tomato, so tomato is not there. When tomato is not there, so what I want to do, so I don't want to print also. When the tomato is not there, it should break. So that means this for loop will not work. So then it should come to this particular else condition. It will print like item is not found when this particular condition is. And you can see I'm getting item is not found. That means I can use such kind of stuff like just simple normally, like with the else how I can use it. If the suppose when you are running some for loop, something if you are getting something like if it's not found inside the database or if it's not found inside your list, whichever you are passing it, at that time you should go to the else part, means you can just use with the for you can use else part. Inside a for loop you can use if and else condition, that is a different issue. So whenever you get a time, whenever you want to use a with for loop, you need to use a else statement, means you can use in this particular fashion. Okay, if you are not using anything break, means obviously this particular, when this particular condition passes, then only it will go to the else part. Okay, when this particular condition fails, sorry, when this particular condition fails, it will go to the this part. Okay.
So in the first example, you have used for also, else also, and it worked for
it is
both.
work for the both. That is what I am saying. When this particular condition fails, it will go to here. When this condition passes, it will go all the above. When this condition is getting passed, so that means both the thing will get executed. There is no point of you using that. So when your something is there, when your for loops will get break, that time you can use the else condition. You can see here, it is getting both the things, statement is getting executed. But here, when this condition is getting fail, then only it is getting, actually it should be item not found. Okay, so now it will be fine. So this is how you can use a for loop with the else block. So then we have one more concept that like a yield function we have. Inside that one yield I have, so I'll just make it as yield and range. I'll just name it as yield range dot py. So there is an interconnected with the yield and range function. So basically like what this particular condition means, it will generate the values on the fly. Suppose our for loop is there, so our for loop, if I just tell for I in range, if there is a 5 value, if I just tell print I, what will be the value? You can see 1 0 2 1 2 3 4 5, it is there. That means it is generating the values on the fly. When the for loop is running, it is generating the values. Like our for loop is generating the value, it is handling two things. It is handling the, it is first iterating the value, okay, then it is running another function automatically. First I value becomes 0, then I value becomes 1. Like first it is iterating the value, then next it is calling the next method. Automatically it is calling the next method. Then once the value is finished, automatically it is using a concept of stop iteration. So stop iteration means once the value is getting finished, it is stopping the values. So that all three handles is handling by our for loop. Suppose if I have something like a big number over here, so this much big number, if I just add something like this much big number, if I run the program, you can see it is just generating values on the fly. Like it might crash my laptop also. Like I don't have this much memory space inside my CPU and all. So it is generating values on the fly. You can see it is generating, it is just creating the values on the fly. So such kind of thing I can handle it by using a yield function. Now I'll just delete it, or else my system will get scratched. So these things I can handle by why? So but how I can handle? Handle by using a yield operation. So now what I want to do here, so I'll just comment this one. So once I'll just comment this one. So now see how to generate on the fly. So to avoid such kind of stuff, I will generate value on the fly whenever I want. So that time, so for that one, what I'll do here is, so I'll just create a one function. I'll just tell dev. So I want to generate an, so I'll that we call it as a generator. So that in the Pythonic way, in the Python keyword, we call that like generating on the fly value. That is generating on the fly value. To avoid this one, we can use a concept of generators. So generators. So if I just tell generators, so when the power goes, then only the generator will get on. So such kind of, so that is why they are given the name as generator. So I'll just tell I want to generate a number on the fly. So whenever I want, I will just generator on the fly. So here what it will take one value, I'll just select it later, I'll see. So I'll just create a one function name with the generator. So here it should pass the number. So I'll just tell n value here. So it should pass a number over here. Generator pass the n value. So then I will apply a for loop here. So I'll just tell for I in, I can just tell for I in range. So whatever the value I am getting from the particular argument, that value will be stored over here, n value. So the same value I'll just pass it over here. So n value I'll just pass it. So here I'll just return I value. So I'll just return the I value first. So what I'll do here is, so return the I value. Now I'll just tell, so I want to I just want to seq sequence is equal to, so now I'll just pass some number here. So for the generator now I want to just pass the 5 numbers here. So once I run this one, so I'll just delete the stuff. So once I run this particular program, something is getting the connection of the terminals host. So because of that for loop, it got little crash, I think. Okay. So now if I try to run this particular program, you can see I'm not getting any of the output. It is not getting any of the output. So what I need to do here is, so I want to print it, right? First I want to print this particular sequence. So let's print seq sequence. So seq generate the number of the value 5. If I run this one, you can see I'm getting a 0 value. That means 0 is generated on the fly and it is just returning this particular value. So same way, if I just run again, you can see again I am getting a 0 itself here. So now what I need to give here is, so if I just use a yield function here, yield of I want to yield the particular value to I. So once I run, you can see it is returning me the generator. Okay, it is returning the generator object at this particular value. So that means I am generating a object. Before it was generating a number, now it is generating the particular object. Now if I want to print something, like if I want to run the next sequence, if I just tell print sequence dot, so what is the value if I want to have, if I just run this next function, so next to generate the value of this particular next function. So if I run this particular value, you can see I'm getting a 0 now. So that means the value is, so before it was just generating it is just on the fly the value was getting generated. But now when I use a generator, once I use this particular sequence dot next, it is generating the value by generating it is using a concept of generator, and it is creating the value, like it is generating the value whenever I call. So if I want to print some other function, so 1 2 3, if I just save it, so if I run the value, you can see it is printing the value. It is just coming like 0 1 2. So I had defined till where I had defined till 3, so I'll just name it as a 3 here, so I don't want big numbers. So if I just run the value, so you can see I'm getting my output like a 0 1 2. So again, if I try to run the function, so 3 means it will print from 0 to 2, right? 3 won't print. So when I run this program, you can see I'm getting an error here. That means because before, for this particular example, automatically my for loop was handling everything, iterating the value and iterating the next particular value and stopping the iteration. But when I'm using a generator functions, I won't return the value. I'll just yield the particular, I'll use a concept of yield keyword I'll use, and use a concept of yield of the particular value. That means I am generating the value. I'm using a concept of generator. So in this particular condition, I need to handle everything. I need to handle the first, whenever I want to run, I need to use a concept of next function, and even though I need to take care about the values also. When the values ended, I need to take care of the stop iteration also. So you can see it is giving me the error, like, so it is telling me the line number 2 next, it is just telling me the iteration has been stopped, you cannot yield the value again. So for that particular condition, I am using to handle that particular condition in the generator. Even I can use one more concept, like I can run a particular for loop inside this particular condition also, like how I can generate the, but I can handle the for loop in this particular sense. Like how I can say here is, I can run a for loop here. I'll just tell I'll just tell for j in sequence. So I'll just tell print j. If I try to run this particular, I'll just comment this particular line. So you can see it is coming me, it is just printing me 0 1 2. That means it is a generator value. Okay, it is a generator value, it is not a for loop. To handle stop iteration, by rather than running this one, I can handle in this kind of way. Okay, so that is what the condition, but we will be using a sequence.next itself, because only whichever the value I want to iterate from the middle of the for loop, so at that time I can use a concept of generator. Okay, so if I even it will avoid the value, like even if you give 10,000 over here, if you give any number over here, okay, if you give any number over here, so suppose at that time I cannot use this kind of value, it will generate the value, because I'm using a for loop to handle a stop iteration. But I don't want to use a for loop like this. But if I want to give this condition, means I can handle that kind of error. That means I can handle, I don't want to print like that. Until unless I won't call, the for loop should not run from this particular function. To handle such kind of conditions, we will be using a concept of generators. Okay, suppose so iter, so what is the iter? So even I can iter with the normal values also. If I have number something like 1 2 3 4 5 6, so if I have this particular number, so I want to iter the values, like single values, I want to iterate it from this particular number. So I'll just iter the particular value is equal to, so I'll use a iter function. So I have one more inbuilt function that I iter. So for this particular number, I want to iterate. So now I'll just print the particular iter. So what is it? Iter value dot. So I can just run this particular next function. So even I can iterate it by here also. Okay, I can just use this particular next function also. If I want to iterate a particular single values, so what is it? So what I am getting the error here is, so iter the particular number value 1 2 3 I have given, and I am just printing the iter the value with this particular function means. So where I am getting a object. Okay, int object is not iterable. Okay, it is telling me int object is not iterable. That means the integer object we cannot iterate the integer object. We can iterate by using follow, but I can iterate the particular string operator. So if I just convert this particular into the string, it will be getting me 1. You can see I'm getting 1. So again, if I run a number of time, it will print 1, 2, 3 like that. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 till it is printing. So basically, so if anyone asks you whether the int object is iterable or not, it is not iterable. The integer objects are not iterable. We need to convert with the string value, then only we can iterate that particular value. Okay, without using a for loop means. So this was one more thing I wanted to say. So this is what the things we have done. Okay, so in the next class we'll see about the left out topics, like still we have the regressions and how to create a modules, how to create a packages. So then how to handle the trend. So in the trend except also we have a number of things, like how to handle with the trend except condition, finally condition we have, and what are the res exceptions errors we can handle with the trend except condition, like division error and system errors. So all the things are there. So that I'll continue in the next class. Okay. Okay, so now we'll see how to start with the first. We'll see the function caching and LRU2s. So suppose if I'll just make it something like file name as funcfunc.py. Okay, so I'm just making this function caching. So here we'll see how to cache the function. So let's see how we can handle such kind of function caching in the sense. So what basically this function caching does means, suppose if you have some work, like if some work you want to do it after 3 seconds, so that particular function will work. So again, it's suppose if you want to call that particular function again, so after after some inside your program you want to call it again, so that time without running that particular without wasting that time, you can just run again the same function without giving the sleep function. So we'll see with example, you understand that one. So what is this? Okay, so what is the Windows crashed? Okay, one second, something is problem. Okay, so I'll just close all the files from here. So I'll just open this date and func.py file. So let's see how to do that one. So I'll just close this one. So here see, so we need to, I'll just import one module, that is a time module. I'll just import so that I can use a sleep function, so that I can stop the particular program for some seconds. So for that particular purpose, I am importing a module, that is time. So then we have a function tools, like function caching tools, so that we call it as a LRU cache. So that is a module. It is coming from this particular func tool library. So from this particular library, I need to import what? LRU cache. So by using LRU cache, I can use the function caching over here. So what I'll do here is, so I'll just create some function. So I'll just create a function. So I'll just name the particular function name as, so some work, I'll just give it as like this. The particular function name, I'm just giving the function name as some work, like some work is happening in this particular function. So here it will take a argument as n. So I'll just pass the particular number in this particular parameter, so that I can run the sleep function. So when this something is having, so I'll just tell, here something like some task is going on. Some task is going on. So that is what the task is performing in this particular function. So here what I'll do here is, so I'll just run some function. So I'll just like time.sleep function from this particular module time. I'll just use this particular sleep function. So I want to sleep it for n second. Like suppose I am passing 3, the 3 will get passed over here. For 3 seconds, the program will sleep. So then after whatever the code you will be writing it, that particular code will run. So after that, I'll just return the value. I'll just return the n value over here. So now, so I can use the concepts of if name is equal to name. If I just tell if, so what is that name is equal to, I have said you briefly what this particular name is equal to main will do. That means, so when I run this particular program, if all the functions will work from this particular program, if suppose I am running this particular Python file from other file, only whatever the function I am calling, that particular function only will work. So whatever there inside the main function, it doesn't work when I am calling from the different file. So that is the thing. So when I am running in this file, it will run.
So even you can use, or else you cannot use this particular concept. So I'll just use this one. If name is equal to main function. So that means when I'm inside this particular Python file, you need to run this all the functionalities, whatever I will be adding inside my name is equal to main function. So this I said you briefly in the previous classes. So here I'll just tell something like print function. So I'll just use a print function. So I'll just tell something. I can tell now I want to run some work. Now some work is going on. So I'll just mention this something just to show in the terminal. So now what I'll call means I'll call this particular function. So I'll just call this particular function. So I'll just call this particular function. I'll give it as 5 seconds now. So I'll just give the parameter as 5 seconds. So when 5 seconds works, it will just call this some work function, take the 5 value over here. It will sleep for 5 seconds and it will just return the n value. So it will just return again. It will come back to over here. So again I will just tell print. So again I will just tell work 2 is going on. Work 2 is calling again, or else work function is calling again. So I want to print something. So again I want to sleep for 5 seconds. So I'll just see, I'll just put it same as it is over here. That means I am just calling again. So basically, so once it is done, I want to print something like work is done. Print. I'll just tell work is done. So if I run this program, you know what will be the output. First it will print this particular, now some work is going on, then it will wait for 5 seconds. Again the function calling, the work function is calling again. So this particular function again it will get called. So again it will stop for 5 seconds. Then again it will print like work is done. So now, so by using a LRU function, so till you can see it is something is going on here. So now some work is going on. So after 5 seconds, the work function is calling again. So again the program will get stopped for 5 seconds. So now you can see work is done. So this is how the particular sleep function works. This you know already. So now basically if I want to use a LRU caching, so now I want to use a LRU caching, something like, so the 5 value I am getting stored. For first time it will stop for 5 seconds. Again if I want to run this same function, some work of 5 seconds, it should not wait for 5 seconds. It should print this particular statement, work is done. So once the work function is calling again prints, as soon as this particular print statement runs, I want to call this particular print statement immediately without waiting for 5 seconds. So what I will do here is, so this particular function timing, like whatever the function is happening over here, so I'll store it into one LRU cache. That means if I get same function callback, like whenever I get this function callback again, don't wait for 5 seconds, just do the work immediately. Store the particular function in this particular LRU cache, and whenever again the same function is getting called, don't wait for anything. So whatever the value you are using it, same, just pass it and give the output. That is what it is telling. It won't wait for 5 seconds again. So because of this only I am using a time module, so that if I use any other functions, we cannot see whether it is waiting or not. So with this particular time function, I can easily differentiate whether my Python program is waiting for 5 seconds or not. So now I'll use the concepts of LRU caching. So here, whichever the function, for which function you are using LRU cache, for that above you need to use it as @decorator I need to use. So here I need to use LRU cache. So it will take one argument, that is max size, maximum size. So I'll tell, so the maximum, how many functions you want to store it. So I'll just something I can say the maximum I want to store 5. So I want to store some 5 function, I want to store it like 5 functions value, whatever the function it is getting run. Suppose I'll show with another example also. So let's see with first one. So again I want to store means some other function, means that means 5 is nothing but like how many functions values you want to store. So I have given max size as 5. So here I am just defined a only single function. It will store the first 5 functions values inside the cache. So whenever it is called again, so it doesn't wait for 5 seconds, it will just return me the value. So now see, same value, so same function if I run now. So same, after using this particular function, you can see it is telling some work is going on. You can see the work function is called again. So again it didn't wait for 5 seconds. Automatically it just print the particular function, work is done. So this is how I can use the LRU caching over here. So again if I just tell something like another word, so you can see if I just same again, if I call one more time, some work is going on, 5 I have given. So again I want to give the 5 times delay. So the first function will work and this particular value will get stored. Again if I call the same function, if I call the same function, because I have already used a max size of 5, that means 5 functions I can store it. So if I just give it as 3 here, so I'll just give it as 3. Now I'll just give it as 3. So how many functions has been defined? 1, 2, 3. That means the last 3 functions has been saved inside my LRU cache. So see, if I just call again this particular function, first it is telling now some work is going on. Now it is waiting for 5-second delay. Okay, you can see after 5-second delay, the particular function is getting called. So again, it not wait again. Again, it is not waiting for the 5-second because same function has been run. If I call the same function, it is taking the function from my LRU cache. Again, it is printing the whatever I have given in the print statement. Suppose, so after this one, I'll give some other statement like something I want to call again the sum work. I want to call for the delay 6 seconds. So I'll just tell print work is done. Again, I'll just tell print work is done. I'll just tell something like this. Inside the print statement, I want to put something like dash. So again, I want to call this particular function. Again, I want to call this one more time. I want to call this particular function. So again, I'll just call like this. So if I just call something again print statement. So in this one, I'll just mention some other symbol. So I'll just mention like plus plus plus. So anything you can write. So just for understanding purpose to see inside my terminal. So I'll just see the indentations properly here. So again, after 6 seconds, I want to print. So here I want to print some stars. Okay, something like that. Now see how the function will work. So I have given everything, you'll understand properly now. So I'll just zoom in. So you can see I have defined one function work. So here I have specified maximum size is equal to 3. That means only 3 functions values you can store it. So 1, 2, 3. So once the 3 function value is done, so whenever this particular function calls, again I'll just make it as 5 seconds itself for the no need of confusion. So I'll just make it as 5 itself because same function I'm getting called. So again 5 values will get stored over here. So if I after this particular print statement, whether it waits for 5 seconds or not, let's see. Because whenever the sum work 5, I'll be passing it. It will just go to this function. It will 5 value will get passed over here. The particular sleep function will run. That's it. No other thing. So that is what the thing is happening. If I run the particular program now, see. So you can see now some work is going on. It is getting printed. So now it wait for 5 seconds. Now you can see again the work function is calling again. That means the work function is calling again, it is printed. So again, it didn't wait for same function. Whether it is not waiting for the same function, it is just printing all the values because this particular function values is already stored inside my cache memory. For that particular purpose, it is storing. Now if I just change the values now. So I'll just change the values to, so I can change the values to 5 again here. So again, I want to change the value for 5. So here I'll just make it as 4 seconds and here I'll just make it as 6 seconds. So let's see now whether it will print like that averagely or else it will wait for 4 or 6 seconds. So if I just run this program again, so now see so some work is going on. Again the work function is calling again. Now you can see it didn't call because already the values is stored inside my cache. Now you can see the work is done. It is printing for 4 seconds. So you can see after 6 seconds the star is getting printed. That means the particular function's value is not getting stored. So again if I call something like now 5 has been stored inside my 5 value has been stored inside the cache memory. So one particular cache function has been used. So again 4 I can store. So again if I call some work 4, if I again call the same function after the plus, so I want to call this as 2 times. Whether it will wait or not, let's see. So again I'll just print something like another, I'll just call something print statement. So I'll just tell. So what I can say here is so something I can just tell, I'll just use this AND operator here. Okay, so let's see whether the 4 function is called, the particular fourth the 4 is getting called. So once the 4 function is some work 4, if it's passed into this particular function, the whatever the value is, so this is the first 5 value, 5 function will get stored inside my first cache. So one cache is filled. Again 4 function will run, that is some work of parameter 4. So because this is a different function with a different parameter, so again this particular value will get stored inside my maximum that is LRU cache, that is 3. So again this 2 function doesn't work because already the value is getting, already this particular value is saved inside my LRU cache. So this particular 2 function doesn't run. As soon as this plus plus prints, as soon it doesn't wait again for 4 seconds, it will directly print this whatever the value are giving it here. Same way if you want to print it for 6 seconds here. So once this particular after for 6 is not defined. So you can see the 6 function is not defined anywhere over here. Only 5 is defined, 4 is defined. The 5 value will get stored inside my cache memory and the 4 value will get stored inside my cache memory, but 6 is a new one. So because it is a new one, so it doesn't it will wait for 6 seconds, then it will print. So I'll just print again something with this. I'll just print this as symbol. I want to print this particular as symbol. So even after this particular 6 seconds, even though if I call this 2 function, So once now the 6 value is also stored inside my cache memory. So this will print whatever I have given inside the print statement. But again, whenever same function is getting called, it doesn't print because already this value is stored inside my cache, because I have given max size is equal to 3. So if I just save now, if I run the program, now you can see now some work is going on, is printing this particular now some work is going on, is getting print. It waited for 5 seconds. So you can see, so I'll just stop and I will just again, it just mismatched. So now see, now some work is going on, it waited for 5 seconds. Again now I'll print like the work function is calling again. So again it not waited for this 5 seconds. So it all whatever the function is there, it got printed. Okay, now you can see again it is waiting for 4 seconds. So you can see it is printed. So this is how the function will work. It waited for 5 seconds, then it wait for the 4 seconds, then it waited for the 6 seconds, and all the values is whatever the values is there, it got printed inside my terminal. So this is how the things goes on. So let's see whether after this 4 seconds, I didn't saw whether it waited for 6 seconds or not. Let me see. If I run the program, so till here, it after 4 seconds, you can see it is printing. 4 seconds is done. So after 4 seconds, ampersand is printed. So it is waiting for 6 seconds. Again, you can see it is waiting for the 6 seconds. Once the 6 seconds done, it is printing this and it is skipping these two functions. And again, it is just printing back whatever the thing is over here. Okay, so this is how I can just let it, I can avoid using the caching. So I can avoid using the memory. So again, if same function is getting called, I can use this LRU cache. At that time, I can use this LRU cache concept. So without wasting my cache memory, whatever the values will be stored when the function call was called for the first time, same output I can directly print it inside my console. So same output I can pass it for the functions, so wherever it is getting called. So now I have given here as a 3, max size is equal to 3. Suppose 3 functions is be defined now. 5 is getting stored, 4 is also getting stored, 6 is also getting stored. So again, if I say something, if I call somewhere, so here I want to give it of a delay 2 seconds. So or else I'll just give it as a delay of a 7 seconds. So again, I'll just print. I'll just tell so delay of 7 seconds, delay of 7 seconds. So I'll just give delay of 7 seconds. So again, I want to tell some work of 7. Again, I want to call the same function. I'll just tell print delay after 7 seconds. So let's see whether, so here I have given as a max size is equal to 3. That means the 3 values got stored. That is 5th is got stored, 4 is also got stored, and 6 is also got stored. So whether the 7 value will get stored inside my LRU cache or not, let's see. If it stores, the delay of 7 seconds will print. Again, it doesn't wait for 7 seconds. As soon as this particular print statements run, as soon as this one, it will also run. The delay after 7 seconds will run. If it's not stored, again it will wait for 7 seconds. Then it will store, again it will print. Let's see whether it will do or not. If I run the particular function, now see. So see, first it is waiting for 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Then it is waiting for the 4 seconds. So then it is waiting for the 6 seconds now. So you can see 6 seconds it is waiting. So once the 6 seconds is done, you can see now it is waiting for the 7 seconds. So you can see delay after 7 seconds. So again it is getting stored. Again it is not storing the value. Like a delay of 7 seconds means it is not again this particular value is also got stored. So again I want to print if I want to print something like this, now I want to make it as 8. So I want to make it as 8. So here I'll just make it as a 8 over here. So here I'll just make it as again 8. I'll just store here. So here also I'll just make it as 8. So if now I want a delay of 8 seconds, let's see whether it will do or not. So now some work is going on. First it is waiting for 5 seconds, then it is waiting for 6 seconds, then it is waiting for 7 seconds. So 5, 4, 6, 7, 8. So you can see. So delay of 7 seconds it is done. Now it is waiting for 8 seconds. So you can see it is getting called. So that means the LRU caching, it is just storing, or like once the particular LRU caching, like whatever the values it is get, once the value of this particular function stores, again it doesn't wait for 8 seconds. If the same function is getting called, it will just return whatever the previous value has been stored. So whatever the previous function is done. So basically here nothing is the function is defined. Just I am running a sleep time dot sleep function. Only that is only the thing I am doing it here. Okay, understood this how it will work. So just it is once the function is called, again if I call the same function, it doesn't affect the function. So whatever the value stored previously inside my LRU cache, that particular value it will take and it will just move on and it will run the next code. So that is what the thing is happening over here. Understood this one? So any doubt is here. Then what is the use of giving? That is what I am saying. It should not wait for here. That is why I am saying why it is taking here max size of 3. So max size I have given as a 3. Only it should take a 3 values here. So again why it is taking. So if I just so let's skip this example. So one more example I'll just see normal example. So I'll just comment this line. So now let's see with the normal, with one more with small example. So I have given the max size is equal to 3, right? So now if I'll just give it as a 5 here. So let's keep, so if I'll just tell something like print, so I can just tell now running some work. So now running some work. After this one I can just tell, again I'll just use the some work of so I'll just define it some work of 3, then I'll just tell some work of 2 I'll just call, then again I'll just tell print the particular I'll just tell some done. So I'll just tell done calling again. Done calling again. So then if I want to, again I want to give the delay of another thing. So if I'll just tell something like I'll just give the input. So once I enter some of the key, so anything if I just give the input of any key, so again it should call some work of 3. So now, so after this one I want to print something like called again. Print that is called again. So let's see. So if I run this, so here I'll just give it the max size as, I'll just give it the max size of 2 value here. So now if I run the program, so now it is the some work is running. So it is giving a delay of 3 seconds. So again it is giving the delay of 2 seconds. Again it is calling for the 3 seconds. So now it is waiting to me enter the input. If I just enter something EA, so it is just again it is waiting for so it is already the function is been used. So it is getting called again. So if I just give the here max size as when here. So now some work is running. So done calling again. If I just tell, so you can see now it is taking a delay of 2 seconds again, 3 seconds, then it is getting called. Okay, so here you can see now, understand here. So with this small example itself. So now see, I have given the max size as 1. Only I am telling only store the single value. I don't want to store n values. So here first I am calling this particular function that is now calling again. Now if I just run the function, now running some work, it is getting called. Now it is waiting for 3 seconds. Okay, then again it is waiting for 2 seconds. Okay, so again it is telling done calling again. That means it is just printing this particular statement. That means 3 and 2 got stored. So the latest one is getting stored here. So the latest one is getting stored. That is what the previous thing is there. So 2 value is getting stored. That is the latest one. So again, if I just give the a value here, if I just enter input I have given, so that I can press any key or any input. So once I run again, so again it is waiting for 3 seconds because the previous value is stored what 2. So whatever the latest value will be calling it, that will be stored inside my cache function. So that was here it was going on. So the last 3 latest value was getting stored. So I was not able to differentiate with the max size. Okay, so here understood now. So you can see it is just working here. So if I just give it as here, if I just give some work of 2, if I just calls again some work of 2 function, it won't wait for 2 seconds. It will only wait for 3 seconds. So if I just run again 2, so now some work is running again. So again if I just tell then calling again, now if I just enter any input, now it is waiting for 1, 2 and 3. You can see it is just waiting for 3 seconds and called is again. That means the latest value, whatever the latest value you are been passing, that will be stored inside the LRU cache. So once it is called above, it is not waiting for again. This particular function is not getting run. This particular function is getting run. You can see if I just tell print skip to value, skipping second, skipping the value 2. If I just tell skipping the value 2, so once I give the input, it won't wait for 2 seconds. It will directly print because the two, whatever the steps, the max size value is been there 2. So sorry, 1 I have defined. So 1 value I have stored. It doesn't wait again for some work of 2 seconds. Directly it will print this one skip. Okay, then it will wait for 3 seconds. Then it will function will get called. You can see if I run the function, now the some function is getting run. So it is waiting for 3 seconds. Again it is waiting for 2 seconds. Now it is telling me done calling again. Now if I now I have given as an input. Now if I just give some input, as soon as I enter, you can see I will be getting a value skipping the value 2. You can see I am getting skipping the value 2. So after 3 seconds, the call function is running it. Understood? Understood this one, Tejaswini? So it means the latest value whichever I am passing, that will be get stored. So here so here in the above example, I was giving the latest value like 888, everything it was getting stored. So it was not getting a delay. Okay, with this small example, you can understand easily here. Okay, fine. So then this is about the function caching. If you want to try with any different example, give the another values, so you'll understand properly. So then, so after this particular function caching, so next what is the topic I say is try and except condition. Let's see how to handle the try and except condition. So before that, we'll see how to handle the coroutines. Okay, we'll see how what is coroutines and how that will work. So little tricky, that is a little complicated of coroutines. So I'll try to explain you. So I'll just tell coroutines. Coroutines.py. So it is a concept in Python, coroutines.py file. So I'll just cancel this particular terminal here. So here what I want to do here is, so here I'll be use a concept of yield function. So yesterday I said you how the generator works. So we'll see how to do this one. So what is the thing is there inside this particular coroutines. So coroutine is something like I'll define one some values. I'll define one function. So once I run the particular function, some piece of code it should run only at a starting time. So again, if I try again, whenever the function is getting called, that particular piece of code it should skip, and after the particular piece of code it should start using the particular code, and it should just start execution. So let's see with example. So here I'll just tell I'll just tell one def example as I will just tell YouTube. So YouTube search. So I'll just give it as example as YouTube search. So I want to search for I want to create a function name that is a YouTube search. So what it will do means I'll just import the time module here. I'll just tell import the time module. So in this particular time module, what I want here is I'll just give the channel name. I'll just give my channel name is equal to, so I can just tell, I'll just tell channel name as welcome to my, just tell okay, channel. So I'll just tell welcome to my channel. So something I have given here. So I'll just mention it the caps itself. So this is a variable name, just I am passing the variable name. So once it is print, I want to print my channel name. So I want to print the channel name. So after printing the channel name, I want to give the delay time.sleep. I want to give the delay of 5 seconds. So I want to give the delay of 5 seconds. So after the delay of 5 seconds, I want to use a while function. I want to use a while infinite loop. So I want to use a while true. That means while the function is true, so this particular while statement will get start execution. So now what I want to do here is, so suppose I want to yield some, I want to use a yield function. I want to yield some values from this particular variable, that is channel. So what I'll do here is, so I'll just tell, so whatever the text I want to yield it, so I'll just tell, I'll just use a yield function here, yield. So when I use like this, that means it treats the particular function as coroutines. So it will treat the particular function as coroutines whenever I use such kind of yield keyword inside my function. So here I'll just tell if the particular text is in the channel, if the text in the particular channel name, if the particular text is in the channel name, so I'll just tell print, I'll just tell what I can do, text is in the channel. So text is present. So let's tell text is present. I'll just print this text is present. So the particular value I'll pass from this particular, whenever I call the function, from there I'll just call the value. By using our automatically yield function will automatically take the text from that particular whenever I call the function, and it will check for this particular condition. So when this is there, this should work. Else what I need to do? So else I'll just print the particular text is, so let's tell text is absent, something I'll just tell. Okay, so text is present and text is absent, is not there in the sense. So this I'll just do now. So now I want to call the coroutine now. So now I want to call this function by the help of coroutine. So this is a simple function where I have given is the, and I have used a yield function. So yield is used to generate the values on the fly. So that is it's use a concept of generator and generate the values on the fly. When it is getting called, then only it will look onto the channel and it will just look into the whether it is present or not, it will check. So if I just tell sercs, whatever the search I want to do now, I want to do the search. I will just give the variable name as search. So for which I want to do for the YouTube search. Okay, I will call the function for the YouTube search now. So now I'll just tell print, I'll just use some, I'll just tell my search is getting started. My search is getting started. So I'm just giving this my search is getting started inside the print statement. So then I will run the function now. So obviously, you know, whenever I want to call the yield function, yesterday I said you I want to use the next operator. So here I'll just show you. So I think in the yesterday's class session only I said you in the day 9. So you can see I need to call the next function to iterate the next value. First to iterate the value. So it is what the thing I need to do here also. So I'll just come back to the coroutines. So here directly I can just tell next function. So I can just tell any next of search. So when I give the next of search, so for which I need to give. So first I am calling the function and it is storing into a variable search. So this particular search I need to pass it over here. This particular search variable I need to pass it over here. So once I call this particular search, so now I want to run the function now. So now I want to run the function. So what I want to run the function? Suppose I want to run some. So see, if I just run this function, what will be the output? So you can see I am getting welcome. My search is getting started. Welcome to my ARK Pro Coder channel. And after delay of 5 seconds, the particular search is getting stopped. So I want to print. What I can say is I want to run again. I want to run. So I'll just tell done. So here I'll just tell done. So see, if I just run only this much, you can see it is just running the first statement. My search is getting started and it went to this particular YouTube search function. It started printing this particular statement, welcome to my channel. So after the delay of 5 seconds, it just printed done here. So that is what happening. You can see the search is getting started, welcome to this particular channel, and after the 5 second delay, the done is getting printed. Okay, this is what the till here this is what the thing is happening. So now what I want to do here is I want to check whether I want to run this particular function. Why I have added this while loop means to check whether whatever the text I am passing from this function, whether it is present means it should print if it's present it should tell yeah present. If it's not present it should tell it is not present. So now what I'll do here is print done is done, right? So after that what I want to do here is, so I want to tell again, I want to run one more method. I'll just tell next method run. So I'll just tell my next method run. So I'll just remove this done statement. I'll just use this one itself. The next method is running now. So what is the method now I need to tell? So I will just tell from this search, whichever the search is there, I want to pass again what? I want to pass the send. Now I want to pass the text now. So I want to pass the text to this particular yield function. Whenever I want to pass the text, I want to just use dot send here. So dot send is a method I can use. So here I want to check whether, so I want to pass this ARK Pro Coder. So the first search is I want to pass this particular ARK Pro Coder inside this search function. So once it is done, so again I want to do what? So I want to give the delay. So I want to give the delay. I'll just tell time dot sleep of 2 seconds. I want to give the delay of 2 seconds. So again I want to pass the search function. I want to just search dot search. So I want to give something like, if I just give my name which is not present, it will go into the else part and it will run. So then again I want to give the delay of 2 seconds, time dot sleep of 2 seconds. I want to give the delay of 2 seconds. So then again I want to pass something like I want to pass the channel. So I want to just pass the channel here. So I'll just tell search search dot send the particular channel. So sorry, so what is this is what I want to pass it, channel. So channel I want to pass. Then I want to give the time dot sleep function. I want to give it as a 2 second. So once it is done, so what I want to do means, so let's see, let's try and see what will happen here. So once I run this again, when I run this particular function, whether again I'll run this only one time this particular function will run, or whenever I call the particular search.send function, whether it will work again and again or whether it will skip. Let's see now. So I'll just close this one. So let's see, I'll just stop the server. Now see whether it will work or not. Let's see. So if I run the program, you can see it is telling me the search is getting started. Welcome to my ARK Pro Coder channel. So you can see after running, it is telling text is present, ARK is present, and text is Anis is not present. It is telling Anis is absent. Again channel, so text is present. That means once after this particular second, I'll just give the delay of a few seconds over here. So once I'll give the delay here. I'll just tell time dot sleep of, I'll just give 15 seconds. So I want to give the delay of 15 seconds. So first the delay is taking the delay is taking as a time dot sleep 5 seconds. It is taking a delay here. So once this particular functions run, so once the search.send function runs, again it doesn't run this particular function. It is not running this function. Only starting itself it will run. So after that, I am just using a search.send function. That means I am yielding a value. That means it will just come here. So once the channel is run, the while it will become true. That means the particular condition will become true after running a first time. Then only the while condition will run. Only this particular condition will run. So when I tell search.send ARK Pro Coder, it doesn't go to here. It doesn't go to here. Only at one time it will run. It will just yield the value from this particular search.send function, and the value will be passed to text. It will just check this condition. If it's present, it will tell text is present. If the text is not present, it will tell the print text is absent. So it is what it is telling. You can see the my search is getting started. First it is taking a 5-second delay. Okay, first it is taking the 5-second delay. So done that is. So you can see now it is telling me print next method is run. Now it is waiting for 15 seconds. So you can see exactly after 15 seconds. So after exactly the 15 seconds, you can see ARK Pro Coder will get passed. So once it is get passed, it is telling me it is present. So now it is not taking a 5-second delay. It is just taking a 2-second delay here. Okay. So it is what I wanted to say here. So only 2-second delay because it is taking, I have passed over here. So now it is not taking a 5-second time delay because it is already done only at a starting time. Suppose I am riding a bike. So only one time I'll just start the bike. So wherever I get a humps, I'll just slow down my bike. Again, I will go back. So again and again, I don't start my bike. So it is something like it is a starter of your function. So once it is started, again it doesn't work. So whatever the function you are passing again, so inside a while, so that will just start running it. Okay. So this is what this coroutines concept is saying us. Okay. Got this one understood? Okay. See. So suppose what I want to do now. Suppose I want to run this YouTube search function. Okay. See, I want to run this particular function, that is YouTube search, and whatever the text is written, I want to run only a single time. I don't want to run again and again. Okay. Whenever I getting called. Okay. So at a starting time, I want to run, obviously first time I want to call. So once it is getting called, my while value become true only at a starting time. Okay. So suppose I want to validate with this particular text. What I'll do means I'll use a coroutine concept. So I don't want to run this again and again. After running this, I don't want to run again and again. So just I want to check whether the text is present or not from this particular variable, whatever I'm passing it here. Okay. So it is what the thing is doing. So now first I am calling a coroutine search is equal to YouTube search. So this function is getting called now. Okay. So now I am telling my print statement I have given, my search is getting started. Okay. This will print normally. So when I run this next method, when I run this particular next method, for this particular search function, that means I'm calling the coroutine now. Okay. So that means it will just call this particular search function. What it will do, it will just print. So here I have given a channel is equal to welcome to my ARK Pro Coder channel. It will just print whatever the text is there. Okay. So there is no delay until here. There is no delay. Okay. First it will print this function. Then as soon as I call this next search function, it will directly print the particular welcome to my ARK Pro Coder channel because I have given over here. So then what it will do, it will wait for 5 seconds. Okay. Once the 5 seconds done, this function is completed. Next dot search is completed. I called my coroutine one time. Now once I call this particular function, now my value will become true. Okay. So the function is returning true now. So then I am printing. Now I want to call for the next method run. Now it will directly after this method, it will print for it will print this statement, next method is running. I'll just tell next method is running now. Okay, so here I want to give the delay of something like, I want to give the delay of 9 seconds, you guess it, 9 seconds I want to give the delay. So after the 9 seconds, so by using the same coroutine function, I'm just sending a parameter, that is arg. Okay, so once I start, once this particular 20-second line start executed, it doesn't go for here. Okay, it won't go here, it doesn't care about this one. It will check only after the condition, true condition. So whatever the value I am passing it here, the particular value is getting yielded. So yield is a function that generates the value on the fly. That is what the yesterday I have said. So channel is there. So from this channel, it is directly yielding the value. So it is just directly ARK procoder is getting sent to this particular channel. So ARK procoder will yield from this particular channel, whatever the variable is there. So value will get passed. Now I am checking whether the particular value ARK procoder which I am passing, ARK procoder is passed over here, is yielded and it is present inside the text field now. So that particular text in channel, whether it is there inside my channel or not. If it's there, it will just print text is present. Okay, so it is what the thing will print. Again, I am just giving a delay of 2 seconds. So again, I am just directly passing search.send. Again, I am just passing a name which is not present inside the channel. Okay, so again that value will get over here. So again, it doesn't wait for 5-second delay. Again, it is not printing this. Again, this particular statement is not getting executed. Only a single time when you are calling a coroutine, only at that time it will start printing. Only at that time it will print and it makes the value to true. That means whenever I am calling a next function, then only this first time it will work. Okay, so once it is done, so again it won't go to that. So when I call search.send, when I'm passing a parameter, it doesn't care about this one, it will just care about this one. It will just yield the value and it will check the condition. If it's present, it will just print present. If it's not present, it will just text is absent. So till here it will go. So if I just tell again, so if I want to close means, so just see again one more is there, I can close also the coroutine, I can stop. So see, same thing is happening. First the to statement is getting printed and it is waiting for 5-second delay. Then it is just telling next method is getting run. You can see now it is waiting for 9-second delay. Okay, this particular function is getting work. So when the search.send function, you can see ARK procoder is getting passed, text is present. As soon as 2 seconds, it is getting passed. As soon as 2 seconds, it is getting passed. Okay, so okay, that is what happening here. Okay, it is not waiting again for 5 seconds. Okay, so this is again I can yeah.
So want to run one function and like for again
Yeah.
there will be different function.
Yeah.
Then you use this.
Yeah, that's we can use. That's something like if I want to, suppose I want to display title. First at a time when I am calling a function, only at that time I want to run this one. Again, I don't want to run again and again. So that is what like stopping delay. I don't want to run again. Like only if you want to use something at only one time, at that time you can use this one. Okay. So this is what the concept. Again, I can close also. I can just tell search. I think the search dot close is there. Yeah, I can close the coroutine also. So once I start close the coroutine, then I cannot search this one. Same thing, I cannot search. You can see once I close this one, I cannot tell search dot send. Again, I cannot send this channel name. When it is open, then only this particular condition will be true. Then only it will got search. So if it's closed, once I close the particular YouTube function, then if I just tell search dot send channel, if I am just passing the parameter to yield it doesn't work. So see, if I just run this channel after 2 seconds, it will just close. Then I will get a error. Stop iteration error I will be getting, I think. So see, if after next method is getting run, so text is present. After 2 seconds, text is absent. After 2 seconds, text is present. After 2 seconds, I am getting stop iteration error. That means I have closed. It is telling me you have closed the channel. I don't know what to send to this particular search. Okay, that is what the coroutines says. So then, so this is about the coroutines. Venkatesh is there. Okay, and I understood Venkatesh. So this is about the what coroutine. So next we'll see how to use a try and except condition. Like we'll see how else will be used in the try and except and finally condition. So let's mention one more Python file name as try except finally else dot py. Okay, I'm just mentioning this particular file. So here it will be a try except final and condition. So what this particular thing will do here is So first I'll just tell, so if I just have something condition, it will just, I'll just use a pass condition. So what it does, so I'll just put it into the comment line here. So I can just tell here itself, it will just tell whenever this particular condition done, so what it will do, it will just run the code. Okay, it will just run the particular code. So when this particular try and conditions run, so if there is a except condition, except exception as E, so I'm just passing when this particular try block doesn't work, it just go into the except condition. So at that time what it will do, so it will just tell again I'll just give a pass condition here. So here I'll just mention some code like execute this block when try block fails. So when the try doesn't work, this particular blocks will run. So again one more what is the, I said else. So if I just tell else, so we'll see with example also. So here also else I'll just give a pass statement, so I don't want to get error. So what it will do, so what does it does means no exception will run. If the no exception, this if there is a no exception, that means try block is executed. Then if it's executed, it not go to the except condition, it not go to the except condition, it will go to the else part. So when there is a no except condition, then else condition will also get executed. I'll just tell executes when try blocks has no errors. So that means the try blocks will run when it is not having any errors, and except block is not used. That means it will work only, else condition will work only in this particular, whenever I use this condition, when try block will execute. When this particular try block execute, it not go to the except condition obviously, then it will go to the else condition also. After try, it will go to the else block also. If you have anything to display, we can display in the else condition when the except doesn't work. So now one more we have what I said, finally, right? Yeah, finally. So instead of finally, I'll just give a pass here. So what it will do, so it will do whether it don't care about anyone, it don't care about try, it doesn't care about the exception, it doesn't care about the else. So whatever you do, your wish it is telling me. So finally means it is the word is only telling finally. That means I want at any cost, this particular block should get executed. I'll just tell at any cost this block will get executed. This block will get executed. So at any cost, this particular block will get executed. So this is what the syntax of the try, except, else, and finally along we can just choose it. So let's see with the example. So what I can give example means, so I can just tell like if I want to divide some of the values now. So what I want to do, so I want to just use a function def. So I want to use a def divide function. So I want to divide. So I'll just use a divide function. Here I will just pass some values a comma b. I want to just pass a comma b value. So once I pass, I want to use this condition. I'll just use a try condition. So I'll just tell print. So I'll just tell f string. I'll just tell use. I'll just tell f string. I'll just tell division of a comma b. Division of a comma b is, so I can just tell something like so I'll just open the braces. So I can just use like this. I should not use like that. So actually I need to use like this, a comma a divided by b. So whatever the value I'm getting it, I'm just passing a divided by b. So that means if it's work means it will work, or else what it will do, it will go to the except condition. So except condition, I can just tell exception as e. Exception as e. So when I have a error, so simply I want to print the error. So I want to just print the e. That means I want to print the what is the exception it is handled. So now then again, so what I can do, so I said about the else. So else I'll just use, so I'll just tell print, I'll just tell exception has occurred. Sorry, exception has not occurred. That then only this particular else condition will work. If there is exception handled, this particular it won't go to the else part. So again I'll just tell finally. So finally means whatever you write it should work. It will, whatever happen above, it doesn't care. I'll just tell I will execute at any cost. So I want to print something like that, at any cost. So it means it will just run this particular finally accept condition, like whether it goes to the try block, whether it's go to the else block, like if it's handled or not handled. Like if try blocks also works, it will work, this particular finally block will get executed. If the exception block executed, then also this particular block will get executed. So simply I'll just start with the, so let's call the function now. So let's tell divide function. Divide, I want to divide it 1 divided 1 comma, so I want to divide it a divided by b, right? So I'll give the large number 10 divided by 2. So once I run this particular program, so you can see what is the error, what is the I am getting. It is telling me division of 10 comma 2 is 5 divided by 6. That means the try block is executed. It not went to accept condition. Okay, it is not went to the accept condition. Then as it is not went to the accept condition, it is printing me exception has not occurred. So I said to you, when this particular block executes, else statement doesn't work. So as it is not executed in this accept condition, the print statement is getting executed. Its exception has not occurred. So again, finally, obviously this particular function will work. So it is just printing like this. Same way if I want to print again. So if I want to do some division error, so I'll just tell 0 divided by 0. Or else I'll just tell 10 divided by 0, 10 comma 0. That means exception will handle. So see, if I run this program, you can see it is telling me exception is not occurred. So this is for first I'll just remove, I'll just comment this one. Now I'll just delete this one. Now I'll just run the program. Now you can see division by 0. That means the what is the error it is coming? It is not going to the try block because it is not handled by our this one. So it is telling me it is a division error. That is division by 0. The exception is throwing on division by 0. As the exception is getting thrown, it is not going to the else block. That means you can see else has not occurred. I am not getting printed over here, but the finally block is getting executed. Understood? So this is how the try except else finally will work.
Is it mandatory to mention finally?
No, not mandatory. If I just remove this one, doesn't matter. So if I run this one, you can see like this. So just I am telling something you have in the program that you need to run at any cost. So at that time you can just mention the finally block and you can just print it over there. Like that.
What about else?
Else also it is not mandatory. Even if I just remove also, doesn't matter.
So it is
Similar to the finally, like I can see, like, but not similar to the finally. Well, when I want to use I'll use else means suppose some exception is getting handled. Okay, so when some exception is not getting handled, at that time I can use the else statement and whatever I want I can print. If exception handles, it won't go to the else part. Okay, that is what the syntax is there. So this is about the try and accept condition. And even we have one more, I can just use like this also. Even this is one stuff. Even I can handle directly the what is the error. So I can just tell directly the error name as so what I can tell in the else condition or except. Okay, here I'll just give it. So here only I'll just comment this. So I want to give the code. So just put slash. So I'll just tell except exception. So here I'm accept exception I'm giving. No, directly without giving this one, directly I can say what is the error in this one. So obviously this is a 0 division error. So I can directly give it is a 0 division error. So same thing I can just pass it as E. So if I just run this command, you can see it is telling me division by 0 error. Okay, even you can directly pass what is the type of error. We have a number of error names. I'll tell you in the next coming classes also. Like 0 division error I have said. So we have IO error and we have end of EOF error. So when that particular error is like if any related to the files related errors, that will be the end of file errors or input IO errors. So that time the IO errors will have. So if you are just giving it directly the exception, if you are directly giving the exceptions, automatically our Python program only will say what is the type of error, whether it is a IO error, whether it is a 0 division error or any of the error that we'll use. So basically we'll use that is like exception only we'll use because who will remember all these errors and set. So directly our Python program will only calculate what is the type of error and it will just print as an exception. Okay, if you don't want to print directly, if you don't want to print the error, you can directly use a pass function here. So like in the doing a sign up page I have used without printing error, directly I have passed it. So if I run the error, you can see it is just printing I will execute at any cost. It is not because error is getting handled, but I don't want to print the error, so simply I'm using a pass function. Pass is getting used over here also. So this is how I can use it. So just save. So this is about the try and accept condition. So next, so after this one, let's see about the what is the next concept. Let's see about the request. So what is the request will do. So how I can use a request stuffs over here. So coroutines instance. So I'll just mention the Python file name as request.py. So I'm just using a appending SSS because I don't want to get it. So if I have some API key, suppose I want to get some values from the Google. Suppose if I want to get some value, so I need to have it, like suppose I want to get a API key values by using a get request or like that. So if I just tell financial modeling prep. So here this is a financial. If I want to have a API key of this one, so let's see whether I can get a API keys of this one. Okay, you can see I have this is some website where if I just click onto the API, so where I cannot get the APIs, so if I just click onto API home documentation, so you can see I am having a API keys over here. So you can see this is all the free API keys. Okay, so these are all the API keys. So if I just open this particular, if I just copy this one and if I just open with this stuff, so you can see I'm getting a API keys over here. Okay, some text is there inside a JSON format. So we call it as a JSON data. Okay, so I'll tell you about the JSON data in the coming classes. What is the JSON will do. So basically when we work with the JavaScript, everything is based upon the JSON file. So it is all based upon the API keys. So this is a key. So suppose I want to get this particular values inside my this one by using a coding by using a Python. I want to get all the values from here. So I can get the data. So this is a particular free API key. If I just copy this API key, now I come back here. First I need to import the module. So what is the module name? So the import request. So requ request. So in the Django I'll be using request as a self argument. That means with the same site I want to get the data, whether it might be a get data, whether it might be a post data, let it be anything. So by using a request I can get the particular current what is the URL of that one. So here I'll just import the first request modules. So then I'll just tell my, like if I just tell r is equal to something, I can just tell request. So here I'll just tell request dot. So I can use a get request here. So I want to get all the data from that one. So I can just use a request dot get data. So here it is, see, it is giving the parameter, it is URL, you need to pass it. Suppose if I want to just pass the URL over here, I'll just pass the URL. So that is a URL is nothing but this particular URL. So once I pass this particular URL, so then what I want to do here is I will just tell print r. Let's see what will get printed. If I run this particular function, you can see the function is getting run. You can see I'm getting a response of 200. So what is 200? 200 is a status code. That means this particular URL is present. So I'm giving you the response 200. That means status is okay. So it is what I can just print. Now if I want to get the data, so what I can tell print. So print r.txt. I want to get all the text data from the file. So if I need to tell r.txt file. If I run this program, you can see all the data from here. It is I'm getting it. You can see all the data I'm getting from that particular URL. You can see I'm getting a symbol, everything of the stuff. So what I am getting, so you can see this is all I am getting it. Okay, this is what all the values I am getting because this is a text, it is in the form of a text. So I am getting all the text data from the particular URL. So this is how by using a request module I can get the data. So basically request will be used in the Beautiful Soap. If you are going with the Selenium testing purpose, like that is a completely different thing. Like Beautiful Soap we have, and we have Selenium. So where we use a scraping. So if I want to use a scraping, so I want to scrape the data from any of the websites like that. So at that time I can use a Selenium or a Beautiful Soap. At that time the request modules will be used, okay, to scrape any data. So at that time the such modules will get used. Suppose if I want to print the status code also, if I have r.status code, I can just tell status code, print the status code of it. So obviously I will be getting a status code of 200. So you can see I am getting a status code of 200. It means everything is fine. So if I want to have one more thing, I can just print the headers also, r.headers. So r.he headers. If I want to get all the headers of the particular text data, so you can see all the headers I am getting it. So I am getting all the headers. What is the server it is using? It is using Nginx Ubuntu server, and what is the time, what is the date, content, application is a JSON file, and it is encoded into the UTF-8 coding, and all the chunk value connection. So along with that everything I am getting, all the headers part I am getting it. So it's all I can get by using this particular headers functions. So this is how I can just all the stuff. So if I just see the URL, what is the URL? r.url. So when I have this one also URL, so you can see what is the URL I'm just getting printed. So this is in this particular URL I'm getting this one. So basically this is how we can use a request modules, but basically this will be used in the Beautiful Soup and Selenium for the testing part. Suppose I have a website. Suppose I want to scrape a Google map. Actually my final year project I am doing this only. So what is the final year my project is, suppose I want to scrape a data. So I want to scrap all the data of this particular maps. So I have a map data here. Suppose if I just enter my college name, Sri Venkateshwara College. So if I just open a Sri Venkateshwara College of Engineering, if I just open this one, so this is a particular data. So now I want to scrap this particular Google Maps data. So by using a Python only I want to use. So here I want to scrap all the data, like what is the reviews, what is the total rating, what is the college name, what is the address, what is this one, and website, phone number, everything I want to scrap it. So I want to right click. So I will just use a scraping tool. So but I am using a Selenium. So there I will be using a URL. So there I need to pass a URL. For that time I need to pass this particular URL. So what is the URL I want to pass? By accessing this particular URL to scrape it, so I'll be scraping with the particular class names here. So the Selenium is a particular module, so that is used to scrape by using a class name. Suppose if I want to scrap this name, Sri Venkateshwara College of Engineering, so you can see it is coming here. So what is the class name of here is, so this will be the class name of this particular text. So what is the class name here? It is not showing the class name, but here it is there. So you can see this will be the class name, the x3, axi, and all those stuff. So from this particular data, so by using this particular class name, I'll just use a class name .txt. So there it will runs the web drivers. It will just start. I'll use a web driver over there to Selenium, like according to the Selenium syntax we need to use it. But this is how so all this is request modules is basically I wanted to say we can use it for scraping a particular tool. So if I want to scrap this one, I can just pass this particular URL. Whichever URL you want, you can just pass it. So if I just pass this particular URL, I'll be getting that kind of that particular URL API keys. So if I run the tool, you can see I'm getting all the same data. So suppose if it's not there itself, if I just take Control D, comment, if I just tell something which is not there, if I just tell HTTPS, if I just tell robotica routine, okay, if I just run this particular function, you can see what I am getting here. But the website is there, but you can see I am getting all the this one, what I am getting, everything I am getting from the, I am getting a source code of it. That is just I am getting a source code of that particular this one. You can see title name, HTML file I am just getting. Response is 200. Obviously the site is present, but I am getting all the data of here. So what is this particular data? So if I just open Robotica website here, so if I just press Ctrl U, so this is all the HTML file I am getting wrapped to this one. It is just coming here like this. Okay, all the thing is getting like that, and status is 200, and it is hosted in the Ubuntu. You can see Apache 2.40, and this is all the stuff I can just use it. Okay, so if this is not present, it doesn't go. If I just tell something which is not there itself, if I run the program, I'll be getting error here. So you can see I'm getting error, that is the particular host is not available. Such kind of errors I will be displaying. Okay, understood? So this is what the request modules will do. So just to scrape the particular value from the sites like that. Okay, so then this is about the thing. So in the next class we'll see another less topics, like still what are the topics, like I need to teach you about the regressions and exceptions, little exception handlings, and we'll see about the pickles modules, like what the pickles modules will do, and along with that what are the raising, how to raise a particular error, and we'll see how the JSON files, about the JSON files, like JSON is nothing but JavaScript object notation. So how to convert the values with the JSON files using a Python. Then along with that we'll see how to create a modules and how to create a packages. So these are all the left out things. So recording is started. So we'll see about the what is the JSON files inside. So actually JSON is nothing but JSON. So we'll call it as a JavaScript object notation. JavaScript object notation. So suppose you can have a doubt, like JSON is similar to the dictionaries concepts, but some of the dictionaries concepts of the Python doesn't work in the particular JavaScript notation. Suppose if I have a dictionary, if I just tell A is a dictionary, so I'll just make a dictionary. So here I'll just make it as a name. So here I'll be having a name. So I'll just give my name over here. So then I'll just put a comma. So suppose I have a age. So here I'll just give it as a 23. Then I'll add one more key end value. Suppose if I want to add a language. So language. So language is Suppose I'll just give it as Python comma JS. So then I want to add one more. So I want to add one something. I'll just keep it like this. So if I just print it, so obviously it will be a, if I just print the particular dictionary, so you can see it will be a JavaScript dictionary. So sorry, it will be a normal Python dictionary. So the same output I'll be getting over here. So the name, age and languages, so like whatever the thing I have done. But same thing, if I just copy this same thing, so same thing, if I just copy this one, I'll just see in the JavaScript whether it is opening or not. So for the JavaScript console, I need to open Google. So I need to inspect it, and in the console, if I just try to try this one, so if I enter, so I can see I'm getting all the value. You can say I'm getting age, language, name, and I'm getting the prototype of this particular thing also. But some of the things are there that won't work with the JavaScript support. Suppose that is what something like, if I have something like, so I'll just add one more. If I just tell boolean value, so if I just tell boolean, so I'll just make it as false. So in the in the Python, we have a F as a capital letter. But same thing, if I just copy this same thing, and if I try to write it in the JavaScript now, so if I try to write this one, you can see I'm getting a error here. So what is the error I'm getting? It is telling me uncount false is not defined. So false is not defined because in the JavaScript we will be having a small letter, so F will be the small letter value. Same way, if I have a true over here, if I have a capital T, so you can see, sorry, if I have a capital T, so true, so T or U, it true. So if I just run this one, so if I just run this particular thing, even I am getting true is not defined, because in the JavaScript some of the objects will be in the form of a capital letter. So like that will be the thing. So if I just tell A is equal to, so with this particular value, so if I just give A is equal to this one, so I'll just remove this one now. So I'll just remove like this. So if I just tell console dot log, so I'll just print A. So I want to print something. So I want to print A of name. So I want to print A of name here. So if I want to print like this, so I can see I'm getting all the values. So even I can attribute the values from my console. So everything I can console, but some of the things are there, like suppose are true or false values, and some of the objects, it doesn't work with this particular thing. So but in the Python, now you can see I'm getting, if I just print now, so if I just try to print now, so you can see same value I'm getting printed over inside my Python also. But this thing is not working with the JavaScript. Everything is working, but boolean value is not working. For that one, we need to use what? I need to convert the particular JSON file. So I need to convert the JSON file. So I'll just tell converting the JSON file. So I'm just converting the JSON file. So where it will just convert the particular into a JSON format. So what I can do, so I'll just create one B is equal to, here I'll use a one JSON. So I'll just import the JSON first. So before using a JSON, I need to import the JSON. So import is JSON. So JSON is what? JavaScript object notation. It is a module. So where I'm importing the JSON module. So now I'll just use a dot. Now I'll just use a dump method. So here I'll just use a dumps method. So if I just use a dumps method, so I want to dump the particular A value to the particular JSON file. So now see if I try to print it now. So if I try to print, so sorry, I'll just delete this one. Now see if I try to print B value. If I try to print the B value, so now you can see if I run the program, you can see it is coming in this particular fashion. So but you can see if I try to print, what is the print the particular type of A. So if I try to print the what is the type of A, it is giving me the class dictionary. You can see everything is a class dictionary. That is a name, everything, whatever I have given in the form of a dictionary, same value I am getting as output. But it is class is what? It is a class dictionary. But same thing after converting into a JSON file, that is JSON.dump file. Now if I try to print B, now you can see the capital for the capital letter was F. So it has converted into the JSON file format. Now everything is converted in the form of a JSON file. That is, it is telling me boolean of false. So it is giving a small letter. F is getting small letter. So now what I can do? So if I just tell print, what is the type of it? Print the particular type of B. So you can see everything will be converted into the string. So now it is a dictionary. So before it was a dictionary and it is what type was getting dictionary, same value was getting printed. So after converting into a JSON file, so if I want to convert everything into a JSON format, I need to use a JSON.dump method. And here it will be, if I just try to print the particular B, so you can see it is printing into a JSON format, and the class is what? str. So this is how I can just use a dumps method, and I can just change all the things into a JSON format. Same way, if I use something like another thing, if I just use a JSON.loads method, So we have one more thing, the method that is loads. So now I want to use a, so what I'll do here is, so I'll just tell one more example. So I'll just take one more example. So that is example 2. So I'll just tell if I have any data. So for this particular data, I'll put it in the form of a particular list format. I'll just put it in the form of a in the dictionary format. Everything I'll just put it into the str now. So suppose I have a data in str format. That is, if I have something like variable 1, that is in the variable 1 I'll just store my name. So in the variable 1 I'll just store the name. So second I'll just put a variable 2. That means it is a string value. So what if the particular thing is in the form of a string? Suppose I want to convert. So suppose I want to convert into the JSON like in the normal format. So now it is everything in the form of a string. So see, it is not a dictionary. If I just print the particular data, and if I just try to print what is the type of data, so type type of data, so you can see I will be getting a type is class string, and along with that you can see whatever the data is there, it is I am getting in the same format. Suppose now I want to use a do. So I want parsing it now. So I'm just using a parsing. So I'm just telling parsed. So variable name is a parsed. So I want to parse the particular JSON data. I'll just use a loads method here. So JSON.loads method. So I'll just loads the particular data. So if I want to load this particular data, so once I just do the load, so if I just try to print print the particular parsed data, then if I try to print what is the type of it, print the particular type of parsed. So you can see what will be the output here. If I just run this program, you can see everything is getting converted into the dictionary. So that is what the JSON do. So I have shown you first how to print the dictionary format. Then I have shown you how to convert a dictionary file into a JSON file. So that is will be the class string itself. So again we have seen a normally whatever the thing is there, whatever the string value is there. So before it is a normal string, you can see it is just a normal string, and if I just type to print the type of a data, it is just a normal string. So again if I want to convert, so you can see it is in the dictionary format. Suppose I want, this is a string now. Suppose I want to get back into my normal form, that is in the form of a dictionary. So I'll just tell JSON.loads. If I just use this JSON.load method, so what it will be, the data will be getting converted into the parse. If I just see that, so after this I use a JSON.loads method, so everything will become in the form of a dictionary again. Okay, so this is how I can do the JSON formatting. Understood? So this is how the JSON will work. So converting into a JSON file, again converting back to the dictionary file. Just tell. So converting dictionary string format to normal dictionary object. Okay, so this is how I am doing it. Okay, so this is how we can do it. Suppose I am working with the JavaScript files. So after just dumping the particular value, so after just jumping the particular value into a JSON format, I can work with the JavaScript files also with this particular data which is I have been stored. Okay, so this is how we can do. Understood? Okay, so now this will be about the JSON. So I'll just cancel this one. So just save it. So in this this will be about the JSON format. So next we'll see how to do a picklings. So pickle is nothing but the pickle which we will it. So in this particular fashion it is there. So I'll just tell pickle.python file. So pickle.python file means, so I have shown you, we have done in the normal in the offline classes, we have seen how to read a files, and how to read in the write mode and read mode and all those things, but binary mode we have not seen. So what is the use of binary mode? I have said that there. So we'll see in the pickles like that. At that time I have said you. So now we'll see how to use a binary mode with this particular pickles module. So pickle is a module. So we can see. So what it means, it will do means it will use as a database secure. Without using, if you have a database, you can store the data in the database like no one else can be seen. So what I will do here is, by using a pickle module, so whatever the data is there, I'll just convert into a binary format and I'll store it into one pickles txt file, pickle.pkl file, so where I cannot read the data. Then again, if I want to read the data, so again I will just use a read binary mode, then I can read the data from the file. So that is what the pickle module does. So for that one, I need to use a import pickle. So import the pickle module. So once I have done no, so I'll just have, suppose I have some cars. Understand, I have some cars. So the car name is, I'll just give it as a Audi car I have. Then I have a BMW. So then what else, which is a car? Ferrari. So I don't know the spelling. Ferrari car I have. So any other car. So if I have a Suzuki, So I have a Suzuki car, then if I have a something like Toyota car. So I have this many cars inside my list. So what I want to do, I want to dump this all the data inside one file, inside that file, so where I cannot see the particular data. So what I'll do, so I'll just use a file concept. So I'll just tell file. So I'll just tell the file name should be my cars. So my cars.pkl. So the particular file's name I am just giving as a mycars.pkl file. So this should be the file name, so where all the values should get stored. So again, what I need to do, so I'll just tell one more. So I'll just tell create a object. Now I'll just tell file obj. So the file object, just create the object. So I'll just tell open a particular file. So what here I want to open this particular mycars.pkl file. So I'll just copy this file name at the first position. Then what I'll do, I want to open this particular file into the read binary mode. So I want to open the particular file inside where write binary mode. So where the mycar.pkl file is not there here. Okay, you can see it is not there anywhere. So though what it does means automatically it will create one mycars.pkl file, and that particular file it will open in the write binary mode. So once it is you open in the write binary mode, so I'll just tell pickle, I'll use a concept of pickle dot dump. I'll use a pickles dot dump. So JSON will use with the load dumps. Here pickle will use the concept of dump dump. So once I have done, so I want to dump what? So you can see it is asking me, you can object any object. So I want to dump what? File obj. So whatever the file I have opened into a read binary mode, so I want to dump this particular into a file object. So what I want to dump, so whatever the cars values are there, I want to dump it that one. So I'll just tell, so file I am reading, so file is a read binary mode. So then I need to tell, so I need to tell car as a first argument I need to pass. So what I'm saying, so whatever the values are there inside the car variable, that you dump it where, just you dump it inside the file that is which you have opened inside where write binary mode. So it will does this particular thing. So now what I'll do, I'll just close the file obj.close. So I'll just run this particular function. Now see, if I just save this one, if I run the file, you can see the hovering will happen here. If I just run this one, so you can see it has created a mycars.pkl file. So once I run this particular function, it got created the mycars.pkl function. You can see it is telling me the file is not displayed editor because the binary or users unsupported here. If I want to open it into any way, you can see I am getting in this particular fashion. So that means the particular text data has been dumped in the form of a binary. You can see it is, I cannot able to see this particular file properly. So what is been written, so I am getting a values, but I am not getting exactly how the thing is there. So everything is has been converted into what? Binary mode. So everything is converted into the binary mode. So once I store this value, so now if I want to read the particular value, now I want to read the value, so whatever has been stored inside this mypkl, so which I cannot see the particular thing inside the normal fashion. So I'll just comment out this line. So now I'll just comment it. So now, so I'll just tell here I'll just put a comment. I'll just tell writing. So I'll just writing writing the values inside a pkl file that is in binary mode. So this is all the thing. So here I want to do what? Next thing, I want to read the value. Read the values from pkl file. Okay, now I want to read the values from the pkl file. So normally what I'll do, so first I'll tell what is the file name. So the file name is what mine. So the file name is mycars. So 1 2 3. So mycars.pkl file. So now I'll just open the particular file. So I'll just tell my file object is equal to open. So I'll just use the open file. So I want to open the particular file which I have that is mypkl in the what? Inside my read binary mode. So before you can see it was a write binary mode WB, now it is a read binary mode. So once I have used a read binary mode, now I want to read all the values whatever stored inside that one. So I'll just tell mycars is equal to, so I'll just tell pickles dot, so now I use a load function. So I'll just use a load function. Okay, only just load I need to use. So pkl dot load. So loads was in the JSON file. Here I am just using a load function. So here I'll just tell, so whatever the file object are there, I want to load it. So once I load the particular thing, I want to just print all the mycars from the particular file. Then I'll just close the file. So if I type what is the print, along with that type also it will print it. So same how it will extract means So whatever the table fits the list, it will extract the values of all the list, and if it's there in the dictionary format, it will extract it. So if I just run this particular Python program, you can see I am getting all the values from this my pkl.list. So now you can see I'm not passing anything, just I'm reading the values from the mycars.pkl field. You can see Audi, BMW, Ferrari, Suzuki, Toyota, and it is the class str. So this is how I can just write the values from the pkl file using pkl model. Then even I can just, if I want to read the some values from the pkl file, I can just use this particular concept, then I can read the values. Understood, right? So these are all the very small topics and very interesting one. Okay, so this is about the pkl file. So we have seen the JSON files, and I have seen I have taught you about the how the pickle modules will be done. So these are all the things which I have left. So when I saw what are the things I have left, then I have taught you. So this is about the day 11. So let's make one more folder. So we'll see about the regression, the main thing. So let's make it as day 12 folder. So here I'll just teach you about the regressions. So what is the regular expression? So this is a very important topic. So regular expression. So regular expressions .py file. So this is a very important one. So regular expressions has been used mostly like if I suppose I have some string, so I want to get a pattern from that particular list. So from that particular string, I can easily get by using a help of a regular expression. Suppose you want to extract the emails from the particular dictionary, from particular notepad files. Suppose you want to extract only the numbers. Suppose you want to see what are the string what are the patterns are matching with your strings. So all this can be achieved by using what? This particular regular expression. To import the regular expression, I need to import what? I need to use a concept of import re. So if I just use a import re, that is a import the regular expression. So I'll just tell import the regular expression, that is a import re means I am importing the regular expression. So here now I need to have one string. So I'll just tell mystr. So I want to have some string now. So here I'll put this particular mystr inside this 3 pattern. Okay. So I want to add some of the things. So here it is a 3. So because I need to add some string. So I have a notepad file. So I'll just share you in the group also. This is a regression text. So where I'll just copy this particular data. So some data I have. So I have copied from the internet. So let's see what we'll deal with this particular data set. So we'll deal with this particular data. Okay. So we have this particular string now. So that is a mystr string we have. So here I have this one. So then I'll just explain you what all the things can be done with the regular expression. So I'll just here. Okay, we'll see this one. So here to here. So let's copy this one. So here I'll just tell. So let's create one more Python file. I'll just tell what I can find information. I'll just tell info.py file. So where I'll be giving you the information. So this will be the information of the regular file. So what it will be there. So I'll just tell rename it to .json file or something. So that I cannot. So if I just tell JSON, if I just tell info.js. Okay, so now it is getting, okay, now the errors is gone. So I'll just save it. Okay. Okay, so now I'll just keep like this as it is. So see what all the things it will do here means. So what the things it will do. So it will just so if I want to save means it is just going into the new line. Okay, it is just doing everything. So I don't want to happen this one. So if I just press Ctrl Z, let it be like this. So now see what it does means. So later I'll just change it to the JSON file. So you see what are the things are there inside my regular expression. What are the things I have in the regular expressions. So what will be, first I'll explain you what all the things it will do. Then we'll see with the example. So what here is so we have a /a. So what if I use a /a as a matter to match the particular pattern, the resultant is match if the input characters are at the beginning of the string. That means, so if you want to match with the, suppose you want to search whether the DHE is there or something, if you want to find a name that is ROHAN Rohan, whether it is starting in the beginning or not. So if at that time you can just use a /a concept. So again, so we have a /b. So the resultant is matched whether the input character are at the beginning or end of the word. So suppose whatever the pattern you are matching it should present in the beginning, either it can be present at the end of the particular string. And the two things is there, at that time you can just use the /b concept. So So we'll see what is with example also. So we'll see /t, the resultant if match if the contain any digits. Suppose you want to, so rather than giving 0 to 9 as a pattern, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 numbers. So if you want to find any digits from the particular string, directly if you want to see, if you give the pattern that is a /d, so if you give the pattern as a /d, the particular resultant will get matched. Okay, that is the use of /d. That means digit. D is nothing but a digits. And what is the /s? /s is a space character. So like if you want to skip any of the space characters, suppose you want to match something, like you have a something like we have matches any string. So if there is a space, automatically our /s will detect the particular spaces. So that is what it's telling. The resultant is match if the string contains a white spaces. That means any spaces are contained in your string, automatically our /s will get detected. And there are the many multi-character with the RE regulation model with their own working as a following. So these are the built-in features. These are the special one, very special, you need to use when you want to use it. So but the main thing is the thing that is this one. So what dot will do? So dot is it matches any single or except the new line. Except new line characters, it will just match with a dot operator. Dot means it matches any single character. That means only a single character it will just match. Whether if it's there, suppose you want to match with the s, whether s is present or not, you can use just a dot operator. So we'll see with examples how. So we'll see dollar. Dollar is a anchored match at the end of the string. Suppose your particular string ends with India. Suppose you have a string, in that particular string there is a India is a last word. If you want to match whether the string is ending with the particular India, so just you can use a India dollar while matching it. So at that time it will predict whether it is ending with a particular word or not. Same way we have a star. Star means more or zero or more occurrence. That means with repetition, with the more repetition. Like suppose you are checking for the I. So wherever I is present, with along with that I plus I. And so any number of I can be there. So at that time you can just use a star operator. So along with that we have a plus operator. That means it matches with one or more repetition. Like suppose I want to match AI. So suppose I want to match only the pattern AI. So then along with that, if I want to have a number of I also, I can match it. At that time I can use a plus operator. That means like suppose I want to in a string, I want to match with the AI. So I can just match with the plus operator. We'll see all with the examples. And flower brackets. So flower brackets, you can see it is a explicit number specified of repetition. Suppose you want to match only TI. Suppose you are using a regular expression for this particular string repetition. So only you want to match TI. So at that time you can just pass the TI as it is TI. If you give TI star, so it will just match with this particular TI and TI. Okay, so this is how we can match with the regular expression very easily. And these flower brackets are used to specifies a class, specifies a character class. Like you need to have same type of thing. Suppose I want to match with the END, and it should be end with the END itself, either it should be start with the END itself, like any pattern. So like that it will be used. So these are all the very important characters we'll see now. So now same thing here, it is a dot is any character and starts with, and this is the particular power symbol that is used to starts with. And along with that I can have one more, that is a flower brackets. So that is a capture or a group. Suppose I want to enclose in a group format, I can just choose a flower with these particular things. Then this is a slash here returns if the any character beginning of the string, and this is we have seen above. So same thing whatever you have seen. /d is for the digits and s is for the space character, and capital S returns where it is not contain a waste character. It is opposite. D, capital small d is to check the digits present from 0 to 9. The capital D is what? If it doesn't contain. So W is what? Returns a match where the string contains any word character. And capital W is what? It doesn't return. If there is no word character, it will just return like that. So along with we have a Z also returns if the specified characters are matched at the string. So we'll see. And pipe operator. Pipe means whether this or that. So it is like a OR operator, whether this or that. So it is all about the regular expression. So we'll see with the example now. So this is about the theory part. So just for your understanding, I am just giving you the file. So that you can keep this as a reference. So now I'll just rename this particular JS to txt file. So or else the particular text will get this.txt. Okay, so this is the txt file. So I'll just give you the txt file. So now let's see about the regular expression. So like how I want to pattern. So suppose I want to extract the emails from here, and I want to just extract what are the numbers, and suppose I want to see whether the fax is present or not. So we'll see by using a regular expression. So it is very easy while using a regular expression. Same thing if you want to apply by using a for loop or like that, it will be very difficult like that. So now first I will just tell, so what are the matches I will get. So this one I will want to use a pat dot. So before pat I need to give one regular expression. Whether what is the regular expression? So first of all I want to have one pattern. So I'll just tell pat. So whatever the pattern is there. So I'll just tell re dot. So here I need to use re dot compile method to just check with the regular expression. Re dot compile. So always I need to use in the read mode. So or I need to use, that is a raw string. I need to use it, read it as a raw string. That means I don't want to allow the special sequence character. That means if there is a /n, if there is a /n over here, I want to read /n is also as a letter itself. I don't want to read without, like it is as a new line character. To escape that new line characters, we will be just using a r method. That is a what we called raw input. That is a raw input. So whatever the input I am just passing it, it will be a raw fashion. So here I'll just tell r fashion. So now I want to check whether this fas is there. Where is the particular fas? So I'll just copy this fas. Suppose I want to search this particular fas. So I'll just store the particular dictionary. So sorry, the particular word inside this regular expression. Then what I'll do here is I'll just match the particular patterns. So I'll just tell matches matches is equal to, so matches is equal to pat dot. So I want to just tell find iter. So I'll just iterate the particular value. So now I want to use a dot iter operator. So it should match what with the pattern. I want to iterate the particular value. So from where I need to iterate it. I need to iterate from this particular string. So the string name is mystr. So I'll just copy this mystr and I'll just pass it over here. That is a mystr. I'm just iterating it. So along with that, now what I'll do, I'll apply a for loop. So if I have any attribute, any n number of patterns, I want to return it. So I'll just tell for, so whatever the match in matches, so whatever the patterns I am matching it, I want to print the particular match, match. Okay, so I want to just print the particular match value. So if I run this particular program, you can see what all the things I'm getting. So I'm getting all the things, like I can see, I'll just delete this terminal again. I'll just try to print. So I can see it is telling me the regular expression is matching at the 448 to 452. That means it is just returning me the slicing number, like we have seen slicing. If I want to check what is the thing I am getting over here, I can just print the particular match also. So like it is telling me the regular expression matches, that is a span 488, that is a match. So that means what, I am returning the particular match. It is there, so I am just returning something if it's not there itself. If I try to search that one, so you can see I'm just returning normal thing. I am not matching anything. That means this particular value is not matching with the any of this particular string value. So for that particular purpose, I am not returning anything. Suppose I want to return this particular www.northamerica.com. So if I want to match with this particular thing, if so, like how many matches are there, I'll just get the output. You can see if I run this one, you can see it is getting matched. So I can see I am getting the match of this particular object. Where it is getting, where is the object is present? It is present at the 401th index, 400 the index, and it is ending at 426 index. So if you start counting from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so the n will be at the 401 index and it will end at the 426 index. So this is about the pattern matching, normal pattern. I'll just comment it so that I need to give you the code. So now again I'll just copy the same thing. Now I'll just match with the another, like I will match with the dot operator now. So now I want to match with dot. So we have seen, first we'll see with the dot. So I'll just tell dot, I'll just use a dot here. So I want to match with the dot. Suppose I want to match with dot. So if I want to match with the dot, what I can match www dot. So I just want to match with the dot www dot. I have a two www dot here. So if I just match with the www dot, so if I run the program, you can see I am getting the match of the www dot. That means I am occurring one or more. That is the thing it is telling. So I am just telling a dot www dot. That means you can see first it is matching with this one, the website www dot. At least where it is getting, I am getting a two matches. So this is the one match www dot, and the second match is, this is the particular second match I am getting from this particular string. It is returning the particular where is the slicing indexing number along with how many matches I am having. So that is up. So this pattern is going to over here. It is just iterating the value. Then I am applying a for loop to print all the iterations, like how many I am getting from the particular pattern. So that is what I am just running this thing. So this is how I can use a dot operator to match with a regular expression. So we have used a r So then I'll just comment this, I'll just duplicate this. Now I'll just comment the particular above line. So now I'll just uncomment this one. So now I want to see where is the starts with. I want to check whether the starts with. So I want to check with this data. So to starts with means, so what is the starts with, how I can use, what is the use of the starts with, you can see. So if I want to check with the starts with, I need to use this particular operator. It is a power symbol. So if I want to use this power symbol, I'll just use the power symbol. I want to check where is the data present. So if I run this one, you can see it is just returning the particular data, like it is just returning the particular object. It is telling me the particular data is starting, where is it, whether it is starting at the 0th index itself, and it is going till the 4, and the match data is present. Okay, it is just checking where is whether it is present from the starts with, whether it is starts with or not. Suppose I want to start with this particular email, so I can just do that also. So I'll just comment this one. So if I just tell starts with the email, so I'll get a 2. I can see I'm not getting any pattern over here. So why I'm not getting any pattern means, so it is, so I'm not getting any pattern. Where is it? So email, email. So I need to save this one. So if I run the particular program, you can see I'm not getting the pattern. Why I'm not getting the pattern? Because here are data. So TA data was getting coming from here. Okay, it is just checking for the starting one. Sorry, it is just checking at the starting position. I was saying this one, but actually it was saying for this one whether your string is starting from the particular string that is data or not. So if you want to check such kind of thing, you can just give it this particular data. If you are checking with this one, it doesn't return because your string is not getting started with the word that is email. But this email is present at here. So if I want to access this, I can just normally use a dot operator to access it. So this particular power symbol, that is all it is defines whether it is starts with or ends with. So now same with, I have the ends with also. So I'll just tell Control D, Control Z. So I want to check with the ends with. Suppose I want to check with the ends with whether the string is ending with the FASS or not. So at that time I need to use a dollar at the end. Okay, so if I just use a dollar at the end, it will return me the output. You can see it is telling me FASS is matching with your output. That means it is starting at the 458 line indexing slicing, and your regular expression is getting matched with this particular string that is FASS flash. So this is the use of a dollar symbol. Just it is used. Suppose if I have something value that is not ending, suppose if I just tell view. Okay, if I just tell the view, so you can see I'm not getting any output here. Why I'm not getting any output? Because the view is not getting ended with this particular thing. The FASS is working. So because of that, I am getting the output that is ends with symbol. So now, so one more thing, I want to check with the flower brackets. Now I want to check with the flower brackets. Suppose now I want to check with, so suppose what I can check here is the particular letter, anything if I take. Suppose I want to check with the any letter, like if I want to check with this particular AI, so I want to check with the AI pattern. So now I want to use this particular flower bracket. Now I want to check 2. So if I just give that 2, so you can see I'm not getting any of the output. Suppose if I just tell, so suppose if I want to have, so if I just tell what I can have, so I can just tell AI. So here only let's tell AI. So if I just tell something like this, so if I run the program, even though I'm not getting the particular AI of 2, so 1 second, so I'll just save this one. So I want to check with the what is the flower bracket used for. So the flower bracket is used for, what is the flower bracket is used for. So we have seen, 1 second, where is it? So here it is telling exactly the specified number of occurrence. So it is telling exactly the specified number of occurrence, and I want to check it. So exactly the specified number of occurrence means, suppose I want to check the particular email. So I want to just check with this particular email occurrence with 2. So if I run this one, you can see I'm not getting. If I just give the occurrence of one email, so you can see I'm just getting matching with the particular email. So it is mean it is checking exactly how many number of occurrence it is just checking. So if I just say email is present here also and email is present here also, so that is what it is telling me. Suppose if I have an email and email, suppose if I have an email and email, so if I run this one, you can see I am getting a occurrence, like how many occurrence of email are there. So if I just tell email means it is just checking the occurrence of it. If I just tell the 2 occurrence, so you can see it is not getting written. That means it is just checking only the how many occurrence of email are present inside the particular email. So this is what the occurrence will do here. Suppose if I have a AI, suppose I'll just check with the one more. I'll just cancel this one. I'll just put a comment here. So I'll just occurrence with the one character here. Suppose if I have, where is this particular string is this one. Fine. So now I want to check something like AI. So here where is the AI? So anything wherever I will just see the AI, I'll just check. So AI is here and AI is also here also. So what I'll just tell, I'll just remove this email. I'll just keep it as one time. So I don't want to change the original string. So I'll just tell here AI. So I'll just tell AI. So you can see it is just getting the match of here. So it is what the thing I'm just telling A of 2. That is AI I have given. So AI can be 1. So AI can be 1. So along with that, if you find anywhere A double I. So if I have something like here also, if I just tell AI, then I have AI. Then again if I have AI. So if I have something such kind of string, you can see it is returning all the match with exactly. So that is what it is telling, exactly the specified number of occurrence. That means the exact thing, only it should be A double I. Here and the A double I is over here also. A double I is here, it is here also, and even the A double I is here also. That means at least 2. Okay, minimum can be 1, but at least 2 it should be there. At least sorry, the 2 can be there. The minimum should be 2, and more how much it's there, I don't care about that one. So wherever that kind of emails, that wherever there that particular kind of the particular strings are been there, that will check. Okay, so if I have suppose AI, if I have only the AI, sorry, so if I have only AI here, so see if I have just a AI, it doesn't take AI because specified exactly number of 2. So you can see if I just run this one, it is not matching with the particular AI. Okay, it is not matching with this particular AI. So it is checking minimum should be 2 and more how much hour it can be, that can be there. So that is what the this particular exactly this particular flower bracket regressions will do. So again, I'll just cancel. So I'll just check again one more. So now I want to check with the particular I can use this particular flower bracket. Now I want to use this one. So this one. So now I want to check with this AI of 2. So if I run this one, so you can see I'm not getting anything. So that means the exactly of 2 patterns. So I'm not having any AI of 2 patterns. So I'm just not returning something like that. So where is it? So here it is there. So I need to give like this. So actually I need to, so I have missed with the syntax. I need to use a flower bracket over here. So then I want to check the particular set of AI. So how many set of AI is there? Sorry, AI. So if I run this one, so you can see it is not returning me anything. Why it is not returning me anything? So here AI of 2. So AI is here itself, and if I just tell AI one more set, so it is not returning me the anything. It is not returning anything. If I just tell AI of 1 pattern at least, so you can see it is returning the AI. Okay, so now what I have said means, so 1 I need to give. Why? Because why I have given in 1 means at least AI should be there. So AI should be there at least. So if I just tell A double I of 2, if I just tell A double I of 2, if I run this one, this particular string will not return anything, because A double I, you can see A double I is only 1, but it is not having any 2 exactly. But if I have something like this, if I want to check only 1, so if I run this particular program, you can see it is returning me the string, that is AI, at least A double I, at least it should be a 1, and the particular pattern set should be what? This particular set. It is what in the text it is telling. Wherever I use this particular, capture and group it. So I want to capture and group. So it means I want to capture and particular group it. Whatever the string is there, I want to capture it. That is A double I. Wherever there is A double I, and A double I want exact one. So that one I want to just print. You can see I am getting only 4. This is from here 1, 2, 3, 4, because only 4 thing I have. So that is what it is not taking this one. It is not taking AI because it is not having 2 double AI. So because it is telling 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see in the output I am getting all the 4 objects of with the span wherever it is there. So that is will be the doing of our this one. So I'll just comment out this particular pattern. So this will be our pattern. And one more, if I just see one more, the plus operator and star operator. So if I just tell AI star, so AI star. So if I run, you can see I am returning all the stars. What it is returning, wherever there have a pattern, everything it is returning. So you can see wherever I have a pattern it is returning, a pattern it is returning, everything it is returning. So you can see it is starting at the a. So I found a in the data, so it is returning at the a at the first index, 0 1th index I have a pattern. Again at the 0 1 2 third index I have a pattern. So along with the wherever there is a along with the a also it is getting printed, and wherever the ai is there, sorry, ai is also there, everything ai also is getting printed. You can see first it is printing all the object. You can see so many patterns I'm getting matched. A I'm getting pattern matched, everything I'm getting matched. So along with a as well as ai also. Okay, so it is what the star will do. So next whichever we forgot, we'll see. So now I want to check with the everything we have seen plus operator. So we need to check with the plus operator. What is the plus operator will do? So the plus operator is very simple. So whether it will check exactly ai I need to be have. So if I just tell ai plus, so if I try to run this one, you can see I am getting only ai. So at least ai should be there. Along with that, n number of ai can also be there. So you can see ai is also getting printed, ai is also getting printed. So how many ai also I have, that is also getting printed, ai everything. So it means at least ai should be there. Okay, ai which is appending with the ai so ai should be there. Along with that, how much thing whatever you have appended, that also you can be printed inside your pattern regular expression. So this was the ai will do. So this is what the plus operator will do. So now along with this, we'll see with one more the special sequence characters now. So we'll see about the special sequence now. sp special 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 sequence. So we'll see with the special sequence character now. So what I want to do, so the same thing, I need to give pattern is equal to re dot compile. So I need to compile. So I want to compile regular expression. Now I'll just give the fax. So I think the fax is present, obviously fax. I'll just tell /p. So what /p does, so you can see here /p, it returns the match where specified characters are at the beginning or at the end of the word. So it can be in the particular word line, it can be beginning, either it can be word of the particular line. So you can see the fax is there here. Fax is the beginning of the word. And if I try to run this one, if I try to run this particular fax string, so now you can see I'll just send this particular to up, and I'll just put a comment line. So now I want to check with this particular pattern fax. So if I try to run this one, you can see it is returning the object. It is telling me the fax is at the beginning of this particular line. Along with this, I have here also. So you can see the fax, I have fax is here also, and along this the fax is here also. It is returning the two faxes. So suppose I want to check with the 27. So where is suppose I want to check with the 27 number. So even I can check with the wherever the 27 number is there. So I can see if I want to check with that one, I'll just control D, control comment. So I want to check with the end. So I will just tell 27, and it should be where? It should be at the end. So if I try to run this one, you can see I'll be getting that particular pattern. So you can see I'm getting a pattern of 27. It is at the 136th line. That is nothing but in this particular string format at the 27th line. So sorry, where is the 27? So where is here itself I seen. So here it is just returning wherever it is there. Suppose I want to, suppose even if it's for the 27, suppose I want to change this number as 27. Suppose I want to change this number as a 27. Now you can see I will be returning two objects here. So you can see here I am returning a two particular object, because the particular two fax is 227 is ending at this particular two lines. So that is just returning that particular line. So along with digits, I want to check now. So I want to check the particular digit. So I want to check the particular digits, only the digits. So what I'll do here is, so I'll just comment this one. So I'll just comment the control slash. So I want to just check the digit. So I'll just check the digit. So I want to digit. So I want to check with the slash digit. So I want to just tell /t. If I just tell /t, if I try to run this one, so you can see I am returning all the objects of the number. So wherever there is a numbers inside the string, I am getting all the number. You can see I am getting a 1 match of the one number, and 8 match, 7 match, 8, 4. So these many matches I am getting for the numbers, like from the everything. Suppose I want to check only some particular pattern. To start with the 9, something like this. If I just tell one pattern, if I just control D. So I want to check with some particular digit pattern with a specified exactly. So let's tell exactly I want 5 here. Then from the 5, again I want to put a /d over here. So again I'll check exactly 4. Something I want. So exactly 5 numbers should be there and exactly 4 numbers should be there. Why I am giving means you can see. So it is a 22209 is a 5 digit, 1911 is a 4 digit number. So here you can see this is also one pattern is there, and any other pattern with the 5, you can see 7235 is a 5 digit number. Sorry, it is a 4. So I'll just change it to one more number 3, and I'll just add it 3 also here. So 5 digit exactly 4. So 1, 2 and 3. So along with that 3 I have. So 3 patterns I have in this particular digit. So let me see if I just try to run this program. So you can see I am getting a one object. It is a 22209-1911. So where is it? 2209. So you can see. So it is exactly so it is returning this particular 2209 exactly. It should be exactly. You can see here. So why it was not returning means because there was some other number pattern also over here. So because of that it was not returning. So suppose I have something like this. Suppose if I was having only this much, only this particular pattern. So only this particular pattern, if I have something. So if I run this one, you can see even that particular string would have get matched over here. So if I just save this one. So I'll just how many 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. Okay, I need to put this particular into a dash because exactly it should be in that particular fashion itself. So dash should be there. So you can see now it will be returning it. You can see it is returning this particular fashion. That means even this particular dash I have given forward. So it should return along with the particular dash. Dash should also present. Before I need to have 5 numbers and after that I need to have 4 numbers. So wherever you find that such kind of pattern, you need to return it. So it is what the particular find pattern is getting. That is what it is just checking it. So now, so we'll see this is the particular number. So this is how I can do it, play with the particular digits. So same patterns you can use the flower brackets over here and you can check. And you can just use whether it should start with the 9 number, and you can check whether the particular number is given perfectly or not. So that particular matches also fine. So now we'll see. So one more thing I need to let's see like particular email. Suppose I want to check the particular email, whether the particular emails is presenting or not. So for that one we'll see. So this will be about the regular expression. So I'll just save everything. So now one more I'll just open. So I'll just tell we'll solve an example on re.py. So I'm just solving the example on the regular expression. So I have written that particular example over here. Suppose I want to check the particular email collector. So I want to check whether all the email address I want to check it, collect it. So I'll just copy this one. So see now. So this is a very nice example for the regular expression. So see here. I have some. Let's remove this one, and I'll just remove this also. So what is the example? I'm importing a regular expression. So this is an email. So where I have this is on the Google one. So where it has some email addresses and some of the information. So you can add any information. So this is all the information which I have added from the Google. It is I have added in the notepad. So this is some txt file. So that is coming from the string. So now I want to check. So now I want to check all. I want to collect all the emails from this particular string. I want to collect all the emails from this particular mystr. Now I want to print it. So what will be the pattern for checking the string? So you can see this is a pattern which I'll be printing it. So what will be the pattern? This is the pattern which I will be printing it. So here re.findAll. So re.regular expression. I am just finding all the pattern. So I am just find all is one keyword. So where I am finding all the patterns where it should check and it should print all the email addresses from this particular mystr. So what I am saying here is, so just see what is the logic I have given here. So it is a very simple logic. So I am just passing the string from where I need to check it. So all the data will come here. Now I want to check the pattern. So I'm telling, I'm giving the particular list format here. So it should be one list and it should be one list and it should be one, like exactly. So what it is, what the thing it will tell. So what it will our this particular a set of character. It should be between the set of character like that. So here I'm telling take the values from A to Z, take everything from A to Z, and it should be a small letter, even it can be a capital letter. So first this is A to Z means it will take all the values from A, and whether it takes from the start, it can start with any number, any letter, like it between A to Z. Even it can start with any letter with the capital letter, that is from A to Z. So even it can be have any number between that. Like if I have my Gmail ID is arkprocoder420@gmail.com. So arkprocoder means it will match with this particular A to Z and capital letter to it, and and 423 will match with this particular number. Okay, even I can have underscore inside my Gmail also. Even I can have underscore, like if I can have anis.rahman@gmail.com. Even I can have under iPhone also inside the Gmail address, like anis-rahman@gmail.com. So starting two particular names, it will match with this particular pattern. And next I need to have a @ symbol, obviously. So then @ after I will be having @gmail.com or yahoo.com or that particular domain like aerobotica.in, @aerobotica.in, at I can say google.com, facebook.com, instagram.com, such thing. So even it can be have any letters as well as dot I can have. Again, same pattern I can match with the particular, like to check the email also the same pattern will be there. Take the letter from A to Z. Either it can be have the letter from small capital A letter to capital letter Z. Even it can be have a pattern from 0 to 9. So that is like it can be have any number of digit and with the underscore also. So dot also, or whether it can be have hyphen also. Anything from this particular things matches, that will be acceptable. Then plus, so again dot it should be there. So what is the dot is compulsory. So dot is compulsory. So @Gmail, Yahoo, then I need to have dot. Even in the Gmail, dot is there, yahoo.com is there, .edu, .tech is there, everything is there. So for that dot I am just appending it. So I am just telling anything can be dot with the particular this thing, dot with again com. Like that won't be any with the .020, .420 won't be there. Only it will be what? .com will be there, .edu will be there, .tech will be there, .in will be there. So what is that thing? It is just a word characters. So it is what? A to Z, or either capital letter A to Z. So it can be matched with any of the small letters to capital letter, or anything will be there. So this, if this particular strings matches, just collect all the emails and print it. You can see all the emails I am getting printed here. So inquiry at the aliens.edu.in, VLC at the aliens, Anubhav registered. So all the emails, all the particular emails are getting matched over here. So suppose if I have anything inside my one more thing, if I just give one more email here. So if I just tell Anis Rahman 423 at gmail.com and one more Venkatesh at gmail.com. So gmail.com and Tejas Vinny at gmail.com. Suppose I have this one, 3 emails I have. Even this particular email also it will extract, even it will just print it. So you can see if I run, you can see all the values I made. Anisur Rahman, Venkatesh at gmail.com, Tejaswini at gmail.com. Like this is how the email collector. So this is used for the email finding. So you try with the phone number. So phone number is very easy. Just take from the digit 0 to 9. It can be any number between the 0 to 9, and it should start with the 0, and it should be only the 12 letters or 10 letters. It is very simple one. Okay, so this is how you can do with what you can just collect with the particular like you can just use the regular expression concept. Okay, as I said you about the briefly about each and everything with the regular expression, you can just refer this particular information for the regular expression. Try with the other thing, like I have said you with a small letter D and space letter. Try with the white spaces and try with this particular capital Z. So this one all I have said how to match with this particular characters. Understood? So this is about the regular expression. So I'll just cancel this particular files. Now we'll see. So now we'll see how to. This is about the regular expression. So I'll just add one more file. I'll just create. I will just teach you about date 13. So now I want to teach you about what? I want to teach you about the particular how to create how to convert the Python file into the exe file. So how to convert the particular Python file into the exe file, I want to teach you now. So it is a very simple. So what I can do here is simply I can suppose I have something like so I'll just create one Python file over here. So I'll just create one Python file. So I'll just create one particular Python file. So what I can just tell, I'll just tell main.py file. So what the Python file here inside is something I have. So print, I'll just tell so I'll just tell yeah, okay, procoder. So this will I'll just tell print it. Then I will want to something like print. I'll just tell ARK procoder add 2 numbers. Add 2 numbers. Suppose I have this particular small software. So where it is a Python file. Now I want to convert the Python file into the exe file using a Python. So let's tell int of input. So int of input. So it will take this particular input as this one, and I'll just tell add. So I need to tell int of input. Int of input. So I'm just adding with this 2 numbers. So I'm just adding with this particular stuffs. like everything is perfect. So int of input is there, done, and along with that it should be closed with one more. So int of input should be closed like this, and int of input should be closed like this. Okay, now it is perfect. Now if I just run these two numbers, so if I see arg put add two number, if I just tell 5 plus 5, so sorry, I need to run like this. So I want to tell 5, I'll just tell 54, so 44. You can see it is just adding the two number, 54 plus 44, 98. So it is a simple program where it is returning a normal file. So now what I need to do, I want to convert this particular Python file into what? I want to convert this thing into the this one exe file. What I'll do, I'll just open this J13. So this folder I'll just open inside my, so shift and right click, so shift right click, so where is open with shell, it is not getting it. Okay, I'll just open with the cmd command prompt. So this particular folder I am just opening inside my command terminal. So what I want to do here is, so now I can just run this particular Python file. So why I need to use, if I want to convert any Python file inside the exe file, what I need to do is I need to install this module pip install PyInstaller. So I want to install this particular module, that is a pip install PyInstaller. So which this particular module will convert our Python file inside the exe file, which will convert into Python file and exe file. So now, so it will take a little bit time to installing the particular dependencies. So once it is getting installed, so you can see nothing is there, only the Python file is there. Now see how I will be converting this thing inside the thing. So it is just installing all the packages, everything, hooks, everything. So now see, it is done. Now what I need to do, so by using this particular PyInstaller, I'll just tell PyInstaller. So I'll just tell PyInstaller. So PyInstaller, so I'll just tell main.py. So I want to convert this particular main.py into exe file. So once I run this particular command, it will just tell, it will use the PyInstaller module and it will check for the main.py file. You can see it will just take the main.py file, and that thing it will just convert into all the thing. So it is just checking for the security. So PyInstaller.me, you can see it is just giving some of the information, like it is telling me you are in the folder this RIA Institute, like RIA Institute folder, and along with that it is giving me some of the information. It is telling me I'm initializing the modules and dependencies for you, and just I'm catching all the modules and graph, everything. You can see it is just giving all the information. It is just building the particular module, everything it is just getting printed. It is just converting the particular Python file. You can see it will be a number of files will get created over here. Okay, you can see all the files is getting created. So now it is just created. Now if I want to open this, so you can see dxt file is there, main.py file is there. So here I want to run the particular .exe file. Where is the .exe file? So where is the .exe file? You can see here main.exe file. You can see there is a main.exe file. Suppose I want to run that particular csv file, so I need to give cd. So first I need to go to a cd folder, then I want to tell main.exe file. So it is telling, so I need to tell Python main.exe file. So once I run Python cannot be determined. Okay. So for this one, what I need to do means, so now I want to just run that particular Python file. So how I can run that particular Python file means, first I want to go to the dest file. So then where is the, so okay, again I need to go inside the main folder. So then inside the main folder I have the main.exe file. So I need to just tell cd main. So I'm in the main folder. Now I'll just tell, so what is the particular, I'll just tell wherever there is a main.exe file, just execute that particular file. You can see it is just opening the particular. I'll just remove this one, I'll just cancel this one, I don't want to check. So you can see it is just giving this particular signal. It is telling me, see, arg procoder, add two numbers. That means whatever the Python code is there, it is just running in the form of a .exe file. Look, I can add two numbers. If I want to add 10 and if I want to add 20, you can see I'm getting the output as 30. So successfully we have run the particular .exe file. So this is how we can just convert the particular Python file into the exe file. Then I can just convert the particular particular like I can just run the same output inside the particular format. So when I will be using this kind of thing means, suppose like if I just share you this particular file with, if you don't have any Python installer also, like if you have not installed the Python, even that time also you can just run this particular code by running these commands. Okay, so this will be the then. So now someone like I want to I'll just go back to directory back. So cd directory. So I'm in the date13 folder. Now I'm in this particular folder. So I want to go to this date13 folder. So I want only a single file. I don't want all these things. Just I want a main.txt file. So what else I can do? I can just tell py installer. So I am just telling my py installer. So everything make it into the one file. And I want to what? main.py file. So you can see wherever there is a main.py file, I want to just write it into only a single file. I want to have only single file. Then you can see, so you can see I got a, if I refresh, so if I just open this again, so you can see I got the main.spxe. So now I can run that particular program. So I can just tell main.exe. So sorry, I need to give dot. So then after writing one file, I have done everything inside the one file. Now I can run this particular, where is this one? I'll just open this one. So main.py file, main.spxe I have, a specs file. So specs, main.spec. Okay, you can see here it should go to the main, then you can see everything it is converted and it is just giving me the main.exe file. So I need to go inside the main folder, then I can just run this particular main.exe file. So even this one, everything I have converted into a single object. So this is how we can just convert the particular Python file. The main objective was to convert the Python file into form of a exe file. So this is how I can just do it. So understood how to do this one. So this will be about the all the topics I have completed. So the last